How coincidental. Both you and I are trainers of the Greninja frog. Why not engage in a friendly competition? As for my name, it is rather unremarkable. Simply call me Fang Mo. Mr. Fang Mo, it is with great sorrow that I must inform you of your father Fang Yuran's untimely demise. You are his sole heir, and the substantial sum of 5 billion left behind is to be inherited by you. Kindly affix your signature. In the midst of mourning the loss of his father, Fang Mo found it exceedingly difficult to suppress a grin that rivaled the intensity of an AK-47. My name is Fang Mo, and I have traversed into a world of Pokémon, albeit not the one depicted in the anime. Rather, it is a fusion of the Pokémon universe and Earth. Just moments ago, I inherited my late father's vast fortune of 5 billion, propelling me to the pinnacle of my existence. Chapter 1. The 5 billion fortune. Mr. Fang Mo, it is with great sorrow that I must inform you of your father Fang Yuran's untimely demise. You are his sole heir, and the substantial sum of 5 billion left behind is to be inherited by you. Kindly affix your signature. An official from the Alliance presented a contract bearing the prominent inscription Inheritance of Assets. In the midst of mourning the loss of his father, Fang Mo found it exceedingly difficult to suppress a grin that rivaled the intensity of an AK-47. My name is Fang Mo, and I have traversed into a world of Pokémon, albeit not the one depicted in the anime. Rather, it is a fusion of the Pokémon universe and Earth. Just moments ago, I inherited my late father's vast fortune of 5 billion, propelling me to the pinnacle of my existence. Fang Mo took the contract and swiftly signed his name with remarkable ease, without a moment's hesitation. Additionally, Mr. Fang Mo, your father Fang Yuran was a core member of the Alliance, having made numerous significant contributions as his only offspring. The Alliance will deposit 1 million into your bank account each month as a stipend until you reach the age of 25, and your Alliance privileges will be elevated to level 4. Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback. The Alliance appears to be exceedingly generous to me. Was my father truly that remarkable? Although Fang Yuran was nominally Fang Mo's father, he had been largely absent during Fang Mo's childhood, and it had been 2 or 3 years since they last saw each other. Fang Mo's mother had passed away during childbirth, and, as a transmigrator, his mind was far more mature than that of a typical child. Despite the lack of affection in his early years, he remained unscathed emotionally. During his childhood, Fang Mo was cared for by a nanny, but as he grew older, he no longer required such assistance and was capable of living independently. After the Alliance officials departed, Fang Mo gazed at the identity card that granted him high-level privileges within the Alliance. The privileges within the Alliance are categorized into 9 levels. Level 1 belongs to the commoners, while ascending to level 2 signifies a nascent integration into the Alliance's circles, albeit with privileges akin to those of commoners. Only at level 3 does one formally distinguish themselves from commoners, entering the ranks of the Alliance's elite, thereby gaining the right to select from the starter. Pokémon. Advancing beyond level 3 becomes increasingly arduous, and now Fang Mo found himself at level 4, which conferred a plethora of additional rights compared to level 3. For instance, when purchasing rare materials or Pokémon, he would receive certain discounts, and the information available for his perusal would be significantly more extensive. The Alliance certainly exhibits generosity, however. I am left to ponder the nature of my father's contributions that warrant such favor from the Alliance. Fang Mo turned to the internet to investigate his father Fang Yuran's contributions, and upon delving into the information, he was utterly astounded. The revelations before him left him in sheer disbelief. The first discoverer of the fairy type, the developer of the new evolution of EV, the fairy EV. My father was truly remarkable. No wonder he left me a staggering inheritance of 5 billion. Fang Mo also discovered that Fang Yuran's Alliance privileges astonishingly reached level 7. At this moment, Fang Mo recognized how to utilize the 5 billion legacy. It must be employed to nurture Pokémon. Having traversed into the Pokémon world, how could I not capture more Pokémon to enhance my own strength? In my previous life, I had read numerous stories of Pokémon traversals, yet most protagonists began as impoverished, gradually amassing resources to cultivate their creatures. Through various means that if I didn't have 50 billion, I would probably have to become a Pokémon hunter to earn money, but this fortune will suffice for decades. Now, at 16 years of age, I would soon be able to claim one of the 3 starter Pokémon tomorrow. Fang Mo utilizes level 4 privileges to notify the Alliance personnel to prepare the starters. The province where Fang Mo resided was Longja Province, the sole region in the summer country where the 7th generation starters were found. The 7th generation starters included Pokémon like Litten and Rowlet. As for which starter to choose, there was no doubt it had to be Litten, the universe's premier fiery beast, whose reputation was well-deserved at Ah. With so much wealth, I yearned to acquire a demigod Pokémon, but such entities are elusive and rarely available for purchase. For instance, should you make significant contributions to the Alliance, you might earn the qualification to buy a demigod. Bear in mind, this merely grants you the eligibility to purchase one, must still part with billions to obtain one. A black box nearby caught Fang Mo's attention. This must also be a relic brought by the Alliance personnel, likely a keepsake for my father. The black box bore combination lock, and Fang Mo furrowed his brow. It was evident that he had no knowledge of the password, nor did the Alliance personnel. Fang Mo grasped a kitchen knife, attempting to force it open. The sharp blade struck the box with great force, but left no mark. Alas, it seemed brute strength would not suffice. The combination lock featured 4 positions, and Fang Mo first attempted to input his birthday. Upon doing so, the box remained locked. He then tried his father's birthday, yet the result was the same. Fang Mo even entered his deceased mother's birthday, but to no avail. Determined, he ventured into his father's study in search of clues for the password. Each cabinet he opened was either empty or contained peculiar little trinkets. How frustrating it was. Setting a password should not be this convoluted, at least leave some hints. Suddenly, a book fell with a thud, landing squarely on Fang Mo's head. Ouch, I was struck by a book. Rubbing his head, Fang Mo picked up the fallen book, intending to return it when the title captivated him. 3871 ways to reach the pinnacle of life. What an odd title. The number 3871 coincidentally comprised 4 digits. Could it be mere coincidence? Cautiously, Fang Mo entered the 4 numbers, and miraculously, the box unlocked. Indeed, my father had a peculiar sense of humor, using such a book title as a password. However, despite the jesting, Fang Mo's heart surged with excitement, for the items within the box appeared exquisitely crafted and of considerable value. A water blue stone, a blue gem, and a piece of charcoal lay before him, each adorned with a note. Fang Mo first picked up the note attached to the water blue stone. Stone of water, 99 purity. The note for the blue gem read, Gem of water, an enhancement item that amplifies the power of water type moves by 25. As for the charcoal, it bore the description, enhancement item, charcoal, which boosts fire type moves by 20. He had discovered an evolution stone and 2 enhancement items. The purity of an evolution stone is of paramount importance. Only those with a purity of 60 can facilitate a successful evolution. The higher the purity, the denser the water attribute energy, with stones exceeding 80 classified as high-quality evolution stones. A 99 pure evolution stone would command a market price of several million. In the classification of enhancement items, those with less than a 20 increase fall into the ordinary category, while those providing a boost between 20 and 30 are considered elite items. Any enhancement exceeding 30 is deemed perfect. Both enhancement items left to him by his father are elite grade, each worth several million in the market. With such splendid treasures bestowed upon me, my esteem for my father has truly grown. Rest assured, I shall offer my prayers often. Stepping out of his family's opulent mansion, Fang Mo inhaled the fresh air. From this moment forward, I shall embark on my journey as a trainer. Chapter 2. Hidden Weapons. In order to secure resources for his future Pokémon, Fang Mo decided to purchase some energy cubes. Energy cubes are a favored delicacy among most Pokémon, renowned for their exceptional nutritional value. Prolonged consumption of energy cubes accelerates the leveling process of Pokémon, placing them far ahead of their peers. Fang Mo arrived at the finest energy cube store in Tiantong City, where he resided. The lavish decor of the shop was so extravagant that many commoners would hesitate to enter upon seeing it. However, Fang Mo entered confidently, unperturbed. After all, with 50 billion in his possession, how could he not afford a few energy cubes? Upon entering, he was greeted by a distinctive female clerk. The clerk enthusiastically inquired, Sir, what type and level of energy cubes would you like to purchase? I would like to buy some basic energy cubes, 20 of each attribute, please. My Pokémon is still in its juvenile stage, and basic energy cubes are ideal for its growth. Logically, higher-level energy cubes are indeed superior to their basic counterparts. But that perspective applies to more advanced Pokémon. It would be absurd to have a level 1 Pokémon consume high-level energy cubes. The overwhelming energy might prove fatal. As for why he wanted to purchase all attributes, he was uncertain about the types of Pokémon he would capture in the future. So acquiring a variety was a prudent precaution. The clerk was taken aback by Fang Mo's request. It was rare for anyone to buy 20 of every attribute. Perhaps she had not encountered such a wealthy customer in a long time, as her demeanor became increasingly animated, and her speech somewhat disjointed. Yes, sir, you mean all attributes. Basic energy cubes, 20 of each, correct? Yes. Receiving Fang Mo's affirmation, the clerk rushed to the back in a frenzy to prepare the order. With time to spare, Fang Mo pondered what else he might need to buy. Glancing outside, he noticed a sign, the most shadowy weapons. The words shadowy weapons instantly captivated Fang Mo. Such weapons are indeed valuable. In the Pokémon world, even elite trainers derive their strength from their Pokémon. To put it plainly, without Pokémon, one is utterly insignificant. However, an individual capable of nurturing extraordinarily powerful Pokémon would naturally possess a degree of caution, likely harboring some means of self-protection. Nevertheless, the utility of shadowy weapons remains undiminished. The clerk returned with bags of energy cubes, and Fang Mo frowned. Had he known, he would have purchased a storage item first. Carrying so many was quite cumbersome. Do you sell any storage items? To Fang Mo's surprise, the clerk replied affirmatively. Sir, we offer 5 types of space rings, each with varying prices and storage capacities. Fang Mo did not engage in superfluous conversation and straightforwardly declared, I'll take the best one. Very well, sir. Please wait a moment. Fang Mo's extravagant spending delighted the clerk, who grinned widely as she fetched the space ring. This commission would cover a month's salary, and she planned to celebrate with her friends at a bar that evening. The clerk handed the space ring to Fang Mo, who donned it and stored the energy cubes within. Let us settle the bill. How much is it? Haha, sir, the total comes to 200,500. I'll waive the 500. You only need to pay 200,000. Fang Mo casually tossed his black card to the clerk. 200,000 felt like a mere 20 to him at this moment. After processing the payment, the clerk returned the card with a flirtatious glance, thinking to herself that this young man was evidently a wealthy scion, and if she could attach herself to him, her future would be secure. She intentionally puffed out her chest and leaned closer to Fang Mo. He, however, kicked her away with considerable force, causing her to fall to the ground, and the sound of her ankle cracking echoed ominously. The clerk glared at Fang Mo with anger, but met his utterly indifferent gaze. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. With that menacing remark, Fang Mo exited the store, leaving the clerk bewildered on the floor. Fang Mo then stepped into the shadowy weapons store, which was stark and devoid of decoration, save for a single chair. Surely this store hasn't gone out of business, he mused, moving deeper to uncover the true nature of the weaponry shop. At that moment, a sinister-looking old man approached. He glanced at Fang Mo and asked, Here to buy shadowy weapons? The old man's tone was chilling, sending shivers down Fang Mo's spine. He suppressed his discomfort and nodded. A 10,000 yuan entry fee. The old man extended his hand, requesting payment. Fang Mo was taken aback by the audacity of this man, demanding a fee just to enter. Yet, considering the practicality of shadowy weapons, he reluctantly handed over 10,000 yuan. The old man let out a cold laugh and said, Follow me. What I have will not disappoint you. Fang Mo's curiosity was piqued by the old man's assurance. Nevertheless, he maintained a cautious distance. The old man merely smiled and led him to an elevator, pressing a button. As the doors opened, a wave of metallic scent assaulted Fang Mo's senses. The thick stench made him feel nauseous, yet he found himself strangely unfazed. The odor was unmistakably that of blood. This elevator had undoubtedly witnessed death recently. This thought caused Fang Mo to reconsider his decision, but ultimately, he entered the elevator, where the old man pressed the button for the 18th level below ground. Sensing Fang Mo's hesitation, the old man explained, The last customer found the shadowy weapons too expensive and requested a refund for the entry fee. This little shop operates on a tight budget. Wouldn't you agree such a person deserves their fate? The old man's tone was flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. This old man is quite peculiar. I must tread carefully, Fang Mo thought. The elevator doors opened to reveal 10 cabinets, each filled with an assortment of shadowy weapons. An Absol emerged, striding to the old man's side, casting a hostile glare at Fang Mo. Ha ha ha. Don't be afraid. Feel free to browse. If you find anything of interest, I'll be happy to assist. Fang Mo, now aware of his 50 billion, decided to abandon his previous demeanor of timidity and boldly seated himself in a chair. Bring me the most expensive and the best shadowy weapons. I have no interest in the cheap ones. Ha ha ha, young brother, you have quite the background. Very well, I'll fetch the finest for you. As the old man departed, Absol continued to eye Fang Mo with malice. Despite a lingering sense of trepidation, Fang Mo maintained his bravado. What are you staring at? Your master is counting on me to make money. You dare to threaten me? Absol's demeanor grew increasingly sinister, and a shadow ball began to form in its mouth. Chapter 3, Survival of the Fittest. Hey, old man, control your Pokémon. Just as Absol was about to unleash its shadow ball, it was struck by a beam of red light, retreating back into the old man's Pokeball. Young brother, don't be offended. My Absol has just been a bit off lately. Fang Mo did not wish to press the issue further, fearing that if he pushed the old man too far, he might be the next victim. So, where are the shadowy weapons I requested? The old man produced 3 boxes and placed them before Fang Mo young brother. These 3 are my prize creations. The old man opened the first box to reveal a sleek black wristwatch. This timepiece boasted a classic design, featuring a pure black face complemented by silver hour markers and hands, ensuring clarity and elegance. Ah, boss, this watch is indeed quite exquisite. But what does it have to do with concealed weapons? Chuckled the younger fellow. Come on, little brother, try it on. As Fang Mo donned the sleek black timepiece, he appeared even more refined. How does it feel? Comfortable, right? Well, it is comfortable, but that's not the point, is it? Where's the concealed weapon? There's a button on the left side. Press it, and a tranquilizer dart will be released. Following the old man's instructions, Fang Mo curiously pressed the button, and a finely crafted tranquilizer dart shot forth in an instant. The speed of its launch was so swift that even Fang Mo, the user, hardly had time to react. The dart struck the leg of the table, but its penetrating power seemed rather lacking. However, if it penetrated too deeply, the efficacy of the tranquilizer would be compromised. The old man's craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. Achieving speed is not difficult, but doing so with diminished penetration is quite a feat. So, little brother, are you satisfied? The tranquilizer within this watch contains enough toxin to incapacitate even a Kintaro. This type of watch, he recalled seeing in a certain anime, where the protagonist was a great detective. Very well, I shall take this watch. Let us continue to the next two items. Upon opening the second box, a simple dagger lay within. As Fang Mo picked it up, disappointment was evident on his face. Do not be disheartened, little brother. This dagger is far from ordinary. There's a button on the hilt that, when pressed, allows it to extend up to 40 meters. Intrigued by the concept of extensibility, Fang Mo pressed the button and indeed, the dagger elongated without adding substantial weight, remaining remarkably light. Impressive, I shall take this as well. The final box revealed only a pair of black gloves. Fang Mo examined the gloves closely. They appeared devoid of any mechanism. Wait, boss. Are there no mechanisms in these gloves? Ah, but these gloves are the pride of our shop. When you wear them and clench your fist, the toxin will be activated, spreading throughout the gloves. Any ordinary person who touches them will start foaming at the mouth within a minute and will ultimately succumb to death. To deactivate the effect, simply unclench your fist. Upon wearing the gloves, Fang Mo found them to be quite similar to regular gloves. The old man continued to extol their virtues. I have named these gloves Scorpion Venom Gloves, for their toxin is derived from an elite-level Dragon King Scorpion. A slight smile crept onto Fang Mo's lips. Let's settle the bill. I shall take all three. Ah, keen eye, little brother. The total is 39 million. If you could provide 2 for million, I shall throw in some extra tranquilizer darts for the watch. Very well, I shall pay by card. The old man accepted the black card with a broad smile and handed over a box of tranquilizers to Fang Mo. He immediately donned the gloves and watch, storing the dagger and tranquilizers in his spatial ring. After receiving the card, Fang Mo nervously made his way to the elevator, still wary of the old man, fearing he might be killed and his inheritance seized. Fortunately, the old man did not impede his exit, allowing Fang Mo to board the elevator without incident. Upon leaving the concealed weapon shop, Fang Mo finally exhaled in relief. With these new tools at his disposal, he felt he had acquired some means of self-defense. Perhaps he should venture into the wild forest to practice capturing a few Pokémon. He concluded his errand at a department store, purchasing several high-grade Pokeballs and the latest Pokédex. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the untamed woodlands. The wild forest was not governed by the League, meaning any Pokémon captured within belonged solely to him. Thus, it was a favored locale for trainers of modest means. However, the probability of encountering high-quality Pokémon in the wild forest was lower than winning the lottery. Every few months, the League would dispatch personnel to sweep the area, capturing any high-quality Pokémon while leaving the mediocre ones behind. Fang Mo had no intention of genuinely capturing Pokémon. He merely sought to hone his skills. As he ambled a few steps forward, a flash of pink light caught his attention, and he quickly realized that his spatial ring had vanished. Ahead, a pudding was clutching the spatial ring. Fang Mo furrowed his brow. All his possessions were contained within that ring. The pudding turned back, tauntingly patting its rear, which only served to heighten Fang Mo's irritation. You better not let me catch you. He dashed toward the pudding, which, startled, promptly turned to flee. The chase ensued, with Fang Mo unable to catch the agile creature. Damn it, you're going to regret this. The pudding's calls were laced with mockery as it continued to taunt him. Just you wait. While the pudding was busy with its antics, a dart had unknowingly lodged itself in its rear, causing it to collapse, immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Mo retrieved his spatial ring and re-equipped it. The pudding's weak cries sounded more like pleas for mercy. Fang Mo lifted the pudding, regarding it coldly as he contemplated how to dispose of it. Such a pink demon. I fail to see how anything about it is adorable. He brought the pudding to the riverbank and kicked it into the water, only to remember that it was a balloon Pokémon and would float back to the surface. Regrettably, he fished the pudding back out. Finding a large stone by the riverside, he bound the pudding to it with rope, preparing to push the stone into the river. The pudding, realizing Fang Mo's intentions, gazed at him in horror, straining to escape. Pudding. Fang Mo, undeterred, administered another tranquilizer, rendering the pudding completely motionless. With great effort, He shoved the stone and putting into the water. The stone splashed down, creating a great wave, and Fang Mo stepped back just in time to avoid being drenched. The tranquilizer's effects would last at least an hour. Whether this pudding could withstand that long remained to be seen. A school of sharp-toothed fish emerged from the depths, drawn to the spot where the stone had submerged. Looks like you'll meet your end sooner than expected. The sharp-toothed fish have found you. Beneath the surface, the fish encircled the pudding, which struggled fruitlessly, devoid of any strength to move. As the fish realized the pudding's helplessness, they approached to bite. Blood flowed from the pudding, staining the water crimson. It seemed to have met its demise. The law of nature, survival of the fittest. Chapter 4. The shining outlier of the clan. Fang Mo did not wish to halt his progress. He continued deeper into the forest, clenching his fist. He activated the toxins within the scorpion venom gloves, holding the dagger in a reverse grip. A fiery bird perched on a branch, its gaze fixed intently on Fang Mo. The bird sported a disheveled brown crown atop its head, with a short, hooked beak. Fang Mo pulled out his Pokédex and pointed it at the bird. The device emitted a cold, mechanical voice. Li Chu, the bird Pokémon. Li Chu possesses short wings and is not a proficient flyer, struggling to gain altitude or cover distance. Due to its short wings, it frequently flaps them, primarily feeding on insect-type Pokémon. It emits a shrill call that can be heard up to a kilometer away. Li Chu, indeed, one of the most basic Pokémon from the novice village, known for bringing out Pikachu's true powers in the hands of Ash. Suddenly, a thought struck Fang Mo, and he turned on his heel to flee. Realizing that Li Chu was a social Pokémon, and there would likely be more than one in the vicinity, he needed to escape quickly. As anticipated, the pursuit of Fang Mo by the fierce sparrows escalated from 1 to 2, then 3, and finally swelled to a daunting 7 or 8. Fang Mo intermittently discharged a series of tranquilizer darts at the avian foes, ultimately downing 2 or 3 after an exhausting barrage. This, without doubt, incited the wrath of the flock, prompting even more of the fierce sparrows to arrive. Damn it, my wretched hands, Fang Mo lamented, striking his palm in frustration and accelerating his retreat. In a desperate move, he plunged into the river, holding his breath. The fierce sparrows circled above for several moments before finally departing. Once he discerned that the coast was clear, Fang Mo scrambled ashore, gasping for fresh air. Curse them. When I gain strength, I shall roast every last one of you. The sun was setting, and realizing time was of the essence, he began his journey back. Suddenly, a water gun struck, smashing against a nearby tree, causing a branch to fall and hit him on the shoulder. Though the branch's impact was negligible, the unexpected water gun heightened his vigilance once again. Could there be more Pokémon lurking in the shadows, plotting to ambush me? Fang Mo brandished his dagger, grasping it firmly, and cautiously approached the source of the water gun. As he parted the underbrush, he found nothing. However, looking up, he beheld 2 Pokémon facing each other. 2 azure figures. Upon closer inspection, they seemed familiar. Isn't that the Guagua Pao frog and the Guada frog? He retrieved his Pokédex and pointed it at them. The device whirred to life, announcing, Guagua Pao frog, the bubble frog Pokémon, emits bubbles from its chest and back. It uses elastic bubbles to deflect attacks, mitigating damage. Guada frog, the bubble frog Pokémon, the evolved form of Guagua Pao frog, tosses small stones enveloped in bubbles. It possesses remarkable control, capable of striking a tin can 30 meters away. Fang Mo's excitement began to swell. The Greninja was among his most cherished Pokémon. Before him stood the initial and secondary forms of Greninja, Guagua Pao frog and Guada frog. The 2 Pokémon clashed, their tempers flaring. Guagua Pao frog unleashed a water pulse, sending Guada frog flying. Seizing the momentum, it enveloped its fist in a red energy, delivering a powerful blow to Guada frog's face, propelling it several meters away. This must be an enhanced punch. This Guagua Pao frog possesses a genetic skill. Its talent is undoubtedly exceptional. After executing the enhanced punch, Guagua Pao frog's physical attack rose by 1 level. Guada frog regained its footing, but its condition had clearly deteriorated. This Guagua Pao frog was extraordinary. It dominated its evolutionary form. I must capture this Guagua Pao frog. Guada frog exhaled a dense cloud of smoke, obscuring Guagua Pao frog's vision. Crouching low, Guagua Pao frog scanned its surroundings, though most were veiled by the smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Guada frog dashed toward Guagua Pao frog, executing a quick attack. The strike connected, sending Guagua Pao frog hurtling backward. Enraged, Guagua Pao frog rose once more, gathering a water pulse in its hands. As the smoke cleared, Guada frog also began to concentrate its own water pulse. The victor would be determined by the strength of their respective water pulses. The 2 Pokémon unleashed their water pulses simultaneously, resulting in a tremendous clash. Guagua Pao frog's water pulse proved superior, striking Guada frog directly. The latter knelt, clutching its chest, a grimace of pain etched on its face. Yet, Guagua Pao frog was not satisfied. It advanced toward Guada frog and unleashed another enhanced punch. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, Guada frog finally succumbed, eyes closing as it collapsed, unable to continue the fight. Guagua Pow Frog persisted, gathering another water pulse, poised to strike Guada Frog once more. Fang Mo watched in astonishment. This Guagua Pow Frog was fierce, harboring a murderous intent towards its kin. What deep-seated resentment could provoke such animosity? Suddenly, a water gun shot through the air, disrupting Guagua Pow Frog's water pulse. Guagua Pow Frog retreated a few meters, eyeing the approaching figures warily. Fang Mo rubbed his eyes, still struggling to see clearly, and stealthily approached the nearest thicket, finally discerning the assailants targeting Guagua Pow Frog. 2 Guada Frogs and 3 Guagua Pow Frogs. No. There must be a colony of Guagua Pow Frogs in this forest. Otherwise, it would be implausible for so many of this precious starter Pokémon to appear. Hadn't the Alliance dispatched individuals to search this area 3 months prior? Could it be that a new migration occurred recently? The 5 Pokémon exhibited palpable hostility towards Guagua Pow Frog, their animosity intensifying upon seeing the fallen Guada Frog. The leading Guada Frog confronted Guagua Pow Frog. Guatu Guadu. It seemed to question, while Guagua Pow Frog regarded it with disdain. Upon closer inspection, Fang Mo noted that the victorious Guagua Pow Frog differed from the other 3. While they were a deep blue, this one was a lighter shade. The phrase shiny variant flashed in his mind. This revelation made sense. Shininess did not signify superiority among its kin, but rather marked the individual as an outcast, viewed as a cursed entity. The earlier battle between Guada Frog and the shiny Guagua Pow Frog likely stemmed from an internal conflict within the group, resulting in Guagua Pow Frog's victory. Yet the others perceived it as a threat to their kind and challenged it. Fang Mo's admiration for this shiny Guagua Pow Frog was impossible to conceal. I must capture this shiny Guagua Pow Frog, even if it costs me my life. The Black Greninja, a dream for many boys. Chapter 5. Capturing the shiny Guagua Pow Frog. Enraged by the shiny Guagua Pow Frog's demeanor, Guada Frog conjured a water pulse and hurled it at Guagua Pow Frog. The attack struck true, inflicting considerable damage. But the shiny Guagua Pow Frog quickly regained its stance. The 5 Pokémon charged at the shiny Guagua Pow Frog in unison. Guagua Pow Frog had no choice but to evade, successfully dodging the strikes from 3 Guagua Pow Frogs and 1 Guada Frog. Yet was ultimately struck by another Guada Frog's attack. Having endured too much injury, the shiny Guagua Pow Frog struggled to rise again. Guada Frog rushed at the shiny Guagua Pow Frog, intent on delivering a finishing quick attack. The shiny Guagua Pow Frog faced the impending assault, unwilling to concede defeat. In an astonishing turn of events, Guada Frog halted abruptly, collapsing to the ground. Confusion spread among the other Guagua Pow Frogs, as well as the shiny Guagua Pow Frog itself. It had done nothing, so why had Guada Frog fallen? A needle inexplicably protruded from Guada Frog's body. At that moment, Fang Mo, unwilling to stand idly by as the shiny Guagua Pow Frog lost its life, had fired a tranquilizer dart, striking Guada Frog. Emerging from the underbrush, Fang Mo appeared as a savior. Approaching the shiny Guagua Pow Frog, it soon realized that this human had come to its rescue. Hurry, Guagua Pow Frog. Fang Mo extended his hand, but the creature did not comply. Instead, it turned back to face the 4 Pokémon intent on attacking. Are you planning to defeat them? Guagua Pow Frog remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Fang Mo's words. Fang Mo smiled faintly, and then said, a single SHNQBOB I cannot contend against 4 hands. Allow me to assist you. Let us join forces to defeat them. Guagua Pow looked at Fang Mo with confusion, as if questioning how a mere human could possibly overcome them. Understanding Guagua Pow's thoughts, Fang Mo pointed to the fallen Guada Frog, indicating it as the best evidence. Guagua Pow nodded in agreement to the collaboration. Just as Fang Mo intended to say more, he spotted a water gun coming his way, and he rolled to evade it just in time. The shining Guagua Pow charged forward to engage in battle with the 3 Guagua Pow, while Guada Frog lunged at Fang Mo. At that moment, Fang Mo had no time to fire a tranquilizer dart and could only draw out a dagger to defend against the impending attack. With a swift strike, Guada Frog knocked the dagger from his grasp. Disarmed and momentarily disconcerted, Fang Mo retreated a few steps, gradually regaining his composure. Clenching his fists, he fixed his gaze on Guada Frog, assuming a fighter's stance, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Suddenly, Guada Frog launched a water pulse towards Fang Mo. The azure orb of water hurtled towards him rapidly, but Fang Mo was not foolish enough to absorb Guada Frog's attack directly. He rolled again to avoid the water pulse. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Fang Mo truly recognized the formidable power of Pokémon. After using Water Pulse, Guada Frog dashed towards Fang Mo like a bolt of lightning. Anxiously, Fang Mo raised his hand to defend himself. Just as he lifted his hand, he was struck and sent flying. He crashed against a tree, gasping for breath. Indeed, it was absurd to think a mere mortal like himself could stand against a Pokémon as powerful as Guada Frog. However, the corners of Fang Mo's mouth began to rise, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Guada Frog. The creature, enraged by Fang Mo's gaze, prepared to unleash another Water Pulse. 3, 2, 1. As Fang Mo counted down, at the moment he reached 1, Guada Frog collapsed with a resounding thud. Fang Mo raised his hand to look at his glove, a smile breaking across his face. I still have you. In colliding with Fang Mo, Guada Frog had inadvertently brushed against his glove. To eliminate any future threats, Fang Mo seized his dagger and decisively severed Guada Frog's head. The gruesome sight did not evoke an ounce of guilt within him. Blood splattered onto the dagger, and he hastily wiped it with a leaf before rushing to aid Guaguapawa. The shining Guaguapawa was engaged in a fierce struggle with the 3 Guaguapawa, who merely attacked recklessly with slap or sprayed water guns, failing to land a hit on the shining Guaguapawa. Meanwhile, the shining Guaguapawa adeptly maneuvered with quick attack, seizing the right moment to unleash a deadly water pulse. On the battlefield, one Guaguapawa had already been vanquished by the shining Guaguapawa. Yet its own condition was dire, with both wounds and stamina dwindling. Fang Mo seized the opportunity, successfully hitting another Guaguapawa with a tranquilizer dart. At that moment, only one Guaguapawa remained. Fang Mo extended his dagger to a length of 2 meters, hoisting Guada Frog's head as he slowly approached the remaining Guaguapawa. The head still dripped with fresh blood, droplets falling onto the grass, causing Guaguapawa to freeze in terror. Fang Mo tossed Guada Frog's head beside Guaguapawa, which, frightened, turned and fled without regard for its stamina, running as long as its legs would carry it. After all, it was merely an inexperienced little Pokémon, unaccustomed to such brutality. The shining Guaguapawa regarded Fang Mo, noting the various wounds adorning his body. TSK, I should have purchased some healing potions beforehand. The human and the frog exchanged glances, and Fang Mo felt a twinge of awkwardness. Thus, he crouched down and gently patted Guaguapawa on the head, which did not flinch away, giving Fang Mo a sense of reassurance. Finally, he uttered, Come with me, Guaguapawa. I will nurture you into the most exceptional being in the world. Fang Mo then produced a highball, watching to see if Guaguapawa would approach willingly. Observing Guaguapawa's hesitation, Fang Mo felt a surge of nervousness, for the allure of the shining Guaguapawa was undeniably strong. He continued to charm Guaguapawa with enticing words. Your kin look down upon you, disdain you. I shall not. I will train you to become the strongest in the world, and then return to make them regret their judgment. Under Fang Mo's persuasive coaxing, Guaguapawa stepped forward, nudging the button of the highball with its head, and in a flash of red light, it was drawn into the highball. I have captured a Pokémon. The exhilaration of successfully capturing a shining Guaguapawa filled Fang Mo's heart to the brim. He felt an overwhelming urge to run laps around the forest, but reason prevailed, and he gradually calmed down. Breathe, breathe. It is merely a shining Guaguapawa. After all, he chuckled softly. The corners of Fang Mo's mouth could not help but lift into a smile, and he eventually burst into laughter. He retrieved his Pokédex to examine Guaguapawa's information. Pokémon, Guaguapawa. Gender, male. Level, 14. Ability, Torrent. Known moves, Slap, Call, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse. Inherited moves, Spikes, Power-Up Punch, Keen Eye, Double Return. 119 level, Juvenile Phase. 2039 level, Mature Phase. 4059 level, Elite Phase. 6069 level, Dominant Phase. 7089 level, Champion Phase. This Guaguapawa's talent undoubtedly ranks among the elite, possessing 4 inherited moves. The standard for determining talent generally hinges on the number of inherited moves. Moreover, it was already at level 14, just 2 more levels until evolution. To have obtained such an extraordinary Guaguapawa is a blessing from the heavens. Perhaps the only shortcoming is the absence of the extraordinary move Camouflage among its inherited skills. Additionally, Double Return seems somewhat excessive, as the position of the Gekigashara is that of a ninja, with its base stats not heavily favoring HP and defense. However, possessing the Keen Eye ability is a delight. The next move will always hit without fail. If only Gekigashara could learn Absolute Zero, that would be perfect. As night fell, Fang Mo exited the perilous forest and began formulating a training regimen for Guaguapawa. Chapter 6. The Little Fairy of the Pokémon Center. Please help heal my Pokémon, Fang Mo said as he handed the highball containing Guaguapawa to a nurse. Certainly, sir, the nurse replied, taking the highball inside, while Fang Mo stepped out of the Pokémon Center. While Guaguapawa was being treated, he decided to purchase some TMs to enhance its strength. Entering the TM specialty shop, he was greeted by rows of vibrant TM discs. TMs are categorized into one-time use and permanent types. Each permanent TM is priced in the hundreds of millions, often held by families as a foundational asset. These families may offer permanent TMs for public use, but a fee is required, generally half the price of one-time use TMs. Moreover, permanent TMs can produce one-time use TMs, making them akin to perpetual motion machines, continuously generating wealth. Fang Mo approached the counter and inquired, "Do you have any TMs for guarding?" "Indeed, sir, we do. Please hold on a moment. I will retrieve one for you." The counter attendant beamed at the prospect of Fang Mo purchasing such a valuable TM. Fang Mo had no intention of acquiring just one, he began to browse the surroundings. After a thorough search, I could only find a frozen beam learning machine suitable for my Guaguapao frog. Alas, there is no learning machine for Blizzard available here. However, given Blizzard's value surpasses that of Shusuzu, it is hardly surprising. Shortly thereafter, the counter attendant rushed over with a learning machine disc in hand. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, sir. No problem. How much is this frozen beam learning machine? The attendant's eyes sparkled. She hadn't expected this boy, who appeared to be under 18, to possess such wealth. The frozen beam learning machine is 1 million, while the Shusuzu learning machine is 1.8 million, totaling 2.8 million. After completing the transaction, Fang Mo stored the 2 learning machines in his space ring and made his way to the Pokémon Center to check on his Guaguapao frog. It was the same nurse as before, and she shot him a disapproving glare upon his arrival. This look filled Fang Mo with a hint of disdain. Yet he suppressed his irritation as he approached the front desk to retrieve his Guaguapao frog. I am here to collect my Pokémon. After handing over the Ultra Ball containing Guaguapao frog, the nurse began her tirade. Do you have any sense of public responsibility? This Guaguapao frog is severely injured, and many of its wounds are hidden ailments. Is this how you care for your Pokémon? I wonder how someone like you even qualifies to possess a rare starter Pokémon. You'd be better off giving it to someone who truly wants to be a trainer. What a waste of league resources. The nurse's scolding infuriated Fang Mo. Setting aside the fact that Guaguapao frog's injuries were not his doing, even if they were, it was none of her concern. Refraining from cursing, he spoke in as calm a tone as possible. First, I never claimed that Guaguapao frog's injuries were my fault. Second, you have no right to judge me. My eligibility to possess a starter Pokémon is none of your business. Fang Mo's words left the nurse speechless, for under normal circumstances, trainers would have tolerated her tirade due to her position. However, she had encountered someone unyielding like Fang Mo. A heated argument ensued. You may have been born into a better situation, but without your parents, you are nothing. Their wealth will eventually be squandered by you. It's evident that someone of your lowly character is a reflection of your parents' values. Fang Mo could no longer contain his frustration, and he retorted with a string of insults. You're just like everyone else, and so is your entire family. It was evening, and the Pokémon Center was relatively empty. Yet the nurse felt utterly humiliated after being scolded by a stranger. As Fang Mo prepared to leave with the Ultra Ball, she stood directly in his path. Hey, you need to settle the treatment fee for Guaguapao frog, which amounts to several tens of thousands. Are you trying to escape? I don't need to pay, foolish. Everyone else pays. Why should you be exempt? Fang Mo swiftly produced his Pokédex, displaying his League Level 4 authorization. According to League regulations, trainers with Level 3 or higher privileges do not need to pay for Pokémon treatment at the Pokémon Center. With my Level 4 authorization, do I still need to pay? The nurse finally grasped the significance of Fang Mo's status. She had been in the workforce long enough to know that a Level 4 authorization was not to be trifled with. She promptly bowed and apologized for her earlier behavior. Fang Mo chose to ignore her and left without a backward glance. The process of healing a Pokémon was fraught with complications, and it had forced him to utter so many expletives. Upon returning home, the hour was quite late. Fang Mo's residence could undoubtedly be classified as a mansion, occupying a minimum area of 500 square meters. In a world where Pokémon exist, it is customary for affluent individuals to have a training room in their mansions, and Fang Mo's home was no exception. Entering the training room, Fang Mo opened the door to a spacious and well-lit area, the floor covered with non-slip rubber mats. Various training equipment was arranged in the corners, including barbells, sandbags, and a formidable bulletproof wall designed to enhance the power of Pokémon moves. Fang Mo summoned Guaguapao frog and presented the 2 learning machines he had just purchased. Curiously, Guaguapao frog accepted the learning machine discs and closed its eyes, beginning to interact with them. The Shusuzu learning machine disc emitted a radiant white light, gradually enveloping Guaguapao frog's body. So this is how the learning machine works. It's my first time witnessing it. Fang Mo waited idly for an hour, yawning as his eyelids grew heavier. However, seeing Guaguapao frog still engrossed in its learning, he refrained from disturbing it and set the Ultra Ball he had used to capture it aside. Guaguapao frog, if you become weary from learning, feel free to return to your Pokeball for rest. Although Guaguapao frog did not respond, Fang Mo believed it understood. He returned to his room and lay down on his soft, plush bed. Tomorrow, he would be able to collect a fire-striped cat, a thought that excited him. After obtaining the Pokémon, he planned to embark on a journey, capturing powerful Pokémon along the way to challenge various gyms. Yet, the future remains uncertain. It is best to focus on the present for now. Chapter 7, Fire-Striped Cat. Just past 7 in the morning. A thin mist lingered between the eaves and blades of grass. Fang Mo, nestled in his soft comforter, was abruptly roused by a series of crisp peeps. The sound resembled a cascade of glass beads, infused with the unique chill of dew, as it leaped through the window from the treetops outside. He frowned and pressed his pillow against his ear, but the second wave of urgent calls could not be muffled. Waking reluctantly, Fang Mo glanced out the window to see several Bobo birds happily chirping in the tree. How annoying. I need to get soundproof windows installed. Fang Mo stretched, dressed himself, donned his gloves, watch, and space ring. He slowly made his way to the bathroom, quickly washing his face and brushing his teeth. Raising his head, he met his reflection in the mirror. The black hoodie accentuated his fair skin, and he couldn't help but admire his own refreshing and handsome appearance. Water droplets slid down his cheeks, splattering onto the collar of his hoodie, creating a small darkened patch. He grabbed a towel and roughly dried his face before stepping out of the bathroom. Guagua Pao Frog must still be in the training room. I almost forgot about it. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled towards the training room, whistling as he walked. Upon opening the door, he found Guagua Pao Frog still diligently studying the Shuzuzu learning machine. Fang Mo picked up the Ultra Ball from the floor, wiped off the dust with his sleeve, and returned it to his space ring, sitting cross-legged on the ground to wait for Guagua Pao Frog. It would not be until around 9 o'clock that the starters would be distributed. There was still time. As the minutes ticked by, it was not until just after 8 that Guagua Pao Frog finally opened its eyes, the learning machine disc in its grasp devoid of color, resembling refuse. How did it go, Guagua Pao Frog? Did you learn Shuzuzu? Guagua Pao Frog spread its arms wide, conjuring a faint green barrier. Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with admiration as he praised, "You mastered Shuzuzu in just one night. Guagua Pao Frog, you truly are a genius. Undoubtedly the most gifted Guagua Pao Frog in the world." Upon receiving such unreserved praise from Fang Mo, Guagua Pao Frog bashfully scratched its head, but after a few seconds, the barrier it had created dissipated. Guagua Pao Frog immediately appeared dejected, and Fang Mo gently patted its head, reassuring, "It's all right. We have a long future ahead of us. With more practice, we too can become champions." After saying this, Fang Mo fed Guagua Pao Frog several water-type energy cubes. The water-type energy cubes seemed to possess an innate allure for Guagua Pao Frog, who eagerly stuffed them into its mouth. "Take your time eating, I assure you. You will have plenty to enjoy. Resources are the least of our worries. You have also spent an entire night without rest. It would be best to return to your Pokeball for some respite." The premier ball emitted a red light that the Guagua Pao Frog effortlessly evaded. "What is this? Do you not wish to rest? Do you still desire to train further?" The Guagua Pao Frog nodded resolutely, its determination unwavering, and continued practicing its defense technique. "Quite diligent. Indeed. Very well, I shall accompany you." Fang Mo moved a chair beside him, observing the Guagua Pao Frog as it honed its skills. "In the future, I should hire a skill instructor for you. That would expedite your progress." Watching the Guagua Pao Frog train was rather tedious, so Fang Mo decided to open a music app. The music in this parallel world resembled that of the original world, yet many elements had transformed into Pokémon. It was rare to find a video devoid of Pokémon. A Mucabird dining with a Snorlax at a buffet resulted in the restaurant's owner facing bankruptcy. A burglar was apprehended by a valiant Houndoom. Fang Mo's fingers scrolled down until they halted on a streamer's channel. The title reading, "Challenge, Evolving a Shiny EV into a Shiny Sylveon." Upon entering the stream, he noted the viewership had surged to over 100,000. The female streamer was merely grooming the EV. Is the popularity of shiny Pokémon truly this overwhelming? Yet, it is understandable. A shiny Sylveon is undeniably adorable. Its original color scheme transformed into a lovely blue. Even I, a man, find myself somewhat captivated. Moreover, a Sylveon possesses considerable strength. As fairy types are the bane of dragon types. If only the Sylveon had a fairy skin, it would be perfect. Gradually, the clock approached 8:50. And seeing it was nearly time, Fang Mo prepared to head to the headquarters of the Research Institute in Tianqing City. Guagua Pao Frog, return. It is time to welcome a new companion. This time, the Guagua Pao Frog obediently returned to its premier ball. To save time, Fang Mo hailed a taxi. Minutes later, he arrived at the headquarters of the Tianqing City Research Institute. The institute loomed before him like a bastion of technology. Its silver metallic exterior shimmered with a cold sheen. The lines sleek and robust. The vast glass curtain wall reflected the morning sun, dazzling and resplendent, imparting an immediate sense of the high-tech prowess contained within. Fang Mo retrieved his Pokédex, activated his Alliance Level 4 access, and stated, "I am the new trainer here to claim one of the 3 starter Pokémon." Upon seeing the Level 4 access, the security guard hurriedly opened the door, eager to avoid any reprimand from Fang Mo. As soon as he entered the lobby, a staff member approached to guide him. Upon reaching the research room for the starter Pokémon, he noticed a girl around his age joyfully running towards him with a Pokéball, just brushing past him. Fang Mo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she had already claimed one of the starters? I hope she hasn't taken the Hubamiao. Surely, that cannot be. I pray that my Hubamiao remains. An elderly man clad in white was present in the research room. This must be the esteemed doctor of the institute, known as Li Xiansheng. Fang Mo bowed slightly to Li Xiansheng and respectfully introduced himself. "Hello, doctor. I am the new trainer here to claim one of the 3 starters, Fang Mo." Li Xiansheng's smile was unmistakable as he stepped forward to shake Fang Mo's hand. "Xiao Mo, no need to be so formal. I am your uncle Li Xiansheng, a friend of your father. He has guided me immensely. My father has some influence, having assisted even the esteemed doctor of the research institute. Come, choose your starter. Li Xianxing led Fang Mo to a table where only 2 Pokeballs remained. Alas, that girl has just taken the Chocho seal. If you desire it, I can immediately use my authority to procure one for you. Fortunately, she only took 1 Chocho seal and did not touch my Hubamiao. No need, doctor. What I wish to claim is actually the Hubamiao. Ha ha ha, you are indeed old Fang's son. Your taste is impeccable. I tell you, this Hubamiao possesses the best innate talent among the 3 Pokemon, inheriting 3 skills. With that, Li Xianxing handed the Pokeball containing Hubamiao to Fang Mo. Thank you, doctor. At that moment, a boy with a buzz cut approached. Hey, you are the esteemed Dr. Li Xianxing, right? I am Dai Audi, here to claim a starter. This brash Dai Audi reeked of arrogance as he approached Fang Mo. Fang Mo felt a strong urge to distance himself from this repugnant boy. Just as he reached the door, he heard Dai Audi's furious shout. What? You say only the Moo Owl is left? Who the hell wants that worthless Moo Owl? I want Hubamiao, do you understand? Li Xianxing clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and gritted his teeth. If you want Hubamiao, you shall return next month. Next month? I want it now. Dai Audi suddenly noticed Fang Mo, approaching with malicious intent. Hey, you must be the one who took Hubamiao. I'll take the Moo Owl. Hurry and give me Hubamiao. Who do you think you are, fool? Hearing Fang Mo's insult, Dai Audi's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Fang Mo turned to leave, but was seized by Dai Audi's grip on his shoulder. Fang Mo reacted swiftly, kicking Dai Audi away and disdainfully wiping his shoulder. Dai Audi clutched his abdomen, kneeling on the ground, glaring at Fang Mo in fury. Very well, you brat, just wait. I am the second young master of the Dai family. If you dare, do not leave. Enough. Dai Audi was about to utter further threats when Li Xianxing interrupted with a firm enough. Your Dai family doesn't even rank among the 4th-tier families. Who gave you the audacity to threaten my friend's son in my research institute? Security, escort him out. We shall never issue him a starter Pokemon again. Dai Audi realized Li Xianxing's authority and was about to beg for mercy when he was dragged away by 4 security guards. Li Xianxing hurried to Fang Mo, checking to see if he was injured. I'm fine, doctor. That brat couldn't harm me. Phew, that is good. Rest assured, the Dai family is merely a small clan. If they dare to do anything to you, call me immediately. Here is my phone number. As he spoke, Li Xianxing noted his number on a piece of paper and handed it to Fang Mo. After receiving it, Fang Mo departed, contemplating. My father's friends are quite sincere. They truly mean it when it comes to helping. Chapter 8, The Journey. Come forth, Hubamiao. The Pokeball opened, revealing a creature enveloped in white light. As the light dissipated, the true form of Hubamiao was unveiled. Hubamiao is a feline Pokemon, its body adorned with sleek, glossy black fur, evoking the impression of a diminutive black panther. 2 vivid red flame-like stripes adorned its forehead and cheeks, while several slender red whiskers protruded from its chin, quivering slightly with an air of vigilance. A red stripe extended from the back of its paws along the outer sides of its forelegs and hind legs, bestowing it with an aura of majesty. Meow. The petite Hubamiao gazed curiously at Fang Mo. This is the initial form of the double battle deity, the blazing roar tiger. It is rather adorable. After jesting, Fang Mo presented a basic fire-type energy cube to Hubamiao, having consumed these during its time at the institute. Hubamiao was familiar with them and began to eat eagerly. Hubamiao, from now on, I shall be your trainer. Let us fight side by side. Hubamiao nodded, acknowledging Fang Mo as its trainer. At that moment, Fang Mo also retrieved his Pokédex to examine Hubamiao's information. Hubamiao, the Firecat Pokemon, expels flames by igniting the fur that accumulates in its belly through grooming. The nature of the flames varies according to the manner in which it sheds its fur. Pokemon, Hubamiao. Gender, male. Level, 6. Ability, Intimidate. Known moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember Lick. Inherited moves, Sucker Punch, Taunt, Swagger. Not only does it possess the dream ability Intimidate, but it also wields the shadowy techniques of Sucker Punch and Taunt, making it a potential contender in double battles. Come forth, Guagua Pow, and meet your new companion. A flash of red light envelopes the scene as Guagua Pow emerges. The 2 Pokemon lock eyes, and although no sparks fly between them, an awkward silence ensues. Hubamiao, breaking the tension, circles around Guagua Pow, emitting friendly sounds. Guagua Pow nods in acknowledgement, reciprocating Hubamiao's gesture of goodwill. Fang Mo produces 2 items left to him by his father. He adorns Guagua Pow with a water stone, while the charcoal naturally finds its place with Hubamiao, perfectly suited to your respective attributes. Guagua Pow feels the power of its water-type energy intensify, coalescing a water pulse in its hands to test the newfound strength. The water pulse it gathers is significantly larger than before, and upon release, its power has markedly increased. Alright, let's return for now, as I have important matters to attend to. After Guagua Pow and Hubamiao are returned to their Pokeballs, Fang Mo proceeds to the department store to procure essential supplies. This appears to be a luxury ball. I recall that while its capture rate is akin to that of a standard Pokeball, it provides a more comfortable habitat for Pokémon and accelerates the growth of their affection. Indeed, it surpasses the Great Ball in terms of treatment. Henceforth, I shall use Great Balls for capturing Pokémon and subsequently transfer them to luxury balls. A splendid plan. Fang Mo purchases 20 luxury balls at a price of 50,000 each, totaling 1 million. Alas, with 5 billion in hand, this million feels trivial. Forgive me, I am simply not in need of funds. Having learned a lesson from the forest, Fang Mo understands that healing items are indispensable for outdoor journeys. He then acquires an assortment of super potions, followed by antidotes, burn heals, awakenings, and paralyze heals, ensuring ample supplies. No journey would be complete without a tent. Consequently, Fang Mo purchases a tent, pillows, blankets, and even clothing, all to the highest standards. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 900,000 has vanished from his account. Could it be? I have been rather extravagant, and yet I have not even spent 1 billion. Next, Fang Mo visits the TM specialty store. Upon entering, he encounters the familiar face of the counter attendant. Ah, it's you again, sir. What TMs are you looking to acquire this time? Do you have Sunny Day? The attendant appears somewhat troubled upon hearing Fang Mo's request. You see, sir, the Sunny Day TM, being a weather-related skill, is exceedingly rare. You might find it in a larger TM store. What about Swords Dance? Yes, we do have a couple of Swords Dance TMs left in stock. Allow me a moment to fetch one for you. One moment, I must also check for Protect. I am uncertain whether we still have it. But let me look for you. While Sunny Day eludes me, acquiring a boosting skill and Protect is still beneficial. At the same time, it can inflict 70 damage. Isn't that infuriating? Shortly thereafter, Fang Mo sees the attendant approaching with a gray disc and a green disc in her arms. Here you are, sir. The TMs you requested. The attendant speaks in short gasps, clearly out of breath. How much is it? Let us settle the bill. Just a moment, sir. The attendant returns to the counter, taking a deep breath of fresh air to recover. All right, that will be 300,000. After settling the payment, Fang Mo returns home with the TMs and heads to the training room. Come forth, Gua Gua Pao Wa, Huoban Miao. It is time to commence training. Gua Gua Pao Wa, you shall first learn Ice Beam, while Huoban Miao, begin with Swords Dance. After distributing the TMs, they earnestly begin to comprehend their respective skills. In the future, will Gua Gua Pao Wa pursue a dual attack strategy or focus on special or physical attack? Perhaps a dual attack approach is best, although it may be arduous. It will yield superior output in competitions. Huoban Miao, on the other hand, must undoubtedly pursue physical attack. The base stat allocation for the physical attack of Jiyan Pao Xie stands at 115, with a mere 80 for special attack, and its skills favor physical prowess. As Fang Mo observes the two Pokémon training, night falls before he realizes it. Gua Gua Pao Wa has successfully learned Ice Beam, while Huoban Miao has completed Swords Dance, though it has yet to learn Protect. Well then, it is late. Both of you return. Tomorrow marks the official commencement of my journey, so ensure you rest well. Huoban Miao obediently returns to its Pokeball, while Gua Gua Pao Wa, reluctant to rest, is forcibly recalled into its sphere. Lying in bed, Fang Mo closes his eyes yet finds sleep elusive, his mind racing with excitement for the journey ahead. I too shall embark on a journey akin to Xiaoji's. Merely contemplating it fills me with exhilaration. Not every city boasts a gym. The establishment of gyms indeed fosters urban development, yet not every city is graced with one. Tianqing City has a gym, but my goal lies not with it, but rather with the fire-type gym in Xia City. The primary reason for not challenging the gym in Tianqing City is ultimately a lack of strength. The league stipulates that the Pokémon sent by gym leaders must be of a similar level to that of the trainer's Pokémon, with a minimum level not exceeding 20. In 2 years' time, the Alliance Tournament in Longjia Province will commence. Thus, it is imperative to travel first, to elevate the levels of my Pokémon and capture more formidable ones. During this journey, numerous dangers are likely to arise. I must swiftly enhance my strength. In this society, might is the ultimate truth. Now, to sleep. Without rest, I shall lack vigor for tomorrow. Chapter 9. The beginning of the journey. At 6 in the morning, the first rosy rays of sunlight trace golden edges along the mountain ridges outside, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Fang Mo stretches on his soft, plush bed, neatly folding the blanket into a square before rising. Standing barefoot at the edge of the bed, he first dons the lightly warmed hoodie from the previous night, its fabric comfortably embracing his skin. Next, he puts on dark gray quick-dry pants. The cuffs tighten to prevent wild grass seeds from infiltrating his ankles. Exiting his villa, he is greeted by the refreshing autumn breeze, instantly lifting his spirits. Let the journey commence. Fang Mo hails a taxi to the outskirts of Tianqing City, where a long, wide road lies ahead. Walking along this thoroughfare signifies his departure from Tianqing City. It is of utmost importance to seek out low-level wild Pokémon to gain experience. Fang Mo veers off the road, heading straight for the adjacent woods. 3 caterpies bask in the sun beneath a tree, leisurely soaking in the warmth. These caterpies are indeed large, each measuring roughly 0.3 meters, far exceeding the size of caterpillars in the real world. However, despite their size, they are merely caterpies, destined to become fodder for the likes of raptor and Pidgey. As usual, Fang Mo retrieves his Pokédex to scan them. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon, climbs trees using the suction cups on its feet to munch on its preferred leaves. Nothing more than that. Come forth, Gua Gua Pow Wa, Huoban Meow. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Mo releases 2 luxury balls. Gua Gua, Meow. Goo Goo Piao, the water wave. Hubi In Mio, the spark. Attack the LMOCHing. Goo Goo Piao gathers the water wave in both hands and forcefully swings its arms, directing the water wave straight at the LMOCHing. On the other side, Hubi In Mio opens its mouth, summoning a fiery orange flame, which it subsequently unleashes. The 2 assaults strike the LMOCHing almost simultaneously. The water wave hits it, bursting and scattering droplets around, while the spark leaves deep scorch marks on its body. The impact topples the LMOCHing, curling it into a feeble ball, as leaves and water droplets fall around it. Once more, unleash the water wave and spark to finish them off. Goo Goo Piao resolutely releases the water wave again. Yet Hubi In Mio hesitates, having just gathered a spark, only to swallow it back down the next moment. The water wave successfully strikes the LMOCHing, exploding instantly, and the immense power extinguishes the lives of both LMOCHing. Their green blood oozes out, staining the previously brown trunk with a grotesque hue. The remaining LMOCHing lies on the ground, barely alive. Hubi In Mio, witnessing the state of the LMOCHing, is filled with dread, turning away and covering its head with its tiny paws. Lying flat on the ground, Hubi In Mio, turn around and finish it off with a spark. Do not hesitate. Trembling all over, Hubi In Mio is unable to heed FNGM's command. FNGM furrows his brow, never expecting his Hubi In Mio to shy away from slaying a mere LMOCHing. Unable to bear it any longer, FNGM lifts Hubi In Mio, forcing it to gaze at the LMOCHing. Do not be afraid. They are merely creatures at the bottom of the food chain. Your strength surpasses theirs, and you can easily defeat them. Under FNGM's pressure, Hubi In Mio reluctantly opens its eyes and swiftly releases a spark. The spark lands on the LMOCHing, igniting its body. Hubi In Mio observes helplessly. It watches the LMOCHing until the flames extinguish, revealing a charred carcass devoid of life. FNGM gently pats Hubi In Mio's head, stating, "Just take down a few more, for you are destined to evolve into the formidable Li YNPOXOH. How could you falter against a mere insect?" Hubi In Mio nods, uncertain whether it comprehends or feigns understanding. After vanquishing these 3 Pokémon, FNGM eagerly opens the Pokédex to check if Goo Goo Piao and Hubi In Mio have leveled up. Pokémon, Hubi In Mio, Gender Male, Level 7, Ability, Intimidate. Known moves, Scratch, Growl, Spark, Lick, Swords Dance. Inherited moves, Fake Out, Taunt, Swagger. Pokémon, Goo Goo Piao, Gender Male, Level 15. Ability, Torrent. Known moves, Pound, Growl, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Wave, Protect, Ice Beam. Inherited moves, Spikes, Bulk Up, Mind SI, Return. Not bad. Both have leveled up, and Goo Goo Piao is on the brink of evolution. Let us continue searching for more Pokémon to defeat. And Goo Goo Piao shall evolve. Upon hearing the word evolution, a glimmer of joy appears in Goo Goo Piao's eyes. You 2 need not return to your Pokeballs yet. Stay by my side. Goo Goo Piao, if danger arises, make sure to use Protect in time. Goo Goo. Alright, let us proceed. FNGM walks along the forest path, occasionally witnessing golden leaves fluttering down. Suddenly, he hears a commotion. DZHN, DZHN. FNGM quickly crouches down with Goo Goo Piao and Hubi In Mio, signaling for silence. Goo Goo Piao and Hubi In Mio nod, instinctively covering their mouths. 2 DZHN being pass by in tandem. Indeed, the DZHN being are common inhabitants of the forest. DZHN being are social Pokémon, and these 2 must be returning to their colony. Following them should lead to the DZHN being's nest, perhaps providing a splendid opportunity to gain experience. FNGM stealthily trails the DZHN being, striving to minimize the sound of his footsteps, with Goo Goo Piao and Hubi In Mio closely behind. After walking for several minutes, they indeed discover a DZHN being colony deep in the woods. Over a dozen DZHN being are buzzing about, with 4 or 5 TKYing hanging from a tree. Moreover, not just one tree, but many nearby trees bear TKYing as well. Numerous DNJIOCHing are also crawling along the branches. An insidious thought suddenly crosses FNGM's mind. TKYing, being largely immobile Pokémon, possess only the ability to harden. While they can raise their poisonous stingers for protection, these stingers cannot attack from a distance. A plan must be devised to distract the DZHN being. FNGM crouches down and whispers into Goo Goo Piao's ear. Go see if there are any large Pokémon nearby, and lure them this way, understood? Goo Goo. Goo Goo Piao cautiously departs, and once out of the DZH NBing colony, it begins to run. FNGM remains behind, cradling Hubi Nmo and closely observing the DZH NBing colony. About half an hour later, the ground suddenly trembles. Goo Goo Piao rushes back, followed by a colossal creature. Cleverly, Goo Goo Piao employs quick attack, evading the sight of all the DZH NBing and reaching FNGM's side. As the noise draws nearer, FNGM finally sees the Pokémon that has been lured in. Chunkyu Enshiing. Well done, Goo Goo Piao. You have successfully attracted this hulking creature. But how did you manage to do so? Goo Goo Piao promptly produces a jar of honey. Ah, indeed, one is like iron and food is like steel. Chunkyu Enshiing can only evolve at level 30, while DZH NBing can evolve at level 10. Thus, the DZH NBing stand no chance against Chunkyu Enshiing. However, the leader of the DZH NBing should be around level 30 or 40, and the DZH NBing possess a numerical advantage. The show is about to begin. Chapter 10, Evolution. Chunkyu Enshiing arrives at the territory of the DZH NBing, roaring loudly, instantly capturing the attention of all DZH NBing. Roar. DZHN, DZHN. The two sides face off. The stingers beneath the DZH NBing glowing purple, preparing to use their poison sting attack. Roar. Chunkyu Enshiing bellows once more and charges toward the DZH NBing. The DZH NBing unleash their poison stings. Yet they are effortlessly deflected, failing to impede Chunkyu Enshiing. Faced with such terrifying destructive power, the DZH NBing can only retreat momentarily. However, Chunkyu Enshiing collides with a tree. A sturdy tree is toppled by Chunkyu Enshiing, causing the TKYing to fall. Unable to move and only able to emit cries, while the DNJIOCH Ing hastily scuttles away. DZHN. The largest DZH NBing leader is now thoroughly panicked. If Chunkyu Enshiing continues to wreak havoc, the entire territory will be destroyed. The leader's stinger instantaneously turns purple, and with incredible speed, it lunges at Chunkyu Enshiing. Chunkyu Enshiing raises its hand to defend. But the force of the DZH NBing's stinger is overwhelming, pushing it back several steps and nearly causing it to stumble, inciting even greater fury in Chunkyu Enshiing. This DZH NBing leader is level 35. The move it just used, Poison Jab, can only be learned at that level. Other DZH NBing attack from a distance with their poison stings, but Chunkyu Enshiing leaps toward them, executing a body slam. One unfortunate DZH NBing is crushed beneath Chunkyu Enshiing, losing all semblance of life. DZHN, DZHN. The demise of one DZH NBing sends the others into a state of panic, prompting the leader to rally the remaining DZH NBing. As the DZH NBing persist in their evasive maneuvers, Chunkyu Enshiing is lured away from their territory. Once outside their domain, the DZH NBing unleash their full might, engaging Chunkyu Enshiing in battle, vowing to avenge their fallen kin. At this moment, within the territory of the Dazenfeng, not a single specimen could be found. Only an abundance of Tikyong and Dujiaochong remained. Fang Mo emerged from the grass, glancing in the direction where Kunki and Xiong and Dazenfeng had departed, but they were already nowhere to be seen. Very well, Guagua Paofrog and Huobangio, commence your feast of slaughter. Suddenly, Fang Mo recalled a saying from a certain demon lord, or rather, an immortal lord, seize it in one grasp and instantly refine it. Destiny is destined to falter. The immortal lord laments, yet I hold no regrets. The expressions of the Tikyong and Dujiaochong reflected sheer terror. The Dujiaochong fled in all directions, while the Tikyong could only harden itself in a desperate struggle for survival. Guagua Paofrog relentlessly unleashed water gun attacks upon the surrounding trees, causing dozens of Tikyong to plummet. Having gained experience from its first kill of the green hairworm, Huobangio was slightly less timid in dispatching the Tikyong, though still fraught with hesitation. Do not fear, Huobangio. Remember the principle of the survival of the fittest. Meow. Huobangio exerted itself, continuously incinerating the Tikyong with bursts of sparks. Guagua Paofrog began to strike the Tikyong with water pulse. A horde of Tikyong, all below level 10, could not withstand a single blow from Guagua Paofrog. If they withstood the first strike, a second would surely follow. Time was of the essence, and the Dujiaochong could be disregarded for now. The Tikyong had no means of escape. After more than 10 minutes, following the demise of yet another Tikyong, Guagua Paofrog underwent a transformation. Guadu. The newly evolved Guada frog exhibited a deeper hue on its back, its physique elongated and slender. Its stubby arms morphed into 2 long limbs, and its head bore prominent features, with 2 white spots on its snout. The neck of Guada frog remained enveloped in foam, resembling a white scarf. Fang Mo promptly retrieved his Pokédex for a scan. Guada frog, the evolved form of Guagua Paofrog, utilizes the technique of tossing small stones enveloped in bubbles. Its control is formidable, capable of striking a tin can 30 meters away. The radiant evolution of Guada Frog caught the attention of Huobangio, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable desire for evolution. Meow meow. Fang Mo noticed the yearning in Huobangio's gaze, gently patting its head in reassurance. Once you level up a few more times, you too shall evolve. Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, Huobangio intensified its efforts in slaying the Tikyong. After another 10 minutes, not a single Tikyong remained alive, and there were even a dozen corpses of Du Jiaochong. Fang Mo then reviewed the information of his two Pokémon. Pokémon, Huobangio. Gender, male. Level, 10. Ability, Intimidate. Known moves, Scratch, Growl, Spark, Lick, Roar, Swords Dance. Inherited moves, Fake Out, Taunt, Swagger. Pokémon, Guada Frog. Gender, male. Level, 17. Ability, Torrent. Known moves, Pound, Growl, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Protect, Ice Beam. Inherited moves, Spikes, Power Up Punch, Heart's Eye, Double Edge. The pace of leveling up before maturity is indeed swift, yet it shall slow considerably upon reaching adulthood. Come back. Guada Frog and Huobangio, rest well. After recalling them, Fang Mo began to flee for his life, his legs propelling him with great speed. He thought to himself, I must hurry. Having slain so many of the Dazenfang's kin, even 10 lives would not suffice for their vengeance. He needed to capture a flying-type Pokémon quickly, one that could carry him aloft. When the Dazenfang returned after successfully eliminating Kunki and Xiong, the joy of triumph was swiftly replaced with shock upon witnessing the scene of carnage. Other Dazenfang mourned over the corpses of their young, while the Dazenfang leader remained motionless, engulfed in profound guilt. Trembling, the Dazenfang leader approached the corpse of a Tikyong. Indeed, this was the body of its offspring, and the memories from days prior flooded back. The freshly evolved Tikyong had once cheerfully declared, Father, I too shall evolve into a magnificent Pokémon like you. That moment, the Tikyong had brimmed with aspirations for the future. In anguish, the Dazenfang leader let out a furious roar. Dajin. At that moment, the fleeing Du Jiaochong returned to their kin. The Dazenfang leader's eyes, now filled with murderous intent, fixated on the Du Jiaochong. Seizing one, it inquired about the situation. The Du Jiaochong recounted, a human, accompanied by his Pokémon, slaughtered many of our kin. I did not see his face, but I remember his scent. The Dazenfang leader extended its hand towards the direction Fang Mo had fled, bellowing, Dajin, pursue. The Dazenfang surged toward Fang Mo, vowing vengeance for their offspring. The Du Jiaochong, clinging to the Dazenfang leader's arm, guided them by scent. Dozens of Dazenfang banded together, forming a formidable force that traversed the forest. Weak Pokémon fled swiftly, while the stronger ones could only temporarily retreat. 3 Lunlun stones, buried underground with only their heads protruding, were roused by the commotion of the Dazenfang. They leaped forth, but upon witnessing the throng of Dazenfang, instantly regretted their emergence. In less than 10 minutes, only lifeless fragments of stone remained. The Dazenfang swarm swept past the remnants, resuming their pursuit of Fang Mo. Chapter 11. The Grudge of Filial Piety. Fang Mo arrived at the lakeside, washing his face and instantly feeling refreshed. It was time to capture another flying-type Pokémon before departing. After all, the evening was drawing near. He decided to rest for the night and address matters anew in the morning. Setting up his tent and securing it, he called out, Come forth, Guada Frog and Huobangio. Upon emerging, Huobangio and Guada Frog assumed battle stances, suspecting the presence of enemies. There are no foes. Take turns keeping watch, and awaken me swiftly if any appear. Guada Frog waved its hand at Fang Mo, patting its chest to indicate it could handle the night watch alone. You intend to keep watch all night by yourself? Guatu. Guada Frog turned to practice Ice Beam. Such dedication. Very well, Huobangio, return. Huobangio, evading the recall beam, shook its head, indicating its desire to train as well. All right. You too may train. Fang Mo retreated into the tent, snuggling beneath the covers, blissfully drifting into slumber. 10 minutes later, Guada Frog entered the tent, vigorously shaking Fang Mo awake. What is it, Guada Frog? I just fell asleep. Guatu. Guada Frog frantically gestured toward the outside. Fang Mo stepped out to see the source of numerous Dazenfang sounds not far away. Oh no, they come seeking revenge. Fang Mo wasted no time, hastily dismantling the tent and storing it in his spatial ring before making a swift escape. He needed to devise a plan to delay them, surely. He would have to resort to drawing them into a fight again. Given the late hour, what Pokémon could possibly be active outside? Regardless, fleeing was the wisest course. Fang Mo sprinted forward, fearing the venomous stingers of the Dazenfang would strike him at any moment. The Du Jiaochong, sensing the diminishing scent, cried out in alarm. The Dazenfang leader understood the cue and quickened its pace. Damn it, they must be tracking me by my scent. As Fang Mo ran, he suddenly spotted a flicker of fire ahead. Someone. How fortunate. Approaching, he discovered a robust young man with dark skin, feasting on roasted meat by a campfire, the source of the flames. Upon seeing the young man, Fang Mo's mind sparked with an idea. Hello, my friend. The dark-skinned youth noticed Fang Mo. Brother, what is the matter? Are you hungry? No, I am a traveler, seeking to hone my skills in this forest. Oh, what a coincidence. I too am a traveler. Fang Mo chuckled inwardly, surprised by how swiftly their relationship had progressed. Big brother, I find myself in a predicament. Little brother, speak up. Whatever big brother can do, I shall certainly assist you. Big brother, I suffer from severe obsessive cleanliness. My clothes have become soiled. May I exchange them for yours? Upon hearing this unusual request, the dark-skinned youth looked puzzled and glanced at Fang Mo's attire. Little brother, my clothes aren't particularly clean either. And your outfit seems immaculate, even branded. Noticing the hesitation of the dark-skinned youth, Fang Mo urged him to open the payment code. The youth, still bewildered, complied. Fang Mo promptly transferred a sum of 100,000 yuan, leaving the dark-skinned youth astounded. Big brother, I'm begging you. I truly wish to swap clothes. Ah, little brother. If you insist, I shall oblige. Fang Mo smirked quietly, and they exchanged their tops and trousers. As Fang Mo wore the youth's garments, he detected a strong odor of sweat that was quite nauseating. Never mind, I shall endure. This scent conveniently masks my own. The dark-skinned youth, now clad in Fang Mo's attire, felt a surge of pride, having unexpectedly acquired a set of branded clothing along with a substantial sum of money. Little brother, would you like to share some grilled meat? But while the youth prepared the meat, Fang Mo had already vanished without a trace. This little brother is quite peculiar. The dark-skinned youth turned around and suddenly spotted a swarm of bee drills. The bee drill leader confirmed with a hornet that this was indeed the scent of the person they were tracking, wrongly identifying the dark-skinned youth as Fang Mo. The youth quickly took several steps back, on high alert as he summoned his power. The swarm of bee drills launched a full-scale assault, a barrage of poisonous stingers raining down. Power, quickly, activate wide-area defense. The dark-skinned youth was evidently anxious in the face of such a multitude of bee drills. His power conjured a verdant shield, deflecting the incoming poison. Yet cracks began to appear on the surface. The power struggled under the relentless force, ultimately succumbing as the bee drills shattered the defense, sending the youth crashing into a tree, where countless stingers continued to pierce him. Damn it, what is happening? Why are these bee drills attacking me for no reason? Witnessing his power sustain such grave injuries filled the dark-skinned youth with heartache. The bee drill leader, wielding a stinger that glowed with a violet hue, struck with lightning speed, piercing the power's chest. The power's eyes widened in shock as it gazed at the stinger embedded in its body. As the bee drill withdrew its stinger, the power collapsed lifelessly. Power. The dark-skinned youth was devastated at the sight of his ace Pokémon being slain, tears streaming down his face. He knelt on the ground, covering his visage as tears cascaded down, landing on a blade of grass, sliding off its surface. The power had been with him since its evolution from an earlier form, accompanying him through school, homework, and practice during his youth. It was the sole legacy left to him by his mother, who once said, "In the future, this power will take my place to care for you and protect you." In his earlier years, due to his personality, he had no friends willing to play with him. The power was his only companion. Power. He cried out, but the power could no longer hear him. The dark-skinned youth's mind was on the verge of collapse, consumed by a singular thought, to annihilate all the bee drills. Very well, you have forced my hand. With reddened eyes, he glared at the swarm, then retrieved a luxury ball. Arise, Onyx. The massive form of Onyx descended, far exceeding the average size, now firmly within the elite ranks. This Onyx had been entrusted to him by his father, intended for protection in dire circumstances. Onyx, unleash self-destruct. Yet Onyx hesitated, for self-destruct was a sacrificial move, leaving the user in a near-death state. More critically, the blast radius was vast, encompassing the dark-skinned youth as well. Hurry, that is an order. Even if I perish, I must avenge power. The bee drills launched another offensive. Their stingers aimed at the dark-skinned youth, but Onyx shielded him. Now, use self-destruct. I will gladly sacrifice myself. The dark-skinned youth had completely lost his rationality, viewing his life as expendable. Seeing the youth's unwavering resolve, Onyx had no choice but to leap into the center of the bee drill swarm, spreading its arms wide to execute self-destruct. In an instant, a blinding crimson and white explosion erupted from Onyx, transforming into a searing shockwave. The detonation resonated like 1,000 drums, tearing the air into a scorching ring that engulfed the bee drill horde. Simultaneously, the dark-skinned youth was consumed by the blast, obliterating him utterly. When the chaos subsided, only the barely alive Onyx and the disfigured bee drill swarm remained, apart from the dying Onyx. The area was devoid of any living Pokémon. Chapter 12, Flying-type Pokémon. The thunderous sound of Onyx's self-destruct drew Fang Mo's attention. It seemed that the misguided individual had engaged in battle with the bee drills. Such a commotion could only stem from a self-destructive move. Thankfully, he had narrowly escaped another calamity. Fang Mo sought a more secluded spot to set up his tent. A good night's rest was imperative. For the following day, he aimed to capture a flying-type Pokémon. Come forth, Huoban Meow and Guadawa. Guatu. Meow. Fang Mo produced a TM for guarding and presented it to Huoban Miao. If you don't wish to rest, then learn this move. Huoban Miao accepted the TM with its mouth and began to study it on the spot. Guadawa also commenced practicing its guarding move, believing that mastering it would better protect its master. I'm so tired, you two keep watch. The moment Fang Mo entered the tent, his legs weakened, and the fatigue from narrowly escaping overwhelmed him. He nestled under a warm blanket, leaning against a soft pillow, and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, upon emerging from the tent, Fang Mo observed Guadawa and Huoban Miao diligently honing their skills. Truly industrious. I fear you two might overexert yourselves. Guadawa, Huoban Miao, cease your training and come eat some energy cubes. The two Pokémon eagerly devoured the energy cubes, their night of practice having left them utterly exhausted. Once they finished, Fang Mo recalled them with a parting phrase. Well done, rest well. After packing away the tent, Fang Mo resumed his journey, this time with the goal of capturing a flying-type Pokémon. Along the way, he encountered numerous flying-type Pokémon, predominantly Pidgeys and Spearows. Spearow is out of the question. I intend to nurture this flying-type Pokémon into a team member, and Spearow evolves into Fearow, which has limited potential. Setting aside the discussion of base stats, move pools, and abilities, he was similarly disinclined to capture Pidgey. In his view, among all the regional birds, the finest was Corviknight. The steel-flying type grants Corviknight only 2 weaknesses, electric and fire, alongside 8 resistances. Its HP, physical defense, and special defense are excellently distributed in terms of base stats, coupled with a speed of 75 that is not sluggish. Its hidden ability, Mirror Armor, directly reflects effects that lower its stats, such as Intimidate, Screech, and Fake Tears, rendering common debuffs ineffective and inadvertently enhancing its offensive potential. Although lacking Mega Evolution, Corviknight is still capable of Dynamaxing. As Fang Mo was still lost in thought, a purple figure descended from the heavens, landing precisely where he stood. What on earth is that? Startled, Fang Mo took a step back, narrowly avoiding the purple apparition. When the figure hit the ground, it stirred up a cloud of dust. As it stood up, Fang Mo realized it looked remarkably familiar. He quickly consulted his Pokédex. Scorpion, the flying scorpion Pokémon, is known to swoop in and inject its prey with a poisonous stinger while they are in a state of panic. Scorpion. It suddenly dawned on him that Ash had one, which had evolved into Scorpion King. The unique ability of Scorpion King is Poison Heal. This Pokémon possesses a rather sinister trait, as there are very few with the Poison Heal ability. Only 3, and Scorpion King is among them. The combination of Poison Heal with the Toxic Orb is indeed quite nefarious, restoring 1/8 of its HP each turn. Another wicked aspect is that upon equipping the Toxic Orb, the Pokémon enters a poisoned state, meaning it can only have one status condition at a time. Thus, if Scorpion King is poisoned, it cannot be afflicted by other statuses like Paralysis, Burn, Freeze, or Sleep. This move effectively renders Powder-type moves useless. Additionally, Scorpion King's flying type aligns perfectly with Fang Mo's requirements. Eagerly, he took out an Ultra Ball, keen to capture this Scorpion. The Scorpion, oblivious to its impending fate, scratched its head with its claws. Come forth, Froakie, use Water Gun. Froakie emerged and unleashed a Water Gun at the Scorpion, sending it flying once again. The poor creature had barely gotten up before it fell back down. Fang Mo threw an Ultra Ball, which struck perfectly and shook twice before locking. This seems remarkably fortunate. He approached to retrieve the Ultra Ball and checked the Scorpion's details in the Pokédex. Pokémon, Scorpion. Gender, female. Level, 7. Ability, Hypercutter. Known moves, Poison Sting. Sand Attack, Harden. Inherited moves, none. Well, I shouldn't have expected much from a wild Pokémon. I won't even hold it against you for lacking inherited moves. But an ordinary ability is rather disappointing. Fang Mo released the unimpressive Scorpion immediately. The creature lay on the ground, still dazed, its eyes swirling. How I long for a Steel Wing and Scorpion King. It's difficult to find one with good potential in the wild. Perhaps I should just buy one from an authorized Pokémon store. I'll decide after I cross this forest and reach the next city. Fang Mo quickened his pace, but encountered some small Pokémon along the way, dispatching them with Froakie and Litten. By sunset, he finally emerged from the woods, arriving at Sanjin City. Finally, a chance to stay somewhere decent. This city is reasonably developed, though it lacks a gym. It should have one in a year or two, regardless of the gym's presence. I wouldn't stand a chance in battle anyway. I should first acquire a flying-type Pokémon. Following the navigation, he learned that the best Pokémon store in Sanjin City was over 10 kilometers away. Originally planning to go tomorrow, Fang Mo decided to uphold the principle of today's tasks completed today and took a taxi there. Upon entering the Pokémon store, he was immediately greeted by a small Chikorita that bumped into him. Quick as a flash, Fang Mo grabbed the leaf atop Chikorita's head. What's this weak starter doing attacking people? A female clerk hurried over to catch Chikorita, repeatedly apologizing. I'm terribly sorry, sir, it's my oversight. Seeing her distress, Fang Mo felt it unwise to reprimand her. Chikorita attempted to escape, but was firmly held by the clerk. Little one, trying to cause trouble again? She then asked, "Sir, are you interested in purchasing a Pokémon? This Chikorita is part of a new batch of starters we've received." "No thanks, I have no interest in Chikorita." Indeed, when discussing the best starters, Chikorita is often cited as the weakest. "Do you have any Pidgey or Scorpion? I'm torn between Steel Wing and Scorpion King. Perhaps I should buy both, as I have plenty of resources to raise them." "Ah, sir, Pidgey is only available for sale abroad. It's quite rare to find in Xia country. However, we have plenty of Scorpions. This Pokémon is not in high demand among trainers." "Really? No one is buying Scorpion?" "With its poison heal ability, it's stronger than most starters." The clerk led Fang Mo to a room with a sign reading Scorpion at the entrance. Inside were 50 or 60 glass cabinets, each containing a Pokeball. "Sir, each Scorpion's information is detailed here. Feel free to take a look." "So many. Please help me find one with the hidden ability Immunity and the most inherited moves." A Scorpion with the Immunity ability will retain Poison Heal upon evolving into Scorpion King. After some time, the clerk selected a glass cabinet. "Sir, this Scorpion meets your criteria. Pokémon, Scorpion. Gender, male. Level, 8. Ability, Immunity. Known moves, Poison Sting, Sand Attack. Harden. Inherited moves, Double Hit, Cross Poison, Night Slash." "Perfect, I'll take this one." "Alright, please follow me to the checkout." The clerk retrieved the Pokeball with a key. Ultimately, Fang Mo acquired the Scorpion for 3 million. Quite a bargain, as a typical starter usually costs over 5 million. No need to capture Pokémon anymore. I can simply buy what I want. Yet, perhaps it's best to capture them myself. Achieving that sense of accomplishment is invaluable. If I prearranged all my Pokémon, wouldn't that render traveling pointless? Chapter 13, Training Plan. After settling into his room at the Pokémon Center, Fang Mo released the newly captured Scorpion. Glub, glub. The Scorpion gazed curiously at the human before it. Fang Mo offered it several energy cubes of flying and ground types. Upon seeing the energy cubes, the Scorpion's eyes lit up, eagerly taking them and devouring them. "I am your trainer now, do you understand?" The Scorpion continued eating, but responded with intermittent glubs. After a brief introduction between Froakie and the Scorpion, Fang Mo returned his Pokémon and comfortably reclined on the large bed. "I'm truly exhausted. I must purchase a Tailwind learning machine for the Scorpion. This Pokémon cannot fly on its own and relies on the wind for gliding, which is a waste for a flying type. Well, when I ride it, I can simply let it use Tailwind first. I need to implement a training plan focused on Pokémon move training. For now, I'll sleep. Even the biggest matters can wait until tomorrow." After a refreshing rest, Fang Mo awakened with a renewed spirit, his brow unfurrowed. After feeding his 3 Pokémon their energy cubes, he proceeded with his morning routine. Finally, he set out to acquire the learning machines needed for Scorpion. Initially, he intended to buy Tailwind, Protect, and Earthquake, but Earthquake was unavailable, so he settled for a Toxic Spikes learning machine. Froakie and Litten need to practice the moves they've already learned. Blindly adding learning machine moves without practice will lead to a lack of proficiency. Observing his savings, which still topped 49 million, Fang Mo finally experienced the struggles of the wealthy. "I have indeed purchased numerous learning devices, yet my balance remains nearly unchanged." Fang Mo arrived at a prop shop, only to be greeted by the sight of a robust middle-aged man as the proprietor. The owner was engrossed in a newspaper, casting a fleeting glance at Fang Mo before returning to his reading. Fang Mo furrowed his brow but maintained his composure, inquiring, "Boss, do you have any deadly poison orbs for sale?" Upon hearing this request, the owner set down his newspaper and scrutinized Fang Mo anew, stating, "Deadly poison orbs are quite niche. Few shops are willing to expend significant effort on them. If you truly desire one, it will cost you 10 million, and I can have it ready within a week." The price was exorbitantly above market value, capable of purchasing most elite-level items. The owner, perhaps underestimating Fang Mo's age, seemed to think he could be easily swayed with such a sum. "Boss, 5 million is my bottom line. 6 million then. That is also my limit." With no desire to haggle further, Fang Mo conceded to the 6 million price, arranging to return in a week's time. Additionally, he needed to acquire sharp fangs for the evolution of his Scorpion. Though there was no rush, premature evolution would be akin to squandering potential. Originally endowed with the talent of a monarch, he risked diminishing to that of a mere ruler. Fang Mo was now prepared to embark on his training regimen. Having expended a substantial sum to rent an expansive training facility for a week, the training room was replete with state-of-the-art equipment, exuding a palpable sense of technological advancement. "Come forth," he commanded, and 3 Pokémon emerged in response, with the Scorpion still drowsy upon arrival. "Scorpion." Fang Mo elevated his voice, yet the creature remained in slumber. "Alas, what can be done?" "Froakie, spray some water to rouse it." Froakie directed a stream of water at the Scorpion's head, prompting it to spring awake upon contact. "All right, it's time to train." The Scorpion gazed at Fang Mo with a pitiful expression, yearning for rest. Fang Mo tossed it the learning devices for Quick Wind, Guard, and Poison Sting. "Hurry and learn. I do not support idleness." Reluctantly, the Scorpion began to engage with the devices. "Froakie, focus on enhancing the release speed of Hard Eye. Every moment counts in battle." Also, practice the speed of your enhanced punches. Fire Meow, you should hone your clapping ambush and guard skills, as they will prove invaluable in future contests. Let us commence training. Froakie and Fire Meow diligently adhered to Fang Mo's training plan. Fang Mo brought Froakie to a punching bag, demonstrating the technique. Froakie quickly grasped it, its right fist glowing with a crimson light as it executed an enhanced punch, causing the bag to sway vigorously. That will suffice. Continue practicing. Observing Fire Meow's attempts, Fang Mo abandoned the idea of having it strike the punching bag, deciding instead to wait until it evolved into Blaze Roar Tiger, as only then would it be adept at standing on both feet. However, the treadmill remained an option. Fang Mo placed Fire Meow on the machine and set it to maximum power. Before it could react, it slipped off the treadmill. Fire Meow, try again. Fire Meow leapt back onto the treadmill, yet the outcome was the same, its expression one of discontent as it gazed at Fang Mo. All right, I will reduce the difficulty. After adjusting the settings, Fire Meow managed to keep pace, albeit barely. 2 days later, the Scorpion completed its training with all 3 learning devices, collapsing to the ground. Panting heavily, Fang Mo approached and fed it a few energy cubes, allowing the Scorpion to slowly rise. Scorpion, use quick wind and then take flight. With a flap of its wings, the Scorpion summoned a gust and soared into the air, gliding gracefully. Its speed was commendable, yet it struggled to control its direction. Colliding with Fire Meow, who was practicing clapping ambush. Both Pokémon were left dazed. Fang Mo then assigned the Scorpion to practice quick wind, flight, and guard, followed by strength training. After 7 days of rigorous training, the trio had made significant progress in mastering their moves, with only Froakie meeting Fang Mo's expectations in terms of speed and strength. By the end of the week, Froakie and Fire Meow had each leveled up twice, while the Scorpion only managed a meager single level. Fang Mo also acquired the deadly poison orb, though he refrained from equipping it to the Scorpion for now, planning to wait until its evolution into Scorpion King, when it would gain the toxic heal ability. Chapter 14, Battle Zone. After such extensive training, it was time to test their skills in actual combat. Fang Mo entered a club, preparing to engage with other trainers. As his Pokémon were all in their juvenile stage, he could only access the dedicated juvenile battle zone. Participating in battles here required a fee of 50 coins per match. After paying, he opted for a 3v3 format. Most trainers in the juvenile battle zone were not genuinely limited to the skills of juvenile trainers. They simply sought to train their newly captured Pokémon. After a brief matchmaking period, the announcement rang out. Trainers Fang Mo and Lin Xin, please proceed to Juvenile Battle Zone 5 for your Pokémon duel. Following instructions, Fang Mo arrived at Zone 5, only to find himself alone, with only a referee present. As time passed without his opponent's arrival, the referee, losing patience, made another announcement. Trainer Lin Xin, please report to Battle Zone 5 immediately. Moments later, a girl gracefully entered the arena. She must be my opponent, Lin Xin. Her long black hair cascaded like the night sky, and she wore a shimmering blue princess dress that swayed like glimmering waves, both serene and radiant. I apologize. I was just tending to my Pokémon's fur. Lin Xin's voice was melodious, akin to an angelic serenade. Fang Mo cast a brief glance before diverting his attention. The referee, exasperated, remarked, if this happens again, your battle qualification will be revoked. Please summon your Pokémon. Come forth, Scorpion. Go, my little Vulpix. As the Scorpion emerged, balancing on its tail, the elegant Vulpix made its entrance, its fur gleaming and its eyes sparkling, revealing the care it had received in its upbringing. Fang Mo quickly scanned it with his Pokédex. Vulpix, the fox Pokémon, possesses beautiful fur and tails. As it matures, the tips of its tails will gradually split and increase in number. Scorpion, first use Quick Wind to take flight, then unleash Cross Poison. The Scorpion soared into the air with the aid of Quick Wind, its pincers crossing into an X shape as it gathered violet energy, striking with Cross Poison. The attack landed squarely on Vulpix, sending it tumbling and rolling several times before it regained its footing, its once pristine fur now marred with dirt. A stark contrast to its earlier elegance. Vulpix, are you alright? Li Wi shook its head at LNXYN, regaining its composure. However, as it turned its head, TNX had already charged in front of it, launching a surprise attack with a swift pinch that caught Li Wi off guard. Knocking it down, Li Wi lost its fighting capability, prompting trainer LNXYN to call forth her next Pokémon. FNGM watched LNXYN and Li Wi's performance with palpable disappointment. How could I be paired with such an ostentatious novice? Upon noticing that FNGM's TNX was attempting a sneak attack while she conversed with Li Wi, LNXYN felt a surge of anger. You, how dare you resort to a sneak attack, you despicable villain. Observing the furious LNXYN, FNGM had no desire to argue, merely casting a cold gaze in her direction. Such a person would undoubtedly be the first to fall on the battlefield, failing to issue commands in time and interrupting the battle between Pokémon, yet blaming me for the sneak attack. This individual is undoubtedly a novice. Fine. Watch as my next Pokémon leaves you searching for your teeth. LNXYN retrieved a Pokeball, summoning another Pokémon. A SHJ-ing H9-ing, which was trained with remarkable flair, much likely WI-FNGM, with his Pokédex in hand. Aimed it at the SHJ-ing H9-ing to scan. SHJ-ing H9-ing, the Jewel Star Pokémon, is the evolved form of H9-ing. It is said that when the core, referred to as its center, glimmers with 7 colors, it signifies that it is conveying information. Teach it a lesson. SHJ-ing H9-ing, unleash Hydro Pump. Evade, TNX, then charge in for a surprise attack. TNX quickened its pace, effortlessly dodging the Hydro Pump of SHJ-ing H9-ing, raising its pincers to deliver a decisive blow. The Dark-type move was exceptionally effective against the Psychic-type SHJ-ing H9-ing. Despite its higher level, SHJ-ing H9-ing was only pushed back a few steps. SHJ-ing H9-ing utilized Psychic. TNX found itself immobilized, unable to unleash any moves as its body was ensnared by psychic power. Ugh, this psychic ability in reality is utterly nauseating, capable of direct control over one's body. TNX, try to break free. TNX struggled desperately, yet remained firmly under control. If you wish to escape, SHJ-ing H9-ing, throw this foul TNX away. SHJ-ing H9-ing hurled TNX with considerable force, causing dust to billow and obscure vision. By the time clarity returned, TNX had lost its fighting capability. TNX is unable to battle. Trainer FNGM, please call upon your next Pokémon. FNGM felt no regret. Losing was simply part of the game. He recalled TNX and produced the Pokeball for GooTUW, summoning it onto the field. GooTU, bring as many as you like. I will take them all down. SHJ-ing H9-ing, once more with Psychic. The gem at the center of SHJ-ing H9-ing lit up, lifting GooTUW into the air, though its limbs remained mobile. GooTUW, first use Mind Eye, then Ice Beam. Suspended in midair, GooTUW's eyes brightened, and it clasped its hands together, firing a brilliant Ice Beam. SHJ-ing H9-ing, dodge. SHJ-ing H9-ing retreated several steps, but was still struck by the Ice Beam, slowly encasing its body in ice, ultimately becoming a frozen statue. GooTUW regained control, landing back on the ground. What happened? SHJ-ing H9-ing should have dodged that. FNGM looked at LNXYN with disdain, puzzled as to how she could be so oblivious to her Pokémon's moves. GooTUW, Water Pulse, finish it. GooTUW spun its hands rapidly, gathering a sphere of energy in a Water Pulse, swiftly launching it at SHJ-ing H9-ing. Trapped in ice, SHJ-ing H9-ing was unable to evade, and the Water Pulse struck perfectly, hitting a critical spot. The ice surrounding SHJ-ing H9-ing melted away, yet it could not sustain itself and collapsed, its eyes turning into spirals. Damn it, return. SHJ-ing H9-ing. LNXYN recalled her Pokémon, glaring at FNGM, before retrieving another Pokeball, summoning a Yugu-Y. This is getting interesting. You dare to pit Yugu-Y against my GooTUW? FNGM's Pokédex chimed again. Yugu-Y, the leaf Pokémon, is the evolved form of JCOI. It emits a fragrant aroma from around its neck, inciting an inexplicable desire to battle upon inhalation. GooTUW. Quick attack. GooTUW moved with such speed that Yugu-Y barely had time to react, showing evident distress upon impact. Yugu-Y. Retaliate with Leaf Blade. Yugu-Y flicked its leaves, launching 2 blades at GooTUW. GooTUW evaded the 2 leaf blades with the same agility it had shown when dodging FNGM's thrown frisbee. GooTUW, enhance your punch. Following FNGM's command, GooTUW's right fist glowed with crimson light, delivering a powerful blow to Yugu-Y's head. Afterward, GooTUW's physical attack was temporarily heightened. Once resplendent, Yugu-Y now appeared tattered and weary, while GooTUW remained largely unscathed. Yugu-Y's body was enveloped in green light, rejuvenating its spirit. A Yugu-Y with the Overgrow ability, how intriguing. Humph, let it witness your prowess. Yugu-Y Solar Beam. Normally, Solar Beam is a skill learned at level 50 or above. Did you use a TM for it? You must be quite wealthy. Yugu-Y's leaves glimmered with a brilliant emerald aura as it began to gather energy. GooTUW, don't give it a chance, Ice Beam. GooTUW's Ice Beam caused damage but failed to induce the freezing effect. What terrible luck, failing to trigger the freeze like before. Yugu-Y completed its charge for Solar Beam, unleashing it towards GooTUW. GooTUW, use Protect. A brilliant beam of light shot forth, accompanied by a searing wave of heat aimed directly at GooTUW. Almost simultaneously, GooTUW clasped its hands together, raising a verdant shield. Upon contact, the beam and shield erupted with immense energy, and when the solar beam subsided, GooTUW remained unharmed. Ecstatic that its days of training Protect had finally paid off, GooTUW felt a surge of joy, though its expression quickly shifted to vigilance. For the battle was far from over. Gu TUW, release a smoke screen. Gu TUW expelled a thick cloud of black smoke, enveloping Gu Y, obscuring Gu TUW's position entirely. LNXYN appeared flustered, uncertain of what move to employ. Yet, as she contemplated, she realized that Gu TUW was also obscured from sight, gradually regaining her confidence. Gu TUW, Mind Eye, then Ice Beam. LNXYN was momentarily stunned, taken aback that FNGM had again commanded Gu TUW to use that infuriating Mind Eye. The Ice Beam struck Gu Y with pinpoint accuracy, yielding excellent results. As the smoke dissipated, Gu Y lay on the ground, having lost its fighting capability. Gu Y is unable to battle, and the victor is trainer FNGM. Chapter 15, The Relentless Battle. LNXYN gazed sorrowfully at her fallen Gu Y, rushing to the battlefield as soon as the match concluded. The injuries on Gu Y pained her deeply, and she lavished it with high-grade healing medicine as if it were free. With the battle concluded, FNGM also prepared to take his Pokémon for treatment. Hey, stop right there. LNXYN suddenly called out to FNGM, who was bewildered by her intentions. What is it? FNGM turned, not offering LNXYN any semblance of courtesy. How could you inflict such severe injuries on my Pokémon? It was merciful enough not to have defeated your Pokémon. If you fear injury, you should not come to the club. FNGM walked away without looking back, while LNXYN glared at his retreating figure, silently committing his name to memory. Upon exiting the club, FNGM sent TNX to the Pokémon Center for treatment. After handing over the spirit ball of Tianxia to the nurse, Fang Mo settled onto a bench in the hall. Engaging in battles has its merits, and now the primary objective has become elevating the levels of Pokémon. Once Tianxia has completed its healing and Quatudu's stamina is fully restored, he would head to the club. There is no rush to challenge the gym, as there are still 2 years to go. It would be preferable if his opponents displayed a bit more prowess in commanding their Pokémon. The young woman he just faced seemed to be a privileged child, as evidenced by the expensive nature of the 3 Pokémon she used, whether it was the Ralts or the Bayleaf. After retrieving Tianxia's spirit ball, Fang Mo returned to the club and began the matchmaking process. This time, the waiting period extended to 4 minutes. The announcement echoed, trainers Kai, E, and Fang Mo. Please proceed to Battle Zone 19 for a Pokémon duel. Upon arriving at Battle Zone 19, Fang Mo found someone already waiting there. The individual appeared to be of similar age, yet possessed an unremarkable appearance and attire that did not suggest wealth. This person was likely a common trainer, not affiliated with the league's elite, and did not seem to possess any of the starter Pokémon. Please summon your Pokémon, the announcer prompted. Fang Mo chose to use his Fire Meow, while his opponent summoned a Beedrill. Beedrill, a favored Pokémon among common trainers. As Fire Meow entered the arena, its Intimidate ability activated, causing Beedrill to flinch. Continue, Fire Meow, unleash a Fury Swipes. Fire Meow darted towards Beedrill, delivering a powerful strike that left it cowering. Now, press the advantage, use Ember. Fire Meow released a burst of flames, striking Beedrill perfectly, resulting in an impressive effect. Scorch marks appeared on Beedrill's body. Yet it did not fall. Instead, its fighting spirit seemed to intensify. This Beedrill displayed commendable tenacity, indicating it had been well trained. However, it remained uncertain whether its ability was Swarm or Sniper. Fire Meow, another Ember. As Fire Meow unleashed another fiery assault, Kai finally issued orders. Beedrill, evade and rush in for a Twin Needle attack. Beedrill swiftly dodged the flames, closing the distance to Fire Meow and launching a flurry of stabs, forcing Fire Meow into a defensive posture. Fire Meow, you scratch. As Fire Meow's claws connected with Beedrill, a flash of green light erupted from Beedrill, absorbing the attack. Excellent. Beedrill, continue your offensive. Beedrill's double stingers swung with renewed ferocity. Ah, I understand now. It is using Rage. Just before Fire Meow's attack, it unleashed its Rage, enhancing its power in response to being struck. However, in a state of rage, it cannot employ other moves. This trainer is attempting to engage Fire Meow in close combat. Knowing that ranged attacks would only deplete Beedrill's energy, I must admit, this Kai E is rather clever. Fire Meow, create some distance. Fire Meow retreated several steps. Kai E frowned slightly, clearly taken aback by Fang Mo's quick comprehension. Beedrill, pursue and do not let it escape. Fire Meow, fall back and then use Ember. Beedrill charged towards Fire Meow, only to be met by the incoming flames, which incapacitated it instantly. Unfortunately, this Beedrill was not even at level 20 and had only a limited set of moves. It stood no chance, especially considering Fire Meow's type advantage. Besides, Beedrill has a notably low ceiling for potential, barring the exceptional Beedrill of Sakaki. Beedrill has lost its combat ability. Trainer Kai, please summon your next Pokémon. Kai showed no signs of frustration. Instead, he silently recalled Beedrill and retrieved another spirit ball from his pocket. This time, he chose to send out a Butterfree. Goodness, he truly is a bug-catching enthusiast. Butterfree, too, was affected by the Intimidate ability, resulting in a decrease in its physical attack. Fire Meow, attack with Ember. Fire Meow's flames were deftly dodged by Butterfree. If Fire Meow cannot hit Butterfree, it could spell trouble. Fire Meow, leap onto it. Butterfree, do not let it succeed. Butterfree attempted to evade, but was ultimately caught by Fire Meow's grip. Fire Meow climbed onto Butterfree, refusing to let go despite its struggles. Butterfree disrupted with supersonic. Waves of sound emanated from Butterfree, encircling Fire Meow's ears. Fire Meow, unable to endure the auditory assault, relinquished its hold and returned to the ground. Shaking its head to regain composure. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder. Fire Meow quickly dodged. Butterfree hovered in midair, scattering glimmering spores. Fire Meow attempted to leap sideways. But the sleep powder silently infiltrated its nostrils like a mist carried by the wind. In the next moment, Fire Meow's body softened, collapsing onto the battlefield in slumber. Ugh, the accuracy is too high. This Butterfree undoubtedly possesses the Compound Eyes ability, enhancing its move's precision. This is troublesome. Pokémon like Butterfree can be quite vexing. Just wait until I finish training my Venomoth. It's too early to recall Fire Meow. I must wait for it to awaken and unleash that one move. Butterfree. Continuously use Psybeam. Butterfree's eyes glowed with a pink radiance, and it lifted Fire Meow with unseen force. With a wave of its tiny hands, Fire Meow was tossed repeatedly into the air, sustaining considerable damage. In pain, Fire Meow finally awoke and broke free from the telekinetic hold, yet it struggled to even stand. Now is the time. Fire Meow. Use Taunt. Fire Meow widened its eyes and let out a fierce roar before returning to its spirit ball. Upon hearing Fire Meow's cry, Butterfree displayed discomfort, suffering a further reduction in both physical and special attack. It's your turn to shine, Quatudu. Quatudu emerged from its spirit ball, executing a flawless roll in midair before making its grand entrance. Chapter 16. Wishing your future is even more brilliant. As Quatudu entered, its formidable presence caused Kai's expression to grow serious. Butterfree, use Supersonic. Invisible waves of sound surged into Quatudu's ears. Quatudu winced, covering its ears to alleviate some discomfort. Butterfree now, use Sleep Powder. Quatudu, defend. Fang Mo's command was issued, yet Quatudu remained occupied with its ears covered, unable to hear the external commands. Nonetheless, facing the approaching Sleep Powder, Quatudu made the most rational decision to use Protect. The Sleep Powder was entirely blocked by the shield, allowing Fang Mo to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Kai displayed remarkable cleverness, first employing Supersonic to force Quatudu to cover its ears, then decisively unleashing the highly accurate Sleep Powder. Fortunately, Quatudu exhibited a keen intellect and swift reflexes. Had it been any other Pokémon, it likely would have succumbed to the Sleep Powder. Kai furrowed his brow, surprised that a Pokémon could autonomously defend without a trainer's command. After using Protect, Quatudu lowered its hands from its ears. Quatudu, use Mind's Eye, then unleash Ice Beam. Quatudu's eyes began to shimmer, and with a single hand, it shot forth a beam of ice. Butterfree dodged. However swift Butterfree was, it could not evade the guaranteed hit of Quatudu's Ice Beam. The beam struck Butterfree's critical area, encasing it in layers of ice until it became an ice sculpture. With a critical hit and exceptional effect, Butterfree was rendered immobile, its eyes now swirling in confusion. Butterfree has lost its combat ability. Trainer Kai, please summon your next Pokémon. Kai's next Pokémon to enter the fray was a small Rada. Guatuwa, use your heart eye once more. Followed by Ice Beam. As Guatuwa's eyes glimmered, small Rada was met with an unerring Ice Beam. Small Rada, no need to dodge, you cannot escape this. Execute Flame Wheel on the spot. Following Kai's command, small Rada commenced the Flame Wheel. The Ice Beam struck the small Rada. Yet under the intense heat of the flames, its power significantly diminished. Despite the hit, it inflicted minimal damage and did not cause freezing. Remarkably, this small Rada possessed the inherited move Flame Wheel and even executed it with newfound flair, which was quite intriguing. Alright, cease your rotation, small Rada. As it halted, the flames surrounding small Rada gradually dissipated. Now, gather your energy. Small Rada inhaled deeply, focusing its spirit, making it easier to target vital points. Charge forward. With a flash of electricity, small Rada collided with Guatuwa. Although it struck a vital point, Guatuwa only staggered back a few steps, sustaining little injury. Guatuwa, enhance your punch. Guatuwa delivered a powerful punch to small Rada, sending it crashing to the ground, sinking slightly into the arena. Now small Rada, use Bite. Ignoring the pain, small Rada leaped suddenly and clamped down on Guatuwa's fist. Guatuwa, the grip on its fist caused Guatuwa considerable discomfort. Small Rada's determination was commendable, it did not falter. Guatuwa, unleash Ice Beam directly. Small Rada, do not let him succeed, use Crunch. The original Bite transformed into the more potent Crunch, inflicting great pain on Guatuwa and interrupting its Ice Beam. Guatuwa, double return. The agony inflicted upon Guatuwa transmuted into a continuous surge of power, gathering in its hands. Oh no, small Rada, quickly evade. Kai-E was aware of the potency of double return, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the tension. Small Rada attempted to flee at its utmost speed, but was still struck by Guatuwa's fist. It was sent flying several meters, crashing into the arena's wall, creating a significant dent. The outcome became evident as small Rada fell to the ground, devoid of fighting capability. With its inability to continue, the victor was trainer Fang Mo. Guatuwa's aura surged dramatically, signaling its evolution to maturity. Indeed, battle proved to be the finest method for leveling up. Guatuwa had surpassed level 20. Entering maturity, Kai-Yi's command skills and intellect far exceeded those of Lin Xiyin, yet regrettably, he hailed from humble beginnings, utilizing only Pokémon caught in the wild. With innate talent too low, if Kai-Yi were to wield Lin Xiyin's Pokémon, my chances of defeating him would be significantly diminished, alas. There are no ifs. Such a pity, such a pity. Approaching small Rada, Kai-Yi gazed at its injuries, feeling profound sorrow. In the next moment, a brilliant white light enveloped small Rada, and its form gradually enlarged, evolving into Rada. Rada was considerably larger than small Rada, its body primarily a tawny hue, with creamy coloration from its cheeks to abdomen. Like small Rada, Rada's most notable feature was its rapidly growing large front teeth. How interesting, if memory serves me right. Small Rada evolves into Rada at level 20, and now his Rada has reached maturity. Fang Mo took out his Pokédex, symbolically examining Rada's information. Rada, the mouse Pokémon, is the evolved form of small Rada. Its hind legs are equipped with small webbing, enabling it to swim in water to search for food. Witnessing Kai-Yi's considerable talent, yet feeling powerless, Fang Mo felt a twinge of regret more than once. Fang Mo approached Kai-Yi, who also noticed him. Recalling Rada and standing to meet Fang Mo's gaze. If you are here to mock me, feel free. Mock you? Why would I mock you? You are undoubtedly a genius. Fang Mo's words took Kai-Yi by surprise, but he quickly composed himself, expressing gratitude before preparing to depart, only to be stopped by Fang Mo. I wish to ask, which Pokémon do you favor most? Kai-Yi was perplexed by Fang Mo's question but felt that answering would not adversely affect him, so he replied, I like Xiaohualong, but I am not from the Alliance's direct lineage, thus lacking the qualification to choose one of the 3 starter Pokémon. Next, you should head to the Pokémon Center to heal your Pokémon. After Kai-Yi nodded, he turned to leave. Fang Mo watched Kai-Yi's retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With Xiaohualong, your future may indeed be more splendid. This thought resonated within Fang Mo's mind as he prepared to act as a benefactor. Fang Mo returned to the Pokémon shop. Do you have Xiaohualong? The same female clerk greeted Fang Mo with a bright smile. Ah, it's you again, sir. Xiaohualong, right? We just received one 3 months ago. Possessing 2 inherited skills. Bring it forth. Fang Mo spent 600,000 and successfully acquired a Xiaohualong. On his way to the Pokémon Center, he also purchased the latest edition of the Pokédex. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, Kai-Yi was, as expected, waiting in the lobby. Fang Mo approached him, and Kai-Yi looked up, recognizing Fang Mo. Are you Fang Mo? Fang Mo tossed the Pokéball containing Xiaohualong along with the Pokédex into Kai-Yi's arms. What is this? Your desired Xiaohualong and the Pokédex. Kai-Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Fang Mo. For me. Fang Mo nodded and tossed Kai-Yi a savings card as well. There is 100,000 inside. The password is 6 sixes. Kai-Yi glanced at the 3 items in his possession, his eyes gradually moistening. Thank you. Fang Mo did not respond further, simply turning to leave the Pokémon Center. Kai-Yi gazed at the Pokéball containing Xiaohualong, his excitement beyond description. He hurriedly exited the Pokémon Center, but Fang Mo had not walked far. Fang Mo. Upon hearing the voice, Fang Mo turned, seeing Kai-Yi, yet he was not surprised. Everything was as he expected. Kai-Yi rushed to Fang Mo's side. Bowing deeply, his gaze resolute as he said, You are my lifelong benefactor, Kai-Yi. If I ever achieve success, I will surely repay your kindness. Fang Mo smiled and offered a blessing. May your future be even more splendid. Kai-Yi bowed once more before returning to the Pokémon Center. In his heart already resolved to do anything for Fang Mo, akin to Deadpool. The sun slowly descended beyond the mountains, painting the horizon a fiery red. The light transformed from blinding to soft, casting a golden hue upon rooftops, treetops, and faces alike. Fang Mo looked up at the sky, contemplating the word splendid, and was reminded of a poem recited by a remarkable sister. In the myriad of red dust, colors entwine. The journey across clouds and waters stretches long. At this moment, the romance returns to heaven and earth, surpassing the brilliance of the moonlight upon the water. Mundanity confines the heart, sharpening the sword's edge. Life should not be mired in the quagmire. In this life, one must harbor such ambition. Even drifting fluff surpasses the light of snow. Chapter 17, The Continuing Journey. Having tasted the sweetness of relentless battles, Fang Mo became a regular at the club, utilizing Tianxia and Huoban Miao in a 2v2 battle in the juvenile zone. He engaged Guatuwa in a 1v1 battle in the mature zone. Although victories were scarce, significant growth was evident. After approximately 3 weeks, the levels of the 3 Pokémon had improved considerably. Pokémon, Guatuwa, gender male, level 28. Ability, Torrent. Known moves, Pound, Growl, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Protect, Ice Beam, Round, Throw. Inherited moves, Spikes, Power Up Punch, Hard Eye, Double Return. Pokémon, Huoban Meow, gender male, level 19. Ability, Intimidate. Known moves, Grasp, Call, Spark, Tongue Lick, Roar, Blade Dance, Guard, Scramble Bite. Inherited moves, Clapping Surprise, Throwing Harsh Words, Arrogance. Pokémon, TNXE gender, male. Level, 17. Ability, Immunity. Known moves, Poison Needle, Sand Attack, Harden, Tailwind, Guard, Toxic Spikes, Quick Attack, Multi-Slash. Inherited moves, Double Return, Cross Poison, Critical Hit. For Fang Mo, the greatest achievement was the evolution of Huoban Mio into YNR Mio. By the passage of time, it has been a month since he left home, and it is time to continue his journey. Fang Mo stepped out of the club, leaving the city behind. Outside the city lay a vast wild forest, known as WNCHNGZHSN. From its name, one could discern that this forest is predominantly inhabited by bug-type Pokémon. In my recollection, only a few bug-type Pokémon are particularly powerful, such as Scyther, Heracross, and the ultimate bug-type, the 59-level Volcarona. Perhaps there are more formidable ones. Yet these are the few I can recall. If one were to randomly ask passers-by which type is the weakest, most would likely respond with Bug. Fang Mo calmly ventured into WNCHNGZHSN. Upon entering, he encountered numerous Caterpies and Weedles, yet he paid them no heed, as such Pokémon seldom initiate attacks. As he ventured deeper, the sighting of Pokémon diminished, yet Fang Mo became increasingly vigilant. Typically, the absence of weaker Pokémon indicates that this area belongs to a powerful Pokémon. Suddenly, a silk thread struck out, and Fang Mo swiftly drew his dagger to sever it. Come out, all of you. Once GUTUF, YNR Mio, and TNXE emerged, Fang Mo felt a slight relief. The grass ahead rustled, and the sharp-eyed GUTUF launched a water pulse. The Pokémon that had just ambushed Fang Mo revealed itself. It was a Ariados. The appearance of Ariados resembles that of a spider, possessing only a head and abdomen. Its crimson head bears a horn, and its eyes are purple. The abdomen is a striking red and black, adorned with 2 pairs of yellow and purple legs, and 2 black dots at the rear, complemented by a yellow horn. Fang Mo consulted the Pokédex for its entry. Ariados, the long-legged Pokémon, is the evolved form of the round silk spider. It can emit silk from both its rear and its mouth, making it difficult to discern which end is the front. Hiss! Ariados emitted a sound, and 4 more Ariados emerged, their gazes fixated on Fang Mo and his companions. How troublesome! These intruders are not friendly. The only option is to find an opportunity to escape. The 5 Ariados lunged forth simultaneously, employing Bug Bite. Quick! Gather together and use Guard. 3 Pokémon encircled Fang Mo, simultaneously activating Guard to form a protective barrier. Ariados pressed down upon them, incessantly attacking with Bug Bite and Poison Sting. GUTUF and the others began to show signs of strain, and a crack appeared in the barrier. Fang Mo threw over a dozen bug-type energy cubes into the distance. The aroma of the cubes wafted into the noses of the Ariados, creating a tremendous temptation as they scuttled over to devour them. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Mo recalled GUTUF and YNR Mio, climbing onto TNXE's back. TNXE, let us flee swiftly, use Tailwind. TNXE summoned a gust of wind, spreading its wings and soaring through the air. A silk thread shot out rapidly, ensnaring TNXE's leg. Followed by more threads, TNXE was gradually pulled back, struggling mightily to break free. In a critical moment, Fang Mo extended his dagger and sliced through the threads. TNXE escaped the bindings and summoned more Tailwind to accelerate its flight. That was a close call. Indeed, my strength renders me prey before these wild Pokémon. Upon reaching a relatively safe area, Fang Mo allowed TNXE to halt. This region, adjacent to a lake, exuded a serene and tranquil atmosphere. This tranquility was enhanced by several Butterfree feasting on nectar, suggesting the absence of powerful Pokémon nearby. GUTUF, YNR Mio, you may come out. Goo. Meow. Although this area appeared devoid of danger, Fang Mo remained alert. The presence of his Pokémon brought him a sense of relaxation. He felt somewhat hungry as well. Crouching by the lakeside, he sought any fish. Only weak fish appeared, but they would suffice. He wondered how they would taste when grilled. Fang Mo consulted the Pokédex for information on the weak fish. Weak fish, the tiny fish Pokémon, exhibits a shimmering gaze when in peril and rallies its companions to confront foes. Reading the entry nearly made Fang Mo burst into laughter. The whalemer consumes a ton of weak fish daily. Occasionally, the whalemer king will swallow entire schools of weak fish in one gulp. The great-mouthed seagull also scoops up over 30 weak fish at once before swallowing them whole, and the white sea lion enjoys them as well. Thus, It seemed that weak fish symbolized food in the eyes of other Pokémon. Weak fish possesses the lowest base stats among all Pokémon, totaling only 175 points, which is 20 points less than Magikarp. However, this peculiar creature can fuse, and its combined form boasts base stats surpassing that of semi-legendary Pokémon by 20 points, making it formidable. It possesses power akin to the sea's mythical beasts, causing even the Gyarados to retreat. Perhaps I shall refrain from consuming weak fish. Should it assume its combined form, I would not dare provoke it. Just as Fang Mo decided against eating, Ynrmo and TNXE had already started feasting. The two Pokémon were relishing their meals, while GuTUF diligently practiced its moves. Why can't these two learn from GuTUF? Oh well, they are already eating. Hey, Ynrmo, TNXE, catch more. I wish to partake as well. Upon learning that Fang Mo also desired to eat, Ynrmo and TNXE eagerly leaped into the river to catch fish, competing to see who could catch more. GuTUF, please find some tree bark or dry twigs for me. I would appreciate it. GuTUF nodded, ceasing its training to gather the requested materials. Once the dry twigs and bark were in place, Fang Mo looked at Ynrmo and TNXE, who were still catching fish. Enough, come back. Fang Mo strung the weak fish together, and by the time he finished, night had nearly fallen. He then piled the dry twigs and bark together, asking Ynrmo to ignite a spark, creating a campfire. Fang Mo skewered the weak fish over the fire, occasionally sprinkling seasoning upon them. The most gluttonous TNXE could hardly contain its impatience, drooling in anticipation. Fang Mo affectionately patted TNXE's head and offered it the first grilled fish. TNXE devoured the grilled fish, savoring it with unrestrained delight. Ynrmo, not to be outdone, looked longingly at Fang Mo and pointed at the grilled fish. All right, I won't forget you. Fang Mo handed another freshly grilled fish to Ynrmo, ensuring GuTUF received its share as well. Ynrmo and TNXE were relishing their meal, while GuTUF's eating style appeared far more dignified. Fang Mo also began to enjoy his grilled fish. Night had fallen, and numerous electric fireflies and twinklebugs emerged, their glow adding a whimsical charm to the night sky. As he savored the grilled fish and watched the fireflies dance, Fang Mo found himself lost in thought, reminiscing about his past life. In my previous life, I had reached the age of 28. I was not an orphan, yet my circumstances were scarcely different from that of one. At the tender age of 15, a significant discord emerged within my family. While we appeared to be a harmonious unit on the surface, both of my parents had taken on extramarital affairs. On one occasion, my mother claimed she had to travel on business for 3 months. When she returned, she was noticeably pregnant. My father was nearly driven to despair, unprepared for the betrayal, and soon abandoned his pretense, openly admitting he too had a mistress. Ultimately, my parents chose to divorce, neither desiring custody of me, viewing me merely as a burden. The judge awarded custody to my father, and I vaguely recall that day outside the courthouse. He took my hand and led me to a CAF, where he expressed his intentions. I was seized by an ominous premonition as he earnestly conveyed, "Son, you are old enough to care for yourself. I will provide you with a monthly allowance of 1,500 yuan for living expenses and arrange accommodation for you. You need not worry about rent. I will ensure it is paid to the landlord on time." Tears streamed down my face as I longed for my father's unwavering support, but reality was merciless. The accommodation he referred to was merely a small room, barely fitting a bed, a clothes rack, and a table, with just enough space to walk, and a toilet thankfully included. I contemplated seeking out my mother, but her gaze was icy when she saw me. After transferring 3,000 yuan to me, she coldly stated, "The money has been sent. Do not call me mother again, nor seek me out, or I shall report you." This experience explains why, after my transmigration, I felt no yearning for my parents. For me, this transition represented a rebirth. Reflecting on these memories left me inexplicably wanting to cry, yet I found myself unable to do so, having already wept for over a decade in my previous life. Chapter 18. Pokémon Hunter. The following morning, Fang Mo continued his journey through the Wanchong forest. Guadua and the other two Pokémon accompanied him closely, prepared to defend him at the first sign of danger. As Fang Mo strolled, he admired the scenery, realizing that, despite its intimidating name, the forest was indeed breathtaking. Suddenly, Guadua halted him with a gesture, signaling silence. Observing Guadua's cautious demeanor, Fang Mo instinctively grew alert. The expressions of Tianxia and Yanra Miao also sharpened as they treaded carefully. After a few steps, guided by Guadua, they stumbled upon a group of individuals led by a man clad in black, flanked by over a dozen similarly dressed companions. They were approaching Fang Mo's position, prompting Guadua to swiftly pull him into the underbrush, while Tianxia and Yanra Miao concealed themselves in the opposing thicket. The group of black-clad figures halted between the two patches of foliage. "Captain Sa, this is the location. According to other Pokémon hunters, the Dratini clan was spotted here. Find them. If we can capture this batch of dragon-type Pokémon, we shall ascend to greatness." To Fang Mo's astonishment, this insect-laden forest harbored dragon-type Pokémon. The black-clad hunters dispersed to search, and one approached Fang Mo's hiding spot. Panic surged through him as Guadawa assumed a combat stance. Suddenly, a roar reverberated through the air as a Dratini appeared, devouring one of the black-clad hunters whole. Blood dripped ominously from the Dratini's maw, presenting a gruesome sight. "Gather around," commanded the leader. All the black-clad figures converged, and Fang Mo remained undetected. They summoned their Pokémon, with Captain Sa calling forth 5 or 6 Pokémon, including a particularly noteworthy Steelix. Nearly 30 Pokémon were now present. Realizing the dire situation, the Dratini began emitting sonic waves in all directions. Just as a black-clad hunter prepared to attack, Captain Sa intervened. "Hold your fire. It's calling for its kin. Let us wait until the entire Dratini clan arrives before we strike." Fang Mo observed the unfolding events from his concealed position. The black-clad individuals were likely Pokémon hunters, and their target was an entire clan of Dratini. Such a large-scale confrontation was beyond the capacity of a mere 16-year-old like him. He needed a plan to escape. After a while, more Dratini appeared, totaling over 20. Captain Sa, the strongest among them, appears to be at the peak of elite level. "With no sign of a dominant level Dratini," reported one of the hunters. "Splendid. I will engage that elite level Dratini with Steelix while you capture the others." As the imminent clash loomed, an array of formidable moves erupted. Fang Mo hastily recalled Yanra Miao and Guadawa, leaving Tianxia behind, preparing to ride it to safety. "Tianxia, you must be swift. Any delay could cost us our lives." After surveying the chaotic scene, despair engulfed Fang Mo. Combat raged in every direction. And now he could only bide his time, surrendering to fate. At that moment, an errant flame from an unknown Pokémon ignited the thicket where Fang Mo hid. Tianxia shielded him just in time, preserving his life, but the underbrush was consumed, exposing his presence. "Captain, there's someone else." All eyes turned toward Fang Mo, and Captain Sa roared in fury. "Someone go eliminate him. We cannot allow our position to be compromised." Fang Mo sensed impending danger and swiftly mounted Tianxia, fleeing through the obstacles, breaking free from the area. "Kid, you want to escape." Glancing back, he saw a black-clad hunter on a Fiero in hot pursuit. Though Fiero lacked the prowess of an elite-level Pokémon, it had reached its peak maturity stage. Its speed surpassed Tianxia's, closing in rapidly. "Damn it, come forth, Guadawa. Eliminate him." Guadawa leaped onto Fiero's back, engaging the hunter in a fierce struggle. "What? You dare to play dirty?" The black-clad hunter was instantly encased in an ice beam from Guadawa, becoming an ice sculpture and plummeting to the ground. "Well done, Guadawa. Return." Guadawa hopped back onto Tianxia, while Fiero hastily turned to retrieve the frozen hunter. "Chase me. You shall not reap any rewards for that." "Guadawa, first use Mind Eye, then unleash Water Pulse." Guadawa's eyes glimmered as it rapidly conjured Water Pulse, directing it toward Fiero. The attack traced a graceful arc through the sky, striking Fiero and preventing it from catching the frozen hunter. The black-clad figure crashed to the ground, the ice shattering on impact, resulting in fatal consequences. In this manner, Fang Mo narrowly evaded disaster, while the remaining black-clad hunters were embroiled in a fierce struggle with the Dratini. A larger Dratini soared above, unleashing a devastating hyper voice that obliterated Captain Sa's Steelix. The sheer force of the attack shattered Steelix into fragments, leaving Captain Sa in a state of shock. "Wah, how can there be a dominant level Dratini?" Captain Sa disregarded the other hunters, hastily mounting his own Noctowl and fleeing. "Captain Sa has fled," a black-clad hunter cried out, prompting the others to scatter in panic. The dominant level Dratini spread its enormous wings, summoning a fierce tempest that swept over the fleeing hunters. Subsequently, the remaining YNBLing surged forward to attack the black-clad individuals. All the black-clad figures had become the prey of the YNBLing, while the dominant leader of the YNBLing gazed in the direction where Captain S had fled. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it erupted forth with astonishing speed. Within mere minutes, Captain S, riding his Dizu Chu, was overtaken. At this moment, he was left with only the Dizu Chu as his sole Pokémon. Captain S was drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with uncontrollable panic as he frantically urged Dizu Chu to accelerate. The YNBLing unleashed another potent sound wave from its large ears, striking Dizu Chu and causing it to perish on the spot. Captain S plummeted to the ground, frantically flailing his arms in the air as if he could fly again. The YNBLing quickened its pace, rushing toward Captain S with its gaping maw open wide. Captain S covered his face with his hands, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Ultimately, his fate was to be devoured by the YNBLing. Chapter 19. Arrival at XYSH. After a relentless flight aboard the TN, they finally arrived at XYSH. The TN descended breathlessly at the city's entrance. FNM patted the TN's head and produced several flying-type energy cubes to feed it. "You've worked hard. Eat up." After consuming the energy cubes, the TN regained its vigor. "Let's head back and take a rest." Retrieving the TN, FNM stood up and surveyed the entirety of XYSH. Towering skyscrapers cast reflections, neon lights illuminated the night, and a bustling flow of vehicles and voices filled the air. A city with a gym is indeed different, having developed significantly ahead of others. However, he felt somewhat fatigued. He would challenge the gym tomorrow instead. Fang first replenished some energy cubes and purchased many intermediate energy cubes. He customized intermediate energy cubes that fused ground and flying types for the T and Shi. Following this, he set off to acquire some TMs. As learning new moves was an excellent method for enhancing the Pokémon's strength. To Fang's surprise, they had a Waterfall TM for sale here. Waterfall is a fantastic move. It seems that Ku-TUW can learn it. He then picked up a charged flamethrower TM, intended for YN Armio. Just as he was about to see if there were any suitable TMs for the T and Shi, he suddenly spotted a brown TM labeled Earthquake. What? Earthquake? Fang snatched the Earthquake TM, fearing that someone might snatch it away in the next moment. Unexpectedly, this city's TM specialty shop not only had Waterfall, but also this powerful ground-type move, Earthquake. Apologies, sir, but the purchase of the Earthquake TM is restricted by league permissions. A male employee, dressed in standard store attire, approached him with an apologetic expression. League permission restrictions? What level is required? If you only have level 3 permission, that won't suffice. You need at least level 4. Hearing about the league's level 4 requirement made Fang smile. He promptly took out his Pokédex and displayed his level 4 permission to the employee. The employee, upon seeing this, was visibly astonished, his voice trembling as he said, "Very well, sir, I shall wrap it up for you." The previous employee had assumed that Fang, being young, was merely a league trainer with at most level 3 permission, never anticipating that this boy, not yet 18, possessed level 4 privileges. "Wait, put down the Earthquake TM. I want it," a spoiled rich kid interjected, attempting to snatch the item away. This rich kid had a greasy face, his neck bulging like a double chin. And no amount of expensive clothing could conceal the unattractiveness brought on by his obesity. Fang clutched the TM without relinquishing it, instead gazing indifferently at the corpulent figure. "I told you to let go. Do you not understand? You fat pig, don't try to flaunt your power here. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Upon hearing the term fat pig, the rich kid was instantly enraged, pointing at Fang with so much fury that he could scarcely speak. The employee hurried over to mediate, standing protectively in front of Fang, stating with difficulty, "Young Master JN, the Earthquake TM was indeed taken by this gentleman first. If I remember correctly. There are league permission restrictions for purchasing top-tier TMs, like Earthquake. I have level 4 permission, does he? This gentleman does indeed possess level 4 permission. What? He has level 4 permission? You wouldn't be covering for him, would you? He confirmed it with me just now. It is indeed level 4 permission." The fat pig's face was filled with unwillingness, wanting to say something but unable to find a valid argument. The employee quietly whispered to Fang, "Sir, this person is called J.N. Gushu-ing, the young master of the J.N. family in our city. Stay calm." Just as Fang and the employee prepared to leave to settle the transaction, J.N. Gushu-ing suddenly called out to them. "I remember that your TM specialty shop has a rule. The highest bidder wins, correct?" The employee appeared troubled but ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. "All right. How much is the base price for this Earthquake TM? I'll add an additional 500,000. The original price for the Earthquake TM is 8 million. If you add 500,000, it will be 8,500,000. Sir, will you raise the bid?" The employee turned to Fang. And although he wished to sell the Earthquake TM to the first customer, he was bound by the shop's rules and lacked the authority to decide. 10 million. The figure Fang uttered startled both J.N. Gushu-ing and the employee. 10 million exceeded the inherent value of the Earthquake TM. Huh. Trying to compete with me in wealth? Your entire family might be richer than mine, but you alone are no match for me. Huh. If you have the ability, go ahead and settle the payment. Don't be unable to produce even 1 million. Fine. I'll take this Waterfall TM and charge Flamethrower TM too. Let us settle the payment. All right. The total is 17 million. The employee produced a card reader, and Fang smoothly swiped his black card. The successful payment sound echoing in the air. J.N. Gushu-ing stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the young man before him possessed a staggering wealth of 5 billion. Fang exited the shop, casting not a single glance at the fat pig. J.N. Gushu-ing hurriedly rushed out of the store, blocking Fang's path, and brazenly challenged him. "Dare to have a Pokémon battle with me? The winner gets rights to Earthquake. Get lost." Fang shot back with a single word, leaving J.N. Gushu-ing seething with rage. This fat pig was at least 30 years old. Even if he used resources, he would undoubtedly have at least one elite-level Pokémon. Challenging him would be akin to seeking death. Knowing he stood no chance, yet still fighting to the bitter end was the folly of misguided passion. Even if he won, it would merely be a stroke of fate. After renting a training room, Fang handed the new TMs to the Ku-TUW and the others. They had to intensify their training today as they were about to face their first gym battle tomorrow. Ku-TU, Mio GL. The 3 Pokémon entered a state of learning the TMs, while Fang began devising strategies for the next day's battle. As the XY gym was a fire-type gym, Its leader was likely specialized in fire types as well. Thus, it was probable that they would aim to seize control of the weather right from the start, enhancing their advantage with sunny weather. The QTUW must not take the stage first, as it has yet to learn the move rain dance. Under sunny conditions, water-type moves would be significantly weakened. Instead, I should send out YN Armio first. Since we cannot counter their strategy, we might as well share in the benefits of sunny weather. As he pondered through the night, Fang considered countless hypotheses and various Pokémon the gym leader might deploy. Eventually, when he could think no more, he simply fell asleep in the training room. A pillow and a blanket were all he required. Chapter 20. JN Gushu Eng's Revenge. By the next morning, Fang awoke to a pitch-black environment, feeling something weighing down on his chest. Upon rising, he discovered that the TN she had slipped off his head, while YN Armio was still resting on his chest. Oh, so it was these two rascals. By the way, where's QTUW? Currently, Guatuwa is diligently comprehending the essence of climbing waterfalls. Guatuwa truly exemplifies the epitome of competition, surpassing Yen Rimiao and Tianxia by several streets in terms of training progress. Guatuwa, take a moment to rest. After all, you need to challenge the gym around noon. Guatuwa nodded obediently and returned to its Pokeball. You two have also worked hard. Return to your Pokeballs and rest. Fang Mo also retrieved Tianxia and Yen Rimiao. After a night spent in the training room, Fang Mo felt a twinge of soreness in his back. It would be better to sleep at the Pokémon Center next time. This sleep was far from comfortable. After stretching his back and loosening his muscles, Fang Mo stepped out of the training room. He purchased a meat bun and a cup of soybean milk for breakfast, then wandered aimlessly through the streets. He found himself at a loss for what to do. Guatuwa and the others had trained all night, and certainly could not be pushed further, as overexertion could yield contrary results. The gym in Xia City would not open until noon, rendering a visit futile. At that moment, a group of young delinquents with hair dyed in various colors approached, deliberately closing in on Fang Mo. He quickly discerned their ill intentions and shifted aside. One of the youths with yellow hair blatantly collided with him, intentionally knocking over the soybean milk and splattering it on his own clothes, then feigned outrage, adopting an intimidating demeanor. You dare to dirty my clothes? That will cost you $1 million, not a penny less. Ah, such poor acting and a glitch excuse. It seems my only enemy is that one wearing Adi and Jean Guishuang. The Dai family from Tianxing City could only refer to the rotund figure from yesterday. Jean Guishuang. Clearly, this is an act of revenge from Jean Guishuang. The delinquents encircled Fang Mo, cracking their knuckles in an attempt to intimidate him. Fang Mo swiftly unleashed several tranquilizer darts, rendering 3 or 4 of the delinquents immobile and weak. They managed to muster what little strength they had left to exclaim, "This kid is something else." The speed at which the tranquilizer darts were fired was absurd. The delinquents could hardly evade them, and the remaining members hastily fled. You should consider yourselves fortunate that I only used my watch. Had I employed my gloves, you would all be beyond saving. Although they initiated the conflict, if I had poisoned them, it would have caused me considerable trouble. Fang Mo decisively reported the incident to the police, utilizing his level 4 Alliance credentials. The repercussions of deliberately targeting an Alliance trainer would be severe, likely resulting in 5 to 6 months of confinement. Upon the police's arrival, they respectfully acknowledged Fang Mo, the level 4 Alliance credential holder, apologizing for the disturbance caused by the delinquents. We will ensure they face severe punishment. There must be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. We hope you will handle it strictly. What? This is outrageous. We will take him back to the station immediately, and we kindly ask that you accompany us for a statement. The officers roughly shoved the delinquents into the police car, treating Fang Mo with utmost respect as they invited him to enter. Upon reaching the police station, the delinquents promptly revealed that they were acting under Jean Guishuang's orders. Upon hearing the name Jean Guishuang, the officers appeared somewhat distressed. After all, Jean Guishuang was the scion of the Jean family, a person of considerable stature. Fang Mo understood that these young officers would not dare to take serious action against Jean Guishuang. At most, they would offer a verbal warning. I merely wish for these delinquents to receive the punishment they deserve. The questioning officer sighed with relief. Punishing a few delinquents was a straightforward task for them. Ultimately, the delinquents were sentenced to a year in prison and ordered to compensate Fang Mo 50,000 yuan. Naturally, Fang Mo found this paltry sum unworthy of his attention and departed the police station. Jean Guishuang would likely remain unrelenting. It was best to leave Xia City directly after the gym challenge. The Jean family held some influence in Xia City, but they were inconsequential in the broader context of Longjia province. After the encounter at the police station, it was now noon, and the Xia gym had opened its doors. Fang Mo took a taxi to the Xia gym, which boasted a distinctive architectural style. The exterior of the building was predominantly red, living up to its reputation as a fire-type gym. The entrance was not a typical rectangular door, but resembled a swirling flame. Upon entering, he was greeted by a warm courtyard. A receptionist nearby spoke gently. "Are you the trainer here to challenge the gym?" "Yes, thank you for your assistance." The receptionist guided Fang Mo through a series of opulent rooms to a battle arena, where a challenger was already engaged in combat. The gym leader, Chu Yen Xin, was currently battling with a Hua Bu, while the opposing trainer used a Kami Gue. Challenger, please take a seat in the audience and wait. Fang Mo nodded and settled into a spectator's seat. He looked up to see a screen hanging from the ceiling, displaying the two combatants, gym leader Chu Yen Xin and the challenger. The challenger had already lost 2 of his 3 Pokémon, leaving only 1 remaining, while Chu Yen Xin had yet to lose any. It was unclear whether the challenger was simply inept or if Chu Yen Xin was exceptionally strong. The pressure was palpable. Kami Gue, you are my last hope. Defeat Hua Bu with water gun. Kami Gue gathered its strength and unleashed a powerful water gun towards Hua Bu. The nimble Hua Bu deftly dodged, causing the water gun to splash against the wall behind. Chu Yen Xin smirked and issued a command. Hua Bu, unleash flamethrower. Hua Bu opened its mouth, releasing a searing wave of flames towards Kami Gue. Kami Gue hastily raised its forelimbs for protection, yet the intense heat caused it to cry out in pain. Kami Gue, hold on. Use tackle. The challenger shouted. Braving the flames, Kami Gue charged at Hua Bu, but as Hua Bu intensified its flames, the extreme heat proved too much for Kami Gue, forcing it to cease its assault. Once the flamethrower ceased, Kami Gue was left scorched, seizing the moment. Chu Yen Xin commanded, Hua Bu, gather energy ball. Hua Bu dashed towards Kami Gue, increasing its speed, flames igniting its body. With a resounding crash, Kami Gue was sent flying, rendered unable to battle. With Kami Gue defeated, the victor was declared as gym leader Chu Yen Xin. The challenger, dejected, recalled Kami Gue and exited the gym. After witnessing the battle, Fang Mo concluded the challenger was woefully inadequate. What kind of trainer allows their Pokémon to endure flamethrower while attempting a tackle? What kind of reasoning is that? Would it not be wiser to have Kami Gue evade and at least counter with water gun against Hua Bu's flamethrower? You must be the next challenger. Please come forward, Chu Yen Xin said, crossing her arms and gesturing to Fang Mo with a snap of her fingers. The referee, taken aback, inquired, aren't you going to take a break, leader? What is there to rest for? The previous challenger was too weak. It took no effort to defeat him. Hurry up and step forward, new challenger. Fang Mo stood up and walked to the battle arena, facing Chu Yen Xin without a hint of trepidation in his gaze. Chu Yen Xin smiled confidently. You better be prepared. I haven't lost in a month. I hope you can surprise me. Now, we have challenger Fang Mo facing gym leader Chu Yen Xin. The challenger may switch Pokémon at any time. Please summon your Pokémon, the referee announced, blowing the whistle to commence the match. Chapter 21, the initial battle at the gym. Chu Yen Xin's first Pokémon was Mei Gue, while Fang Mo sent out Yen Miao. As Mei Gue emerged, the weather transformed into bright sunshine, the sun blazing even more fiercely. As expected, the first Pokémon was Mei Gue with the ability Sunny Day, which alters the weather to bright sunlight upon entry. Fang Mo, as per his usual routine, retrieved the illustrated guide and scanned the coal turtle. A mechanical voice resounded. Coal turtle, a coal Pokémon, tirelessly excavates coal from the mountains, then utilizes the coal to fuel the flames within its shell. When attacked, it emits black smoke to escape. The Intimidate ability of Yen Miao also came into play, diminishing Coal Turtle's attack power. The battle then officially commenced, and Fang Mo swiftly relayed commands to Yen Miao. Yen Miao, use Clap Surprise Attack. Yen Miao dashed towards Coal Turtle, executing a Clap Surprise Attack. Upon being struck, Coal Turtle immediately fell into a state of intimidation. Yen Miao, unleash Spark Attack. Under the brilliant sunshine, Yen Miao's spark became even more ferocious, dealing significant damage to Coal Turtle despite its resistance to fire. Coal Turtle boasted a formidable physical defense of 140, but its special defense was merely half that, necessitating the use of special damage via spark for effective results. Coal Turtle, demonstrate your prowess with Overheat. Yen Miao dodged quickly. Coal Turtle inhaled deeply, opening its mouth wide as a robust flame erupted, tracing a massive character in midair. The Overheat attack, possessing a staggering power of 110. The sunny environment amplified this attack's intensity, warping the very air it scorched. Yen Miao reacted swiftly, nimbly leaping aside and evading the majority of the overheat. However, a portion of the flames still grazed its leg, eliciting a pained yelp. Meow? Yen Miao? Suppressing the pain, steadied itself and gazed resolutely at Coal Turtle. Coal Turtle, unleash Overheat once more. The thought of Chu Yenshin urging Coal Turtle to execute another overheat tightened Fang Mo's chest. Yen Miao's current state could not withstand a second overheat. Yen Miao? Employ Protect. Yen Miao quickly adjusted its stance, enveloped in a green glow that formed a protective barrier. At that moment, Coal Turtle unleashed another awe-inspiring overheat. The scorching flames crashing against the barrier with a thunderous roar, sending sparks flying. The barrier trembled slightly, but remained unbroken. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Mo shouted, Yin Ri Meow. Counter with charged flame attack. Yin Ri Meow timed its charge perfectly, bursting forth from behind the barrier, engulfed in flames, and collided forcefully with Cold Turtle. Taken by surprise, Cold Turtle staggered from the impact. Yin Ri Meow leap onto its shell. Capitalizing on Cold Turtle's moment of confusion, Yin Ri Meow executed an astounding jump onto its shell. Chu Yanqing frowned slightly, realizing that Fang Mo was more troublesome than he had anticipated. Yin Ri Meow used bite on its neck. Yin Ri Meow clamped down on Cold Turtle's neck, causing it immense pain and rendering it unable to turn its head. Cold Turtle, perform rapid spin. The intense pain propelled Cold Turtle's spinning speed to new heights. Yin Ri Meow clung tightly to its neck, as if to say, the faster you spin, the more it hurts. Yin Ri Meow, jump and use spark attack. Finally releasing its grip on Cold Turtle's neck, Yin Ri Meow propelled itself into the air and executed a perfect spark. The attack erupted with astonishing power upon contact with Cold Turtle, generating dense smoke. As the smoke cleared, Yin Ri Meow stood triumphantly atop Cold Turtle's shell, while the unfortunate creature lay defeated on the ground, unable to continue battling. Humph, return, Cold Turtle. Arise, He Lu Jia. Fang Mo was taken aback upon seeing He Lu Jia, as this Pokémon was beyond his expectations. Its ability cannot possibly be that one. Yin Ri Meow, spark. Yin Ri Meow unleashed a powerful spark enhanced by the sunny weather, yet it inflicted no damage on He Lu Jia. Instead, He Lu Jia appeared invigorated, a smirk gracing Chu Yanqing's lips. How infuriating. It is indeed that fire absorb ability. This ability allows it to absorb fire-type attacks, strengthening its own fire-type moves. I cannot allow Yin Ri Meow to continue fighting. It would be a futile endeavor. Yin Ri Meow used taunt. Yin Ri Meow cried out and returned to its Pokeball, while He Lu Jia's expression darkened as its special and physical attack stats were reduced. Go, Tianxia. He Lu Jia, use trick. He Lu Jia emitted a surge of black energy, significantly boosting its special attack through trick. Tianxia, take flight with Tailwind. Then unleash Cross Poison. With the Tailwind at its back, Tianxia soared through the air, performing a Cross Poison in mid-flight. He Lu Jia, unleash Heat Wave. He Lu Jia expelled a scorching heat wave, which, bolstered by the sunny weather, effortlessly shattered Tianxia's Cross Poison and surged directly towards it. Tianxia was struck by the heat wave, letting out a pained cry as its body spiraled out of control and plummeted from the sky. Fang Mo's brow furrowed as he swiftly commanded, Tianxia, regain your balance. Yet there was no opportunity for that. He Lu Jia, leap and use Flame Fang. He Lu Jia sprung forth, revealing its sharp fangs and attacking Tianxia once more with Flame Fang. Tianxia fell to the ground, its eyes swirling in disorientation. At that moment, the sunny weather began to finally dissipate. Tianxia had been effortlessly defeated, and He Lu Jia was likely at around level 30. Furthermore, how had the sunny weather persisted for so long? Chu Yanqing's Cold Turtle must have been equipped with a heat rock, extending the duration of the sun. Fortunately, the sun had finally set, allowing Guatuwa to take the stage without concern. Come forth, Guatuwa. Upon its arrival, Guatuwa locked eyes with He Lu Jia, both exuding equal intensity. Chu Yanqing sneered at the sight of Guatuwa. Is this your trump card? Hardly impressive. The true measure of strength will soon be revealed. Guatuwa, use Power-Up Punch. Guatuwa swiftly approached He Lu Jia, delivering a powerful punch to its left cheek. He Lu Jia was pushed back a few steps, its gaze towards Guatuwa turning increasingly menacing. Guatuwa, continue with Power-Up Punch. He Lu Jia, counter with Charged Flame Attack. Guatuwa's Power-Up Punch collided with He Lu Jia's Charged Flame Attack, one red and one blue, neither yielding to the other, resulting in a shockwave that forced both Pokémon to step back. He Lu Jia, use Thunderfang. Guatuwa, evade its Thunderfang. Guatuwa deftly retreated, dodging He Lu Jia's relentless assaults, while He Lu Jia continued to attack, snapping its jaws in pursuit. He Lu Jia seized an opportunity, biting down hard on Guatuwa's shoulder. Guatuwa, unleash Power-Up Punch. Guatuwa retaliated with a Power-Up Punch, forcing He Lu Jia back in pain. Electric currents danced around Guatuwa, hindering its movements. How aggravating. The chance of being paralyzed by Thunderfang is minuscule, yet Guatuwa has encountered it. Guatuwa, unleash Waterfall with all your might. Guatuwa struggled against its paralysis to execute Waterfall. A tremendous torrent of water surged around Guatuwa, forming a cascading waterfall that rushed towards He Lu Jia. He Lu Jia attempted to evade, but the water's speed was too swift, quickly engulfing it. He Lu Jia thrashed within the deluge, emitting anguished cries. The true power of Waterfall was now on full display, the impact rendering He Lu Jia unable to withstand the assault. Chu Yanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Guatuwa could unleash such a formidable waterfall while in a paralyzed state. As the water receded, He Lu Jia lay soaked and defeated on the ground, having lost the will to fight. In jest, with 3 enhancements to physical attack, could the power of the waterfall cascade be insignificant? Chu Yanxin retracted her Hey Lu Jia, her face filled with reluctance as she gazed at Fang Mo, remarking, I must concede, both you and your Guadua are formidable, yet this badge is not easily acquired. Chapter 22, the first gym badge. Chu Yanxin dispatched her final Pokémon, Yizue Yanshou. Fang Mo eyed Yizue Yanshou, his fists clenched. This Yizue Yanshou was likely of a higher level than the previous Hey Lu Jia, probably around level 34 or 35, perhaps even higher, presenting a considerable challenge. Guadua, do your best. If we lose this time, we shall return another day. Guadua shook its head and assumed a fighting stance, determination gleaming in its eyes. Very well. Let us give it our all. Unleash the waterfall cascade. Yizue Yanshou, use the big character fire. Yizue Yanshou raised its cannon-like left arm. Flames gathering before erupting into a massive blaze in the shape of a character. The big character fire unleashed by Yizue Yanshou was evidently more powerful than that of the coal turtle. Yet Guadua also poured all its strength into the waterfall cascade. The two formidable energies collided, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light. Steam and heat enveloped the arena, momentarily obscuring the scene. As the brilliance dimmed, Guadua took advantage of the water's momentum, nimbly darting through the flames to land behind Yizue Yanshou. Fang Mo's eyes brightened as he shouted, Guadua, unleash the water pulse. With a swift motion, Guadua launched a powerful water pulse, striking Yizue Yanshou's back and sending waves of pain coursing through its body. Yizue Yanshou, use fire punch. Yizue Yanshou turned. Its fist ignited with roaring flames, delivering a fierce blow to Guadua. Guadua crossed its arms defensively, bracing itself against the impact of the fire punch. Yet, as the attack intensified, Guadua's feet began to slide backwards, struggling to maintain its ground. Guadua used double edge. With a resolute cry, the pain from earlier transformed into a surge of power that flowed into Guadua's fists. With a resounding crash, Guadua knocked Yizue Yanshou over. Damn it! Yizue Yanshou unleashed the big character fire. Rising once more, Yizue Yanshou unleashed the big character fire again. Guadua, defend. Guadua crossed its arms, forming a solid barrier to withstand the ferocious attack. However, Yizue Yanshou ceased its assault and charged like an arrow, striking with a devastating fire punch. Guadua, having just defended, could not react in time and was struck squarely by the fire punch, sent flying several meters, rolling across the ground before barely managing to rise. Gasping for breath, Chu Yanxin looked at Guadua with disdain, launching another attack. Yizue Yanshou, finish it off with the big character fire. Guadua, use the waterfall cascade with all your might. Guadua summoned its last reserves of strength, its body radiating a brilliant light as a more powerful tsunami surged forth to meet the incoming big character fire. The roar was deafening, shaking the entire battlefield. Dust swirling and smoke rising. As the chaos subsided, Yizue Yanshou knelt on one knee, clutching its chest, evidently gravely injured. Opposite it, Guadua lay defeated, its eyes swirling. Guadua has lost its fighting capability. Please dispatch your final Pokémon. With Guadua defeated, only Yin Rimiao remained. As for the outcome, fate would decide. You have worked hard. Guadua, you have nothing to regret. Come forth, Yin Rimiao. It is now your turn. Do your best. Although Yin Rimiao had sustained some injuries in its battle against the coal turtle, Yizue Yanshou was also severely wounded by Guadua. Yizue Yanshou, despite its injuries, rose and unleashed a torrent of flames into the sky to assert its dominance. Yin Rimiao, use Swords Dance. Several swords appeared around Yin Rimiao, spinning rapidly and significantly enhancing its physical attack. Yizue Yanshou, unleash another big character fire. Another powerful wave of big character fire surged from Yizue Yanshou, accompanied by an overwhelming heatwave, charging towards Yin Rimiao. Yin Rimiao, defend. The barrier before Yin Rimiao barely held against the onslaught of the big character fire. Excellent. Yin Rimiao, once more with Swords Dance. With a meow, additional blue swords appeared, further enhancing its physical attack. The intensified Yin Rimiao instilled a profound sense of crisis in Chu Yanxin, who stuttered. Yizue Yanshou, charge in and use fire punch. With a roar, Yizue Yanshou lunged at Yin Rimiao. Yin Rimiao, build up for flame charge. Flames surged around Yin Rimiao, rocketing towards Yizue Yanshou's fire punch like a meteor. Under the impact of Yin Rimiao's flame charge, Yizue Yanshou's fire punch was gradually suppressed. The searing flames relentlessly battered Yizue Yanshou's defenses, eliciting a painful roar as its form began to falter. With a thunderous crash, Yizue Yanshou was propelled backward by the force of the flame charge, crashing heavily against the arena's edge, struggling to regain its footing. Now, Yin Rimiao, unleash another flame charge. The first flame charge had already increased its speed. This time, it was swifter and more ferocious. Yizue Yanshou, unleash the big character fire. With great difficulty, Yizue Yanshou lifted its left arm, the flames gathering sluggishly due to its injuries. Before it could fully gather its flames, Yin Rimiao collided with its chest, disrupting the big character fire. Yuzue Yinsho's eyes widened in shock as it collapsed, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The referee, astonished, stammered, that is, Yuzue Yinsho has lost its fighting capability. Thus the victor is the challenger, Fang Mo. What? My Yuzue Yinsho lost. Shu Yinshin clenched her fists, glaring at Fang Mo, unable to accept the reality of her defeat. Yet, there was nothing she could do. The league's rules clearly stipulated that if a challenger defeated a gym leader, the gym leader must surrender the badge. Failure to do so could result in the gym being dismantled or even imprisonment for decades. Fang Mo withdrew, Yin Ri Miao, silently approaching Chu Yinshin to claim the badge he rightfully earned. Reluctantly, Chu Yinshin produced a badge from her pocket, tossing it to the ground before huffily turning away. Her act of discarding the badge sparked Fang Mo's displeasure. He bent down to pick up the gym badge, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Yinshin's retreating figure. To lose yet refuse to acknowledge it, such a person is unworthy of being a gym leader. Fang Mo etched the name Chu Yinshin firmly in his memory. For this day's actions would surely haunt her in the future. Upon exiting the gym, Fang Mo discovered that Yin Ri Miao had leveled up to 20. Entering its mature phase. Pokémon, Yin Ri Miao. Gender, male. Level, 20. Ability, Intimidate. Known moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Lick, Roar, Swords Dance, Protect, Fury Swipes, Bite, Flame Charge, Double Kick. Inherited moves, Fake Out, Taunt, Swagger. Following this, Fang Mo hurried to the Pokémon Center, for this battle had left Guadawa and the others with numerous injuries. Chapter 23, The Shimmering Fisherman. After the gym battle, Fang Mo was eager to depart from Shiyi City, apprehensive of the potential retaliation from Jin Guishuan. That wretched creature wouldn't dare to hire someone to assassinate me, would it? I must make haste. If I delay even a moment longer, I fear my head may roll. Fang Mo swiftly hailed a cab and made his way to the northern exit of Shiyi City. His next challenge awaited at the Xuanyu Dojo in Xuanyu Town, conveniently reachable by walking straight from the northern exit. Upon exiting, he found himself by the seaside, where a notable assembly of anglers was engaged in fishing. Indeed, there were many fishing enthusiasts here, some pursuing it as a hobby, while others relied on it for their livelihood. As dusk approached, the number of anglers swelled, which struck Fang Mo as somewhat peculiar. He decided to inquire with a passerby, "Good sir, why are there so many people fishing here?" The passerby, perceiving Fang Mo's sincerity and lack of malice, responded, "These anglers have gathered for a legendary golden koi king. Earlier today, an old man happened upon it while wandering here and even captured a photograph. The news has spread far and wide. Thank you, kind sir." After the passerby departed, Fang Mo gazed at the throng of anglers, feeling a burgeoning desire for the golden koi king himself. It is said that upon evolution, the koi king transforms into the majestic red Gyarados, which boasts a commendable distribution of stats and an extensive skill set. I would indeed relish the opportunity to nurture a Gyarados, particularly one as striking as the red variant. Nevertheless, I should be content with my Shiny Greninja. There is no need to pursue shininess excessively. Besides, it is unlikely anyone could actually catch the golden koi king. Suddenly, a shout broke through the crowd. Old Wong has caught the golden koi king. What a swift turn of fate. All the anglers gathered around a figure known as Old Wong. Fang Mo, leveraging his height of 178 centimeters, managed to peer through the crowd to catch a glimpse of Old Wong. He was a frail old man with hair as white as frost, slightly hunched over, clad in a faded blue shirt that bespoke of modesty rather than wealth. Old Wong proudly cradled a koi king that seemed nearly as large as himself, his face radiating sheer pride. This koi king appeared quite sizable. While a normal koi king measures around 0.9 meters, this one must be at least 1.4 to 1.5 meters long. Old Wong relished the envy directed at him from the onlookers. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Old Wong, are you selling that golden koi king?" This query jolted Old Wong back to reality. He pondered, "Indeed, I must make a living. What use is this golden koi king to me? I need money to purchase a starter Pokémon for my grandson." Old Wong urged the crowd to step back, forming a circle around him, and proclaimed, "If anyone wishes to buy my golden koi king, the price is 8 million. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss." Old Wong, are you serious? 8 million for a mere koi king? That's more than the 3 starters combined. Typically, a normal koi king sells for a few thousand. Does he think his golden koi king is encrusted with gold? In response to the crowd's outcry, Old Wong crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and sat upon a bamboo stool. At this moment, an elderly man with a shrewd appearance approached Old Wong, wearing a forced smile. "Old Wong, let us be reasonable. I'll offer you 500,000. You know the market price for a koi king. 500,000 is quite generous." Old Wong, infuriated, pushed the old man aside and retorted, "To hell with your 500,000. It's 8 million, not a penny less." The old man, having stumbled back, regained his footing and was equally incensed. "Fine, if you want to sell for 500,000, let us see who would pay 8 million for this koi king." Old Wong's reaction ignited the ire of the audience, and a torrent of insults ensued, yet none dared to take action. A familiar elderly figure approached old Wang, prompting the crowd to fall silent. Whispers circulated amongst the spectators. This was Du Yuguang, a wealthy benefactor known for his philanthropy, having assisted countless beggars and the impoverished. Indeed, Du Yuguang had set his sights on the Koi King. His benevolent smile caused old Wang to relax slightly, though he remained cautious. I'll take it for 8 million. And I can pay right now. Old Wang stood up in excitement, scarcely believing Du Yuguang's words. After a moment, he asked, is that truly the case? More genuine than gold. Just as old Wang was about to hand over the Koi King, Fang Mo interjected loudly, I'll offer 9 million. Old Wang, on the brink of completing the transaction, was momentarily stunned, and Du Yuguang's smile faltered. The crowd parted to make way for Fang Mo as he approached old Wang. Reiterating, I'll pay 9 million, will you sell? Before old Wang could respond, Du Yuguang, flustered, urged, young man, it's a matter of first come, first served. I spoke first. To Du Yuguang's reasoning, Fang Mo retorted succinctly, the highest bidder wins. All eyes turned to old Wang, who held the key to the transaction. All right, 9 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and Du Yuguang could no longer maintain his composure, while Fang Mo remained unruffled, for he had anticipated this outcome. Old Wang knew that refusing Du Yuguang, a well-known philanthropist, would invite scorn, but for a poor man like him, enduring a few insults for an extra million was worth it. Du Yuguang spoke again, I'll offer 920,000. Is that satisfactory? Come on, young man. Do me a favor and don't contest this. Fang Mo cast a disdainful glance at Du Yuguang and raised his bid once more, 10 million. Du Yuguang was left speechless, never expecting Fang Mo to show him no favor. After all, he was a benefactor who had aided many. Yet, to Fang Mo, the goodwill of a philanthropist held little value. What did it matter if he had helped the impoverished? In critical moments, such aid proved ineffectual. If he had connections with the influential, perhaps Fang Mo might have considered extending him some courtesy, but as it stood, Du Yuguang's network was comprised of the destitute. Having exhausted his funds, Du Yuguang could no longer compete, as 920,000 was already his limit. After Fang Mo handed old Wang a 10 million yuan bank card, old Wang eagerly relinquished the golden Koi King and departed swiftly. Fang Mo produced a luxury ball and effortlessly captured the golden Koi King. Subsequently, he took out a scorpion-esque luxury ball. After releasing the scorpion, he mounted it and flew away in full view of the crowd. The onlookers remained, whispering among themselves and gossiping about Du Yuguang. Never before had Du Yuguang felt such humiliation. He lowered his head and hastily exited. Chapter 24, Gyarados. After flying on the scorpion for a while, Fang Mo descended. He gently patted the scorpion's head and said, thank you for your hard work. Return for now. He then examined the information panel of his fourth Pokémon. The Koi King. Pokémon, Koi King. Gender, male. Level, 38. Ability, Swift Swim. Known moves, Bounce, Tackle, Flail. What is this? At level 38 and still not evolved? Shouldn't Koi King evolve into Gyarados at level 20? While I understand that evolution doesn't occur at the press of a button, surely it wouldn't take until level 40 to evolve. Fang Mo took out the luxury ball containing the Koi King and released it to investigate further. The enormous golden Koi King emerged, bouncing excitedly on the ground, its gaze exuding intelligence. Its body gleamed in gold, adorned with 2 long whiskers resembling those of a catfish at its mouth, and its dorsal and ventral fins appeared crown-like. Fang Mo took out the Pokédex and scanned the Liu Wang, only to be greeted by a mechanical voice. Liu Wang, the fish Pokémon, capable of thriving in the dirtiest waters, is an exceptionally resilient creature, renowned for its leaping prowess. Fang Mo sighed. After all, he had spent 10 million to acquire this shiny Pokémon, and he could not simply neglect it. He proceeded to feed it several intermediate water energy cubes. Upon consuming the cubes, Liu Wang displayed a blissful expression. Fang Mo gently patted Liu Wang's head and continued to provide it with the energy cubes. After recalling it, he approached a small pond and released it once more. Liu Wang swam back and forth in the pond, frequently leaping out of the water. Come forth, Guadawa. Yanramiao, Tinxia. Upon their emergence, the 3 Pokémon noticed their new companion, Liu Wang. Guadawa showed neither disdain nor excitement, while Yanramiao leaped onto Liu Wang's back, riding it through the water. The mischievous Tianxia playfully pinched Liu Wang's dorsal fin, resembling a crown. Startled, Liu Wang's eyes widened, and it leapt 3 meters high, causing Yanramiao to jump back to the shore in fright. Having learned its lesson, Liu Wang kept its distance from Tianxia, who grinned mischievously, continuing to follow Liu Wang and intimidate it with its pincers. Observing this scene, Fang Mo felt a sense of helplessness but decided to let them be. Perhaps Liu Wang would evolve through battle. It would be better to find a wild Pokémon as its opponent. Fang Mo scanned the surroundings, hoping to find a rival of comparable strength for Liu Wang. Suddenly, a large Quassia crab caught his eye, scuttling along the ground with its formidable pincers. This Quassia crab had not yet evolved, likely around level 20, whereas Liu Wang was over 10 levels higher, so defeating it should pose no challenge. Liu Wang, come here. After a moment, Liu Wang responded slowly, swimming leisurely towards Fang Mo. Why are you so sluggish? This Liu Wang doesn't seem very bright. Could it be a result of inbreeding? As Liu Wang swished its tail, its innocent gaze appeared harmless. Liu Wang, do you see that quassia crab? Use tackle on it. Liu Wang looked in the direction Fang Mo pointed, but upon seeing the pincers, it immediately jumped behind Fang Mo. What are you afraid of? You're nearly a level 40 Pokémon. There's no need to fear it. Liu Wang shook its head, refusing to engage. Guadawa, demonstrate for Liu Wang. Use water pulse. Guadawa casually conjured a water pulse and hurled it at the quassia crab, which was instantly dazed and left with swirling eyes. Fang Mo realized he had overestimated the quassia crab. It likely hadn't even reached level 15. If Liu Wang was frightened by such a weak opponent, it would be even more embarrassing. After witnessing Guatuwa's victory, a glimmer of envy flickered in Liu Wang's eyes. So, Liu Wang, do you wish to battle? Finally, Liu Wang nodded and excitedly leaped several times in the water. There was also a Jiao Jinyu swimming in the pond. Go, Liu Wang. Use tackle on that Jiao Jinyu. Liu Wang focused on the Jiao Jinyu and, after several seconds, remembered what tackle was, charging towards it with great force. Liu Wang's massive body was significantly larger than the Jiao Jinyu, and the impact sent the latter flying. Phew. Thankfully it's not completely weak. It has some offensive power. After knocking the Jiao Jinyu away, Liu Wang jumped repeatedly to express its joy. With newfound confidence, Liu Wang swam in the water and collided with another Pokémon. It seemed Liu Wang had bumped into something. Upon realizing the identity of the Pokémon beneath the surface, Liu Wang's eyes widened in alarm, and it frantically swam to the shore, leaping onto dry land. What is wrong, Liu Wang? What did you find in the water? Liu Wang kept nudging Fang Mo, clearly frightened, prompting him to recall it. What could have scared Liu Wang so much? Fang Mo leaned closer to the riverbank, peering into the depths but seeing nothing. Guadawa approached him and also gazed into the water, suddenly widening its eyes as if it spotted something. A massive shark's head surged from the water, splashing everywhere, and Guadawa swiftly pulled Fang Mo back several paces. Jia Sha, a Jia Sha has appeared here, Fang Mo realized, understanding that Liu Wang had collided with it. Tianxia and Yanra Miao rushed to Fang Mo's side, taking up defensive stances to protect him. Countless streams of water enveloped the Jia Sha, hurtling towards Fang Mo and his companions with a water gun attack. Fang Mo reacted quickly, shouting, defend. Guadawa, Tianxia, and Yanra Miao formed barriers to withstand the Jia Sha's assault. The Jia Sha was repelled back into the water, creating a massive splash, only to leap out again. Jaws wide open, aimed at Fang Mo and the others. Yanra Miao, use surprise strike. Yanra Miao leaped up and slapped the Jia Sha on its large forehead. The Jia Sha recoiled in fear, halting its advance and retreating into the water. Judging by its size and the power of the previous water gun, it was likely nearing the elite level. Perfect, I want to see how strong my 3 Pokémon truly are. Capturing this Jia Sha would be quite a feat. Guadawa, Yanra Miao, Tianxia, prepare for battle. Guadu, Miao, Gula. Chapter 25, A Defeated Conclusion. Guadawa unleashed a water pulse, Yanra Miao summoned sparks, and Tianxia executed cross poison. As Fang Mo issued his commands, Guadawa conjured a massive blue water sphere, launching it rapidly at the Jia Sha, which spun in flight, creating ripples. Yanra Miao opened its mouth wide, releasing a flurry of fiery sparks closely following the water pulse. Tianxia swiftly swung its pincers, crafting a cross-shaped purple poison blade that attacked the Jia Sha from the side. The Jia Sha sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but the speed of the attacks was overwhelming. The water pulse struck its side first, causing a powerful impact that made its body sway. Soon after, sparks and cross poison followed suit, igniting flames upon its body while the toxins swiftly infiltrated its wounds. The Jia Sha let out a furious roar, blood seeping from its injuries, indicating that it had indeed been harmed by this series of assaults. Hovering in the air, it gathered water around itself once more, preparing for another water gun. Still coming for more? Everyone, use Protect. Guadawa, Tianxia, and Yanra Miao immediately assumed defensive stances, activating their Protect shields. The Jia Sha crashed into the barrier created by Protect, producing a deafening roar as the shield trembled violently. Guadawa and the others gritted their teeth, struggling to maintain their defense. The Jia Sha had increased its speed, likely due to its hidden ability, Speed Boost, complicating matters further. Guadawa, use Waterfall. Tianxia, employ Cross Poison. Yanra Miao, stay behind, and continuously use Swords Dance until you can no longer enhance your attack. Guadawa leaped into action, a waterfall surging beneath its feet, propelling it towards the Jia Sha. Meanwhile, Tianxia lashed out with its pincers once more, unleashing 2 cross-poison attacks from different angles aimed at the Jia Sha. Yanra Miao remained in the rear, surrounded by rapidly spinning swords, each rotation boosting its offensive strength. The formidable JYSH adeptly swayed its body to evade the scorpion's lethal cross-shaped venomous blade. However, it was struck heavily by the waterfall attack from the Gutia frog, causing it to stagger slightly. The acceleration trait of JYSH activated once more, propelling it towards the Scorpion with a powerful water jet. The second surge of speed rendered JYSH so swift that the Scorpion could not evade, and it was struck directly by the water jet, the massive impact sending it uncontrollably crashing into a nearby tree. The Scorpion gradually slid down, its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. FNGM furrowed his brow and recalled the Scorpion. The YNRMEO needed to enhance its sword's dance one more time, leaving the responsibility to Gutia Frog. Gutia Frog gathered water once again to unleash Waterfall, surging towards JYSH like a cascading torrent. JYSH retaliated with another water jet, and the two powerful streams of water collided fiercely in midair, sending splashes in every direction. Due to the level disparity, Gutia Frog began to feel overwhelmed, being knocked back by the force of the water jet and crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, it bled from numerous wounds. Simultaneously, YNRMEO completed its final sword's dance enhancement, emanating a formidable aura. Very good, YNRMEO unleashed the charged flame. The flames surrounding YNRMEO surged explosively, taking on a searing orange-red hue intermingled with hints of gold. Enveloped in flames, YNRMEO charged at JYSH like a missile ablaze. This charged flame wielded an unparalleled force, warping the air in its wake. Upon colliding with JYSH, the flames instantly engulfed it, resulting in a violent explosion. Seizing the opportunity, FNGM hurled a great ball, which captured JYSH in an instant. The great ball sank into the water, bobbing on the surface, its red light flashing incessantly. JYSH emerged from the great ball and dove into the depths of the sea, no longer daring to confront FNGM. Ultimately, this attempt at capture ended in failure. Damn it, after all that effort, it still eludes capture. The momentum of YNRMEO and Gutia Frog surged to a new level, each gaining a level. It wasn't a complete loss. At least they had leveled up. FNGM released the Scorpion, administering a high-grade healing spray to it, while also tending to Gutia Frog and YNRMEO. The disheartened expression on the Scorpion's face was impossible to conceal. Knowing that YNRMEO and Gutia Frog had exerted considerable effort while it had been defeated in an instant. FNGM noticed the Scorpion's expression and gently patted its head, offering reassurance. Didn't you also put in a lot of effort? Gutia Frog and YNRMEO have already evolved. When you evolve, you won't be any weaker than them. By the time the Scorpion reaches level 20, it will be nearly time for its evolution. Delaying further may hinder its progress. As for the sharp fangs, I am uncertain where to procure them. We shall take it one step at a time. By the time Gutia Frog and the others had recovered, dusk was approaching. FNGM set up a tent and kindled a campfire. Suddenly, the nearby bushes rustled, and Gutia Frog became alert, approaching the foliage and rummaging through it. Eventually pulling out a small creature. FNGM approached Gutia Frog and observed what it held, a DNGD-NGSH. The DNGD-NGSH struggled vigorously to escape Gutia Frog's grasp, but Gutia Frog held it firmly, as if it were an immovable mountain. DNGD. The Scorpion and YNRMEO approached, intrigued by the small creature in Gutia Frog's hands. FNGM retrieved his Pokédex, aimed it at DNGD-NGSH. And a mechanical voice announced, DNGD-NGSH, the antenna Pokémon, uses its whiskers as antennas to transmit and receive radio waves, maintaining communication with distant companions. YNRMEO tapped Gutia Frog's hand with its paw, meowing a few times, likely expressing a desire to play with the little mouse. Gutia Frog placed DNGD-NGSH into YNRMEO's paws, and when DNGD-NGSH saw YNRMEO's sharp claws, it nearly fainted from fright. Meow? YNRMEO set DNGD-NGSH on the ground, pressing its paw on it and rolling it around like a ball. FNGM observed, but did not intervene in their antics. Overwhelmed with terror, DNGD-NGSH suddenly released an electric shock, startling YNRMEO, which withdrew its paw. Seizing the moment, DNGD-NGSH attempted to flee, but the Scorpion caught it effortlessly. DNGD-NGSH unleashed another electric shock, but the Scorpion, being of the ground type, was entirely unaffected. The Scorpion opened its mouth wide, poised to devour DNGD-NGSH. DNGD-NGSH fainted from fright. The Scorpion shook DNGD-NGSH repeatedly, yet it remained unresponsive. Meow meow. YNRMEO communicated something to the Scorpion, prompting it to place DNGD-NGSH on its head. YNRMEO then approached Gutia Frog, meowing insistently, requesting that Gutia Frog use water to awaken DNGD-NGSH. Gutia Frog appeared exasperated but sprayed a jet of water onto DNGD-NGSH, drenching it and instantly reviving it. DNGD-NGSH leapt off YNRMEO's head, attempting to escape, only to be captured again by YNRMEO's claws. DNGD-NGSH, feeling utterly defeated, simply froze in place. Its immobility dampened YNRMEO's enthusiasm considerably, leading it to toss DNGD-NGSH to the Scorpion. The scorpion attempted to intimidate DNGD-NGSH with its large pincers, but DNGD-NGSH remained still, regardless of the scorpion's efforts to frighten it. DNGD-NGSH showed no response, leading the scorpion to return it to Gutiufrog. Upon receiving DNGD-NGSH back, Gutiufrog simply tossed it away. Chapter 26. Entering the Desert. FNGM had traversed the woods in a single day, only to find that at the end lay a vast desert. This is my first time in a desert. Crossing this expanse leads to Shu Ingi town. How intriguing. The endless sand stretched before him, the blazing sun overhead causing FNGM to sweat profusely. This is utterly pointless. Gutiufrog, come forth. Once Gutiufrog appeared, FNGM pointed to his face and said, spray some water. It's scorching. Although puzzled, Gutiufrog obeyed FNGM's command and sprayed water onto his face. Oh, much cooler now. Return. It's too hot for you to stay out. After recalling Gutiufrog, FNGM continued his journey through the desert. This desolate expanse offered nothing. Not even a Pokémon to capture as a mount. A thunderous roar erupted, prompting FNGM to become vigilant, scanning the surroundings. He released Gutiufrog, YNRMO, and the scorpion, deeming the Magikarp unnecessary. The source of the sound soon revealed itself. A desert dragonfly appeared in the sky. Its body was predominantly green, adorned with 2 green antennae atop its head. It possessed 2 green wings, edged in red, and its tail consisted of 8 segments alternating between light green and green. The desert dragonfly circled in the air before suddenly opening its mouth, expelling a torrent of sand, which swiftly coalesced into a fierce sandstorm, sweeping towards FNGM and his Pokémon. Everyone, shield yourselves. FNGM shouted urgently. Gutiufrog, YNRMO, and the scorpion immediately focused, each conjuring a layer of green shields to protect themselves and FNGM. The debris within the sandstorm relentlessly assaulted their shields, producing a cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, another figure appeared, striking the shield with a claw, creating faint cracks. This is troublesome. There's also ALMing. The desert dragonfly charged in, opening its maw to unleash a purple dragon breath. The fiery breath struck the shield, generating immense power and causing the cracks to deepen. Damn, I need to find something to divert their attention. Both of them are elite-level Pokémon, far beyond my current capabilities to handle. Should I use the KYW-ing as bait? No, I cannot sacrifice my KYW-ing. Fang Mo tossed out 4 or 5 ground-type energy cubes, which captured the attention of the Li-M-ing-O. The scent of ground-type energy instantly captivated the Li-M-ing-O, prompting it to abandon its attack and turn to consume the energy cubes. The SHMQ-NDN, seeing the Li-M-ing-O indulging, could no longer contain itself and rushed over to snatch the remaining energy cubes, devouring them in a single bite. After the cubes were taken, the Li-M-ing-O became furious, lunging at the SHMQ-NDN and biting its shoulder. The pain compelled the SHMQ-NDN to retaliate, unleashing its fiery breath to repel the Li-M-ing-O. The 2 Pokémon began to confront one another. Their initial alliance crumbled over a mere morsel of food, a testament to the wild nature of Pokémon. Fang Mo hurled 5 more ground-type energy cubes, and this time, both the SHMQ-NDN and Li-M-ing-O lunged forward to compete for the food. Fang Mo quickly recalled GUTUW and YNRMO, mounting the TNX to flee. TNX, fly with all your might. As they sped away, the SHMQ-NDN noticed Fang Mo's escape, abandoning its struggle with the Li-M-ing-O, and swiftly pursued the TNX. With the SHMQ-NDN no longer contesting the food, the Li-M-ing-O devoured the energy cube in one gulp and spotted Fang Mo's retreat, giving chase. However, as the Li-M-ing-O could not fly, it had to scramble desperately across the desert. They were closing in too quickly. Fang Mo needed to divert them again. He tossed more energy cubes behind, but the SHMQ-NDN had grown wise and ignored them, while the cubes obstructed the Li-M-ing-O. The SHMQ-NDN accelerated again, aiming its fiery breath at the TNX. Fortunately, the SHMQ-NDN's aim was off while flying. Unable to strike, spurred on by Fang Mo, the TNX flapped its wings with all its strength, harnessing the tailwind to gain speed. The SHMQ-NDN was undeterred, angrily unleashing a sandstorm. The TNX struggled to navigate through it, the sand battering its body. Fang Mo grew anxious, and suddenly, he spotted a massive cluster of rocks ahead. TNX, fly towards that rock formation. The TNX, upon seeing the rocks, flew determinedly toward them, using the rocks as cover to evade the SHMQ-NDN's sandstorm and fiery breath. The larger SHMQ-NDN found its speed hampered while navigating the rocky terrain. Phew, I can breathe easy now. Just as Fang Mo felt relief, another SHMQ-NDN appeared ahead. This is getting ridiculous. The approaching SHMQ-NDN unleashed its fiery breath, but the TNX reacted just in time, employing its shield. The pursuing SHMQ-NDN caught up, sandwiching Fang Mo and the TNX between them. Both SHMQ and DN opened their mouths simultaneously, unleashing their fiery breath in a dual assault. TNX down. The TNX suddenly dove down, causing the two fiery breaths to collide with each other. The paralysis effect of the flames triggered, causing both SHMQ and DN to plummet from the sky, finding it difficult to regain altitude due to the paralysis. Meanwhile, the TNX leveled up during this chase, a delightful surprise. Fang Mo sighed in relief, ready to instruct the TNX to continue their journey when suddenly the sand beneath them stirred violently, and the Li Mo burst forth from the ground, colliding with the TNX. The TNX yelped in pain, nearly throwing Fang Mo off balance. Fang Mo cursed under his breath at how swiftly the Li Mo had caught up. The Li Mo's expression morphed into something terrifying, and upon seeing it, the TNX displayed a look of fear, slowing its pace. It was a horrifying visage that would reduce its opponent's speed. How did this Li Mo suddenly become so cunning? At my current strength, challenging an elite-level Pokémon is nothing but a fool's dream. I must escape quickly. The Li Mo jumped high into the air, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp teeth. As it charged forward, Fang Mo raised his hand, shooting a tranquilizer dart into the Li Mo's mouth. The Li Mo suddenly felt its body go numb, its attack trajectory faltering midair. Yet, mere seconds later, the Li Mo spat out the tranquilizer dart, its fury intensifying. My tranquilizer is ineffective against such an elite-level Pokémon. The Li Mo sprinted forward once more, leaping high, its tail gathering water to strike at the TNX with a water-wrapped sweep. The TNX was struck hard, letting out a cry as it fell from the sky. Fang Mo followed suit, but he reacted quickly, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact. This Li Mo also possesses a water tail. This is becoming increasingly troublesome. Just as Fang Mo intended to flee, he discovered his foot sinking into the sand, the ground swallowing him deeper and deeper. The TNX was also ensnared, sinking faster until it was completely engulfed. The Li Mo approached with a smug grin, slowly advancing toward Fang Mo. Fang Mo struggled desperately against the sandy confines, but the more he fought, the deeper he sank. No, I don't want to die yet. I still have so much of my 50 billion fortune left to spend. Suddenly, the sinking accelerated exponentially. Within moments, they were entirely submerged. The Li Mo was momentarily stunned, feeling its own feet beginning to sink. However, as an elite-level Pokémon, it was relatively easy for the Li Mo to extricate itself. It quickly freed itself and sprinted away, irate that it could not capture Fang Mo as a meal. Chapter 27, The Ancient City. GL. Fang Mo felt something tapping on his shoulder. When he opened his eyes again, he was met with the large eyes of the TNX. TNX? TNX, you're still here, and so am I. Fang Mo slowly rose, feeling soreness all over. Was I not trapped in the sand? Is this not the underworld? Upon surveying his surroundings, he realized he was not in sand, but rather against genuine walls, though they bore the marks of ancient times. A cold breeze brushed against Fang Mo's face, sending a shiver down his spine, even feeling somewhat eerie. Gu Tuw. YNRMO, come forth. With the arrival of Gu Tuw and YNRMO, Fang Mo felt a sense of relief. He needed to find an exit promptly. Remaining here would inevitably lead to starvation. Although he had ample supplies in his spatial ring, they would not last a month. If he could not find a way out within a month, he would perish from hunger. Let us go. We must find an exit. Stay close to me. YNRMO to his left, the TNX to his right, and Gu Tuw leading the way, they ventured forth. After several hours, exhaustion set in, and Fang Mo signaled for Gu Tuw to take a break. Leaning against the wall, he took a sip of water, carefully observing the surroundings, hoping to find a clue in the corners. Suddenly, a flock of peculiar creatures flew toward them. Fang Mo turned to see several Ornzh. What are these bizarre Pokémon doing here? An oddity indeed, as their evolution results in a decrease in total stats. With an HP of merely 1, no matter how many levels they gain, it remains unchanged. However, their ability is quite troublesome, as only exceptionally effective moves can harm them. Dozens of Ornzh suddenly brightened their eyes and unleashed shadow balls in Fang Mo's direction. Gu Tuw immediately activated its shield to protect Fang Mo, while YNRMO and the TNX quickly followed suit, positioning themselves in front of him to activate their shields as well. This group of Ornzh appears hostile. I suppose I shall not hold back. Ornzh, a Pokémon of bug and ghost types, is particularly vulnerable to fire, dark, ghost, rock, and flying types. Enraged Meow unleashed a charged flame strike, while TNXE executed a dark strike, and Gu Tuf launched a tongue lick. With only a single hit point, Ornzh succumbed to a mere brush with Gu Tuf's moves. Within mere minutes, all Ornzh had perished. Excellent, let us proceed. As they traversed the final intersection, FNGM was utterly astounded by the scene before him. Even the proud and ruthless Gu Tuf displayed signs of surprise. It was an ancient city, or more accurately, the ruins of a once magnificent civilization. The city gate stood with only 2 charred pillars remaining, a rusted iron chain dangling between them, resembling a dying serpent. At the chain's end hung an empty copper helmet, its crown cleaved, a desiccated finger bone embedded in the crack. When FNGM reached out to touch it, the helmet fell with a clang, crashing into a pile of bones, sending not dust but a fine powder of crushed remains into the air. Underfoot lay not grains of sand but layers upon layers of human and Pokémon bones, forming a broad riverbed of death, each step producing a brittle crunch, akin to countless tiny teeth gnawing at one another. The bones had long since weathered, crumbling into a pale powder upon contact. The surrounding silence was terrifying, devoid of birdsong or the chirping of insects. Even the echo of his own heartbeat seemed absorbed by the white bones. This ancient city appeared to have been ravaged, perhaps by the aftermath of a war, or possibly by a formidable Pokémon. In the distance, at the city's heart, a palace stood, a beam of violet light emanating from it towards the heavens, creating a barrier that enveloped the entire ancient city, preventing sand from concealing its remnants. This place was undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps it held the key to their escape. FNGM and his 3 Pokémon approached the palace, the sound of their footsteps echoing ominously. Could this be the ruin wrought by JGRD? He recalled a scene from the anime depicting JGRD annihilating an ancient kingdom. Perhaps his memory faltered. JGRD was a deity of order, a true first-tier god, on par with ecology and FNGWing. Across the globe, the cells of JGRD radiated, appearing whenever the core required them, becoming part of its being. Alternatively, it could have been the work of the destruction deity YPIRTR. After all, it was the god of ruin. After a lengthy journey, FNGM finally arrived at the palace, now in a state of disrepair. Passing through the entrance, he entered the courtyard, where the ground was not paved with stone bricks, but rather a mosaic of skulls and helmets fused together, scorched smooth by the fires of war. Each step shattered the bones beneath, the brittle sound reverberating through the empty arches, as if the palace still echoed with the screams of the past. FNGM trembled. The eerie atmosphere was indescribable. Had he not been accompanied by GUTUF and the others, he might have succumbed to fear. Entering the main hall, he beheld the throne. The dais of the throne had been halved, a portion of the golden seat melted and cascading down the steps, solidifying into a twisted golden waterfall, forever entombing several kneeling corpses upon the stairs, their bony hands raised, fingers pressed to their foreheads in final submission. FNGM was overwhelmed. This sight far exceeded his imagination. Upon the throne rested the source of the barrier enveloping the ancient city, an ancient pot of violet copper, with a long neck and a bulging belly. Its surface adorned with cracks resembling dark red patterns. The pot's mouth was sealed with 3 loops of chain and incantations. The lock rings inscribed with ancient writing FNGM had never seen before. His eyes widened. He seemed to recognize this object. With fervent effort, FNGM recalled seeing it in the anime. Yes, it was the punishment pot. He finally remembered, according to the anime. The punishment pot sealed the power of the mythical Pokémon HP. Only with the punishment pot could HP transform into its liberated form. HP bore 6 rings, capable of spatial teleportation at will. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was HP's ability to summon various legendary Pokémon. The iconic scene of ecology battling 7 foes and the awkward moment of GL-Do being unable to fly were both orchestrated by HP. The presence of the punishment pot indicated that this ancient city had been destroyed by HP. In the anime, it seemed that HP was sealed due to its rampant destruction of towns. Gazing at the punishment pot before him, FNGM suddenly felt an overwhelming desire. It seemed to beckon him. Seize the punishment pot, and you shall wield HP's power. His gaze grew dreamy, his feet moving involuntarily towards the pot. In an instant, he snapped back to reality, slapping himself to remain alert. This punishment pot possessed the ability to amplify desire. He must not be ensnared by its allure. Yet, even without being seduced, FNGM intended to take the punishment pot. Who would not desire such formidable power? Chapter 28. The Malevolent Shadow of HP. FNGM ascended the throne, extending his hand to grasp the punishment pot, exerting all his strength in an attempt to retrieve it. The pot shimmered with a black radiance when suddenly, a colossal figure descended from the sky, landing squarely beside the throne. It was B. New Jersey LS. Upon witnessing B. New Jersey LS's gargantuan form, FNGM released his grip on the punishment pot and retreated several paces, yet he did not flee entirely, for he was reluctant to abandon the pot. This B. New Jersey LS must be the guardian of the punishment pot, which posed a significant challenge, as B. New Jersey LS was a near deity, boasting an impressive base stat of 600. Furthermore, this B. New Jersey LS exuded a might far surpassing the rogue crocodile and desert dragonfly encountered in the arid expanse, likely a Pokémon of dominion. B. New Jersey LS opened its massive jaws, golden light flickering within, gradually coalescing. FNGM's soul nearly fled in terror at the sight, and he quickly recalled GUTUF and enraged meow. then mounted TNXE to take flight. B New Jersey LS unleashed a thick beam of pure white light, its immense power wreaking further havoc upon the already dilapidated palace. In the air, FNGM rode TNXE, secretly relieved. It was fortunate he had not lingered. This was a devastating move of the normal type, with a power of 150 not to be trifled with B New Jersey LS guarding the pot. Obtaining it seemed improbable. Yet, he could not relinquish the punishment pot. It was the vessel containing HP's power and perhaps the sole means of escape. Should he inadvertently be struck by B New Jersey LS, his fate would be sealed. The only option was the classic tactic, to lure the tiger away from its mountain. FNGM retreated to a corner, releasing Goo TUF and enraged Meow, along with TNXE, instructing them. You three must divert B New Jersey LS, using ranged attacks to draw its attention, and once it is engaged, do your utmost to hold it back. After discussing their plan, Goo TUF advanced first, launching 2 water pulses at B New Jersey LS. Enraged Meow followed suit with a barrage of sparks, while TNXE unleashed a cross poison. The Trio's attack struck B New Jersey LS, barely registering as a tickle. Despite the water pulse's effectiveness, it had little impact. B New Jersey LS did not heed FNGM's intentions, remaining steadfast, and retaliated. It stomped heavily, causing numerous rocks to rise from the ground. Hurtling towards Goo TUF and the others, the move rock slide. The 3 Pokémon clustered together, employing Protect, as a massive barrier materialized before them. As a result, the barrier shattered upon merely grazing the stone blocks. Guadawa was utterly taken aback. Previously, the trio's combined efforts had successfully withstood numerous formidable attacks. Yet this time it was effortlessly breached. The stones crashed down upon them, and after a resounding explosion, all 3 Pokémon unequivocally succumbed, losing their battle capabilities. Fang Mo hastily recalled Guadawa and its companions, then fled the scene. I had underestimated the might of a dominant-level quasi-deity. Obtaining the punishment vessel truly felt as daunting as scaling a mountain. Fang Mo administered high-grade healing potions to the incapacitated Guadawa and its companions before returning them to their Pokeballs to rest. What should I do next? Without the punishment vessel, there is no returning. I would be left to languish alone here, or worse, perish from hunger within a month. Suddenly, a thunderous sound emanated from the direction of Bangilas, capturing Fang Mo's attention. Could it be that Bangilas has destroyed the punishment vessel? I must investigate. Fang Mo arrived at the scene to witness an astonishing spectacle. Hoopa had emerged. Towering in size, Hoopa resembled a giant, with its enormous braids standing upright. It possessed 6 arms, each inserted into circular cavities along its sides, palms facing inward, and each arm adorned with a golden ring. A pitch-black circular void graced its chest, accompanied by 2 legs and a lengthy tail. Is this the legendary Hoopa? No. This is not Hoopa. It is merely the malevolent shadow of Hoopa, a manifestation of its wrathful will, which had relentlessly pursued Hoopa in the anime, intent on consuming it. However, the shadow in the anime ultimately coexisted harmoniously with Hoopa. Upon its emergence, the shadow regarded Bangilas before it as if it were an insignificant insect. Suddenly, the shadow proclaimed, Hoopa is powerful, huh? Fang Mo glanced at the punishment vessel behind the shadow of Hoopa, noticing the lid had fallen to the ground. Could my earlier interaction with the vessel have summoned this shadow? The shadow of Hoopa seized Bangilas' form, lifting it effortlessly. Guardian, is it just you? You truly underestimate me. Hoopa. Bangilas struggled in vain, its fury directed at Hoopa, opening its mouth to unleash a powerful beam of destructive energy. Hoopa grinned, and a ring flew forth, positioning itself before Bangilas' mouth, absorbing the destructive beam. Then, another ring soared to Bangilas' rear, redirecting the earlier attack back at it, resulting in Bangilas being severely wounded by its own assault. Witnessing the spectacle, Fang Mo was utterly astounded. Hoopa was extraordinarily formidable. The Bangilas, capable of vanquishing Guadawa with a single blow, was now at Hoopa's mercy. The rings of Hoopa were indeed formidable, enabling instantaneous teleportation, summoning legendary beasts, and reflecting the opponent's attacks. Hoopa effortlessly hurled Bangilas away and prepared to depart. As Hoopa attempted to enter a ring, it found itself unable to do so. Oh. Hoopa cannot enter the rings without comprehending the essence of punishment. Frustrated and enraged, Hoopa repeatedly attempted to breach the ring, only to be repelled each time. In its futile effort, Hoopa unleashed its fury upon Bangilas. Leaning back slightly, Hoopa extended its arms, the core ring on its chest aimed at Bangilas like a cannon. In the next moment, 6 rings simultaneously converged inward, coalescing into a deep purple energy sphere, its surface crackling with black fissures resembling arcs of lightning. With a deep growl, Hoopa released the energy sphere, transforming it into a robust purple-black beam, its edges entwined with jagged black rings, tearing through the air into distorted ripples. Upon striking Bangilas, the beam erupted, unleashing a malevolent force that left it gasping for breath. When Fang Mo looked again, Bangilas had been reduced to ashes. Is this the true power of Hoopa? It seems Hoopa's might extends beyond its rings, its inherent strength is equally terrifying. That attack must have been merely a wave of evil energy, with just one such strike. It obliterated a dominant-level quasi-deity. After vanquishing Bangelas, Hoopa remained irate, soaring above the ancient city, proclaiming, "Hoopa shall wreak destruction once more." Soon, Hoopa's chest amassed purple-black energy, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of evil energy. The already ravaged ancient city faced further devastation, on the brink of annihilation. Chapter 29, Forceful Reclamation. Hoopa is formidable, huh? The sheer destructive capability of Hoopa allowed Fang Mo to truly comprehend the strength of the mythical beasts. It seems that Hoopa truly stands as the mightiest of mythical beasts beneath Arceus, at least in terms of real-world prowess. Hoopa hovered above the ancient city, unleashing waves of evil energy and wreaking havoc. Seizing the opportunity while Hoopa was momentarily distracted, Fang Mo turned his gaze toward the abandoned punishment vessel. Fortunately, the vessel remained intact. Had it been destroyed, there would have been nothing left to reclaim from Hoopa. Fang Mo swiftly approached the throne, grasping the punishment vessel and exerting force to withdraw it. The vessel felt as though it were anchored in place, seemingly suspended, yet impossible to extract. Suddenly, Fang Mo unleashed a surge of extraordinary strength, and the punishment vessel began to shift outward. Hoopa, still engaged in its destructive rampage over the ancient city, felt a tremor of unease. It sensed the punishment vessel being forcefully drawn away. There's another brat daring to covet the punishment vessel. How audacious. Hoopa swiftly flew toward the palace, regretting not having destroyed the vessel the moment it emerged. Fang Mo exerted every ounce of his strength, and with a sharp crack, the punishment vessel fell into his hands. Brat, you actually managed to retrieve the punishment vessel. Hand it over now, and I might spare your life. Huh, whether I live or die is the same. Why should I surrender it to you? After centuries, the first human I encounter is so intriguing. Allow me to reveal my true power. Instantly, a terrifying aura enveloped Hoopa, as countless dark energies converged at its chest, signaling another impending wave of evil energy. You are not the true Hoopa. You are merely a will. Do not presume to take its place. What did you say? How could a brat like you possibly know our circumstances? Fang Mo's words struck a nerve with Hoopa, for it despised being labeled a fake. Hoopa halted its assault, glaring at Fang Mo with rage, gritting its teeth and declaring, "In 5 years, when that thing awakens, I will usurp it, and then I shall be the true Hoopa." That thing. It must refer to the genuine Hoopa, which will awaken in 5 years. I appreciate the invaluable information. Realizing it had inadvertently disclosed crucial details, Hoopa dismissed it, viewing Fang Mo as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Seizing the moment of Hoopa's distraction, Fang Mo opened the vessel's lid, aiming it at Hoopa. "Return to me, Shadow." "What? How do you know the function of the punishment vessel?" The shadow of Hoopa transformed into a thick black mist, continuously flowing into the vessel. Once the mist fully entered, Fang Mo quickly sealed the lid, fearing the shadow might emerge once more. Finally, it seemed to reach a conclusion. Wait, why is my body feeling so strange? This discomfort is unbearable. The shadow of Hoopa within the punishment vessel released a torrent of energy, exerting control over Fang Mo's body. Damn it, I completely forgot. Direct contact with the punishment vessel would lead to control by the shadow of Hoopa. In the anime, that Balsar had suffered the same fate upon touching the vessel. At this moment, Fang Mo's body was imbued with an immensely destructive energy, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. His palm, uncontrollably gripping the mouth of the punishment pot, prepared to draw it forth. Indeed, that was the course of action. He must pull it out. Just then, the control of the evil shadow of Hoopa was abruptly interrupted, and it incredulously exclaimed, "Impossible! How can a mere ordinary person possess such formidable spiritual power?" Regaining his composure, Fang Mo immediately took control of his hand, pressing the mouth of the punishment pot firmly once again. He had nearly fallen prey to this malevolent shadow. It seemed to imply that his spiritual strength was extraordinary, perhaps a benefit of being a traverser, having lived 2 lives. His spiritual power had seen a monumental enhancement in this life. Right? He needed to leave this place without delay. Suddenly, a deluge of sand began to pour from the sky, descending rapidly and threatening to engulf the ancient city. The original ancient city had relied on the barrier generated by the punishment pot to withstand the encroaching desert. However, with the punishment pot now in Fang Mo's possession, the barrier naturally crumbled without resistance. Fang Mo swung the punishment pot in desperation, attempting to alter the dire situation, but to no avail. How infuriating. Was he truly forced to release the evil shadow of Hoopa once again? No. Doing so would not only result in his own demise, but also allow it to wreak havoc upon the world. Yet, it seemed he had no choice but to rely on the shadow. He loosened the lid slightly and called into the pot, "Hoopa, if you can save me, I will set you free." "What do you say?" Upon hearing Fang Mo's voice, the evil shadow of Hoopa became exceedingly excited, causing the punishment pot to tremble. "You mean it? Then you must let me out first, otherwise, I cannot save you. Do not attempt any tricks. The moment you are released, you will undoubtedly kill me. Do you take me for a fool? Very well, I will save you. but you must release me immediately after. Deal. After striking a bargain with Hoopa, the punishment pot began to shake violently, and a halo of light enveloped Fang Mo. Just before the ancient city was entirely submerged by the sands, he stepped into the halo. When Fang Mo opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the desert. Kid, I fulfilled my part of the bargain. Now it's your turn. At this moment, the evil shadow of Hoopa was calculating, thinking, once this brat releases me, I'll kill him instantly, destroy the punishment pot. And after 5 years when Hoopa awakens, I shall replace him, huh? While the evil shadow was lost in delightful fantasies, Fang Mo tightened the lid of the pot and continued his journey through the desert. Hey kid, did you hear me? Hurry and let me out. You just promised. After shouting for quite some time without receiving a response from Fang Mo, the shadow realized it had been deceived. Damn it, after all these years, I have been outsmarted by a mere child. Just you wait. Once I escape, I will tear you limb from limb and feed your bones to the dogs. How shameful it is that a human like you could be such a treacherous scoundrel. May you meet a terrible fate. Fang Mo placed the punishment pot into his spatial ring, disregarding its curses, for it could not hear him. Reflecting on his recent actions, Fang Mo chuckled coldly, mocking the foolishness of Hoopa and his own cunning. Yes, the promise was indeed spoken by my own lips, yet it was merely words, not a vow sealed with my life. Now that the terms have changed, I have rescinded my agreement. You may spit in my face or draw your blade, but do not consider those 4 words a talisman for protection. Such a token holds no value in my eyes. Direct your hatred where you will. If you wish to leave, do so, but do not obstruct my path. Chapter 30, Xuanyu Town. After returning to the desert, Fang Mo had only walked a few hours when he spotted a town. At the entrance stood a rectangular stone slab, boldly inscribed with 3 large characters, Xuanyu Zhen. Indeed, it was Xuanyu Zhen. He had reached another town, suggesting that challenging 8 gyms was not too excessive after all. According to the records, Xuanyu Zhen was quite renowned, with the Xuanyu referring to the Pokémon Lure and Fiba. It was said that within Xuanyu Zhen, there existed a method to evolve Lure into its powerful form, which was the most enticing aspect for Fang Mo. The inability of his shining Lure to evolve was one of his greatest dilemmas at present. Just as Fang Mo was about to enter the town, he was stopped by a burly man with dark skin. A foreigner, are you? Do you understand the rules? Fang Mo nodded. The burly man, known as the Furious Giant in Xuanyu Zhen, had been mentioned in the town's introduction. Anyone wishing to enter Xuanyu Zhen had to either defeat him in battle or pay a fee of 10,000. Fang Mo produced 10,000 in cash, tossing it into the man's hands before entering the town. The Furious Giant's demeanor shifted from impatience to a welcoming smile upon receiving the money, a stark contrast that could only be described as double standards. Upon entering Xuanyu Zhen, Fang Mo sighed. It was not that he was unwilling to fight the Furious Giant. Rather, he knew he stood no chance. The Furious Giant was said to possess a peak elite-level Gyarados, a formidable opponent beyond Fang Mo's current capabilities. Better to pay the fee and avoid confrontation for now. He needed to prioritize evolving Lure. Once it evolved, the chances of obtaining a gym badge would significantly increase. A young boy, around 10 years old, passed by, cradling a Lure in his arms. Hey wait, the boy paused, turning curiously to look at Fang Mo little brother. Do you know where I can evolve my Lure? Fang Mo asked with a smile. Oh, you want to evolve Lure into Gyarados too? I do as well. Big brother. Follow me. I'll take you there. The boy's enthusiasm caught Fang Mo off guard, so he pulled out several red bills and offered them to the boy, saying, Thank you. Here is some reward for you. The boy's eyes sparkled at the sight of the money, and he reached out to take it, but then hesitated, pulling his hand back. No, big brother. My mom told me that doing good deeds should not seek rewards. It's just a matter of convenience. How can I accept your money? Then I won't give you money. Instead, how about some energy cubes? Your Lure might need them. Fang Mo handed the boy 5 or 6 beginner water-type energy cubes. The boy hesitated, saying, but energy cubes are very precious. It's fine, just take them. All right then, thank you big brother. Let us go now. After the boy accepted the energy cubes, Fang Mo felt relief. He did not wish to owe any favors, especially to such a young child. After walking alongside the boy for half an hour, they finally arrived at the rumored location where Lure could evolve into Gyarados. Big brother, we're here. This is the place where Lure can evolve into Gyarados, Hualong Waterfall. Fang Mo looked up to see the waterfall cascading down like a magnificent eastern dragon from the towering cliffs, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The water surged down, crashing against the rocks below, creating layers of white froth and producing a thunderous roar. The mist enveloped the surroundings, and under the sunlight, it formed vibrant rainbows, a scene dreamlike in its beauty. The boy pointed at the waterfall, saying, As long as Lure can swim upstream against this waterfall, it can evolve into Gyarados. There has never been a case of failure. Hualong Waterfall, perhaps it indeed held the potential, akin to the legend of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. At this moment, dozens of lures were already attempting the challenge at the waterfall. One lure, the darkest in color, was swimming higher than all the others. It was striving to reach the top, slowing as it ascended. Yet Fang Mo noticed that this particular lure swam steadily. It did not pursue ultimate speed, but rather focused on a solid and steady approach, which was likely why even the most forceful currents could not displace it. Fang Mo continued to observe the lure intently, hoping to glean more techniques from its efforts. The expression of the Koi King gradually morphed into one of anguish, as it was perilously close to the finish line. The stamina of this Koi King was nearly depleted, and coupled with its elevated position, the force of the water flow had become unimaginable. The young boy, following Fang Mo's gaze, turned his attention to the Koi King and exclaimed with a smile, "I recognize that Koi King. It belongs to Uncle Zhang. He has challenged this waterfall 69 times, and this is his 70th attempt." Fang Mo, taken aback, felt a twinge of shock. Such a formidable challenge had rendered over 60 attempts insufficient. The Koi King was merely a step away from the finish line, and the audience took notice of this remarkable Koi King, erupting into cheers, igniting a fervent atmosphere. With its last ounce of strength, the Koi King leaped, ultimately succeeding in ascending the Dragon Transformation waterfall. Subsequently, its form was enveloped in a dazzling white light, stretching and transforming until, as the light faded, the majestic Baku Long emerged before the crowd. The Baku Long soared downwards, and upon landing, a disheveled man embraced it, visibly exhilarated. "Baku Long, we have finally succeeded. All our efforts were not in vain." The young boy dashed over to share the good news. Uncle Zhang, congratulations." Uncle Zhang noticed the boy and replied with a smile, "Xiaoyu, your father is over there." The boy ran back to Fang Mo, pointing at a man, "Big brother. That's Dehu, the manager of the Dragon Transformation waterfall. To use the waterfall, one must first register with him. I need to find my dad. Goodbye." With that, the boy squeezed into the crowd, while Fang Mo approached the so-called manager, Dehu. A queue of over a dozen people stood before Dehu, and Fang Mo joined the line. Dehu held a form and a pen, diligently recording the information of those in line. After a wait of several minutes, it was finally Fang Mo's turn. Dehu glanced at him and inquired, "You look unfamiliar. Are you from out of town?" "Yes. I am not a local of Xuanyu Town." "All right. You need to pay a registration fee of 20,000 yuan. That's the price for a day." Once Fang Mo paid, Dehu continued to ask for his details. "Name?" "Fang Mo. How many times have you registered?" "This is my first." "Okay, you may proceed. Just release your Koi King." Fang Mo arrived beneath the Dragon Transformation waterfall and released his golden Koi King. Most eyes turned towards this shimmering Koi King, marveling at its brilliance, and whispers circulated among the crowd. "Wow, a golden Koi King this year. The last one was 3 years ago. That golden Koi King looks massive. It must be at least level 30. It will evolve into an even larger Baku Long." Fang Mo crouched down, gently stroking the Koi King's head, and said, "Koi Wang, do you wish to grow stronger?" Upon hearing the phrase "grow stronger," the Koi King's eyes sparkled, and it leaped multiple times, expressing its eagerness. "All right. Once you swim up that waterfall, you will become stronger." The Koi King turned to gaze at the towering waterfall, fear momentarily flickering in its eyes. Fang Mo continued to reassure it, "If you fear this, then you do not deserve to grow stronger." The Koi King swam towards the Dragon Transformation waterfall, fueled by its determination to evolve, while Fang Mo pondered just how high the Koi King could ascend. Chapter 31. The Challenge of the Dragon Transformation Waterfall. The Koi King exerted itself to the utmost, launching into the waterfall like an arrow released from a bow. It gathered strength once more, using its pectoral fins as paddles and its tail as a rudder, inching upwards. At 10 meters and then 20 meters, the water pressure intensified, as if 1,000 hands were tugging it down. Initially, it experienced only minor waves, but upon reaching a certain height, it was thrust into a veritable hellish ordeal. Fang Mo furrowed his brow. Scientifically speaking, water pressure should not correlate with the height of a waterfall. However, this was the world of Pokémon, and a little peculiarity was to be expected. Suddenly, whirlpools began to form in the waterfall, relentlessly pulling at the Koi King. Its body wobbled uncontrollably, and it narrowly escaped being swept away on several occasions. Yet, the Koi King persevered, gripping tightly onto the protruding rocks of the waterfall to stabilize itself. At that moment, torrents of water shot forth from the waterfall, and the Koi King nimbly twisted its body to evade them, though several streams struck it, causing it to tremble in pain. The Koi King continued to swim upwards, but those Koi Kings that had challenged alongside it were already tumbling down, which affected its morale. Gazing at the summit filled it with confusion and dread, and it began to waver. Ultimately, a mere ripple sent it crashing down. The Koi King splashed into the water, surfacing to behold the top of the Dragon Transformation waterfall, its fear undiminished. The spectators watched in disappointment as the Koi King failed to ascend even halfway. They had expected such a grand golden Koi King to be exceptional, only to be met with stark contrast. "Humph, I thought it would be impressive. But it's just a fade. Indeed, it has grown large in size, but lacks substance." The jeering remarks from those around ignited Fang Mo's ire. Yet feeling like an ant in the face of his own inability, he could only endure in silence. Nevertheless, he silently cursed each of the mockers, wishing ill upon them. The Koi King swam before Fang Mo, bowing its head as if bracing for reprimand, but Fang Mo refrained from scolding. Instead, he applied some high-grade medicine to its wounds. Fang Mo understood that his Koi King's courage was far from that of a quagsire. In the face of fear, evasion was its only option. It's all right. Not being able to ascend is no fault of yours. Not everyone can be the protagonist, excelling at everything and earning accolades from others. After regaining its composure, the Koi King once more set its sights on the Dragon Transformation Waterfall, ready to challenge it again. Go ahead, challenge as many times as you need. It is your choice. Fang Mo's words instilled renewed confidence in the Koi King, which leaped once more into the waterfall. Under the setting sun, the Koi King, now on its 6th attempt, had only reached half the height of the Dragon Transformation Waterfall thus far. At this rate, it seemed that his Koi King might have to challenge it 70 or 80 times. The Koi King swam desperately upwards, unable to steady itself, and once again fell short of the mark. After this failure, the Koi King returned to Fang Mo's side, appearing listless. Don't lose heart. It's nothing to worry about. With more attempts, you'll discover the trick. We don't need to be quicker than others. Just because someone else manages it in fewer attempts doesn't diminish our achievements. After Fang Mo's encouraging words, the Koi King rallied its spirits and swam back to the Dragon Transformation Waterfall. Wait a moment, Koi Wong, come back. Fang Mo called the Koi King to him, crouching down to meet its gaze. Remember, when you swim up this waterfall, focus on stability while seeking speed. When the water pressure is low, you can afford to be less stable, but don't expend too much energy. There will be no breaks here. As the water pressure increases, you must stabilize your form without remaining still. Strive for a balance between steadiness and speed. The Koi King nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of Fang Mo's advice. Before turning and charging back into the Dragon Transformation Waterfall, Fang Mo chuckled inwardly. The wisdom he had just imparted was largely improvised. Yet there was a semblance of truth in it, gleaned from observing other Koi Kings. Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, the King of Koi initially swam at a steady pace, unlike before when it surged upward relentlessly. However, the outcome was merely a slight increase above half. All right, King of Koi, let us return for now. We shall challenge again tomorrow. The King of Koi appeared somewhat dissatisfied, yet, respecting Fang Mo's insistence, it returned to its Pokeball. Alas, it seems we must remain in Shu Ingi Town for a while. The primary focus now must be the evolution of the King of Koi. While the training of other Pokemon cannot be neglected, indeed, being a trainer is arduous. As Fang Mo strolled through the bustling streets, lined with numerous food stalls, his appetite was piqued. Not only were there food vendors, but also several selling beautiful scales, which are a significant feature of Shu Ingi Town. Renowned for producing exquisite scales that enable CHUQI to evolve into MNS. The beautiful scales from Shu Ingi Town are famed for their high quality. The better the scales, the more readily they facilitate evolution into MNS. However, unlike other evolution stones which only require a single piece for evolution, beautiful scales necessitate numerous ones. Typically, nearly 100 beautiful scales are required for a single M in S's evolution, as the evolution of CHUQI hinges on beauty. While the game may require only one scale for evolution, in reality, a single beautiful scale falls far short of the standard. After purchasing some snacks, Fang Mo rented the finest training room in Shu Ingi Town. Come forth, all of you. Training cannot be neglected. GUTUF, YNR Mio, and TNX all emerged, while the King of Koi remained in its ball, needing adequate rest to challenge the Hueling Waterfall with renewed vigor the following day. As 2 weeks passed, the King of Koi had undertaken 65 challenges and had grown increasingly adept at navigating the Hueling Waterfall, with its highest record nearing the summit. The levels of his other Pokemon had also risen. GUTUF, once level 1, had now reached level 30. YNR Mio had progressed by 3 levels, now standing at level 24. TNX exhibited the most significant improvement, having ascended 4 levels and entered maturity. Although its evolution into TNXW Ing was still pending, causing its level advancement to decelerate. Fang Mo traversed Shu Ingi Town in search of a vendor selling SHRZHY, only to discover that those who once sold it had transitioned to selling beautiful scales. He retrieved his Pokédex, recalling the details of his Pokemon after a considerable time. Pokemon, TNX gender, male level, 22 ability, immunity known moves, Poison Sting, Sand Attack, Harden, Tailwind, Protect, Toxic Spikes, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Earthquake, Poison Tail, Acrobatics inherited moves, Double Edge, Cross Poison. Night/Pokemon, YNR Mio gender, male level, 24 ability, Intimidate known moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Lick, Roar, Swords Dance, Protect, Fury Swipes, Bite, Flame Charge. Double Kick inherited moves, Fake Out, Taunt, Swagger Pokemon. GUTUF gender, male level, 30 ability, Torrent known moves, Pound, Growl, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse. Protect, Ice Beam, Round, throw, waterfall inherited moves, spikes, power-up punch, mind's eye, double-edged chapter 32. The Koi leaps the Dragon Gate King of Koi. Commence your 66th challenge. With Fang Mo's command, the King of Koi leaped into the waterfall, beginning its ascent. Initially, the King of Koi swam slowly, seemingly cautious to conserve its strength. The turbulent waters relentlessly battered its small frame, yet it maintained a firm grip on its position. As it continued to swim upward, its movements became more skilled, and its swimming posture grew increasingly steady. Upon reaching halfway up the waterfall, its body steadied like a rock, and its speed notably increased. As the water pressure intensified, the King of Koi's stamina began to wane, but the energy conserved earlier proved sufficient. A colossal wave cascaded from the waterfall's summit, completely engulfing the King of Koi. When the wave receded, the King of Koi remained steadfast upon the waterfall. Taking a deep breath, it propelled itself upward once more, though it was taxing. It was not insurmountable. The closer it approached the summit, the more frequent the waves became, with several crashing simultaneously toward the King of Koi. Buffeted by the waves, the King of Koi struggled to maintain its balance, thrashing its tail in a desperate attempt to stabilize itself. Just as it seemed the waves would force it over the edge, it summoned its remaining strength, delivering a powerful tail whip that broke through the watery barrier. Continuing its ascent, as it neared the waterfall's pinnacle, a more formidable wave surged forth, a force greater than any encountered thus far. The King of Koi was violently thrust downward, crashing into the pool below the waterfall. Fang Mo rushed over to retrieve the drenched King of Koi, which bore some scrapes upon its scales. The King of Koi's eyes brimmed with frustration. It was so close to success, yet a massive wave had thwarted its efforts. All right, let us take a moment to rest and attempt the 67th challenge at noon. Fang Mo offered the King of Koi some energy cubes and applied a high-grade healing ointment to its injured scales. Before noon had arrived, the King of Koi swam up to Fang Mo, conveying a simple desire. It wished to challenge the waterfall once again. Although it was time for GUTUF, YNRMO, and TNX to train, Fang Mo could not refuse the King of Koi's wish. The King of Koi approached the waterfall, ready to undertake its 67th challenge. Fang Mo decided to forego the training of GUTUF and the others, opting to cheer on the King of Koi instead. The King of Koi leapt into the waterfall once more, initially swimming slowly to conserve energy. During the middle of its ascent, a large whirlpool formed in the water, pulling the King of Koi into its grasp. Inside, the King of Koi spun continuously, maintaining its balance. One misstep could send it spiraling out. The whirlpool effectively blocked others attempting to ascend, posing a significant challenge for many King of Koi. However, Fang Mo's King of Koi surged forth with all its might. Breaking free from the whirlpool's grasp, Fang Mo sighed, recognizing both good and bad news. The King of Koi had survived the whirlpool, but all the energy it had saved was now depleted. With little stamina remaining, it would likely struggle against the forthcoming waves. Shortly after escaping the whirlpool, a massive wave approached, crashing heavily upon the King of Koi. This blow nearly exhausted the King of Koi's remaining strength, causing it to slide uncontrollably downward. Fang Mo's heart raced, as YNRMO and TNX shouted encouragement, while GUTUF fixed its gaze upon the Hueling waterfall. In a sudden display of extraordinary resolve, the King of Koi surged upward with remarkable speed, matching that of GUTUF. When faced with the final towering wave, the King of Koi leapt into it, the tremendous force attempting to drag it down, yet it propelled itself forward. As the wave receded, the King of Koi emerged triumphantly, leaping to the summit, achieving success in its challenge. Fang Mo was astonished by the unexpected triumph. Even on the brink of exhaustion, the King of Koi had unleashed its potential. Standing atop the waterfall, the King of Koi radiated a luminous glow, and Fang Mo gazed at it with joy. Marvelous! It has finally evolved into BOLLing. This grants me a certain degree of strength. Yet, after a minute of watching, as the glow dissipated, Fang Mo noticed that the King of Koi's appearance remained unchanged, only slightly larger upon closer inspection. Is this a jest? It was supposed to evolve 100%. It should have succeeded. Why has it not evolved? After the King of Koi returned, Fang Mo consulted his Pokédex, noting that the only change was a level increase. Now reaching level 39. After half a month of tireless effort, could it be that my LYWing is truly an ineffectual entity incapable of evolution? LYWing, upon realizing its stagnation, was filled with profound disappointment. Alas, one cannot rush the process of evolution. Perhaps it will unexpectedly transform in the future. Let us depart. After recalling LYWing, FNM also summoned TNX and YNRMO, yet GUTUW evaded the summoning light. Unwilling to return. What troubles you, GUTUW? You must return to your Pokeball. GUTUW shook its head, gesturing towards the Hueling waterfall behind FNM. Do you wish to attempt the Hueling waterfall? GUTU. It seems that only LYWing is permitted to challenge the Hueling waterfall. I am uncertain about the others. We ought to inquire with the staff. Absolutely not. The staff member DH categorically refused F-ing-M's request. The Hueling waterfall has historically only allowed L-Y-W-ing to participate. Permitting other Pokémon would disrupt the established order. I cannot act in self-interest. If I were to agree, how would the residents perceive me? F-ing-M found himself at an impasse and resorted to his last resort, transferring 300,000 yuan to DH. Upon receiving the funds, DH immediately transformed. Leaning in to whisper to F-ing-M, "Go ahead, I'll tell those foolish residents that you are inspecting the waterfall." Ah, indeed, money is not omnipotent, but it can resolve 99% of the world's dilemmas. Gu Tuw approached the Hueling waterfall without hesitation, diving straight in. Unlike Lyw-Ng's approach, Gu Tuw unleashed its full power from the outset, moving with such speed that it was barely discernible. A whirlpool emerged once more within the waterfall, and Gu Tuw was drawn into it, seizing a rock to stabilize itself. Then, with tremendous force, it leaped from the whirlpool, ascending towards the summit. The towering waves crashed against it, yet Gu Tuw remained unfazed. Ultimately, Gu Tuw completed the Hueling waterfall challenge in a single attempt, its momentum even more formidable. While Lyw-Ing took over 60 attempts to succeed, Gu Tuw achieved it in one swift motion. Thankfully, I recalled Lyw-Ing first, otherwise, witnessing the spectacle would have surely shattered DX's spirit. Upon descending, F-ing-M noted that Gu Tuw had also leveled up. Rising by 2 tiers, Lyw-Ing had truly become a jest, but it seems that conquering the Hueling waterfall indeed enhances one's level. Perhaps TNX and YNRMO could also give it a try. Yet, upon reflection, these two are not akin to Gu Tuw and Lyw-Ing. Gu Tuw possesses water resistance, while YNRMO is doubly weak to water. Should they insist on the challenge, it might lead to hidden injuries, impairing their potential and ultimately resulting in failure. Chapter 33, The Assault. F-ing-M reclined on his soft mattress, having called off the evening training session for Gu Tuw and the others. With the next gym battle looming tomorrow, it was imperative to conserve energy tonight. Presently, F-ing-M was consumed by thoughts of Lyw-Ing, neglecting the impending gym confrontation. Sigh, could my shiny Lyw-Ing truly be a failure? I have already learned that the probability of Lyw-Ing evolving into Bol-Ing after a successful challenge is 100%. Yet as of today, my Lyw-Ing seems to have reached an impasse. How embarrassing. If Lyw-Ing cannot evolve for its entire life, training it becomes futile. However, having invested 1 million, releasing it feels utterly regrettable. Selling it is also a difficult decision. Perhaps I could keep it at home as a good luck charm. As these thoughts swirled, F-ing-M's eyelids grew heavier, ultimately succumbing to slumber. In his dreams, F-ing-M became the champion of LNGZH province. Stepping onto the stage to receive his award, his face brimming with pride. No longer accompanied by Gu Tuw. He was now beside the evolved GHRNW. GHRNW had also attained championship level, its formidable strength unmatched by any adversary. The host on stage proclaimed, "Now, let us welcome our champion of LNGZH province, F-ing-M." The audience comprised fans from across the globe. Wow, this is the champion of LNGZH province, F-ing-M. He is truly handsome and charismatic, a paragon of talent. Champion F-ing-M. My GHRNW was trained under your guidance. I have been your devoted fan for 10 years. Champion F-ing-M, I adore you. Just as a mouse loves rice. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, F-ing-M feigned composure, though a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. All right, let us hear a few words from our champion. Where is the applause? The audience erupted into thunderous applause, interlaced with cheers and shouts. F-ing-M took the microphone, preparing to speak, when suddenly, all the spectators vanished and the host disappeared as well. A colossal halo appeared before F-ing-M, from which HP emerged. What on earth? Why is HP here? GHRNW, quickly, unleash water shuriken. GHRNW? The GHRNW that was once by his side had vanished. F-ing-M, unwilling to accept this, produced another Pokeball. Come forth. CHYNPOXYOH. To his dismay, out came a KDY goo. Gazing at the adorably daft KDY, F-ing-M felt utterly at a loss. When did I capture a KDY? F-ing-M removed all the Pokeballs from his pocket, revealing a legion of KDY. A vast array of yellow KDY began to wag their tails, their wise expressions difficult to behold. HP raised its fist, launching an attack toward F-ing-M. The enormous fist pursued him as he fled in a frenzy. Just as the fist made contact, F-ing-M jolted awake, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead as he gasped for breath. He had scanned the horizon, only to realize that HP had obliterated his champion dream with a single punch. F-ing-M felt parched, and, upon rising to drink some water, found it impossible to return to sleep. Enough is enough, I shall not sleep. Reluctant to slumber, F-ing-M stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Counting the stars above, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 38 stars, 39 stars, 1 figure in black, 2 figures in black. Wait, where did those figures come from? Fang rubbed his eyes and glanced again, confirming he was not mistaken. Several figures in black were leaping about on the eaves. When the figures turned their heads, Fang immediately crouched down, narrowly escaping their notice. Who are they? Thieves. Peering cautiously, Fang discerned that there were indeed many figures, at least dozens within sight. They were undoubtedly not thieves. If their intention was to steal, they would send fewer individuals, not this multitude. Assassins seemed unlikely as well. A resounding crash erupted, startling the entire Shwangi town. Fang jumped in fright, clutching his chest, nearly succumbing to a heart attack. What on earth is going on? Are they here to attack Shwangi town? The thought rapidly spread through Fang's mind. Clenching his fists, he realized that if they were indeed attacking Shwangi town, he too was in grave danger. Those daring enough to assault Shwangi town must possess terrifying strength, certainly at the sovereign level, and perhaps even at the king level. Previously, a sovereign level BNQLS effortlessly obliterated Gu Tuw and the others with a mere rock slide while they were in a defensive stance. If a king level Pokémon were to launch an attack, the consequences would be catastrophic. It would not merely result in the loss of combat capability, but could potentially lead to death. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Fang's forehead. His sole thought was to flee Shwangi town. Fang clenched his fists, held his breath, and cautiously exited his room, gradually making his way out of the inn. Outside, many residents were already fleeing, while the figures in black, each accompanied by an elite-level Pokémon, began mercilessly slaughtering the fleeing townsfolk. Fang pressed tightly against the wall. The darkness of the night and poor visibility rendered it difficult for anyone to notice his presence. In this dire moment, any hasty action could lead to my demise within mere minutes. A resident was forcefully hurled before Fang Mo, collapsing onto the frigid ground, his eyes devoid of life. His breath extinguished. The brutal fate he faced was indeed tragic. Blood pooled at Fang Mo's feet, the acrid scent assaulting his senses, yet he dared not make a single move. The stench of carnage had enveloped the entire Xuanyu town, the cries for help echoing all around. Suddenly, from a corner of the wall, the sound of a woman's weeping pierced through the cacophony of battle. Despite the din, Fang Mo discerned her sorrowful pleas. "Please, let me go," she implored. Upon hearing these words, Fang Mo instinctively grasped the nature of the unfolding horror. He turned to behold a figure clad in black, violating a woman. Her gasps of despair only fueled the assailant's depravity. As he uttered lewd remarks, surveying the vicinity, Fang Mo noted the absence of other black-clad figures or Pokémon to oversee the scene, igniting a bold notion within him. He raised his wristwatch, aiming it at the back of the assailant's neck, though the man's erratic movements made it a challenging target. As the assailant leaned in to forcibly kiss the woman, his expression was one of grotesque exhilaration. Disgusting as it was, it offered a moment's stillness, allowing Fang Mo to fire a tranquilizer dart with precision, striking the target flawlessly. The assailant's eyes widened in shock before he succumbed to paralysis, rendered immobile. The woman seized her chance, shoving the assailant away, frantically wiping her lips and sobbing quietly. Fang Mo emerged from the shadows. The woman was entirely unclothed, hastily gathering scraps of fabric from the ground to shield her modesty. Though she possessed a beauty surpassing that of ordinary women and a commendable physique, Fang Mo remained indifferent, opting instead to decapitate the assailant with his dagger. The gruesome sight left the woman speechless, retreating in terror, fearing she might be the next victim of Fang Mo's wrath. He donned the assailant's attire, closely resembling the others of his ilk, with the notable distinction of possessing a more striking appearance. Fang Mo thoroughly looted the fallen assailant, dismissing the trivial items, instead claiming a card, a pokeball, and a sleek black mask. Upon donning the mask, only his eyes remained visible. The card bore intricate engravings, leading Fang Mo to speculate it was an identification card, which he pocketed for future use. He also secured the pokeball, wary of the potential threats it might harbor. The assailant's head still sported a hat emblazoned with a V, which Fang Mo wore, completing his disguise as one of the black-clad figures. Just as he prepared to depart, the woman grasped the hem of his garment, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Please, take me with you. I do not wish to die." Fang Mo's only response was a curt command to release him. "I beg you, I can do many things for you. If you desire, I could offer you my body." With a provocative gesture, she revealed her bosom, attempting to seduce him. Fang Mo, in turn, injected her with a tranquilizer, kicking her away while muttering an epithet before proceeding on his way. Upon exiting, to avoid suspicion from the other black-clad figures, Fang Mo commanded his quadrifrog to wreak havoc upon the surrounding structures. A few black-clad individuals continued to hunt down fleeing residents. "Hey, brother," one of them called, clapping Fang Mo on the shoulder. Maintaining an air of composure, Fang Mo turned to regard him coldly, inquiring, "What do you want?" The man, taken aback by Fang Mo's demeanor, stammered, "In nothing. I just wanted to ask which squad you belong to." Fang Mo deduced that the squads were likely numbered sequentially. I am from the second squad. What about you? The man expressed surprise at Fang Mo's response, then respectfully stated, Ah, a senior from the second squad. I did not expect the leader to dispatch someone from the second squad. Clearing his throat, he asked, Which squad are you from, 3 or 4? Oh, senior, you flatter me. I am merely a newcomer to the 6th squad. Fang Mo realized that the squads were ranked in ascending order of prestige and felt he might have overshot by claiming the second squad. After gleaning sufficient information, Fang Mo accepted the identity of a second squad member, patting the man on the shoulder, speaking in a senior's tone. Keep working hard and contribute to the organization. It took me 5 or 6 years to achieve what I have now. Thank you, senior. May I accompany you in the future? The man gazed at Fang Mo with admiration. You must rely on your own abilities, Fang Mo replied, stifling his dissatisfaction. Curious about the organization's purpose for their presence, Fang Mo seized the opportunity to inquire. I am not entirely sure. The organization's directive is to dismantle Xuanyu Town. Fang Mo remained oblivious to the organization's identity, knowing that directly questioning would risk exposing his cover. Instead, he posed a more subtle inquiry. What is the greatest and most esteemed organization in the world? The man scratched his head, puzzled, but soon realized Fang Mo was likely testing his loyalty. It is undoubtedly our Bloodwolf squad. Fang Mo noted the name with interest. Suddenly, the communication device on the man's belt beeped, prompting him to check the message, which piqued Fang Mo's curiosity. Is there something amiss? Fang Mo asked. It is the captain of the 3rd squad. He has eliminated the troublesome gym leader of Xuanyu and instructs us to swiftly eradicate the remaining residents, the man relayed. Fang Mo was taken aback. The captain of the 3rd squad must be a formidable individual if he could vanquish a gym leader, who typically possessed a dominant Pokémon. Fang Mo contemplated the danger of revealing his identity in the presence of such a powerful trainer, realizing he must devise an escape plan as Xuanyu Town was perilously treacherous. The man intended to follow Fang Mo, but upon turning around, he found Fang Mo had vanished. Fang Mo instructed his quad of frog to create a diversion while he discreetly sought a means of escape. The black-clad figures were scattered widely, with several stationed in each area. Suddenly, he collided with a familiar figure, the boy who had previously guided him. The child, unaware of Fang Mo's true identity, recoiled in fear. Another black-clad individual called out, Brother, lend a hand. Without question, he referred to Fang Mo, who was now under scrutiny. Clutching his dagger tightly, Fang Mo advanced towards the boy and with a swift motion, severed the child's head from his body. Afterward, he felt no remorse, continuing his search for a suitable escape route. A towering black-clad figure approached Fang Mo, looking down at him with an air of disdain. Hey, kid, which squad are you with? The man's tone was condescending, provoking Fang Mo's growing irritation, yet he remained silent. Listening to this individual's tone, it is evident that he holds a significant position within the Xuelang team, likely as a captain or a member of the 1st or 2nd squad. His failure to introduce himself suggests he is confident I recognize him, indicating he is indeed a captain. Reporting, Captain, I am from the Lu team. The black-clad man did not refute Fang Mo's statement, confirming that Fang Mo's assumption was correct. He is indeed a captain. As for why he claimed to be from the Lu team, it is purely to avoid raising suspicion. Lower-tier members can employ such deception. But for higher-ranking personnel, it is different. They possess not only superior strength, but also broader experiences. The black-clad captain cleared his throat and commanded, You go and set off these signal fireworks, then hurry back to your squad. With that, he tossed 6 firecrackers to Fang Mo. The signal fireworks are presumably meant to summon all team members back. Upon seeing the fireworks, the members will return. If all the black-clad members regroup, then I could seize the opportunity to escape. Fang Mo promptly ignited 5 of the firecrackers, which erupted in a display that not only produced a louder sound than ordinary fireworks, but also formed the shape of a wolf in the sky. As for the final signal firecracker, Fang Mo decided to keep it. Perhaps it would prove useful later. A large number of black-clad members rushed toward a specific area, and Fang Mo blended in, running at a deliberately slow pace until he fell out of their ranks. Quickly, Tianxia, take me out of here. Fang Mo summoned Tianxia, who swiftly took to the skies. There was no defensive action taken from above, and looking down from the air, what was once a thriving Xuanyu town merely hours ago lay in ruins, with the stench of blood permeating the air and corpses strewn about. During the flight, Fang Mo, filled with trepidation, glanced around, fearing the next moment might bring forth another potent attack. After flying for nearly 3 hours and distancing himself from Xuanyu town, Fang Mo finally exhaled in relief and instructed Tianxia to descend. He retrieved water from his spatial ring and drank deeply, also feeding Tianxia a few energy cubes to replenish its strength. Having narrowly escaped death once again, Fang Mo reflected on his insufficient power. Encountering formidable enemies had reduced him to a perpetual state of flight, which was quite embarrassing. Once his strength grew, he would ensure they became the ones fleeing. Regrettably, after all this travel, he had yet to engage in any battles at the dojo. Fang Mo shed his disguise, storing the outfit in his spatial ring for future use when necessary. After walking for a while, he arrived at the next city, Wenzhong City. At this moment, the perimeter of Wenzhong City was under full alert, with a large contingent of guards and patrolling aerial Pokémon. It seemed that word of the events in Xuanyu Town had spread, prompting surrounding cities to enter a state of vigilance and bolster their defenses. Upon reaching the entrance to Wenzhong City, Fang Mo was inevitably stopped by the police. He verified his identity with the officers and claimed he was not from Xuanyu Town, but merely a traveling trainer. Had he admitted to coming from Xuanyu Town, an investigation would have been unavoidable, given he had indeed taken lives there. His Alliance Level 4 credentials quickly convinced the guards of his honesty, allowing him entry into the city. Chapter 35, The Battle Among Frog Pokémon. Fang Mo spent a night at a hotel in Wenzhong City, the fatigue from the previous day weighing heavily upon him. He rose slowly around noon, dressed, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and finished breakfast. Fang Mo rented a training room and released his Quatuwa, Tinxia, and Yin Rimiao. He then produced the Pokeball of the black-clad individual he had defeated the previous night. Wait, if a formidable Pokémon emerges, you must defend immediately. Quatu, meow. Gula Fang Mo pressed the button on the Pokeball, unlocking it, and opened it. A brilliant red light burst forth, revealing a deep blue frog Pokémon. This Pokémon looked somewhat familiar. It resembled Diguwa. While not many might recognize Diguwa, the name Bili Ingwa is well known, as it belongs to Xiaojiang's Pokémon in the main cast. Whenever Xiaojiang attempted to flirt with a girl, Bili Ingwa would appear to deliver a swift blow to him. Diguwa is the evolved form of Bili Ingwa. Diguwa has 3 fingers and crimson claws on each of its hands, well-developed leg muscles, 3 toes on each foot, and sharp spikes extending from its heels. Realizing it was not its original trainer who released it, Diguwa immediately became alert, its gaze turning fierce. Quatuwa positioned itself protectively in front of Fang Mo, locking eyes with Diguwa. Both being frog Pokémon, neither would yield in terms of presence. Diguwa had not yet reached the elite level, but it was likely at level 39. As Fang Mo now possessed Diguwa's Pokeball, he could access its information. Pokémon, Diguwa, gender male, level 39. Ability, danger prediction. Known moves, Poison Needle, Mud Slap, Taunt, Scare, Flatter, Trip, Poison Jet. Surprise Attack, Bluff, Poison Strike, Toxic. Inherited moves, none. Diguwa's attributes are rather weak. Its ability, danger prediction, alerts it at the onset of battle when the opponent possesses highly effective or one-hit knockout moves, rendering it rather useless compared to other abilities. And it lacks any inherited moves. Suddenly, Diguwa charged forward to attack Quatuwa, its fist gathering venom before launching a fierce strike. Quatuwa bent backward, effortlessly evading Diguwa's assault, and then retaliated with a boosted punch that caught Diguwa off guard. However, Diguwa was merely pushed back a few steps, sustaining minimal damage, primarily because it had a double resistance to fighting-type moves. Nonetheless, the boosted punch itself was not particularly powerful. Its significance lay in enhancing Quatuwa's physical attack while executing the blow. Yin Rimiao attempted to rush in to strike Diguwa, but was halted by Quatuwa. It appeared Quatuwa wished to battle Diguwa alone, indicating a fierce competition among the frog Pokémon. Yin Rimiao, Tinxia, come to my side. Let Quatuwa handle this on its own. Diguwa initiated another attack, unleashing a deep purple toxin from its mouth, executing the Poison Jet move. Observing this, Quatuwa inhaled deeply, channeling water-type energy and firing a water pulse. The collision of the 2 distinct energies erupted in a violent roar, filling the training room with thick mist. Seizing the cover of the fog, Diguwa accelerated toward Quatuwa, aiming for a surprise attack. Quatuwa reacted swiftly, nimbly dodging and turning to deliver a kick to Diguwa, which narrowly avoided the strike and retaliated with its claws. The battle escalated into close-quarters combat, with the momentum favoring Diguwa. In close combat, Quatuwa struggled somewhat. Given Diguwa's impressive physical attack stat of 106, coupled with its level advantage. However, Fang Mo chose not to command Quatuwa vocally, allowing it to fight on its own merit. Diguwa spat a stream of venom onto Quatuwa's arm, which Quatuwa shook off, ready to continue the fight, only to suddenly feel a sharp sting. This Diguwa is not entirely foolish. It knows how to inflict poison on Quatuwa. However, had it applied the poison from the beginning, the effect would have been more pronounced. Fang Mo interjected. Quatuwa, that is toxic. The damage from the poison will continuously increase. Gu Tuw clenched his fists, realizing that the best course of action at this moment was to resolve the matter swiftly. He first employed the hard eye technique, and in the next instant unleashed the waterfall climb. Thanks to several enhancements to his punching technique, Gu Tuw's physical attack power had significantly increased, making this move even more formidable. The surging water enveloped Gu Tuw, propelling him towards DKUW like a raging dragon. DKUW's eyes widened in shock. Unprepared for the sheer force of Gu Tuw's strike, the torrent crashed into DKUW, sending him hurtling against the training room wall. Struggling to rise, DKUW found himself racked with pain, each movement a monumental effort. GUTUW furrowed his brow, realizing that the toxic damage was escalating. If this continued for a few more rounds, he might not endure it. Approaching DKUW, he gazed down as DKUW, with great difficulty, lifted his head to meet GUTUW's eyes, a flicker of fear evident within. DKUW attempted to strike with his spines once more, but in his injured state, his speed had considerably diminished, allowing GUTUW to sidestep effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, GUTUW unleashed another enhanced punch, landing a direct blow to DKUW's abdomen. DKUW let out a muffled groan, his body swaying precariously, nearly collapsing. Yet, he summoned the last of his strength, his eyes filled with defiance, and unleashed a desperate toxic strike. GUTUW dodged sideways, timing his leap perfectly as DKUW's strength waned, and with the momentum of his descent, delivered another powerful enhanced punch. DKUW was rendered incapable of resistance. Collapsing to the ground, breath faint, GUTUW continued to rain down enhanced punches upon him, each more forceful than the last, until DKUW's breath ceased entirely, confirming his demise before finally relenting. Alas, the initial intent was to profit from this encounter. However, it seemed that DKUW's defeat had nonetheless provided valuable combat experience for GUTUW. After disposing of DKUW's remains, FNGM had more pressing matters to attend to. He affectionately patted TNXE's head, smiling. How about we get you a Sharp Fang now? Upon hearing Sharp Fang, TNXE leapt with excitement, envisioning imminent evolution and newfound strength. FNGM withdrew his 3 Pokémon and set off to procure the Sharp Fang. Chapter 36, Sharp Fang. Locating a store that sells Sharp Fangs in WNZHing City proved simple. A quick search on his phone sufficed. FNGM took out his device and searched for Sharp Fang vendors in WNZHing City, yielding results for the BIH-ing branch. The reputation of BIH-ing was indeed formidable. It was a renowned establishment in the evolution stone trade, with few rivals able to compete. If BIH-ing did not possess Sharp Fangs, where else could one find them? Without hesitation, FNGM set off for BIH-ing. Walking was too slow. True to form, he opted for a taxi. During the ride, he idly scrolled through videos until he stumbled upon news regarding Shu-Ingi Town. The infamous Su-Ling team had launched a surprise attack on Shu-Ingi Town the previous night, resulting in the tragic loss of the town's police and gym leader. Investigations revealed that the mystical Longhua waterfall, which allowed KY to evolve into LY, had been destroyed, with numerous beautiful scales plundered. The surviving residents of Shu-Ingi Town numbered fewer than 400, a truly lamentable situation. The Alliance had since sealed off Shu-Ingi Town, initiating a thorough investigation. It was astonishing that so many had survived. FNGM had expected the Su-Ling team to annihilate them all. The beautiful scales must have been their target. They likely sought to evolve the ugly fish into MNSI, but more probable was their intent to sell them. The Su-Ling team's willingness to obliterate Shu-Ingi Town for the sake of these scales revealed their madness. He would have to steer clear of them in the future. Or perhaps not, with the Su-Ling team uniform and identification card on his person. Should he encounter them, he could easily disguise himself. Nevertheless, it was wiser to remain cautious. He had yet to even reach the elite level and harbored foolish aspirations of engaging with such a nefarious organization. After several hours, the taxi finally halted. Having reached the destination of BIH-ing. Sir, we have arrived, the driver announced. FNGM paid his fare and alighted. Approaching the grand entrance of BIH-ing, it was no wonder the establishment was wealthy. Even a branch was more opulent than many flagship stores. Stepping inside, he was greeted by a faint floral fragrance in the air, which, upon lingering, brought a sense of tranquility. The receptionist, adorned in a tailored black uniform that accentuated her figure, greeted him with a professional smile, her face exquisitely beautiful, embodying the essence of a refined woman. However, FNGM felt no particular attraction to such allure. In truth, he found a peculiar aversion to women who exuded such sensuality. Sir, do you have an appointment? No. Then you must schedule one. Approximately a month from now would suffice, or you may pay 100,000 yuan for a meeting with our branch manager. This blatant extortion was rather apparent. 100,000 yuan merely to meet their manager. Ultimately, FNGM acquiesced, recognizing the urgency of acquiring the Sharp Fang. Delaying even a second would squander TNXE's potential. Sir, please follow me. The receptionist led FNGM to the door of a room before departing. Upon entering, he was enveloped by the rich aroma of tea. Inside, a rectangular tea table was set, behind which sat a middle-aged man clad in a white coat, sipping tea with a serene demeanor. This was the manager of the BIH-ing branch, the very personage known as F-ing-shos. Young friend, please join me for tea. Let us converse at leisure. FNGM seated himself across the table, a cup of tea placed before him. The tea shimmered with a delicate spring green hue, reminiscent of freshly shelled peas illuminated by sunlight, nearly glistening with dew. Just from this, he could discern the exceptional quality of the tea. Taking a sip, he was met with a bitter taste, unable to appreciate the fine brew. How unpalatable! It seemed older individuals favored such flavors. After savoring another sip, Fang Oz remarked, "Young friend, let us get to the point. What evolution stone do you wish to purchase?" The sharp Fang, preferably of perfect quality. The classification of evolution items like the sharp Fang parallels that of enhancement items. With each tier, the energy contained within the sharp Fang becomes richer and more potent. Ah, young friend, you possess some insight. Unfortunately, we currently do not have the perfect quality sharp Fang in stock, but we can arrange to have one sent from the main store. However, it is quite rare, comparable to evolution stones of 90 purity. If you desire it, you will need to offer an evolution stone of similar purity in exchange. Upon hearing about the high purity evolution stone, FNGM's lips curled into a slight smile. He just so happened to possess one, boasting a purity of 99. Manager Fang, I have a high purity evolution stone, but one perfect sharp Fang will not suffice for a trade. Fang Oz's expression shifted slightly, his teacup pausing midair as he locked eyes with FNGM, a smile creeping to his face. Young friend, you are indeed intriguing. Do you possess an evolution stone with a purity of 92 or 93? FNGM confidently produced the water stone, left to him by his father. With a purity of 99, his confidence soaring. The water stone has a purity of 99. If you doubt it, feel free to have it tested. Fang Oz's hand, which had been holding the teacup, froze in midair, his eyes widening in disbelief. Young friend, do not jest. FNGM handed the water stone to Fang Oz, smiling. You may verify it at your leisure. Taking possession of the water stone, Fang Oz examined it closely with a flashlight, his expression one of utter astonishment. Afterward, he summoned someone for an inspection. When the results emerged, he was utterly astonished. Indeed, it was a water stone with 99 purity. Fang Mo casually toyed with the water stone, glancing at Feng Xiaozhu with a slight smirk. Boss Feng, do not attempt to deceive me. I am well aware of the value of this water stone, and it is indeed a rare commodity. You must show some sincerity if you wish for me to part with it. Feng Xiaozhu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. There were only about 10 of these 99 purity evolution stones in Baihongzhuang, and he had fortuitously encountered one today. Please wait a moment, my young friend. I will contact the headquarters. Very well, Boss Feng, do hurry back. After Feng Xiaozhu departed, Fang Mo propped his leg up, examining the water stone in his hand. Secretly amused, it appeared that the value of the water stone exceeded my expectations, enough to rouse such excitement in the owner of a prestigious branch of Baihongzhuang. Let me ponder what else I might desire. Perhaps a learning machine would suffice, one for each of my 3 Pokémon, Huori Miao, Guatuwa, and Tianxia. Indeed, I am quite eager to see what they will offer in exchange. After a brief wait, Feng Xiaozhu hurriedly returned, having lost the initial calm demeanor he possessed upon their first meeting. My young friend, I have contacted the headquarters, and Baihongzhuang can offer you a perfect grade sharp Fang and an egg of a newly discovered species. Additionally, we can provide you with 5 learning machines of your choice, and if you still find it insufficient, we can negotiate further. The terms presented by Baihongzhuang did not seem particularly enticing to Fang Mo. I would value the perfect grade sharp Fang at a maximum of 10 million, and the new species egg at the same price. The 5 learning machines, assuming each is of the earthquake type, would amount to 40 million, totaling 60 million. However, if the 99 purity water stone were to be auctioned, it could fetch upwards of 200 million, or even 300 million. If I were to accept this deal, the loss would be monumental. Perhaps noticing Fang Mo's hesitation, Feng Xiaozhu gritted his teeth and continued. We can also offer you 6 magical candies and a trait capsule. What is the purpose of the magical candies? Fang Mo was aware of their function, yet he was uncertain of the level increase they provided. The magical candy allows a Pokémon to permanently increase its level by 3, but each Pokémon can only consume 1 in its lifetime, and it is effective only for those below level 60. Such a powerful effect makes the magical candy exceedingly precious, and if 6 are valued at 5 million each, that is merely my rough estimate. However, the trait capsule is of even greater worth, as it can swap a Pokémon's primary and secondary traits. Though it cannot convert either into a hidden trait, the quality of traits often determines the outcome of battles, and the trait capsule would be particularly beneficial for Mei Tangue, allowing it to change from the ordinary white smoke trait to the extraordinary sunlight trait. This item is also rare and could reach tens of millions in value. Alright, let's finalize the deal, Boss Feng. Excellent, my young friend. You may now choose your 5 learning machines. I'll take Dragon Tail, Blizzard, Wide Area Destruction, Stone Edge, and Giga Impact. Dragon Tail will be for Huori Miao, Blizzard for Guatuwa, while the remaining 3 will be for Tianxia. Feng Xiaozhu gasped, realizing that Fang Mo had chosen only the most expensive options. However, Thinking of the water stone with 99 purity provided him some consolation. No problem, my young friend. Please return in 3 days to collect your items. We will have them promptly transferred from headquarters. Here is the contract for your review. Fang Mo took the contract, which contained a plethora of irrelevant details, including a clause stipulating a compensation of 500 million if he failed to deliver the trade item. The water stone is in my possession. How could I possibly lose it? After signing the contract, he prepared to return in 3 days. On his way back, Fang Mo decided to purchase 2 additional learning machines for Guatuhua and Tianxia. During the 3 days of waiting, both Tianxia and Guatuhua mastered the move Sword Dance, and Hori Miao even fortuitously leveled up. 3 days later, Fang Mo returned as promised. He exchanged the water stone while the agreed items were presented in full. My young friend, please check. Everything is here. No need. Such a reputable brand as Baihong Zhuang would not engage in deception. Feng Xiaozhu also handed Fang Mo a gold card, explaining, "This is our Baihong Zhuang VIP gold card, awarded only to those who transact over 50 million with us. You may enjoy a 20% discount at any Baihong Zhuang branch with this card in the future." After accepting the card, Fang Mo departed, and Feng Xiaozhu sat back down, dialing a phone number. "Boss, I have found him. His name is Fang Mo. His parents are deceased, but his father was a prominent figure in academia, Fang Yuran, the pioneer of fairy-type Pokémon." A deep voice came through the phone. That makes sense. Given that his father is Fang Yuran, it is understandable that he possesses a water stone of 99 purity. Unbeknownst to Fang Mo, his background had been thoroughly investigated by Baihong Zhuang, and despite being spotless, it would prove inconsequential. Upon arriving at the training room, Fang Mo released his 3 Pokémon. "Tianxia, come here." Tianxia scampered eagerly to Fang Mo, and at the moment Fang Mo produced the sharp Fang, Tianxia's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Are you ready to evolve?" Tianxia nodded vigorously, clearly impatient. As Fang Mo touched the sharp Fang to Tianxia, its body instantly radiated light. Its size gradually increased, undergoing remarkable transformations. When the light faded, the form of Tianxia Wang was fully revealed. Tianxia Wang bore the characteristics of both a scorpion and a bat. With a body of grayish-purple, its ears, arms, and abdomen were red, and it possessed a pair of bright yellow eyes. A pair of enormous black bat wings adorned its back, completely separate from its arms. Overall, it appeared significantly more imposing than its predecessor. Fang Mo eagerly consulted the Pokédex for information. Tianxia Wang, the scorpion bat Pokémon, the evolved form of Tianxia. It hangs from branches with its tail, observing its prey, and strikes from above when the opportunity arises. Tianxia Wang excitedly waved its large pincers, brimming with enthusiasm, and began to dance about. Due to its newfound size, it nearly struck Fang Mo with its pincers. Fortunately, Fang Mo dodged just in time. Otherwise, he would have been in peril. Tianxia Wang sheepishly scratched its head. Following its evolution, Tianxia Wang had leveled up by 3 levels, and there remained some energy from the sharp Fang within. Fang Mo then took out 3 magical candies to feed them to his Pokémon, elevating their levels by 3. He refrained from feeding the magical candies to Liu Wang, as if it were never to evolve into a Lurantis, it would be a waste. He would wait until it transformed into a Lurantis before administering the candies. Fang Mo was also eager to check the updated information on his Pokémon. Pokémon, Guatuhua, gender male, level 35, ability, Torrent, known moves, Pound, Growl, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Protect, Ice Beam, Round, Throw, Waterfall, Sword Dance, and Knock Off. Inherited moves, Spikes, Power Up Punch, Mind's Eye, and Double Edge. Pokémon, Hori Miao, gender male, level 28, ability, Intimidate, known moves, Grasp, Call, Spark, Tongue Lick, Roar, Sword Dance, Protect, Scramble, Bite, Charge Flame Strike, Double Kick, Flame Fawn. Inherited moves, Clapping Ambush, Throwing Down Harsh Words, Arrogance. Pokémon, TNXWing, gender male, level 28, ability, Poison Heal, known moves, Poison Sting, Mud Slap, Harden, Tailwind, Protect, Toxic Spikes, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Earthquake, Poison Tail, Acrobatics, Sword Dance, Poison Jab, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Flame Fong, Fling, Critical Hit. Inherited moves, Double Return, Cross Poison, Critical Hit. This rich array of moves brought immense joy to FNGM. He adorned TNXW-ing with the Toxic Orb, and his Poison Heal TNXW-ing finally came into its own. Next, FNGM planned to embark on a journey after TNXW-ing, Gu TUW, and YNRME-O had all mastered their new moves. Chapter 38, the first battle of TNXW-ing. A week later, Gu TUW and the others finally grasped their new moves. Beside FNGM lay a new variety of Pokémon egg gifted to him by FNGSHOS. According to his description, this new Pokémon is called X New York Mio. While others may not be well acquainted with X New York Mio, FNGM was distinctly aware of its significance. New York Mio is the starter Pokémon of the protagonist in Pokémon Horizon, and its final evolution, New Jersey Angio Mio, is a paragon of both strength and beauty, possessing a unique move known as Chin by Nu. Chin by Nu guarantees critical hits. Its value is self-evident. While other Pokémon rely on items and moves to increase critical hit ratios, Chin by Nu ensures absolute precision. Furthermore, New Jersey Angio Mio is the only one among the three starters whose speed surpasses that of GNGH or GO, boasting an impressive base attack stat of 110. Once New York Mio hatches, cultivating her as a primary asset would be a splendid choice. After all, no one dares to label New Jersey Angio Mio as merely ornamental. With a gender ratio of 1:7, one might wonder if his would also be male. TNXW-ing tugged at FNGM's sleeve, waving its pincers, seemingly eager to express something. TNXW-ing, what is it you wish to do? FNGM inquired. Upon realizing that FNGM did not comprehend its intentions, TNXW-ing grew anxious. Then, it mimicked a punching motion, and FNGM understood. You wish to battle, right? Indeed, you haven't fought since your evolution and have only been practicing new moves. Very well, I shall take you there. Upon hearing FNGM's agreement, TNXW-ing became even more elated, soaring through the air while clutching FNGM. Hey, TNXW-ing. Let me down first, FNGM exclaimed as they arrived at the battle area of WNZHing City for a 2v2 match. Moments later, they were successfully matched, and upon reaching the designated battlefield, they encountered an unremarkable young man. Now, trainers, please summon your Pokémon. FNGM released TNXW-ing, which, upon hearing the call to battle, instantly became invigorated. The opponent summoned a large Houndoom. As a physical attacker, Houndoom faced TNXW-ing, which had notable physical defense. This suggested an advantage for TNXW-ing. TNXW-ing, harden. TNXW-ing raised its pincers defensively, rendering its body more resilient and enhancing its physical defense. Allow me to show you that your strikes cannot surpass my defenses. Houndoom, Ice Fang. TNXW-ing, use Protect. FNGM cursed himself, having forgotten that Houndoom could use Ice Fang. While not renowned among Ice-type moves, one must remember that TNXW-ing is quadruple weak to Ice. TNXW-ing quickly established a protective barrier, as Houndoom lunged and relentlessly bit at the shield with Ice Fang. Houndoom, use Taunt. Houndoom taunted TNXW-ing, inciting its fury. But while under the effects of Taunt, it could only utilize offensive moves. You wish to attack? TNXW-ing, unleash wide area destruction. TNXW-ing raised its tail, enveloped in dragon-type energy, glowing green. Once the barrier dissipated, Houndoom faced the brunt of TNXW-ing's tail. After being struck back several steps, Houndoom exhibited signs of discomfort, evidently suffering a drop in physical attack due to wide area destruction. Houndoom, charge in and use Ice Fang. TNXW-ing, meet it head-on with Flame Fang. The clash of teeth between TNXW-ing and Houndoom created a symphony of sizzling energy as fire clashed with ice. Thanks to its fire-type advantage, TNXW-ing gradually gained the upper hand as the intense heat began to melt Houndoom's Ice Fang. Houndoom, summoning all its strength, attempted to turn the tide, yet could not withstand TNXW-ing's relentless assault. With a powerful thrust, TNXW-ing sent Houndoom sprawling several meters back, leaving it on the ground, emitting wisps of steam, clearly scorched by Flame Fang. While my TNXW-ing is quadruple weak to ice, that only matters if you can actually land a hit. TNXW-ing, continue your assault with spikes. TNXW-ing struck the ground with its pincers, causing dozens of spiked pillars to erupt and race toward Houndoom. Houndoom, evade. Houndoom, enduring the pain of the burns, leaped valiantly but was still struck by the spikes, collapsing and losing the will to fight. Houndoom is unable to battle. The opposing trainer recalled Houndoom and produced another Pokeball. Go, JCHNTNGL-ing. Like a flash of red lightning, JCHNTNGL-ing made its entrance. TNXW-ing, maintain your harden and do not cease. The opposing trainer appeared puzzled, as his JCHNTNGL-ing boasted a staggering physical attack of 130, yet the opponent dared to have it attack. JCHNTNGL-ing, use X-Scissor. JCHNTNGL-ing lunged toward TNXW-ing, raising its red pincers for a direct strike. TNXW-ing felt a twinge of pain, but the effects of poison heal soon took hold, restoring some health. TNXW-ing, do not stop. Continue using Harden. JCHNTNGL-ing, defeat it with your overwhelming attack. Use Fury Cutter. JCHNTNGL-ing unleashed a flurry of Fury Cutters, while TNXW-ing shielded itself with its arms, persistently utilizing Harden to bolster its physical defense. Through the effects of Harden, the pain TNXW-ing felt began to diminish. As JCHNTNGL-ing continued its assault, its stamina began to wane. and the frequency of its attacks gradually decreased. The opposing trainer, oblivious to the shift, believed that Jie and Tngl Eng's relentless onslaught would surely secure victory. When the effects of Harden reached their zenith, FNGM commanded, "Cease Harden and unleash Flame Fang." Jie and Tngl Eng, still in the midst of its attack, was momentarily caught off guard as TNXW Eng lunged forward, sinking its fangs into it with Flame Fang. Jie and Tngl Eng experienced immense agony, being quadruple weak to fire. Jie and Tngl Eng break free, summoning its last reserves of strength. Jie and Tngl Eng managed to escape TNXW Eng's grip, but was gravely wounded and nearly out of energy. Jie and Tngl Eng use air slash. Jie and Tngl Eng flapped its wings, unleashing two colorless blades of air. The air slashes struck TNXW Eng directly. Yet in the next instant, the damage inflicted was nearly nullified. Herein lies the terrifying nature of poison heal. The damage dealt was insufficient to outpace the healing. Hence, the impending damage from Jie and Tngl Eng would amount to virtually nothing. The best course of action for Jie and Tngl Eng now was to evade TNXW Eng's attacks until the effects of Harden wore off, allowing it to strike once more. However, the 65 speed of Jie and Tngl Eng could not hope to match TNXW Eng's 95 speed, especially when Jie and Tngl Eng was already fatigued. Jie and Tngl Eng used double team. Ascending into the air, Jie and Tngl Eng swiftly created multiple illusions, making it difficult to discern its true form. TNXW Eng remained still. Originally, the shadow clone technique only required the observation of shadows, yet Fang Mo opted to keep the Scorpion King stationary. As the Jie and Tngl Eng refrained from attacking, the Scorpion King was on the verge of regaining full health. The Jie and Tngl Eng charged forward, executing a cleave. Dozens of clones surged towards the Scorpion King, but upon contact, all but the original vanished. The Jie and Tngl Eng raised its pincers, ready to strike, only to be seized by the Scorpion King's arm. Excellent, Scorpion King, fire Fang. The Scorpion King bit down with its fiery fangs, inflicting excruciating pain on the Jie and Tngl Eng. The flames rapidly engulfed its body, and despite its desperate struggles, it could not escape the Scorpion King's grip. Hold on, Jie and Tngl Eng. The trainer on the opposite side urged anxiously. However, the Jie and Tngl Eng was already beyond salvation. The Scorpion King intensified its bite, amplifying the power of its fire Fang. Ultimately, the Jie and Tngl Eng could no longer endure. Its body softened and collapsed onto the ground. With the Jie and Tngl Eng incapacitated, victory belonged to Trainer Fang Mo. Chapter 39, The Underground Black Market. Following the battle, the Scorpion King danced with excitement, realizing the hardships it had endured prior to acquiring such formidable strength. Fang Mo was equally pleased with this poisonous healing Scorpion King. The strategy of stacking physical defense was commendable, yet it would falter against a special attacker. Unless confronted by a purely physical attacker, this tactic could easily be countered. In the presence of a pure physical attacker, stacking physical defense to the maximum would render your output inferior to my healing abilities, leading to your downfall. Regrettably, the Scorpion King could not learn Iron Defense, which would have doubled its physical defense. If the Scorpion King could truly master Iron Defense, its strength would escalate to new heights. Tomorrow, we shall depart WNZHing City, but tonight, a visit to the Black Market is in order. The Black Market is a place every protagonist in a novel frequents. It offers numerous items unavailable in the mainstream market, including those banned by the Alliance. The location of the Black Market cannot simply be discovered through online searches. One must rely on individuals who tread in the shadows. As night descended, Fang Mo donned a black outfit and mask, stepping out of the inn to seek the Black Market. Nighttime was when the Black Market thrived. It dared not operate under the Alliance's watchful eyes during the day. While the Alliance has made some efforts to combat such dark forces, they often turn a blind eye unless these forces threaten to destroy the world. After walking for several minutes, Fang Mo finally encountered someone who could divulge the location of the Black Market. The individual, though not truly part of the underworld, spent their days idling about and was therefore familiar with the Black Market's whereabouts. A group of young ruffians loitered on the street corner, and as Fang Mo approached, their gazes turned to him with ill intentions. He squatted directly in front of one of the ruffians, locking eyes with him without a trace of fear. What is there to fear from a street punk who probably doesn't even possess a Pokémon? Hey, do you know where the Black Market is? The young ruffian stood up abruptly, taken aback by the directness of Fang Mo's inquiry. The most intimidating among them, a yellow-haired thug, approached Fang Mo. Despite his fierce appearance, his voice trembled slightly. What do you want with the Black Market? In their minds, anyone bold enough to seek out the Black Market must be a formidable individual, likely skilled in violence. With only a few beedrills to their names, they certainly did not wish to provoke someone like Fang Mo. 10,000 lead the way. With that, Fang Mo tossed 10,000 yuan into the yellow-haired thug's face, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain for the ruffians. Fang Mo's demeanor only reinforced their belief that he was no ordinary person. However, the ruffians could not conceal the glint of greed in their eyes upon receiving the money. "Big brother, follow me." The yellow-haired thug led the way for Fang Mo. With his hands in his pockets, Fang Mo emanated a chilling aura, leaving the ruffians silent throughout the journey. Upon reaching the entrance of a bar, the yellow-haired thug halted. "Big brother, this is the entrance to the black market. We cannot go in." Scram. Fang Mo entered the bar, greeted by a strong scent of alcohol mingled with a hint of blood. A sultry woman at the front desk gazed at Fang Mo alluringly, feigning shyness as she said, "Hello, handsome. Do you wish to drink, or would you prefer some company? I can offer you a discount on your first night." She winked at him, flaunting her alluring figure. Fang Mo felt an urge to retch at her behavior. Suppressing his disgust, he coldly replied, "To the black market." "Ah, so the handsome one knows the ropes. The entry fee is 1,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Fang Mo handed over the money, eager to distance himself from the bar's overly seductive women. "Follow me, handsome." The woman walked slightly slower, attempting to draw closer to Fang Mo. "Enough with the antics. Let's move." "Oh dear, you are quite unapproachable. I'll hurry along." After being rebuked by Fang Mo, they soon arrived at the underground black market. Lifting the curtain revealed a scene filled with fierce-looking individuals, each exuding an aura of danger. As if they were all seasoned in the art of bloodshed, Fang Mo navigated through the black market, observing the wares being sold by the vendors. Items included the tusks of a DNG, seeds from a Mi Ow's Ingz's back, and even Pikachu's tail, showcasing various Pokémon body parts. "Hey, buddy, come check out my goods." A shifty-eyed vendor called out, eager to attract Fang Mo's attention. With ample time at his disposal, Fang Mo squatted in front of the vendor's stall, inspecting the eclectic assortment of items. "I strongly recommend you purchase these 2 water cannons. They originated from an elite-level Shui Gu. You can't go wrong for 3 million. You'll be taking home a real deal." "What use do I have for a water cannon? Can it still shoot without the Shui Gu?" "Ah, that's a narrow perspective, my friend. Think about it. This water cannon resembles a rocket launcher, and with a bit of modification, it could become an enhanced rocket launcher. I guarantee you, when it fires, the power will rival that of the Shui Gu's water cannon." Fang Mo disregarded the vendor's chatter, focusing instead on the items displayed. A statue of SNYNYB crafted from copper caught his eye. It was exquisitely made, almost indistinguishable from a real SNYNYB, albeit smaller and with a different hue. What truly captivated Fang Mo was the ruby embedded in the statue's forehead, which was replaced by a keystone. Indeed, it was the keystone essential for Mega Evolution. The keystone is a vital item in the process of Pokémon Mega Evolution, allowing trainers to forge a bond with their Pokémon and initiate Mega Evolution. This world has yet to unlock the secrets of Mega Evolution, thus unaware of the rarity of keystones and megastones, but Fang Mo is acutely aware. Following Mega Evolution, various stats can significantly increase, and abilities may transform. Numerous Pokémon have become pivotal choices due to their Mega Evolutions. For instance, the Mega Evolved D issue boasts the ability, allowing it to attack twice in succession. Conversely, some Pokémon have become mere shadows of their former selves post-evolution. A certain ground-type Pokémon comes to mind, though I shall refrain from naming names. Fang Mo picked up the diminutive Sun Ebu, carefully examining it. Only a single keystone adorned its body, a rarity indeed. "What's wrong, my friend? Interested?" The merchant said, "Let me tell you. This Sun Ebu bronze piece possesses wealth-attracting properties. Last year, my father made a fortune of 10 million thanks to this. If you desire it, I can let it go for 500,000. Listening to the vendor's boastful claims, Fang Mo found himself at a loss for words. "You want 500,000 for a pile of scrap metal? At most, I would consider 50,000. If it weren't for the fine craftsmanship, I wouldn't even offer 5,000. 50,000 is my final offer." Hey, all right, my friend, 50,000 it is. I will reluctantly part with it for you." During the payment process, the unscrupulous merchant continued to extol the wealth-attracting qualities of the Sun Ebu statue. After securing the statue, Fang Mo left the stall. For aside from the keystone, there was little of value. The merchant counted the 50,000 with a sly grin, secretly mocking. "I never expected to encounter such a fool, spending 50,000 on worthless scraps." Fang Mo separated the keystone from the statue, carefully storing the stone while discarding the statue into a trash bin, continuing his exploration of the black market. Chapter 40, Bonds. Fang Mo wandered back and forth before the black market stalls, unable to locate a second keystone. Alas, I was too naive. If keystones were so common, everyone would be able to Mega Evolve. With a keystone in hand, Fang Mo was now more eager to find a Mega Evolution stone. Regardless of the Pokémon it belonged to, he simply wished to experience the thrill of Mega Evolution himself. The exhilarating process depicted in the anime had left him envious. If only I could form a bond with Guadawa, but only Ash, the protagonist, seems capable of such a feat, but am I a protagonist? Perhaps the Koga frog also had a mega evolution. All Pokémon might possess one, yet it simply had not been explored in the anime. Having scoured the black market to no avail, Fang Mo decided it was better to return and train his Pokémon. Upon returning to the rented training room, Fang Mo released Guadua and the other two Pokémon. Let's train for another 2 hours and then rest. We have to set off again tomorrow, no all-nighters tonight. Tian Wang tugged at Fang Mo's clothing. Turning to it, Fang Mo asked, "What is it, Tian Wang? Are you hungry?" Tian Wang shook its head and assumed a fighting stance, its eyes brimming with a desire to battle. "You want to fight? Where am I supposed to find an opponent for you at this hour?" "Ga." Tian Wang pointed at Guadua. "You want to challenge Guadua to a duel? Are you serious?" Tian Wang nodded vigorously, then turned to Guadua, seemingly seeking its consent. "What do you think, Guadua?" "Tian Wang wants to challenge you." Guadua faced Tian Wang, adopting a battle-ready stance. Upon seeing Guadua accept the challenge, Tian Wang was elated, raising its pincers in preparation for combat. "All right, Tian Wang, I will direct you." "Ga." Tian Wang shook its head, indicating it did not require guidance. "Very well then." Tian Wang was indeed feeling bold, daring to challenge Guadua, setting aside the 7-level difference. Fang Mo feared that a single blizzard from Guadua could easily dispatch Tian Wang, who was 4 times weak to ice-type moves. As the two Pokémon were about to engage, Fang Mo added, "Guadua, you cannot use Ice Beam or Blizzard, all right?" Guadua nodded, having no intention of employing those moves, fearing they might inadvertently harm Tian Wang. "Good." Guadua displays the demeanor of an elder brother. As the match commenced, Tian Wang initiated its hardened defense strategy from previous battles. Fang Mo anticipated that Guadua would immediately counter with Waterfall to interrupt Tian Wang's setup. However, Guadua remained still, patiently waiting for Tian Wang to complete its defense stacking. Impressive. Guadua isn't even pretending to engage. Is it that obvious that it's holding back? Nevertheless, Guadua had several powerful special moves. If Tian Wang fully stacked its physical defense, Waterfall would deal minimal damage. Minutes passed, and Tian Wang finally completed its defense stacking, confidently gazing at Guadua. Relieved that Tian Wang had finished, Guadua steadied itself. Adopting a combat stance, Tian Wang slammed its pincers into the ground, unleashing spikes, which erupted beneath Guadua. Guadua gathered a significant amount of water in its left hand, forming a water pulse to counter Tian Wang's spikes. The two moves clashed, producing a considerable shockwave. The water pulse, with a power of 60, surprisingly outmatched the 100 power of spikes. Fang Mo pondered the importance of type advantages and level differences. It seemed reasonable. Guadua was 7 levels higher than Tian Wang, and water-type energy naturally countered rock-type energy. Tian Wang swiftly approached Guadua, attempting to engage in close combat. Its tail gathered dragon-type energy, emitting a faint green glow, and it swung its tail towards Guadua. Guadua activated its power-up punch, both Pokémon employing moves that either increased or decreased physical attack. Ultimately, neither succeeded in altering their offensive power. In close combat, Guadua's power-up punch proved more effective, inflicting greater damage to Tian Wang. However, in the next moment, Tian Wang's poison heal activated, almost fully restoring its health. Conversely, Guadua sustained some damage and expended a portion of its stamina. Realizing that this back and forth would eventually wear it down, Guadua altered its strategy. After dodging Tian Wang's wide guard, it leapt up, swiftly kicking Tian Wang and creating distance between them. With the distance established, Tian Wang charged at Guadua again, eager for close combat. However, Guadua evaded all of its attacks with agility, consistently maintaining distance. Tian Wang grew frustrated, exhausted from its efforts yet failing to land a single hit. From Fang Mo's perspective, if Tian Wang had used Earthquake, it could have restricted Guadua's movements, yet it seemed to have forgotten it possessed such a move. This illustrated the advantage of having a trainer. The trainer could analyze the battle from the sidelines and offer optimal strategies, while Pokémon, as participants, were often clouded by the heat of the moment. Suddenly, Tian Wang erupted with immense energy, its fierce aura even causing Guadua to tense up. It appeared Tian Wang had truly been provoked, launching into a decisive ultimate impact. Enveloped in white light, Tian Wang propelled itself like a spring, hurtling towards Guadua. Guadua retreated half a step with its left foot, bending its right knee, shifting its weight to the right. Just before the shockwave reached, Guadua swiftly turned to the right. The white light swept past, missing Guadua entirely, while Tian Wang, having executed the ultimate impact, succumbed to paralysis. Oh dear, Tian Wang. Ultimate impact should not be used recklessly. Without restricting your opponent's movements, it is unwise to employ such a move. Seizing the opportunity, Guadua performed a sword's dance, significantly enhancing its physical attack before unleashing Waterfall. At that moment, all of Tian Wang's defensive boosts dissipated. Guadua surged forth on the torrent of water, wielding tremendous power as it charged at Tian Wang, who had just recovered from paralysis, leaving no time to defend. With the combination of double restraint, level suppression, and enhanced physical attack, the Scorpion King was swiftly dispatched by the Gua-Tu Frog's waterfall attack. Subsequently, Fang Mo applied a high-grade healing potion to both the Scorpion King and the Gua-Tu Frog, followed by offering them some energy cubes. Alright, you should be nearly restored now. Scorpion King, remember this for the future. Unless your opponent's actions are restricted, do not hastily unleash your ultimate impact. If it connects, that's well and good. But should it miss, the time you are paralyzed may allow your opponent to turn the tide of battle. Furthermore, if your opponent is exceptionally agile and not a flying type, you can use Earthquake to limit their actions. The Scorpion King sheepishly scratched its head, yet silently absorbed Fang Mo's teachings. Fang Mo then shifted his gaze to the Gua-Tu Frog. Gua-Tu Frog, your performance in this battle was commendable. But there is one point to address. Refrain from waiting for the Scorpion King to build its defensive stats at the start. I understand your intentions to assist, but do not repeat this. Only by giving your all can the Scorpion King truly grow. The Gua-Tu Frog lowered its head, attentively listening to Fang Mo's guidance, showing no signs of annoyance or contradiction. In its eyes, Fang Mo was not merely its trainer but akin to family. From the moment of its birth, no one had shown it kindness. Even its parents had rejected it, and its peers had ostracized it. Fang Mo was the first to treat it with compassion, providing a nurturing environment for its training and resources for its growth, making the Gua-Tu Frog feel cared for and valued for the first time. Thus, the two fought side by side, trusting each other, bound by an invisible thread of emotion, a bond that connects them deeply. Chapter 41, The Luxury Cruise Ship. Fang Mo opened his phone's navigation to find the nearest city with a gym. The journey to the gym must continue. The path to becoming a champion cannot be interrupted. The closest city with a gym was Qingqing City, home to the Earth Rock Gym. The Pokémon used there predominantly belong to the rock and ground types, which greatly benefits the Gua-Tu Frog, though it poses a challenge for the Yanram, which is doubly weak to ground and rock types. The Scorpion King, however, is immune to ground-type moves, offering some advantage. From Wenzhong City to Qingqing City, there are two routes, one through various forests as before, and another via water. A sea separates Wenzhong City from Qingqing City, making it impossible to circumnavigate the sea without a journey of 1 or 2 months. However, crossing the sea is no simple feat. Riding the Scorpion King to fly over is not advisable, as it would likely tire midway without a place to rest. Building a raft is out of the question. Who uses rafts in this age? Perhaps there are boats available for boarding. Fang Mo began searching for information on his phone. There are numerous ordinary boats available, as well as ships dedicated to transporting goods directly to Qingqing City. Among them, one particularly stood out, a luxury cruise ship. The ticket costs 200,000, with an estimated arrival in Qingqing City in a week. The ship offers comfortable single rooms, a variety of complimentary gourmet food, and numerous activities. 200,000 it is. It's not too expensive after all. Money is meant to be spent. After purchasing the ticket, the display indicated a boarding time of 6 o'clock the next morning. If late, the ticket would become void and non-refundable. 6 o'clock is awfully early. I wonder if I can wake up in time. It's already 1 in the morning. Forget it, I 1T sleep. I'll train through the night. There will be a room to rest on the ship. Gua-Tu Frog, Yanram, Scorpion King, no rest tonight. Let us train harder. The determination of the 3 Pokémon to become stronger was resolute, and they had no objections to Fang Mo's request for extra training. Gua-Tu Frog, you just need 1 more level to evolve, so you must give it your all. Gua-Tu. The Gua-Tu Frog trained diligently to enhance its speed, reassuring Fang Mo. The evolution of the Gua-Tu Frog was merely a matter of time, while the evolution of the Koi King remained uncertain. However, he was confident that his Gua-Tu Frog would indeed evolve. Thinking about the Koi King made Fang Mo weary again. It showed no signs of evolution whatsoever. Oh, and there is that new Yi-Meow egg. Fang Mo took out the egg once more, observing it. The new Yi-Meow egg was securely nestled in the incubator, showing no issues. In approximately 10 days, the egg would hatch into a new Yi-Meow. By 5 o'clock, Fang Mo struggled to stay awake. Leaning against the training room wall, his eyelids feeling as heavy as iron, on the verge of closing. The Scorpion King and Yanram could no longer hold back their desire for sleep, prompting Fang Mo to return them to their Pokeballs, leaving only the Gua-Tu Frog still persevering in its training. Staying up too late was perilous. It could lead to serious consequences. Gua-Tu Frog, come here and have an energy cube to boost your spirits. Fang Mo tossed a water-type intermediate energy cube to the Gua-Tu Frog, which caught it with one hand, promptly consuming it before continuing to train. The Gua-Tu Frog was indeed a training fanatic, demonstrating its fervent desire to become stronger. Initially a pitiful creature isolated by its peers, it had now become a standout among its contemporaries. The Gua-Tu Frog could now likely hold its own against elite-level Pokémon, although it had defeated a level 39 Poison Frog, facing an elite-level Pokémon, such as an elite Poison Frog, would yield a close match at best. If the Gua-Tu Frog maximized its sword's dance, it might manage an even fight. Despite the minor level difference between level 40 and 39, the disparity in capability was monumental, with entering the elite tiers signifying a true transformation. While lost in thought, Fang Mo's phone alarm rang, signaling 5:20 a.m. With 40 minutes remaining, he had ample time to reach the Wenzhong city port. Arriving at the port at 5:50 a.m., he was ready to board the luxury cruise ship. The ship was massive, capable of accommodating over 1,000 passengers. Adorned with opulent decorations that exuded luxury, no one boarding the cruise ship appeared to be impoverished. Everyone donned exquisite attire and adorned themselves with fine jewelry. Fang Mo, dressed in high-end brands worth several thousand, did not appear out of place. After checking in, he stepped onto the ship, first heading to the deck to enjoy the sea breeze and gaze at the azure ocean, which lifted his spirits inexplicably. However, fatigue soon overwhelmed him, and he left the deck, following the staff's guidance to his room. As he walked, his pace quickened, and he accidentally bumped into someone. It was a woman, or rather, a man. "Why don't you watch where you're going? You bumped into me." The individual wore a white hoodie, their blue hair just long enough to brush against their ears. What struck Fang Mo most was the exquisite face before him. It seemed meticulously sculpted, with a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and thick brows, each feature perfectly positioned, devoid of any flaw. Even more astonishing was their skin, fair as snow, smooth and flawless, akin to jade. A complexion many women would envy. Overall, this individual's beauty surpassed that of many women, were it not for their voice, which lacked a feminine quality, and their self-identification as this young master. Fang Mo might have genuinely mistaken them for a woman. Apologies. Fang Mo, momentarily distracted from the individual's striking appearance, muttered an apology and attempted to walk away. "Hey, you're rather rude, trying to leave just like that." The blue-haired youth grasped Fang Mo's arm, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. His gaze flickered with a hint of murderous intent as he clenched his fists and spoke with restrained patience. "Release your hand. What is the matter with you? It is clearly your fault. If you sincerely apologize to this young master, you may leave." Forcefully shook off the hand of the blue-haired youth, choosing not to engage further and striding ahead. The blue-haired youth, visibly irritated, cursed inwardly. What a nuisance. Nowadays anyone can be so brazen. Retrieved his keys and unlocked the door to his room. The interior was adorned in warm tones, exuding a cozy and inviting atmosphere. A large, soft bed occupied the center, draped with a quilt embroidered with exquisite Pokémon designs. One side featured a grand floor-to-ceiling window, offering a breathtaking view of the vast ocean. Without hesitation, kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto the bed, tucking himself under the covers and slipping into slumber almost instantly. Chapter 42, The Cruise Competition. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that gradually opened his eyes, rubbing them before checking his phone. Only 2 o'clock? I thought I had awakened in the evening. He bent down to put on his shoes, stretched lazily, folded the quilt, and then turned to leave the room. A satisfying sleep indeed, but I am feeling a bit hungry. Entered the dining hall of the luxurious cruise ship, where an array of delectable dishes awaited. One could take whatever they desired, but wastage was not permitted, akin to a buffet. Special Pokémon food was also available, clearly labeled with the types of Pokémon that favored them. After selecting several plates for himself, gathered a variety of Pokémon treats and released his Pokémon, Frogadier, Litten, Scorpy, and Gyarados. Enjoy, my friends. Consuming energy cubes repeatedly can become monotonous. Let us indulge in something new. Scorpy eagerly snatched a piece of food and devoured it, his eyes gleaming with delight as he began to gorge himself. Litten, having tasted the sweetness, also joined in the feast. Frogadier sat cross-legged on the floor, delicately savoring a piece with an air of sophistication. Only the comical Gyarados, lacking hands, could only eat if placed food in front of him. The vast dining hall was empty, as it was already 2 o'clock. Who would still be unrefreshed? After satisfying his hunger, it was time to return to training. The cruise ship boasted several large training rooms, shared by many trainers. These training facilities were remarkably advanced, far superior to those previously rented by. However, no matter how excellent the facilities, they are of little use if one lacks the motivation to train. As evening fell, while was still training in the facility, he suddenly heard an announcement. The cruise ship is about to commence competitive events. Trainers wishing to participate may come forward to register. However, there are restrictions on Pokémon levels. They must not exceed elite rank. Those achieving commendable standings will receive superior rewards. Rest assured, even consolation prizes amount to 5,000. A limit on the elite rank? Intriguing. Practical combat is far more beneficial than routine training. Upon arriving at the registration area, signed up. When the time came, he proceeded to the designated competition arena as instructed. His opponent was a dapper young man, handsome and exuding an air of refinement. Now, please prepare for battle. Trainer and trainer. The battle will be a 3v3 format. Behind stood a beautiful woman cheering him on, likely his girlfriend. Come on, your mom is cheering for you. Nearly burst into laughter. A young beauty as his mother? Such extravagance. Ignored her encouragement, clearly unwilling to acknowledge her, and it was evident their relationship was strained. She must be a stepmother, looking a couple of years older than. The battle commenced. S first Pokémon was Litten, while sent out his Pokémon, Chayspin. Chayspin sported a tuft of hair atop its head resembling a verdant grass tuft, adorned with 3 yellow seeds akin to broccoli. Litten's Intimidate ability immediately reduced Chayspin's physical attack. Litten, use Fake Out. Litten executed a swift clap, catching Chayspin off guard, who had no ability to negate the move and fell into a flinch state. Litten, now use Swords Dance. Litten began to spin, surrounding itself with whirling blades, significantly enhancing its physical attack. Excellent. Litten, unleash a charged flame. Litten dashed toward Chayspin, gaining speed as its flames intensified. Chayspin, quickly use Seed Bomb to block it. As Litten approached, Chayspin expelled numerous energy projectiles formed from grass-type energy. However, before they could make contact, they were incinerated by Litten's flames. Litten slammed into Chayspin, sending it flying, and the impact coupled with the flames resulted in devastating effects. Chayspin struggled to rise, its fur disheveled and some patches charred. Litten, invigorated, felt the boost from its previous charged flame, as if it possessed an inexhaustible supply of energy. Eager to sprint a 1,500-meter dash. Chayspin, use Rock Slide. Litten, hold your ground. Chayspin propelled itself fiercely off the ground, causing massive boulders to ascend like missiles aimed directly at Litten. However, the rocks lacked sufficient energy, indicating the move's inexperience. A brilliant light erupted from Litten, forming an impenetrable shield akin to an eggshell, enveloping it. The rocks collided with the shield, producing a dull thud before shattering into pebbles that scattered in all directions. Litten, execute another charged flame. Flames enveloped Litten once more, increasing its speed. Realizing Litten intended to unleash another charged flame, began to panic, having witnessed its power firsthand. Chayspin dodge. Don't get hit. This time, the charged flame was even faster. Chayspin, unable to keep pace, was struck, its eyes spiraling in confusion. Chayspin lost consciousness. With a sigh, recalled Chayspin and produced another Pokeball. The woman behind him displayed a glimmer of concern. It's all right. You will surely turn the tide. S next Pokemon was Pampor. Pampor boasted a tuft of aqua blue hair atop its head, beneath which lay a large round face framed by enormous fan-like ears. It also possessed narrowed eyes. Pampor, Chayspin. The next one 1TB Simisage, will it? Litten's Swords Dance boost had worn off, and it was no longer at an advantage. It was time to switch out for Frogadier. Litten taunt. Litten let out a fierce roar, intimidating Pampor and reducing its physical and special attack. After taunting, Litten returned to its Pokeball, while summoned Frogadier. Pampor, use Scald. Pampor inhaled deeply, then unleashed a torrent of scalding hot water. Frogadier, evade. Frogadier darted to the side, while Pampor continued to spray hot water in pursuit. It was only when Frogadier circled around Pampor that it ceased its assault. Panting heavily, Pampor was exhausted from the relentless barrage of hot water. Frogadier, unleash Blizzard. Ice energy coalesced within Frogadier's mouth before a powerful blizzard erupted forth, engulfing Pampor in an icy tempest. Pampor was suddenly enveloped in frost, its body instantly coated in ice. It struggled to evade, yet the blizzard's expanse was far too vast, leaving it with no avenue of escape. Su Yang, upon witnessing this, paled and urgently shouted, Ling Shu Yuan, encase yourself in a water barrier. Enduring the frigid cold, Ling Shu Yuan summoned a layer of water to shield itself from the onslaught of the blizzard. However, the ferocity of Gu Tuw's blizzard was overwhelming, causing the water barrier to shatter under the extreme chill. Only when Gu Tuw's stamina began to wane did the blizzard cease, but the damage was already significant. Though Ling Shu Yuan was not frozen, its mobility had been severely impaired. Damn it, Ling Shu Yuan, retaliate with your own blizzard. Gu Tuw defend. Ling Shu Yuan unleashed its own blizzard, yet, as before, its attempt paled in comparison to Gu Tuw's recent display. Easily repelled by the latter's defense. Gu Tuw, follow up with Ice Beam. In an instant, Gu Tuw concentrated ice energy, firing a formidable ice beam towards Ling Shu Yuan. Unable to evade in time, Ling Shu Yuan was struck and instantly encased in ice. Quickly break free, Ling Shu Yuan. Su Yang urged anxiously. Responding to Su Yang's call, the ice began to tremble, yet remained intact. Gu Tuw. Unleash your final move, Waterfall. Gu Tuw leapt into the air, a torrent of water coalescing behind it, cascading down with tremendous force towards the frozen Ling Shu Yuan. The impact shattered the ice into countless fragments, sending Ling Shu Yuan hurtling to the ground, stripped of its combat capability. With Ling Shu Yuan incapacitated, Gu Tuw emerged victorious. The referee announced Ling Shu Yuan's defeat loudly, leaving Su Yang's expression grim as he reluctantly recalled Ling Shu Yuan, producing his final Pokeball. Chapter 43, The Displeasure of a Stepmother. Bo-Xiang Yuan, come forth. As anticipated, Su Yang's last Pokemon was indeed Bo-Xiang Yuan. In terms of attributes, Gu Tu held the advantage, making victory for Bo Xinyun appear rather elusive, unless it could. Bo Xinyun, use Sunny Day. To Su Yang's delight, the battlefield transformed under Bo Xinyun's influence, basking in brilliant sunlight, placing Gu Tu at a disadvantage. This Bo Xinyun seemed to be Su Yang's ace, likely on the cusp of evolving into an elite-level Pokémon. In this radiant sunshine, Gu Tu's water-type moves were halved in power, while fire-type moves were amplified 15-fold. The only recourse left for Gu Tu was to evade Bo Xinyun's assaults until the duration of Sunny Day expired, at which point Bo Xinyun would be but a lamb to the slaughter. Gu Tu, do your utmost to avoid its attacks. Gu Tu. Responding to Fang Mo's command, Gu Tu began to gather momentum, preparing to dodge as Bo Xinyun launched its attack. Bo Xinyun turned the tide with Solar Beam. Under the bright sun, Bo Xinyun rapidly amassed energy, unleashing a dazzling solar beam aimed directly at Gu Tu. With quick reflexes, Gu Tu propelled itself to the side like an arrow, narrowly evading the beam as it scorched the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A Pokémon that knows both Sunny Day and Solar Beam. How perfectly it counters Water-type Pokémon. The Solar Beam, a mighty Grass-type attack with a power of 120, typically required charging. However, under Sunny Day, it could be executed instantaneously. Gu Tu could not afford to evade every time, for a single hit might spell the end of its combat ability. Given the Solar Beam's inherent might, it would deal double damage to Gu Tu. Thus, an opportunity to switch in YNRMO was imperative. Gu Tu seized the moment and unleashed Water Pulse. Just as Bo Xinyun lifted its gaze after firing Solar Beam, it was met with a direct Water Pulse. Though Water Pulse was exceptionally effective against Bo Xinyun, the damage was halved due to the sunny conditions, resulting in minimal explosive effect. However, Fang Mo's intention had been fulfilled. Water Pulse served merely to divert attention as he recalled Gu Tu. YNRMO, your turn. Su Yang's expression soured. Yet YNRMO successfully took the place of Gu Tu. YNRMO, employ Charge Beam. Bo Xinyun, retaliate with Charge Beam, and collide with it. Both Pokémon charged towards each other, engulfed in flames, colliding with the ferocity of two meteors. A fierce conflagration erupted across the battlefield, kicking up swirling clouds of dust. As the tumultuous shockwave subsided, YNRMO, outmatched by Bo Xinyun's Charge Beam due to the significant level disparity, was pushed back several steps. Witnessing the shift in momentum, Su Yang's brow unfurled as he commanded, Bo Xinyun, follow up with Fire Punch. Bo Xinyun advanced once more, its fiery fist, amplified by the sunny weather, struck YNRMO with great force. YNRMO was sent flying, rolling several times before barely regaining its footing. Though its breathing was erratic, and it bore considerable wounds, Bo Xinyun, continue with Fire Punch. Bo Xinyun swiftly approached YNRMO, raising its fiery fist to strike again. YNRMO, evade and unleash Dragon Rage. Just as Fire Punch was about to connect, YNRMO crouched down, evading the attack. Subsequently, its eyes glowed crimson, enveloped in a surging draconic energy. It charged forward, sending Bo Xinyun hurtling away. Bo Xinyun's pupils dilated, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Dragon Rage. Having regained its balance, Bo Xinyun spotted YNRMO charging at it once more in its Dragon Rage state. Bo Xinyun dodge. Bo Xinyun narrowly evaded YNRMO's onslaught. However, YNRMO altered its trajectory, colliding with Bo Xinyun again. At this point, Bo Xinyun found itself gravely injured from the two successive Dragon Rages. Should a third strike land, it would surely succumb. YNRMO's pupils returned to normal, swaying unsteadily as it struck its own face repeatedly, evidently caught in a state of confusion. Su Yang, sensing a glimmer of hope for victory, urged, quickly, Bo Xinyun, unleash Heat Wave. Struggling to maintain its composure, Bo Xinyun expelled a searing heat wave towards the swaying YNRMO. The air warped under the heat as the wave approached, and just before it could strike YNRMO, Fang Mo shouted, YNRMO, use Protect. Despite being in a dazed state, YNRMO instinctively reacted, conjuring a green barrier before it. The heat wave collided violently with the barrier, producing a cacophony of sound and showering sparks. Yet, YNRMO was ultimately spent. The Protect could not endure for long before shattering. The heat wave successfully incapacitated YNRMO, leaving it sprawled on the ground, eyes swirling. YNRMO was defeated. Su Yang's lips curled upward in delight, but his elation was short-lived as YNRMO was recalled, replaced by Gu Tu. Su Yang's expression froze. He had believed himself victorious, only to realize he had merely defeated one of Fang Mo's Pokémon. Sunny Day concluded at that moment. Ah, it has ended. Without Sunny Day, Bo Xing Yuan is severely injured. I shall see how you turn this around. Bo Xing Yuan. Initiate Sunny Day once more. Struggling under its injuries, Bo Xing Yuan attempted to summon Sunny Day, its movements sluggish. You wish to invoke Sunny Day again? Do you think I will grant you that opportunity? Gu Tu, unleash waterfall. Water surged beneath Gu Tu, forming a waterfall that charged towards Bo Xing Yuan with ferocious speed. Engrossed in its efforts to conjure Sunny Day, Bo Xing Yuan was caught off guard, unable to mount an effective defense. The torrent crashed into Bo Xing Yuan, sending it hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Bo Xing Yuan. Su Yang cried out in desperation. The fragrant monkey, having exhausted its strength, struggled briefly before succumbing to its inability to continue the battle. With the fragrant monkey incapacitated, the trainer Fang Mo emerged victorious. A result loudly proclaimed by the referee. Su Yang retracted his fragrant monkey, clenched his fist, and his face betrayed a deep sense of resentment. His mother approached him, gently patting his shoulder, offering words of comfort. Yang, it's all right. Mother will ensure your Pokémon receive more training, and you will win championships in the future. Su Yang abruptly shook off her hand and shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? Don't call yourself my mother, you who married into our family for money, pretending to be a good person. The surrounding crowd, drawn by Su Yang's voice, gathered to witness this spectacle. His stepmother lowered her head, covering her face as she quietly wept. A middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, rushed over and struck Su Yang forcefully, angrily rebuking. Who allowed you to speak to your mother like that? I will teach you a lesson for your unfilial behavior. Su Yang glared at the man before fleeing, while the middle-aged man consoled his stepmother and gradually departed. Fang Mo observed them with a tinge of discomfort in his heart. How foolish. Your stepmother at least cares for you. In my previous life, my stepmother wished for my disappearance from this world. If only my stepmother had been willing to accept me, I could have lived with my father. How wonderful that would have been. Yet that woman despised me, fearful that I would claim a share of the family fortune. Sighing, Fang Mo adjusted his emotions and quietly sat on the sofa, patiently awaiting the next battle. Chapter 44, The Blue-Haired Youth. After 3 days of competitive battles aboard the cruise ship, Fang Mo finally reached the finals, informed by the staff that the decisive match would take place the following afternoon. Seated on a red leather sofa, he reclined casually, having just defeated his previous opponent. The current challengers grew increasingly formidable. Even his Guada frog struggled to secure victories. The upcoming finals might be daunting. Despite 3 days of intense competition, none of his 3 Pokémon had leveled up. While it was acceptable that Yanra Miao and Tianxia Wang had not advanced in levels, Guadu Frog's stagnation was perplexing. It was on the cusp of evolving into a Gakuga. Oh, my shiny Gakuga, why do you not arrive? A beautiful woman clad in a form-fitting red dress approached Fang Mo, holding a glass of red wine, and deliberately drew closer, teasingly inquiring. Fang Mo, dear brother, would you care to share a drink with me? Having reached the finals, Fang Mo had gained a modicum of fame aboard the luxurious cruise ship due to his exceptional command skills, coupled with his aloof and handsome demeanor, which attracted numerous admirers. Their intentions, however, were to ally with Fang Mo, hoping to recruit this young prodigy into their families. Another enchanting lady, dressed in a white gown, seated herself beside Fang Mo, sweetly asking, Fang Mo, dear brother, could I have your contact information? Surrounded by these 2 stunning women, Fang Mo felt no joy. Instead, he was repulsed. Such heavily made-up women, flaunting their figures, were utterly distasteful. If it weren't for the families backing them, he would have already lashed out. The woman in red cast a disdainful glance at the one in white, who retaliated with a scornful look in return. Rising from his seat, Fang Mo prepared to retreat to his room, but the red-dressed beauty grasped the hem of his clothing, feigning vulnerability as she pleaded, Fang Mo, dear brother, will you not stay and keep me company? This statement nearly made Fang Mo feel ill. He coldly regarded her, then brusquely removed her hand and turned to leave. Seeing Fang Mo depart, the white-clad beauty blamed the red-dressed one, exclaiming, damn it, it's all your fault. If you hadn't disgusted him, Fang Mo would have already agreed to a date. The red-dressed beauty, similarly spoiled, dropped her pretense and retaliated. You're the one who repulsed Fang Mo, you ugly hag. What did you say, you wretched creature? Ugly hag. As their insults escalated, they soon engaged in a comical scuffle, pulling each other's hair and ears, drawing laughter from the onlookers. Lying in his room, Fang Mo noted that Guada Frog and the others had just endured a battle, sustaining minor injuries. He decided against further training for the day, allowing them to rest. Initially contemplating the events of the following day, his thoughts drifted back to his previous life. Having crossed into the Pokémon world, I must have been dead in my former existence. I wonder if my parents grieved for me. I likely overthink it. My mother is probably at home caring for children, having not seen her since we parted at the age of 15. As for my father, my stepmother bore him twins, and he now runs a factory, living quite comfortably. By the time I turned 20, he ceased sending me support, simply stating I should not seek him out again, and cut off all means of contact. It seems rather absurd. Amidst countless homes, not a single light belongs to me. In any case, I no longer require any semblance of family ties. The companionship of my Pokémon suffices, for they are the only ones who will not betray me. What I have always desired are those who unconditionally stand by my side, regardless of circumstances. Suddenly, the spatial ring began to shake violently, causing Fang Mo to furrow his brow as he retrieved the source of the disturbance, the punishment pot. Kid, let me out quickly, and I promise I won't kill you. I won't pursue past grievances. Dream on. Even if you beg, I won't let you out. What? Are you afraid I will wreak havoc upon the world? I assure you, I will only seek the true form of Hoopa and will not cause destruction. Hearing this, Fang Mo could not help but scoff. You, Hoopa, are far too naive. The fate of the world is of no concern to me. I am solely interested in your power. Deluded fool. How dare a mere human like you covet my Hoopa's power? The punishment pot suddenly released waves of malevolent energy that surged into Fang Mo's body. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, as this force sought to invade his consciousness. Damn it, this Hoopa is trying to control me again. But I refuse to let you succeed. Fang Mo unleashed his formidable mental strength, driving out the malevolent energy. The dark force returned to the punishment pot, and Fang Mo returned to his normal state. I advise you to abandon your futile attempts to control me. Had it not been for your mental strength, I would have turned you into my puppet long ago. Reclining back on his bed, Fang Mo toyed with the punishment pot, teasing Hoopa's shadowy essence. Gradually, silence enveloped the punishment pot. One day, I will possess your Hoopa's power. When the true Hoopa awakens in 5 years, I must claim it as my own. Fang Mo did not rise until noon the following day. After waking and having a meal, he planned to train again. Yes, a perfect schedule. After finishing his own meal and feeding his Pokémon, he commenced the training for the day. By afternoon, an announcement summoned Fang Mo to the first battle arena for the finals. The staff instructed him to wait in the lounge. As he sat on a chair, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. How unfortunate to encounter you again, you rude fellow. Turning to the source of the voice, he locked eyes with the blue-haired youth he had bumped into on the first day of boarding the cruise ship, someone even more beautiful than many women. I am speaking to you. Why are you unresponsive? Fang Mo turned away, offering only a terso in reply. The blue-haired youth seated himself beside Fang Mo, crossing his legs and fiddling with an exquisite Pokeball. So, you are my opponent? Fang Mo was somewhat puzzled. Could this person be his fellow finalist? Yes. It seems so. Of course, for someone of my caliber, reaching the finals is a mere formality. I didn't expect someone as rude as you to make it this far. Your name is Fang Mo, right? Yes. The blue-haired youth's lips curled into a slight smirk as he rose, casting a haughty gaze upon Fang Mo. I shall defeat you in the finals and make you aware of the consequences of crossing paths with me, he declared. This proclamation stirred Fang Mo's competitive spirit, prompting him to respond with a cold laugh as he stood to meet his gaze. Fang Mo, being taller than the blue-haired youth, now looked down upon him. Let us see, he retorted. At that moment, an announcement echoed, instructing both participants to proceed to the battleground. Fang Mo and the blue-haired youth took separate paths, approaching opposite sides of the arena. The blue-haired youth glanced back, uttering, "Just wait." Fang Mo chose not to respond, continuing forward. Soon, they stood facing each other, neither willing to yield. Chapter 45, The Finals. This is the arena for the cruise ship battle finals, featuring trainer Fang Mo against trainer Lon Xin. The blue-haired youth is named Lon Xin. To reiterate the rules, the match will follow a 3v3 format, prohibiting the use of Pokémon of elite rank or higher. The match commences. Both trainers are to summon their Pokémon. Fang Mo's first choice is still Yanra Meow, while Lon Xion's is Bingy Boo. Given the type advantage, Yanra Meow holds the upper hand against Bingy Boo, but one cannot underestimate Lon Xion's cunning. Bingy Boo boasts a physical defense stat of 110, significantly reducing the damage inflicted by Yanra Meow, complemented by an impressive special attack of 130. The situation is indeed challenging. However, Yanra Meow's intimidate may still prove useful, albeit it appears Bingy Boo relies less on physical attacks. Yanra Meow, use Fake Out. Yanra Meow initiated with a Fake Out, causing Bingy Boo to flinch. Yanra Meow, enhance with Swords Dance. As Yanra Meow completed its enhancement, Bingy Boo regained its composure. Lon Xion seized the moment, commanding, Bingy Boo, invoke Hail. This is troublesome. He aims to set the weather first. Yanra Meow, use Charge Beam to interrupt it. Yanra Meow charged towards Bingy Boo, leaving a trail of sparks. Bingy Boo began gathering energy from the sky, snowflakes cascading down, establishing a snowy battlefield. Utilizing the weather to enhance its speed, Bingy Boo deftly dodged Yanra Meow's charge beam. This is unfortunate. He successfully initiated the weather. In snowy conditions, Ice-type Pokémon receive a 15 defense boost and a 43 speed increase, complicating matters further. Yanra Meow, continue with Charge Beam. Bingy Boo, unleash Blizzard. Bingy Boo expelled a fierce blizzard, colliding with the oncoming Yanra Meow. Instantly, Yanra Meow was enveloped by the frigid force, its movements sluggish as the flames flickered. Fang Mo's brow furrowed, alarmed by the development. Yet, just as the blizzard was about to fully restrain Yanramiao, its flames roared back to life, resisting the onslaught of frost. Excellent, Yanramiao. Break through the blizzard and continue with Charge Beam. Yanramiao let out a powerful roar, bursting forth from the blizzard, surging towards Bing Yibu. Caught off guard by Yanramiao's resilience, Bing Yibu faltered. The impact was significant, yet the damage remained minimal due to Bing Yibu's formidable defense. This defense is rather annoying, Fang Mo mused, relieved that Yanramiao's speed had improved. Bing Yibu. Use Fake Tears. Bing Yibu shed small pearls of sorrow, leaving Yanramiao momentarily bewildered. It was the first time it had witnessed a female Pokémon weep. Now, Bing Yibu, use Ice Beam. Before Yanramiao could react, it was struck by the Ice Beam, the icy energy enveloping it and transforming it into a frozen sculpture. How dare you bully my Yanramiao, who knows so little of the world? It has never seen a girl cry. Yanramiao, use Charge Beam to ignite your flames. Yanramiao reignited with intense heat, gradually melting the ice. Bing Yibu, do not grant it a chance. Use Hyper Beam. Bing Yibu unleashed a white energy beam, striking Yanramiao directly. The Hyper Beam not only shattered the ice, but also severely injured Yanramiao, which collapsed to the ground, its eyes swirling. This Bing Yibu possesses a plethora of powerful moves, including Hyper Beam, Fang Mo noted as Yanramiao succumbed. Taking a deep breath, Fang Mo retrieved his Greninja's Pokeball. It was now up to Greninja to vanquish Bing Yibu. As Greninja emerged, the snowy weather persisted. Bing Yibu, use Fake Tears. Bing Yibu attempted to sway Greninja's heart once more with its tears. Greninja, ignore its weeping and execute Waterfall. Greninja leapt into the air, channeling vast water energy into a cascading waterfall. Riding the torrent, Greninja surged towards Bing Yibu, delivering a tremendous impact that sent Bing Yibu crashing against the arena wall. Bing Yibu, momentarily stunned, pondered how Greninja exhibited no emotion. You thought you could sway the stoic Greninja? At that moment, the snowfall ceased. Lon Xin, furrowing his brow, commanded. Bing Yibu, resume creating hail. Greninja, disrupt it with Water Pulse. Within mere seconds, Greninja conjured a Water Pulse and swiftly released it, interrupting Bing Yibu's attempt to manifest the weather. Greninja, enhance with Swords Dance. Greninja. Several floating blades appeared around Greninja, swirling gracefully before descending. Bing Yibu, hasten with Blizzard. Greninja, unleash Waterfall once more. Greninja rode the surging waves towards Bing Yibu. Bing Yibu released a blizzard, yet within the torrent, the blizzard transformed into water, amplifying the deluge's might. The scene was awe-inspiring, even eliciting admiration from the affluent spectators. As Bing Yibu succumbed to Greninja's waterfall, the water subsided, revealing Bing Yibu lying defeated. Lon Xin glared fiercely at Fang Mo before retreating Bing Yibu and producing a luxurious ball. Go Scyther. The appearance of Scyther suggested that Lon Xin, a wealthy heir, had not yet evolved it, likely due to its level being below 30, which is the optimal evolution point for Scyther into Scyther. Fang Mo recalled Greninja, bringing forth his King Scorpion. With Scyther's quadruple weakness to Rock-type moves, my King Scorpion is perfectly equipped with the Rock-type move Stone Edge. Scyther, utilize Swords Dance. King Scorpion, do the same. Both trainers opted for initial enhancements. Lon Xin must avoid being hit by Stone Edge, lest his Scyther be defeated in an instant. Scyther, use Double Team. Scyther's form multiplied into numerous illusions, yet only one bore the true essence. Typically, by the time one identifies the real Scyther, the opponent has already initiated an attack, thus testing a trainer's skill. King Scorpion, do you remember the strategy against Scyther? Ga. Recalling the strategy from their previous encounter with Scyther, King Scorpion grinned and began fortifying itself. Lon Xin appeared puzzled, unable to comprehend Fang Mo's words. Yet he understood that his only objective was to incapacitate King Scorpion through relentless offense. Scyther, charge in with X-Scissor. As Scyther lunged forward, the moment its X-Scissor struck King Scorpion, all other illusions dissipated. King Scorpion grimaced in pain but persisted in its fortification. The X-Scissor, bolstered by Swords Dance, held considerable power. Yet following a healing process, King Scorpion remained resilient. As the battle progressed, Lon Xin gradually sensed something amiss. The Feitian Tangsang had struck numerous times, growing increasingly fatigued, while the Tianxia Wang had endured these blows. Although it was evident that the creature was in agony, one could not fathom how it could withstand so much punishment. Feitian Tangsang, retreat a few steps, Lon Xin commanded. Upon hearing the order, Feitian Tangsang stepped back, panting slightly, unaware of Tianxia Wang's unique traits. Lon Xin could not comprehend Fang Mo's cunning strategy. Thus, it is indeed crucial to be well-versed in the characteristics of Pokémon. Feitian Tangsang, continue to enhance your strength with Sword Dance. Although Lon Xin was oblivious to the underlying intricacies, he recognized the oddity and opted for reinforcement. This time, Lon Xin displayed considerable intelligence, surpassing the previous trainer of the giant claw Tangsang. However, it was already too late. daring to employ sword dance so blatantly before Tianxia Wang was unwise. Tianxia Wang now unleashed Stone Edge. With a low growl, Tianxia Wang slammed its pincers onto the ground, causing fissures to erupt. Dozens of rocky pillars surged forth from the cracks, each gleaming with a sharp silver radiance, aiming directly at Feitian Tangsang. Lan Xian reacted swiftly, exclaiming, "Dodge quickly!" But Feitian Tangsang, still caught up in enhancing its strength, was unable to evade in time and was struck head-on. This was a Stone Edge attack fortified by Sword Dance, compounded by a fourfold weakness to Rock-type moves. I wonder if it can still stand. As Fang Mo anticipated, Feitian Tangsang succumbed, losing its combat capability. Lan Xian recalled Feitian Tangsang and produced the next luxurious Pokeball. Remarkably, Lan Xian remained unfazed, displaying immense confidence in his final Pokemon. My Tianxia Wang's newfound resilience is no mere coincidence. With such high physical defense, I am eager to witness which Pokemon you, Lan Xian, will employ to turn the tide. Chapter 46. The outcome is determined. When Lan Xian's next Pokemon took the stage, Fang Mo's eyes widened, his expression turning grave. Lan Xian's next Pokemon was the formidable Xiaobei, renowned in the circles as the Dragon Slayer. With a total base stat of 525, it boasted a physical defense of 180 while possessing a meager special defense of only 45, an exceedingly extreme distribution. Additionally, it possessed an exceptionally overpowered ability, Shell Smash, which sacrifices one level of both defenses to elevate its special attack, physical attack, and speed by 2 levels each. If it were granted a consecutive attack ability, it could potentially obliterate Dragon-type Pokemon with a single Ice Shard. Let us hope it does not possess a consecutive attack trait, for Tianxia Wang is already 4 times weak to ice. A perfect opportunity must arise to switch in Guadawa. A confident smile graced Lan Xian's lips as he commanded, "Xiaobei, unleash Ice Shard." Xiaobei summoned icy energy, forming 5 shards that hurtled towards Tianxia Wang. Remarkably, it did indeed possess the most overpowered consecutive attack ability. Tianxia Wang, use Protect. A green barrier swiftly materialized before Tianxia Wang, and the 5 ice shards collided with it, creating a significant crack. The damage inflicted suggested Xiaobei had reached its peak maturity. Its level was undoubtedly superior to that of Guadawa. Xiaobei, continue with Ice Shard. Tianxia Wang, activate Tailwind and evade its attack. Tianxia Wang lowered its damaged shield and conjured a gust of wind, soaring into the air. As the ice shards approached, Tianxia Wang executed several elegant maneuvers, successfully evading 3 of them. However, the remaining 2 shards struck true, sending it crashing to the ground. Tianxia Wang landed with a pained expression, bearing severe injuries. What a tremendous amount of damage. Despite having accumulated such high physical defense, it nearly could not endure. Observing this, Lan Xian felt a surge of pride and commanded, "Xiaobei, finish it off with another ice shard." Tianxia Wang, deliver a final blow with Stone Edge. As 5 ice shards struck Tianxia Wang, it predictably succumbed, losing its combat capability. Yet, Tianxia Wang's Stone Edge also struck Xiaobei, inflicting some considerable damage due to its high power. Now, only Guadawa remained, and Xiaobei's absurdly high physical defense posed a significant challenge. Guadawa would need to rely on special attack moves. However, the most potent of its special attacks was Blizzard. Considering Xiaobei's 4-fold resistance to ice, such an attack would barely tickle it. The viable options were only Water Pulse and Water Gun. Although Xiaobei had a 2-fold resistance to water, it was certainly preferable to facing a 4-fold weakness to ice. Guadawa, your opponent is formidable. Give it your all. Upon entering the battlefield, Guadawa displayed a confident demeanor, not without reason. In terms of attributes and level, Guadawa was not at an advantage, which explains his self-assurance. Nevertheless, Guadawa also possessed resistances to ice and water. Xiaobei, use Shell Smash. Xiaobei opened its shell adorned with numerous spikes, and a layer of skin seemed to slide off its surface. This was Shell Smash. Guadawa, unleash Water Pulse and target its interior. Guadawa gathered a Water Pulse in each hand and launched them forcefully. Remarkably, Guadawa was capable of this, demonstrating exceptional control over energy as it executed the move with such finesse. The 2 water pulses traced elegant arcs across the battlefield, striking Xiaobei's interior with precision. Xiaobei let out a cry of distress, its form becoming disoriented. Splendid. The minuscule confusion probability of Water Pulse actually triggered. Xiaobei, shake off the confusion. Guadawa, do not let this opportunity slip away. Unleash more Water Pulses. Following Fang Mo's command, Guadawa gathered 2 more Water Pulses and launched them at Xiaobei's interior. Pain surged through Xiaobei, snapping it out of its confusion. Let us see if you can withstand a few more Water Pulses. I acknowledge your remarkable physical defense, but you must also concede that your special defense and HP-based stats are pitiably low. With values of 45 and 50, no amount of physical defense can save you. Xiaobei barely managed to keep itself airborne, but it was clear that it was on the brink of collapse. Xiaobei, use Rock Blast. How could it still employ Rock Blast? Its consecutive attack ability was being exploited to the fullest. Guadawa had no resistance to rock-type moves. And with its physical attack boosted by 2 levels, the damage would be considerable. Guadawa evade. Sijia Bei's shells began to radiate a brown light as 5 rocks descended from the sky. Guadawa skillfully dodged 4 of the rocks, but the last one struck, leaving it somewhat strained. Guadawa, first use Mind's Eye, then unleash Water Pulse. Guadawa's eyes gleamed as it launched 2 guaranteed hit water pulses. Sijia Bei, withdraw into your shell. Sijia Bei quickly closed its 2 shells, effortlessly blocking the 2 water pulses. Damn, this is not a game. In reality, Sijia Bei's shell is impervious even to incendiary projectiles. Now, we are truly in a predicament. Sijia Bei, continue with Rock Blast. Faced with 5 rocks descending like meteors, Fang Mo could only command Guadawa to use Protect. Guadawa, employ Protect. Guadawa erected a protective barrier, barely withstanding the 5 massive rocks. Sijia Bei, unleash Rock Blast again. Once more, Sijia Bei executed Rock Blast. Guadawa had to rely on its speed to dodge, yet it still suffered damage from 1 or 2 rocks. Conversely, every water pulse Guadawa launched was effortlessly blocked by Sijia Bei's sturdy shell. Guadawa was laboriously evading Sijia Bei's attacks, while the latter merely needed to close its shell. In fact, considering Sijia Bei's current health, if another water pulse were to penetrate its interior, it might just secure the victory. However, the shell of this creature closed so swiftly that there was no point of attack. Fang Mo fixed his gaze intently on CGBI, observing its every movement. He noticed that it was compelled to open its shell when unleashing its moves, rendering it unable to close it. This posed a considerable challenge. Would he be able to launch Water Pulse with sufficient speed at the moment it executed its attack? Perhaps a new combination of moves could be employed. CGBI, let us deliver the final blow with Rock Smash. At the same time, Fang Mo commanded, Gu TUW, unleash Water Pulse. Then follow it up with Water Gun. Gu TUW swiftly conjured Water Pulse with both hands, while simultaneously shooting Water Gun from its mouth. The powerful stream of water propelled Water Pulse forward, significantly accelerating its speed, and the energy of Water Pulse was augmented by the water-type energy of Water Gun, enhancing its potency. As CGBI initiated Rock Smash, its shell was wide open and could not be closed. The rapidly approaching Water Pulse struck CGBI's interior with precision, eliciting a cry of agony from the creature. Its body swayed precariously before it ultimately collapsed heavily onto the ground. Gu TUW, having just executed its move, was unable to evade Rock Smash and was struck as well. At that moment, in the battleground, CGBI and Gu TUW exchanged glances, both Pokémon appearing quite disheveled. Finally, with a resounding thud, both fell to the ground simultaneously. The audience was left in stunned silence, whispering amongst themselves about the outcome. The referee appeared troubled and stated, "Please hold on for a moment while I consult." The referee then entered a room to discuss matters with the officials inside. Fang Mo recalled Gu TUW, as did LNXN. When Fang Mo met LNXN's gaze once more, LNXN no longer exuded arrogance. The outcome of the battle was uncertain. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, the referee returned and announced, please release another Pokémon, as we have decided to arrange a tiebreaker." What? A tiebreaker, and I must release another Pokémon? I only have a KIYWing left. What fighting capability does this wretched KIYWing possess? LNXN could easily defeat it with a mere level 10 DZHNFing. Reluctantly, Fang Mo unleashed his KIYWing. When KIYWing appeared, the audience gasped in astonishment, not only because Fang Mo released a KIYWing, but also due to its impressive size and golden hue. Fang Mo looked towards LNXN, curious about which Pokémon he would choose. However, LNXN hesitated, eventually stammering the truth. I no longer have any Pokémon below the elite level. Upon hearing LNXN's words, the crowd fell silent, no one daring to mock him. LNXN had specified that he lacked Pokémon below the elite level, implying that he still possessed several elite Pokémon. After a moment, the referee regained his composure and announced the final result. I declare that the champion of this cruise competition is Fang Mo. The referee gathered the top 3 competitors for the awards ceremony. Fang Mo noticed LNXN glaring at him with discontent, prompting him to taunt. What? Are you dissatisfied? A loss is a loss. Fang Mo's words ignited LNXN's temper. What is so impressive about that? If you dare, let us have a Pokémon battle without level restrictions. If I lose, I'll give you 1,000,000. Fang Mo leaned closer to LNXN and whispered each word deliberately. I refuse. LNXN clenched his fists, wishing he could strike Fang Mo down right then and there. However, with so many spectators watching, he knew that any act of aggression would result in accusations of being a poor sport. I won't stoop to your level. When the referee returned, he took the microphone and announced the prizes. Now announcing the prizes. The 3rd place winner receives a water stone with 70 purity, The second place winner receives an item, the Momentum Band, and the first place champion receives the choice of 2 out of 3 TMs, Water Cannon, Flamethrower, or Blazing Charge. When it was time to claim his prizes, Fang Mo unhesitatingly chose Water Cannon and Blazing Charge. Although Gu Tuw would learn Water Cannon upon reaching level 50, that milestone felt far off. Had Gu Tuw already mastered Water Cannon, it could have decisively defeated CGBI. As for his choice of Blazing Charge over Flamethrower, YNRMO was a physical attacker, so it was only logical to select the move that dealt physical damage. Blazing Charge would also be learned automatically when YNRMO reached the appropriate level, but acquiring it earlier could serve as an advantageous contingency. LNXN sat in a chair, idly fiddling with the Momentum Band, muttering to himself, I have plenty of Momentum Bands at home. Receiving this one is of no use to me. If you think it's useless, then just give it to me, Fang Mo retorted irritably. LNXN scoffed and turned to leave. Fang Mo chose to ignore him and continued examining the TMs. Suddenly, the Momentum Band fell from the sky, landing directly on Fang Mo's head. Picking it up, he confirmed it was indeed LNXN's. Fang Mo glanced at LNXN's retreating figure, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed that beneath the facade, he was indeed a genuine young master, possessing a heart of gold despite his sharp tongue. Upon returning to the training room, Fang Mo released Gu Tuw and the others, applying ample amounts of high-grade healing ointment. Tien bore the brunt of CGBI's 5 ice spikes, leaving him looking battered, which made Fang Mo chuckle. YNRMO, witnessing Tien state, was unable to contain its laughter. Tien shot an irritated glance at YNRMO. Among them, only YNRMO had not sustained serious injuries. All right. Once you apply the ointment, you should heal up in a day or 2. You won't be disfigured. Fang Mo then handed the Water Cannon TM to Gu Tuw and the Blazing Charge TM to YNRMO. Tien looked at Fang Mo expectantly, as if wanting to have its name called. Not for you. Remember when I bought you Sharp Fang? You received 3 TMs then. Isn't that enough? Tien pouted, expressing, who would complain about having too many moves. By midday the next day, the announcement rang out across the cruise. We are preparing to hold a 2-person parkour event. You will be randomly paired with a teammate, and you must tie your legs together to navigate the course. The champion will receive an elite item, the Metal Coat, and a high-grade nutrient solution that accelerates Pokémon egg hatching. Participation is limited to males aged 25 or younger. Oh, a nutrient solution to expedite Pokémon egg hatching could indeed benefit my new YMO egg. I can also improve my physical fitness. After registering in the hall, Fang Mo received a number tag marked 91 and noticed that LNXN had also signed up. This guy likely sought the Metal Coat. It seemed they would be adversaries once more. After the registration period ended, the announcement echoed, the person with the same number tag as yours is your teammate. Now go find them. Searching for someone with the number 91 seemed too cumbersome. Fang Mo opted to sit on a bench and wait to see who had not yet found a partner. Just then, a young man approached Fang Mo, inquiring, Hey brother, I remember you as the champion of the cruise competition. Aren't you number 78? Sorry, that's not me. Alright then. Due to Fang Mo's title as champion, many sought to partner with him to build rapport. Several other young men soon approached Fang Mo, asking if he was their teammate, but all were incorrect. As time ticked away, most had found their partners, leaving a small number still unpaired. In the section where no one was found, not only was Fang Mo present, but also Lon Xin. Lon Xin approached Fang Mo and directly inquired, What number are you? 91. Ah, what a coincidence. I am also 91. Well, it seems we have become teammates. There's no way for you to seek revenge now. As long as you don't hold me back, Fang Mo replied. Thus, Fang Mo and Lon Xin became partners. They approached the staff, who instructed them to stand closer together. As Fang Mo moved nearer to Lon Xin, he noticed a pleasant fragrance emanating from him. What a peculiar scent for a man. This didn't seem like the typical fragrance one would expect, as it was too subtle for that. The staff bound Fang Mo's left foot to Lon Xion's right foot. They attempted to take a few steps forward, but due to their differing rhythms, Lon Xion stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn it, can you walk a bit slower? I can't help it. It's just how I am. I've gotten used to it, Fang Mo retorted. As they conversed, Fang Mo inadvertently caught sight of Lon Xion's posterior, which appeared rather round and pert in his prone position. For a man, his backside is quite shapely. Could he possibly be? If he truly is, I should keep my distance. Homosexuals are truly distasteful. When Lon Xion stood up, he noticed the peculiar glint in Fang Mo's eyes and felt somewhat uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Let us go. We're still in a competition. Oh right, let us move. Chapter 48, Harmonious Cooperation. As the competition commenced, Fang Mo and Lon Xion began to run forward. However, they lacked any semblance of coordination and stumbled after just a few steps. Many teams shared their predicament, as they were randomly paired and thus lacked any established synergy. Lon Xion, I'll count to 3. With each number, we'll take a step. Alright. It'll have to do. Once they implemented this method, their movement became more synchronized, albeit they were still lagging far behind the others. Fang Mo, hurry up. I don't want to lose. You can call out the numbers. My throat is parched. Fine, I'll do it. With Lon Xin taking the lead and counting. Their pace noticeably quickened, allowing Fang Mo to barely keep up, while Lon Xin himself became somewhat disoriented. Fang Mo could no longer endure the situation and exclaimed, "All right, I'll count. What nonsense are you saying?" Though Lon Xin felt reluctant to concede, he recognized Fang Mo's point. To argue would be unreasonable. Other teams were linking arms to enhance their balance. Fang Mo, too, wrapped an arm around Lon Xion's shoulder, which left Lon Xion momentarily stunned. His cheeks flushed. He quickly pulled away and angrily questioned Fang Mo, "What are you doing? It's better for balance. Is it unusual for two men to do this? But I have a cleanliness obsession. I dislike being touched by others, especially males." Fang Mo, somewhat exasperated, countered, "But it's fine for women to touch you." At this, Lon Xion proudly lifted his chin, smugly asserting, "That's acceptable, but only if she's beautiful. A beauty would be eager to touch me. Naturally. I'm exceptionally handsome and talented. What girl wouldn't be infatuated?" Fang Mo was losing patience. This man was insufferably narcissistic. He is clearly not gay. A narcissist is preferable to a homosexual. If you want to win, just let me hold your shoulder, and you have to hold mine. Though Lon Xion hesitated. For the sake of victory, he complied and draped his arm over Fang Mo's shoulder. Before long, they arrived at the next challenge. It was a body of water with several fixed stone pillars to step on. Falling in would record their position as they navigated through. Lon Xion. On the count of 3, we jump together. Understood. 3, 2, 1, jump. The first leap was seamless, as both Fang Mo and Lon Xion successfully cleared it. Once they found their rhythm, subsequent jumps were equally smooth. I'm rather impressive, aren't I? Lon Xion began to revel in his accomplishment. Fang Mo, listening quietly, refrained from disputing and continued to focus ahead. Each subsequent challenge involved water below, reminiscent of the joyful rush from Fang Mo's past life. Next was a treadmill, where Fang Mo possessed some knowledge of technique. Lon Xion, when we start running, take small quick steps for the first few strides. Then, once accustomed to the treadmill's speed, launch into a full sprint. All right, I'll follow your lead. Although Lon Xion verbally agreed, he harbored some doubt. As they began to run, Fang Mo adhered to his own advice, but Lon Xion started with long strides, nearly getting flung off the treadmill before Fang Mo swiftly caught him. "Can you follow my instructions?" I know. Lon Xion quickly adjusted his pace. Fortunately, he complied, allowing them to pass the challenge without incident. With each succeeding task, their synergy improved significantly. Finally, they reached the last challenge, where many had faltered, only they remained. This stage was constructed over water, featuring a blue platform as the launch area. Hanging in the center was a large cylinder wrapped in a fishing net, suspended by ropes from a sturdy metallic truss. Lon Xion, we need to run swiftly, leap with all our might, and grasp the fishing net from the front. Avoid the bottom, as it will slip away. Then, we'll swing together to harness the momentum. Understood. Lon Xion's trust in Fang Mo had notably increased. They took deep breaths and began their run. Drawing upon his previous experience, Fang Mo maintained a steady and powerful pace, with Lon Xion closely following. They leaped together, and while Fang Mo successfully grasped the net, Lon Xion missed. In a critical moment, Fang Mo wrapped his arms around Lon Xion's waist and pulled him into his embrace, swinging with force to achieve their goal. In Fang Mo's arms, Lon Xion felt his face flush with warmth. After successfully navigating the challenge, the staff untied their feet, granting them freedom. Fang Mo, I owe you my thanks. I couldn't have done it without you. Just remember this next time, and don't hold me back. Lon Xion was incensed. His gratitude had been met with such bluntness. Upon receiving their prize, Fang Mo immediately took the advanced nutritional liquid, while Lon Xion, puzzled by Fang Mo's choice to forego the metallic film, asked, "Isn't the metallic film more valuable? Why don't you want it?" "You don't want the metallic film? I have no use for it. The advanced nutritional liquid is far more beneficial for me." Holding the metallic film, Lon Xion was surprised by Fang Mo's thoughtfulness. What Lon Xion didn't realize was that Fang Mo had never aimed for the metallic film. His true goals were physical training and the nutritional liquid. Suddenly, a chandelier above them crashed down. Fang Mo reacted swiftly, attempting to leap aside, but found Lon Xion blocking his path. In a moment of crisis, Fang Mo had no choice but to embrace Lon Xion and leap away, the chandelier crashing down with a deafening thud. At that moment, Lon Xion was pinned beneath Fang Mo, who had positioned his hands on either side of him. Upon realizing Fang Mo had saved him, Lon Xion felt a warmth spread through him, his face reddening. Once Fang Mo stood up, he silently cursed Lon Xion for obstructing him. "Damn it, you blocked my way and nearly got me crushed by that chandelier. Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential. My own life is what matters. How did I end up saving him?" The staff hurried over to manage the fallen chandelier. and the cruise ship's personnel continuously apologized to Fang Mo and Lan Xin while offering 5 million as compensation. As the time to leave finally arrived, Fang Mo was unexpectedly halted by Lan Xin, who grasped the hem of his clothing. Fang Mo turned to look at him, and Lan Xin, lowering his head, blushed like a ripe apple, shyly expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving me earlier. It was merely a trivial matter, Fang Mo thought. Lan Xin seemed to want to say more, but soon realized that Fang Mo had already departed. He stood there, his face flushed, lost in contemplation. Chapter 49, Angling for the Gleam. That night, having acquired the advanced nutrient solution, Fang Mo took out the spirit egg and poured the entire bottle of the nutrient liquid into it. The verdant liquid flowed from the bottle, gradually enveloping the spirit egg, and astonishingly, it vanished within 5 seconds. It must have been absorbed quite swiftly. My little Xian Yi Meow hatched quickly to bolster my strength. The Quatu Frog and the Yanra Meow had swiftly learned their moves, mastering the challenging water cannon and flare blitz. My strength had indeed ascended to a new level. Yet I pondered why my Quatu Frog had not evolved. Despite our fierce battles against Lan Xian's Shijiabe, it still had not evolved. It seemed its potential had yet to be fully realized. Reflecting on this, I recalled that in the anime, most of Ash's Pokémon evolved during battles. Moreover, post-evolution, victories were nearly guaranteed. Otherwise, there would be little excitement. With nothing pressing to occupy my mind, I considered the Pokémon anime. Which of Ash's Pokémon was the strongest? This was a frequent topic of debate among Pokémon enthusiasts. Some argued that the unpredictable Pika God was the strongest, while others favored Solgaleo. However, many insisted that Solgaleo was not Ash's Pokémon, as the officials had clarified that Solgaleo was indeed Ash's only legendary creature. Determining who was stronger between the Pika God and Solgaleo was rather ambiguous. In your heart, whichever Pokémon you adore is the strongest. The topic of the strongest Pokémon often leads to contentious discussions, particularly surrounding Arceus, the radiant deity, and the likes of Wujida and Rayquaza. If one were to delve deeper, Arceus holds the highest status as the creator deity, having fashioned all Pokémon. There are even supplementary notes stating that Arceus's true form has yet to be unveiled, with various universes hosting its avatars. The radiant deity's lore is equally compelling. Being the ultimate entity of the ultimate cave, boasting an astounding base stat of 754, even being described by officials as surpassing all legendary Pokémon introduced to date. Suddenly, a knock echoed at Fang Mo's door, signaling the conclusion of his reflections on Pokémon. Rising to open the door, he found Lan Xin standing outside. Curiously, he inquired, "What brings you here at this late hour?" Lan Xin stammered, Well, I'm your teammate after all. Can I come in for a bit?" Fang Mo remained silent, tacitly accepting the invitation as he returned to sit on his bed. Seeing that Fang Mo did not refuse, Lan Xion's lips curled into a slight smile. After closing the door, he took a seat on the chair. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward until Fang Mo broke the silence, saying, "Feel free to speak your mind." Seizing the moment, Lan Xion boldly asked, "Why did you save me?" This question left Fang Mo momentarily at a loss. He chuckled awkwardly and, with a tinge of insincerity, replied, Isn't it only natural to save someone? How could I just stand by and watch?" In truth, had he not obstructed my path, I would not have paid him any mind. Yet, there was no way to voice such thoughts. Thus, I chose to feign sincerity. "Well, considering you saved me, I suppose I'll acknowledge you as my brother," Lan Xion remarked, giving Fang Mo's shoulder a pat. "All right, that works," Fang Mo conceded, and Lan Xion inwardly rejoiced. "A brother, you say? In that case, Lan Xion seems to be my first brother." Embracing the notion of brotherhood was not entirely objectionable. Though I preferred solitude and rarely engaged with others, having an additional brother was not unwelcome, especially since Lan Xion was no weakling. At least until we encountered disputes over interests, he would remain my brother, even with my own flesh and blood. I would never allow anyone to encroach upon my share of benefits. By the way, Fang Mo, I heard the cruise ship will anchor in a sea area for fishing activities tomorrow. Fishing? I'm not good at it. Oh, fishing is quite simple. You just sit there. I've heard this area has many shiny Pokémon. Doesn't that pique your interest? Indeed, shiny Pokémon do captivate me. If I were to catch a shiny Magikarp, that would be delightful. All right, then I shall join you in fishing tomorrow. Okay, it's settled. I'll find you when the announcement is made. With that, Lan Xion took his leave. The following morning, the announcement rang out. Dear guests, our cruise ship will anchor in a sea area known for its high shiny Pokémon rate. Interested guests are welcome to join us for fishing. Before even a minute had passed, Lan Xion knocked on the door. What the? Is this guy waiting outside for me? He arrives right after the announcement. Upon opening the door, Fang Mo confirmed it was indeed Lan Xion. You really are quick. The announcement was made just a second ago, and you're already here. Lan Xion's cheeks flushed, and he retorted playfully. What? Is it wrong to be fast? What if I lack a fishing rod and bait? You needn't worry. The cruise ship offers rental fishing rods and bait. I've rented them for you at no cost. Oh, after that, Lan Xion handed the fishing rod to Fang Mo. who tested it with a few casts and found it quite suitable. Upon reaching the deck, they discovered that nearly all the spots were occupied, but Fang Mo and Lon Xin managed to find a place to sit and fish. Lon Xin, being somewhat knowledgeable, shared some basic fishing tips with Fang Mo. Got it? Yes, understood. Watch closely, for I shall catch 10 shiny ones today. Fang Mo remained silent, focusing intently on fishing. Patience is crucial in fishing. And so they waited in anticipation, with Lon Xin occasionally conversing with Fang Mo to alleviate the monotony. After a while, Lon Xin inadvertently inquired, Fang Mo, how is your family? They've all passed away. I'm the only one left, Fang Mo replied in a flat tone. This revelation stunned Lon Xin, who quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring up a painful topic. Oh, it's nothing really. In truth, it wasn't much of a sorrowful matter. Had my father not died, I wouldn't have inherited his 50 billion fortune. As for familial ties, I no longer cared about them in this life. After several hours of fishing, Lon Xion's rod finally showed some activity, sending him into a frenzy of excitement. Upon reeling it in, he discovered it was a non-shiny weak-dinged fish. Why is it a weak-dinged fish? It's not shiny. I don't want this. Subsequently, Lon Xion discarded the weak-dinged fish, while Fang Mo patiently awaited a willing catch. The afternoon wore on, and Lon Xion had caught 7 weak-dinged fish and 3 Magikarp, none of which were shiny, and he released them all without exception. Frustration set in as Lon Xion grumbled. I seriously suspect all the shiny ones have been fished out already. Where are they? This cruise ship must be tricking us into renting fishing rods to swindle our money. Didn't someone just catch a shiny stunfisk and a shiny weak-dinged fish? Those were merely isolated incidents. How could the two of us possibly catch one? As soon as Lon Xion finished speaking, Fang Mo's rod suddenly twitched. With quick reflexes, he reeled it in, only to discover a shiny love disc. The regular love disc is pink, while the shiny variant is yellow. Initially, I had thought it would be a challenge to catch anything, but upon reeling it in, I was utterly disheartened. Seriously? After a whole day? This is the only worthless thing I managed to catch. This creature boasted a mere 330 base stats, lacked any evolutionary form, had poor abilities, and an unimpressive move pool, truly a battle underdog. Lon Xion gazed enviously at the shiny love disc in Fang Mo's hands and couldn't help but exclaim, it's so beautiful. You're so lucky. What? Do you like it? Of course. Who wouldn't love such a gorgeous fish? As soon as LNXN expressed her fondness, F-Ing-M promptly placed the shimmering heart-shaped fish into her embrace. LNXN, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the heart-shaped fish in bewilderment. F-Ing-M continued. Since you like it, consider it a gift. LNXN was instantly filled with excitement, struggling to find her words, yet could not help but inquire. Are you sure you don't want it? It's quite valuable. No, it holds no worth to me. F-Ing-M replied nonchalantly. Besides, you previously gifted me that impressive sash, and I dislike being in anyone's debt. With a shrug, he displayed an air of indifference, cradling the heart-shaped fish. LNXN felt an unexpected warmth in her heart despite the coldness of the fish. Its resemblance to a heart led her to ponder love, and she leaned closer to F-Ing-M, teasingly whispering, F-Ing-M, could it be that you have feelings for me? I never noticed you were still a bit naive. This remark struck F-Ing-M hard. What the heck? I never implied you were naive. Yet here you are, jumping to conclusions. What kind of logic is that? He retorted with irritation. Rest assured, even if every man were naive, I would not be. He asserted. Oh, is that truly the case? LNXN stifled a laugh. It can't be false. Now I can breathe easy. For I feared that as brothers, you might inadvertently fall for me. What a repulsive thought. LNXN, what sort of mind do you possess? Chapter 50, The Birth of XNY Mio. Subsequently, F-Ing-M learned of LNXN's impressive Pokémon lineup, which included not only an Ice EV and a Scyther, but also 2 elite-level Pokémon, Shiny and Regiduo. Impressed by LNXN's formidable capabilities, F-Ing-M frequently sought her out for training, each time requesting that she utilize either Shiny or Regiduo. Naturally, LNXN obliged F-Ing-M's requests, and he brought forth his 3 Pokémon, YTUW, YNR Mio, and TN Shi-Ing, for a 3-on-1 battle. Yet, the outcomes were consistently disappointing. The most devastating defeat saw YTUW and the others hardly landing a hit before being swiftly vanquished. In this instance, despite their utmost effort, YTUW, YNR Mio, and TN Shi-Ing managed to deplete only half of Shinyuo's health. F-Ing-M sighed, finally grasping the vast chasm between elite level and maturity. LNXN withdrew Shinyuo and approached F-Ing-M with a smile, patting his shoulder in consolation. Oh, you've done remarkably well. My Shinyuo is not a mere elite Pokémon, and achieving this is quite commendable. Even in such dire straits, YTUW has yet to evolve. It should be soon, right? Your TN Shi-Ing and YNR Mio are already level 29, so YTUW must be nearing its evolution. That evening, As Fang returned to his room and prepared for sleep, his spatial rings suddenly trembled. What is going on? Is that HP acting up again? After retrieving the punishment vessel and finding no sign of disturbance, he mused. What could it be? Surely not a Pokémon egg. Upon producing the XNYMO egg, he confirmed it was indeed the source of the commotion. The egg began to shake violently, and Fang's eyes brightened with realization. XNYMO was about to hatch. He quickly placed the egg on his soft bed, anxiously and eagerly watching it. This was Fang's first experience witnessing a Pokémon hatching. In his previous life, he had never even seen a chick hatch, let alone a cat. Cracks appeared on the eggshell, and soon, a fluffy little paw emerged from the fissure. With a soft cracking sound, a brand new XNYMO broke free from its shell. It shook its tiny head, its emerald eyes curiously surveying its surroundings, emanating a refreshing aura. The appearance of XNYMO resembled that of a small cat, with a light green body adorned with deep green markings shaped like overlapping leaves upon its face, and a similar collar of green fur on its chest. Unable to resist the charm of this excessively adorable creature, Fang gently patted its small head. XNYMO affectionately nuzzled his hand, emitting a soft sound. Truly, it was no wonder that countless Pokémon enthusiasts praised XNYMO's cuteness, far surpassing the former Jigglypuff he had dealt with. Fang produced a piece of basic grass-type energy cube to feed XNYMO. The curious little creature approached cautiously, licking the energy cube, its tongue brushing against Fang's palm, which felt soft and warm. After savoring the delectable energy cube, XNYMO happily devoured it, chewing with delight. Little one, from now on, I shall be your trainer. XNYMO responded cheerfully, gazing at Fang with its adorable big eyes, then pointed at its mouth with its tiny paw. Still hungry? Fang retrieved 2 more energy cubes. After finishing, XNYMO, feeling quite full, lay on the bed, flipping over to reveal its pale green belly. Fang could not resist giving its belly a gentle rub, and XNYMO lay there in bliss. Owning such a cat was indeed quite delightful. Fang pulled out his Pokédex to examine XNYMO, only to find no data available. Oh right, I forgot you are a recently discovered species. Fortunately, information regarding its level and moves was still accessible. Pokémon, XNYMO, gender, female, level 1. Ability, transformative nature. Known moves, scratch, tail whip, leaf. Inherited moves, seed bomb, mimic, quick attack, pedal dance. Little one, your talents are remarkably comparable to GW's, possessing 4 inherited moves as well. While XNYMO could not comprehend Fang's words, she sensed his joy and responded with a few cheerful meows. Come forth. Fang released all 4 Pokémon. King S-ing jumped about on the ground. Upon seeing XNYMO, it exhibited no extreme reaction. In contrast, TNCWing and YNRMO dashed over to the adorably cute XNYMO, pushing Fang aside. Even the usually aloof GWW could not help but steal a few glances. This was the new member, XNYMO. TNCWing attempted to touch XNYMO with its pincers, but she disdainfully dodged away. TNCWing was momentarily stunned, and YNRMO took the opportunity to shove it aside, calling out a few times, likely indicating, XNYMO doesn't like you, so step aside. Subsequently, YNRMO tried to nuzzle XNYMO's head, only to be met with disdain and a swift scratch from her. YNRMO was also left in shock, while TNCWing looked on with amusement, as if to say, as if XNYMO would ever like you. YNRMO had not anticipated that XNYMO, being a fellow feline, would be so dismissive. Fang, feeling exasperated, remarked, you, a fire type, and she, a grass type, how could she possibly have any affection for you? XNYMO leaped into Fang's arms, and he caught her effortlessly, observing XNYMO's preference for her trainer. TNCWing and YNRMO could only watch in envy. Fang produced a luxury ball and easily captured the adorable creature. When released again, XNYMO appeared perplexed, entirely unaware of what had just transpired. That night, instead of remaining in her luxury ball, XNYMO sneaked out and burrowed into Fang's blanket, falling asleep in his embrace. Woken by her antics, Fang merely smiled gently, covered her with a blanket, and returned to slumber. The following morning, as Fang rose, he found XNYMO still peacefully sleeping beside him, her posture adorably endearing. He returned her to the luxury ball, and as he exited his room, the announcement echoed, Dear guests, we are expected to arrive at Quing City in approximately half an hour. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. LNX soon found Fang, who was still dining in the restaurant. Hey, Fang. Oh, you're here. Lon Xin settled beside Fang Mo and casually picked up a bowsy from his bowl, asking as she munched, what do you plan to do after disembarking? Fang Mo, sipping on his century egg and lean meat congee, replied leisurely, Of course, I intend to challenge the dojo. I might return to my family after getting off the ship. I had originally hoped to travel with you. Upon hearing Lon Xian's desire for companionship, Fang Mo hastily declined. No. I am accustomed to traveling alone and do not enjoy the company of others. Lon Xian pouted, her pride evident. Humph. This young master is returning to his family. I have no time to travel with you. Then I can rest easy, Fang Mo remarked. Yet a hint of disappointment lingered in Lon Xian's heart. Fang Mo inquired again. Will you participate in the Dragonja Province Alliance tournament? Of course. I shall defeat you and then claim the championship, Lon Xian declared confidently. Well, I shall await that moment, Fang Mo responded. After disembarking, they exchanged heartfelt farewells at the port. Lon Xian's eyes shimmered with reluctance, while Fang Mo remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned. Then, farewell, Lon Xian's voice held a trace of sadness. Yes, may we meet again by fate, Fang Mo replied before departing, leaving Lon Xian standing alone, gazing at his retreating figure with lingering sorrow. When she could no longer see him, several luxury cars arrived at the port. With a sigh, she entered one of the vehicles. The driver, upon seeing her, respectfully asked, Miss, shall we return to the family now? Lon Xian removed her wig, revealing her silky blue hair, and after consuming a pill, her voice gradually transformed into a cool and aloof tone. Yes, let us go. Chapter 51, The Second Dojo. After checking into an inn, Fang Mo reclined on his bed. A sleeping Xian Yi Miao sprawled atop his abdomen. Tomorrow marked the dojo battle. And based on his current strength, as long as the dojo master did not deploy any elite-level Pokémon, he had a 99% chance of victory. How should he train Xian Yi Miao now? He had already fed it some magical candy, causing it to leap to level 5. He reminisced about how he had leveled up his Guagua Pao frog and Huoban Miao. Oh, he had found the Beedrill's nest and eliminated all the Kakuna to provide experience for Guagua Pao frog and Huoban Miao. He recalled being pursued by Beedrills and eventually having to sacrifice a decoy. The memory still brought a smile to his face. After the dojo battle, he would also level up Xian Yi Miao. Now that Guagua Pao and the others had matured, they could no longer rely on such grinding to improve. During their juvenile phase, they merely needed to gain battle experience to level up easily. As he pondered, his hand unconsciously stroked Xian Yi Miao's head. That gentle touch roused the little creature, but fortunately, it merely nuzzled Fang Mo's hand before resuming its slumber. Feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, Fang Mo gently placed Xian Yi Miao beside his pillow and soon fell asleep himself. Although Xian Yi Miao was comforting to hold, developing such a habit could be detrimental. Awakening around noon, Fang Mo opened his eyes to find Xian Yi Miao's fluffy tail swishing across his face. So that's what was weighing me down, he mused. Realizing it was already midday, it was time to prepare for the dojo battle. He felt exhausted. He retrieved a luxury ball and gently tapped Xian Yi Miao's head, returning it to its sphere. He then proceeded with his morning routine of washing up and dressing. Much more refreshing, he remarked. Upon arriving at the dojo, the reception staff awaited by the entrance. Hello, I am the trainer here to challenge today, he announced. After a sneeze, the staff assisted Fang Mo in logging his information. Finally, he could challenge the Qingqing City Rock Ground Dojo. As he walked forward, he noticed an elderly man dressed as a miner. This rock ground dojo is truly impoverished. The staff have no choice but to wear such attire, he thought, ignoring the man and continuing on his way. Hey, trainer, where are you going? Our dojo master is here, the reception staff called out urgently. Turning back, Fang Mo could only see the staff and the miner. So this miner is the dojo master? He must be quite destitute, Fang Mo thought. Greetings, I am Fang Mo, here to challenge today, he introduced himself. The staff explained, this is our rock ground dojo master. Chunyan. Chunyan suddenly interjected, cough, hurry and challenge. I need to get back to the mine to dig for moonstones. The dojo master was indeed poor, resorting to mining for a living. Fang Mo and the dojo master arrived at a battleground strewn with rocks, befitting the dojo's elemental theme. Now, trainer Fang Mo will challenge the rock ground dojo master, Chunyan. The match will be 3v3, and trainers may substitute their Pokémon at any time. The battle begins. Go, Scorpion King. Fang Mo called forth his Scorpion King, while Chunyan sent out a Nidoking. Upon seeing the Scorpion King, Nidoking became visibly excited, its aura intensifying. This particular one possessed the ability Rivalry, which heightened its strength against Pokémon of the same gender while weakening it against those of the opposite gender. Scorpion King, unleash Earthquake. Fang Mo commanded. The Scorpion King slammed its pincers into the ground, channeling ground-type energy deep beneath. Debris erupted from the earth, dust filling the air as Nidoking began to lose its balance, jolted by the seismic forces. It was lifted momentarily before crashing heavily down, the effect remarkable. Nidoking, use Heavy Slam, Chunyan ordered. A fierce glint flashed in Nidoking's eyes as it leapt high into the air, executing a heavy slam. The nimble Scorpion King dodged aside, causing Nidoking to crash down and stir up a cloud of dust. Now, Nidoking, unleash Poison Jab, Chunyan commanded. as Nidoking spat a noxious purple liquid towards Scorpion King, which quickly coated its claws. Fang Mo chuckled. So you dare to use poison against Scorpion King? It seems Chun Yin has forgotten about its ability. Has my Scorpion King become so obscure? Unaware of the impending danger, Chun Yin assumed the poison's effects had yet to take hold and continued his assault. Nidoking. Use horn attack. With a roar, Nidoking gathered energy at its horn and charged ferociously at Scorpion King. Scorpion King, defend. Fang Mo instructed. Scorpion King raised a verdant shield, blocking Nidoking's attack. The force of the horn attack was tremendous, and even though the shield held, Scorpion King was pushed back several steps. Nidoking, use Mega Kick. Chun Yin commanded. As Nidoking leapt into the air, it assumed the pose for a flying kick aimed at Scorpion King. Although the scene was somewhat comical, the power behind the Mega Kick was not to be underestimated. The impact sent Scorpion King flying, leaving it in considerable pain. Scorpion King, unleash your fury. Return the favor double. Fang Mo urged. Scorpion King's eyes flashed with rage as it twisted in midair, using the momentum from being kicked to charge at Nidoking with doubled force. Taken by surprise, Nidoking was struck and sent careening against the rocky perimeter of the battlefield. Do you appreciate my aesthetic of power, child? Fang Mo taunted. Scorpion King, finish him with Ice Fang. As Nidoking struggled to rise, Scorpion King soared above, its fangs enveloped in frigid energy. The Ice Fang struck true, incapacitating Nidoking. Nidoking was unable to continue battling. Chun Yin recalled Nidoking and rummaged through his pockets, discovering only 2 Pokeballs. Chun Yin was taken aback, contemplating how only a level 20 DYNSH and an elite-level Pokémon remained. This trainer did not possess an elite Pokémon. Would it be inappropriate for him to battle an elite-level Pokémon? Never mind, he thought. He would just apologize later. At most, he could give him a break next time. Subsequently, Chun Yin released DYNSH. Fang Mo, observing the DYNSH with some confusion, decided to summon Gu TUW. This DYNSH seemed to be below level 25 and had not even evolved. Could it be so impoverished that it could not afford a metal coat? DYNSH, unleash Rock Slide. The massive tail of DYNSH slammed into the ground, causing several rocks to rise and crash toward Gu TUW. Gu TUW. Counter with Water Gun. Gu TUW opened its mouth, absorbing a considerable amount of water energy, and then released a powerful water gun that shot directly at the incoming rocks. A thunderous sound erupted as the rocks were instantly shattered, debris flying in all directions. The water gun continued towards DYNSH, which seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to evade, but the speed of the water gun was too swift. Hitting it directly, DYNSH was propelled backwards by the force of the attack, crashing heavily against the rocks behind it, revealing a mask of pain. Soon, DYNSH struggled to rise again, but was left barely hanging on. This cannot be real. DYNSH is 4 times weak to water, and it has a special defense of only 45 and HP of merely 35. How did it endure? Did it forget to turn off a setting? Oh, I forgot. This DYNSH must have the ability Sturdy, which allows it to survive with at least 1 HP, no matter how severe the attack. Chun Yin covered his face, stifling a laugh. This DYNSH almost got knocked out in one hit. The illustrious gym leader's Pokémon nearly fell to a single attack. Gu TUW, use Water Pulse. Gu TUW effortlessly launched a Water Pulse, knocking DYNSH down. DYNSH lost its fighting capability. Chun Yin could no longer contain his laughter. Even Fang Mo felt this child was quite foolish, losing yet remaining so cheerful. Chapter 52, Shiny GOHRNW. Chun Yin's next Pokémon was Zhu GXSHU, originally known as Xiaobalong. Zhu GXSHU was entirely gray, sporting several protruding spikes on its head and a few spines along its back. It had a thick, short neck adorned with a broad armor, 3 claws on its hands, 2 claws on its feet, and a large, robust tail. Judging by its imposing demeanor and stature, it was undoubtedly an elite-level Pokémon. Goodness, they truly deployed an elite-level Pokémon. How malicious. It seems the earlier DYNSH was merely a ruse to lower my guard. This cunning gym leader was quite devious. Noticing Fang Mo's resentful gaze, Chun Yin felt a bit awkward and whistled to alleviate the tension. So be it, elite level it is. You are 4 times weak to water, and my Gu TUW may not fall short against you. Zhu GXSH, you had a base stat total of only 485, but its distribution was exceedingly extreme. HP 105, Attack 130, Defense 120, Special Attack 45, Special Defense 45, Speed 40. It resembled a tank that, while slow, dealt immense damage. The battle shall reveal who is mightier. Gu TUW, unleash Water Gun. Xiaobalong dig. Xiaobalong jumped and burrowed into the ground, rendering Gu TUW's Water Gun ineffective. Gu TUW, position yourself beside its burrow and spray Water Gun inside. Gu TUW swiftly leaped to the side of the burrow and unleashed a robust Water Gun into the hole. Under the pressure of the Water Gun, Zhu NGXSHU leaped out from another direction, suddenly executing Stomp with its massive body, crashing down toward Gu TUW. Gu TUW reacted quickly, evading the strike, while the ground was left with a sizable crater. Chunyin shouted, Zhu NGXSHU now? Use Thunder Punch. Zhu NGXSHU swiftly rose, its fist, the size of a sandbag, charged with fierce electric energy, and swung toward Gu TUW. Though Gu TUW attempted to dodge, the speed of the Thunder Punch was too rapid, striking it hard and sending it flying uncontrollably to the ground. This elite-level Pokémon was indeed unlike those previous fully evolved ones. This move was exceptionally effective against Gu TUW, Zhu NGXSHU. Another Thunder Punch. Gu TUW defend. As Zhu NGXSHU launched another Thunder Punch, Gu TUW quickly erected a protective shield. The relentless Thunder Punches from Zhu NGXSHU continued, and the surging electric energy began to spread across the shield. Gu TUW struggled to maintain the shield, but its feet began to slide backward. Chunyin issued another command. Zhu NGXSHU, use Dragon Dive. Fang Mo's heart raced. This Zhu NGXSHU possessed such a violent move. Zhu NGXSHU leaped into the air, enveloped in blue-purple dragon energy, first forming a fearsome dragon head, which gradually materialized into a dragon body. It dove down, charging directly at Gu TUW, which displayed a look of terror. With a resounding crash, Gu TUW's protective shield shattered into fragments, dissipating into ethereal energy. Gu TUW leaned against the rocks, barely maintaining its stance, but its vision began to blur, and its body swayed unsteadily. Fang Mo clenched his fists, fully aware that his next Pokémon, Tian Xiaowang and Yin Ri Miao, stood no chance against Tian Xiaobaolong. Chunyin sighed, issuing his final command. Zhu NGXSHU, deliver the finishing blow with Thunder Punch. Zhu NGXSHU charged towards Gu TUW, ready to unleash its electrified punch when, unexpectedly, Gu TUW summoned an unknown strength to grasp its fist. Subsequently, Gu TUW's gaze sharpened, its body enveloped in dazzling light, limbs elongating, and its head transforming. As the light faded, a black GOHRNW stood before everyone. Zhu NGXSHU met the gaze of GOHRNW, feeling an unsettling fear, instinctively retreating a few steps. Chunyin was astonished. He hadn't noticed during Gu TUW's earlier form, but now he realized this GOHRNW was a shiny variant. The most delighted was Fang Mo, who still tried to suppress his laughter to maintain composure. My black ninja frog, you have finally arrived. All my efforts in nurturing you were not in vain. Finally evolved, my team now has a stunning beauty to boast. GOHRNW's presence surged, water flowing around its form. The torrent ability of GOHRNW had been triggered. GOHRNW bent down, crossing its hands before its chest, and in the next moment, it thrust its palms forward, instantly condensing water into 4 azure shurikens, their edges gleaming coldly. Spinning rapidly toward Zhu NGXSHU, the water shurikens sliced through the air, trailing long streams of water, and upon striking Zhu NGXSHU, they exploded in a cascade of water, toppling it to the ground. It was GOHRNW's signature move, Water Shuriken, so magnificent. Zhu NGXSHU, use Dragon Dive. Chunyin finally recalled to issue the command, though his voice quivered slightly. Zhu NGXSHU leaped into the air once more, channeling dragon energy to form a dragon head and body. However, GOHRNW, having shed its initial fear, began to gather energy in its hands, ultimately transforming into 2 gleaming white daggers. It was Quick Draw, upon evolution. GOHRNW had mastered Quick Draw. As Zhu NGXSHU descended, GOHRNW, gripping the white daggers tightly, leaped up to confront it head-on. The volatile dragon energy clashed with GOHRNW's Quick Draw, resulting in a brilliant flash. In that instant, both Fang Mo and Chun Yin could not help but shield their eyes with their hands, the residual energy dispersing throughout the arena. When Fang Mo reopened his eyes, GOHRNW was panting, bracing itself against the rocks to steady its form. The Zhui Jiao Shisho lay on the ground, its eyes swirling in circles. Having lost its combat ability, the victor was trainer Fang Mo. A smile curled at the corners of Fang Mo's mouth as he ran to the battlefield, supporting the shoulder of his KOHRNW. They exchanged a knowing smile, the bond between them deepening once more in an unexplainable manner. Chunyin recalled his Zhui Jiao Shisho and approached Fang Mo, surrendering his gym badge while praising, "Your KOHRNW truly managed to defeat my Zhui Jiao Shisho despite the level difference. You are indeed a genius." After accepting the badge, Fang Mo departed, supporting his KOHRNW. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center and ensuring their healing, he released his Pokémon to meet KOHRNW. Tian Xiaowang and Yin Ri Miao were initially incredulous. How could this once awkward GUTUW have transformed into such a handsome creature? Li Wai Wang remained lively, its jumping frequency seemingly quicker, perhaps out of envy. XINYMEO curiously hopped onto the head of KOHRNW, who did not resist but cautiously shielded it with a hand, fearing XINYMEO might suddenly fall. Fang Mo aimed his Pock Dex at KOHRNW, which then announced, KOHRNW, the ninja Pokémon. The evolved form of GUTUW compresses water to create shurikens. When launched at high speed, it can slice through metal. He then examined KOHRNW's level information. Pokémon, KOHRNW, gender, male. Level, 37. Ability, Torrent. Known moves, Pound, Water Gun. Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse. Protect, Ice Beam, Waterfall, Swords Dance, Blizzard, Hydro Pump, Night Slash, Haze, Play Rough, Shadow Sneak, Return, Water Shuriken, and Blade Cut. In its evolved state, it had indeed risen another level, learning numerous new moves, while some older moves were no longer applicable in its current form. But the conclusion was simple, it was powerful. Chapter 53, XINYMEO vs DGOCHing. After defeating the Earthrock Gym, there was no longer any reason to linger in Qingqing City. However, Fang Mo remembered that XINYMEO lacked decent moves. So he equipped it with several technical machines, including Protect, which was essential, and a high-speed movement TM. To Fang Mo's bemusement, XINYMEO had even learned the move Cuteness. Once again, he embarked on his journey, entering the familiar wild woods. The forest was delightful, filled with freedom and excitement, a stark contrast to the harsh days spent in the desert. Come out, everyone. KOHRNW, Tian Xiaowang, Yen Armeo, and XINYMEO were all released. Upon emerging, XINYMEO leaped onto Fang Mo's head, rubbing its soft cheeks against his hair. All right, XINYMEO, come down. This time, we mainly focus on teaching you to battle. XINYMEO stubbornly refused to budge, employing its ultimate move, Cuteness. With no other choice, Fang Mo allowed it to perch on his shoulder. Miha miha. KOHRNW. You all know the drill. If danger arises, use Protect immediately. KOGN. KOHRNW's cry. The evolved KOHRNW had grown even cooler, yet still obeyed Fang Mo's commands without fail. Bored, XINYMEO began hopping about, first landing on KOHRNW's head, then on Yen Armeo's, and finally on Tian Xiaowang's, continuing this playful dance. No one chastised it. To KOHRNW and the others, XINYMEO was akin to their younger sister, deserving of affection rather than reprimand. Suddenly, ADGOCHing crawled into their path. As KOHRNW prepared to unleash Water Shuriken, Fang Mo intervened. KOHRNW, do not attack just yet. Such a splendid experienced Pokémon is perfect for XINYMEO to train with. He then placed XINYMEO in front of the DGOCHing and commanded, XINYMEO, use Quick Attack. XINYMEO entered battle mode, but being its first fight, it was understandably a bit nervous. Consequently, when it charged forward, it mistakenly collided with a large tree. Wincing in pain and wearing a pitiful expression, Fang Mo sighed, realizing that if XINYMEO continued like this, it would squander its potential. XINYMEO, stand up and defeat that DGOCHing. I do not want a useless cat. Realizing Fang Mo would be disappointed in her, XINYMEO quickly regained her composure and charged once more at the DGOCHing. The DGOCHing, eager to flee, realized it was too slow to escape its fate as the plump creature was knocked aside by XINYMEO, rolling across the grass before finally stabilizing. Infuriated, the DGOCHing retaliated with a string shot attack, ensnaring XINYMEO in sticky threads. Slowly, she began to realize she was becoming immobilized. XINYMEO, use Leaf Tornado to cut through these threads. Shaking her head, she sent forth 2 leaves that appeared delicate but were remarkably sharp. Unfortunately, her aim was lacking, as the leaves flew off course, and Tian Xiaowang suddenly cried out. Fang Mo stifled a laugh as he saw the leaves lodged in Tian Xiaowang's head. Fortunately, Tian Xiaowang's shell was tough, and the leaves inflicted no harm. XINYMEO, focus, try again. If you succeed, I'll reward you with a small cake. Hearing the mention of cake, XINYMEO's eyes sparkled, knowing it was far tastier than energy cubes. She concentrated and launched the sharp leaves once more, effortlessly severing the entangling threads. The DGOCHing, feeling humiliated, aimed its horn at XINYMEO and charged. XINYMEO used Protect. Utilizing her strength, XINYMEO created a small protective shield, enveloping herself within. The DGOCHing crashed into the shield and was sent flying. Still unwilling to accept defeat, it resorted to shooting Poison Sting from a distance. XINYMEO used Quick Attack to move behind it. Despite being inexperienced with Quick Attack, XINYMEO surprisingly succeeded in positioning herself behind the DGOCHing. The DGOCH Ing was left bewildered, unable to see its opponent. XINYMEO you scratch. With a mischievous grin, XINYMEO revealed her tiny claws and pounced with a fierce swipe. The DGOCH Ing, feeling the sting, turned angrily to glare at XNYMEO. Undeterred, she met its gaze with her big eyes, exuding an adorable charm. XINYMEO. Use petal dance. Miha. A pink glow enveloped XINYMEO as countless petals erupted around her, cascading toward the DGOCH Ing like a mesmerizing rain of flowers. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, the DGOCH Ing struggled against the onslaught of petals, unable to escape the barrage. As the last petal fell, the DGOCH Ing collapsed to the ground, its eyes swirling, having lost its ability to battle. XINYMEO danced joyfully on the spot, her level rising to 6. However, her celebration was short-lived, as the DGOCH Ing revived and let out a fearsome roar. Not understanding its intentions, XINYMEO imitated the cry, attempting to mimic the sound. Soon, however, she fell silent as 3 towering Beedrills appeared behind the DGOCH Ing, which, feeling emboldened, became overconfident. Under the intimidating gaze of the 3 imposing Beedrills, XINYMEO shrank in fear, trembling. In the next moment, the even grander KOHRNW stood protectively behind her, radiating an aura that intimidated the Beedrills. Upon realizing KOHRNW had arrived, XINYMEO felt a surge of confidence, leaping onto KOHRNW's head, looking down at the Beedrills. The large needle bees no longer dared to be arrogant and quickly fled with the horned bug. Yanra Meow had no intention of letting them escape. Flames engulfed its body as it swiftly propelled itself forward. It directly toppled 3 large needle bees, proudly lifting its head, and to its surprise, its level actually rose by 1. Fang Mo was somewhat astonished. Not only had XINYMEO leveled up, but Yanra Meow had also advanced. As night fell, a fire was kindled, and Fang Mo roasted fish while Jia Gerenhua and his companions savored the delicious grilled fish. XINYMEO nestled in Fang Mo's arms, enjoying a soft, fragrant little cake with a delightful grass flavor. Indeed, Pokémon are humanity's best companions, providing unwavering support to their trainers at all times. After finishing the cake, XINYMEO's gaze was drawn to the enticing grilled fish. It lifted its head, attempting to sneak a bite from Fang Mo's hands. And upon noticing, Fang Mo brought the grilled fish a little closer to it. Once XINYMEO tasted the grilled fish, it instantly fell in love with the flavor, devouring an entire fish in a flash. With longing eyes, XINYMEO looked at Fang Mo, indicating it still desired more. Unfortunately, there were none left. Perhaps they should catch a few more. Before Fang Mo could rise, Jia Gerenhua offered his own grilled fish to XINYMEO. Overjoyed, XINYMEO began to eat the fish, nudging Jia Gerenhua's leg in gratitude. Tianxia Wang and Yanra Meow were envious and hurriedly fed their own grilled fish to XINYMEO. After consuming their fish, XINYMEO affectionately rubbed against them, warming their hearts instantly. XINYMEO acted coyly by the fire, evoking a profound sense of healing in Fang Mo and Jia Gerenhua. Chapter 54. Pikachu is as common as stray dogs. After a week of training in the woods, XINYMEO had reached level 11, and its battle experience had improved significantly, though it still retained its penchant for being affectionate. In fact, when its charm failed to procure more cake from Fang Mo, it independently learned the art of feigned crying. Fang Mo was unsure whether to admire its talent or lament its mischievous nature. Tianxia Wang had also surpassed level 30, and Yanra Meow had reached level 31, while Jia Gerenhua stood at the pinnacle of level 37, needing continuous battles to break through to level 38. XINYMEO truly could not have any more cake. At that moment, XINYMEO began to demonstrate its exceptional feigned crying technique, curling its body into a ball. Tears streamed down its face, presenting an utterly pitiful appearance. Fang Mo, unable to resist, once again offered a piece of cake. With the success of its plan, XINYMEO promptly ceased its tears, clutching the cake and devouring it with gusto, completely contrasting its previous forlorn demeanor. Sigh, this little creature. One can only hope it becomes more obedient after evolution. Just then, Tianxia Wang, who had been sent out by Fang Mo to scout the surroundings, returned, landing beside Fang Mo with an excited demeanor. What's the matter, Tianxia Wang? Is there something amiss? Jie. Tianxia Wang pointed southwest with its pincers and led the way forward. Fang Mo picked up the still munching XINYMEO and followed Tianxia Wang. Jia Gerenhua also stood up and playfully sprayed water at the still napping Yanra Meow, startling it awake, thinking there was an enemy approaching. Jia Gerenhua gestured towards Fang Mo, indicating it was time to go. Only then did Yanra Meow relax, quickly darting to catch up with Fang Mo. While Jia Gerenhua rapidly reached Fang Mo's side, showing a remarkable increase in speed post-evolution. As they traversed through several thickets, Fang Mo suddenly felt something underfoot. A yellow, lightning-shaped tail? Following the tail, he discovered a yellow-skinned rodent, none other than Pikachu. Pika. Just then, Jia Renhua sensed something and swiftly pulled Fang Mo away. As soon as Fang Mo was moved, the Pikachu crackled with electricity. Had he still been stepping on its tail, he might have faced dire consequences. Thankfully, he avoided electrocution, for a thunderbolt is no trifling matter. Not everyone is like that super newcomer, who emerged unscathed after years of being electrocuted. The Pikachu shot Fang Mo a fierce glare and then scurried back. It appeared that Pikachu and Piku were everywhere, truly echoing Ash's words that Pikachu was as common as stray dogs. Xi and Yi Meow, intrigued by the multitude of Pikachu, leaped from Fang Mo's arms into the crowd. The Pikachu and Piku were equally curious about the adorable Xi and Yi Meow. A Pikachu with a heart-shaped tail approached Xi and Yi Meow, offering it an apple. Miha. Xi and Yi Meow joyfully embraced the bright red apple and began to nibble on it. Fang Mo leaned against the tree bark, quietly observing Xi and Yi Meow frolicking with them. After daily training, it was just the right time to relax today. Yanra Meow was also drawn into play by the Pikachu, with several little Piku perched atop its head. Playing merrily, Yanra Meow did not mind and affectionately joined in their games. Jia Renhua's aloof and handsome demeanor attracted many female Pikachu, who attempted to nuzzle against him. Jia Renhua leaped onto a tree to evade them, clearly uninterested in their company. The disappointed female Pikachu had no choice but to retreat. The most unfortunate was Tian Xia Wang, whose fearsome appearance caused a mass exodus of Pikachu. Unwilling to back down, Tian Xia Wang approached a Piku, intending to pet it, but the little creature fainted from fright. Tian Xia Wang was momentarily stunned, then squatted down, drawing circles in the dirt, isolating itself. Fang Mo, watching the swarm of Pikachu, felt no desire to capture any of them. Not every Pikachu is a legendary one. Their base stats fall below 400, with the only notable attribute being their speed of 90. Even when evolved into Raichu, their total stats barely reach 485, and their move pool lacks any remarkable abilities. Some Pikachu even resist evolving into Raichu. Suddenly, several Raichu appeared. No, it should be noted that a multitude of Raichu emerged. Astonishing Fang Mo Pikachu requires a Thunderstone to evolve, and while Thunderstones are naturally occurring in the wild, the sudden appearance of so many Raichu could not simply be coincidence. It indicated the presence of a natural Thunderstone mine, which could be worth billions. One particularly prominent Raichu stood out, and Fang Mo speculated it was likely an elite-level Pokémon. The Raichu strode directly towards Xi and Yi Meow, with rows of Pikachu and Piku attempting to block its path. However, the Raichu effortlessly swept them aside with its tail, leaving Xi and Yi Meow surrounded by none but itself. Observing the reactions of the surrounding Pikachu and Piku, it was evident that they feared this Raichu. Even the other Raichu dared not approach this elite-level one. Could this Raichu be a tyrant among the Pikachu? If so, Xi and Yi Meow was in danger. Terrified, Xi and Yi Meow gazed at the Raichu, frozen in fear. The Raichu smirked wickedly, seizing Xi and Yi Meow without regard for its struggles. This action ignited a furious fire within Fang Mo. Damn it. Tian Xia Wang unleashed its ultimate move. Yanra Meow charged with a flare blitz, and Jia Renhua rushed to rescue Xi and Yi Meow. The energy surrounding Tian Xia Wang surged violently, gathering into a singular force before it charged at the Raichu with incredible speed. Yanra Meow, enraged by the Raichu's actions, ignited in flames, transforming into a blazing fireball as it lunged toward the Raichu. The Raichu sensed the threat, placing Xi and Yi Meow atop a nearby stump. The electric energy within it surging uncontrollably as it unleashed a thunderbolt. A powerful current surged forth instantaneously, colliding with the ultimate strike of T-Nexi-W-ing and the blazing charge of YNR-Meo, resulting in an explosion of intense energy fluctuations. The GGN-NW adeptly navigated through the electric currents, seizing the opportunity when Raichu unleashed its Volt Tackle to successfully retrieve X-New York Meo and return it to FNGM's side. X-New York Meo lay in FNGM's embrace, its demeanor one of utter dejection, its body trembling incessantly. FNGM gently stroked its form, soothing its distress. With X-New York Meo taken away, T-Nexi-W-ing and YNR-Meo felt unencumbered, their energies beginning to surge. Raichu appeared to be struggling. Ultimately, the Volt Tackle was deflected, and the combined assault of T-Nexi-W-ing's ultimate strike and YNR-Meo's blazing charge struck Raichu with precision, even targeting its vital points. Raichu was hurled away, crashing into 4 trees before finally coming to a halt against the 5th. Lying beneath the tree, it closed its eyes, barely clinging to life. GGN-NW executed a swift strike, ending its existence. The hands of GGN-NW manifested pure white daggers forged from energy. In an instant, GGN-NW vanished, its speed rendering it invisible. FNGM discerned that GGN-NW had enhanced its speed with a burst of electricity. Armed with its daggers, GGN-NW pierced through Raichu's body, severing the tree behind it as it reappeared on the other side. At this moment, Raichu had become a cold corpse, its electric energy dissipating into the ether. The other members of the Pikachu species rejoiced. This notorious bully, Raichu, had been vanquished, and their happiness was palpable. Yet, how naive they were to celebrate that Raichu was their strongest warrior, and its demise would lead to a significant decline in their combat capabilities. It would not be long before their territory would be invaded by other Pokémon clans. FNGM had anticipated this before GGNNW delivered the fatal blow, yet he chose to proceed with the execution. It was simply a consequence of Raichu's audacity. As for the survival of the Pikachu species, it mattered little to him. He intended to leave soon anyway. Chapter 55, The Might of Divine Beasts. After dispatching Raichu, FNGM turned his attention once more to the Thunderstone Cavern. He casually approached a Raichu and inquired, "Where do you evolve?" "I wish for my companions to attempt their evolution as well." FNGM had become a benefactor among the Pikachu clan, and naturally, the Raichu complied with his request. A few Raichu led the way as FNGM and GGNNW followed closely behind, the latter remaining vigilant, still in the throes of battle readiness. After walking for several minutes, the Raichu brought them to the entrance of a cave. "Is this where you evolve?" FNGM asked. Upon receiving confirmation from the Raichu, he bid them farewell and entered the cave with GGNNW inside. An overwhelming energy permeated the space. Reminiscent of the energy emitted when Raichu unleashed its Volt Tackle, it was likely comprised of electric energy. As they ventured deeper, they arrived at a spacious area filled with thunderstones. This was indeed a thunderstone cavern, naturally formed, suggesting a high purity of the stones. GGNNW. TNXEWing, YNR Mio, X New York Mio. Well, perhaps not X New York Mio. Assist me in collecting these stones. FNGM gestured towards the thunderstones embedded among the rocks for identification. These stones are difficult to extract. You may use your moves, but be cautious not to damage them. Each of them employed their respective techniques to excavate the thunderstones, while X New York Mio attempted to join in, using its leaves to extract the stones, but only succeeded in leaving shallow marks on the rock. This is problematic. If X New York Mio continues in such a manner, the thunderstones will indeed be damaged. FNGM scooped up X New York Mio, which, despite its desire to continue, was forced to pause. Turning to FNGM with an indignant expression, resembling a puffed-up pufferfish. X New York Mio, let GGNNW handle this task. You can simply observe from here. X New York Mio shook its head, attempting to wriggle free from FNGM's grasp to return to excavating the thunderstones. X New York Mio, what do you think this is? FNGM promptly produced a small cake to entice X New York Mio, which immediately abandoned its excavation efforts and scampered off to indulge in the treat. After satisfying its appetite, X New York Mio sought to sleep but found it impossible. Looking at FNGM with a forlorn expression, unable to sleep, the presence of these thunderstones must be creating an electric field. FNGM recalled X New York Mio into a luxury ball, allowing it to rest within. The aggregation of thunderstones had indeed generated a permanent electric field. Any electric-type moves executed here would see an increase in power by 30, without inducing a state of sleep. This was intriguing. It implied that the visible thunderstones were merely the surface of a much larger reserve. The interior of the rocks likely concealed many additional thunderstones, at least 100. However, given FNGM's current capabilities, extracting them all was utterly impractical. In the future, when he had the means, he would need to assemble a team for mining. But for now, he could only mark the location of this thunderstone cavern. 3 hours later, the surface thunderstones had been fully excavated, totaling at least 30. FNGM stored them all within his spatial ring, noticing that the electric field remained unchanged. Evidently, this cavern housed a significant quantity of thunderstones, qualifying it as a major thunderstone mine. Just as he was about to depart, he unexpectedly encountered 2 Pokémon approaching to claim the thunderstones, a Magnemite and a Dedenne, both of which relied on thunderstones for their evolution. Observing their auras, he discerned they were elite-level Pokémon. They glanced at the barren rock face, then at FNGM, immediately understanding what had transpired. Their expressions transformed into deep fury, as if to say, "Damn human, how dare you steal our means of evolution?" FNGM recognized their hostile intent. An altercation seemed inevitable. Recalling their attributes, he noted their quadruple weakness to ground-type moves, which sparked an idea. GGNNW. Unleash an Aura Sphere on Dedenne. YNR Mio. Use Flame Charge to attack Magnemite. TNXEWing. Take cover and continuously enhance your attack with Swords Dance. FNGM's strategy mirrored the approach he had employed against the Gyarados, intending for TNXEWing to bolster its power from the back, and then unleash an Earthquake to obliterate them once fully charged. With roles clearly defined, GGNNW advanced towards Dedenne, delivering a powerful Aura Sphere. Dedenne's quadruple weaknesses to both ground and fighting-type moves meant that this attack would surely inflict significant damage. YNR Mio, too, unleashed its full fire-based strength, toppling the already disadvantaged Magnemite. Thanks to their type advantages, GGNNW gained the upper hand against Dedenne, while YNRMEO, despite its advantage, found itself at a disadvantage due to a considerable level gap, being pushed back. Magnemite and Dedenne joined forces, unleashing a discharge of electric energy that surged forth, targeting GGNNW and YNRMEO. GGNNW, YNRMEO, come together and use Protect. The two Pokémon complied, gathering their energies to form a massive green shield. The torrent of electricity struck the shield, and the sheer force nearly shattered it. In this wretched electric arena, the power of their electric-type moves has surged by 30%. We were already at a disadvantage, and now it seems even more pronounced. ZBOC GUI and DZHOB and still wish to merge for another discharge. Fang Mo commanded once more, do not allow them to combine. KGRNW launched a water shuriken, while YNRMEO executed another flare blitz. KGRNW threw a water shuriken from each hand, effectively interrupting their incantation. Seizing the opportunity, YNRMEO unleashed a powerful flare blitz, the roaring flames swiftly engulfing ZBOC GUI, the forceful impact separating it from DZHOBN. DZHOBN, initially intent on aiding ZBOC GUI, found itself preoccupied as KGRNW leapt forward, readying a slash. At that moment, the Scorpion King beside Fang Mo had amassed considerable physical attack power and was brimming with energy. KGRNW, YNRMEO, retreat, Fang Mo ordered. ZBOC GUI and DZHOB and glared furiously at Fang Mo, perplexed by his intentions. Scorpion King, unleash a seismic explosion. The Scorpion King shook its pincers vigorously, causing fissures to radiate outward like a spider's web towards ZBOC GUI and its companion. The ground rippling like tumultuous waves. The immense shockwave generated by the earthquake surged towards them, and upon contact, a resounding explosion echoed as both Pokémon disintegrated into cold, lifeless remnants. The tremor had reverberated throughout the cave, akin to an elite-level Pokémon executing an earthquake with full force. Had the Scorpion King reached dominant level, this cave might have already collapsed. Following the earthquake, the cave began to tremble violently, and Fang Mo sensed something amiss. This was not merely the aftershock of the Scorpion King's quake. He and KGRNW hurried toward the cave's exit, only to find it obstructed by rocks. KGRNW dashed forward, employing a slash to cleave through the blockage. Once outside, Fang Mo gasped for breath, feeling a sense of safety at last. At that moment, the source of the cave's collapse emerged, a golden figure soaring from the darkness. As the sunlight illuminated it, Fang Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. This figure was none other than Zapdos, one of the legendary 3 sacred birds. Locking eyes with Fang Mo, Zapdos instilled an overwhelming pressure, a formidable aura bearing down upon them. Even KGRNW struggled to withstand this dominance. Fang Mo steadied himself, recalling KGRNW and YNRMEO, then mounted the Scorpion King. Scorpion King, fly swiftly, as if your life depended on it. The Scorpion King, recognizing the terrifying presence of Zapdos, summoned the strongest tailwind and soared away. Zapdos flapped its wings, initially intent on pursuing and eliminating Fang Mo, the intruder, but was suddenly reminded of its own injuries, compelling it to retreat back into the cave for recuperation. Chapter 56, Key Academy. Fang Mo glanced back, relieved to find no sign of Zapdos in pursuit. Given Zapdos' speed, it could have easily caught up, yet it had not, suggesting it remained within the cave. All right, Scorpion King, let's find a place to land. After such an extended flight, the Scorpion King was also panting, and Fang Mo tossed it a few energy cubes to replenish its strength. The mere fact that Zapdos had appeared in the cave was astounding. Its failure to follow meant it was still recuperating within. Once he reached champion level, the Thunderstones would be his, and Zapdos would belong to him as well. The Zapdos he encountered likely lacked a divine role. There was not merely one of the 3 sacred birds, yet their numbers were scarce. Only those possessing divine roles were true deities, the rest were merely legendary Pokémon. However, with his current strength, even a non-divine Zapdos was beyond his capacity to contend with. This Zapdos was undoubtedly not the typical dominant level, but rather a true champion level. If HP's malevolent shadow were to face Zapdos, who would prevail? It seemed futile to speculate. Even collectively, the divine 3 sacred birds would likely falter against HP. Fang Mo released KGRNW and the others, who were still reeling from the earlier pressure. Do not fret, KGRNW. One day, when you attain champion level, defeating that large yellow bird will be effortless. New York Mio remained nestled in Fang Mo's arms, blissfully unaware of the recent turmoil. Fortunately, the spoils of this venture were plentiful, over 30 Thunderstones, pure enough to fetch more than 100 million if sold. Retaining the Thunderstones seemed futile, as he possessed little interest in the Pokémon that evolved using them. Suddenly, a group of people appeared behind Fang Mo, causing KGRNW to grow wary. Leading this group was a woman dressed like a teacher, flanked by students of similar age, all clad in identical black uniforms. Upon spotting Fang Mo, the woman expressed surprise but politely greeted him, introducing herself. Hello, sir. We are from QNGQ Inc. First Academy. I am a teacher, and these are my students. Students? Why are they not in school, venturing into this perilous wilderness? The audacity of taking so many students into such danger implied that this teacher must possess at least elite-level strength. It was unlikely she was dominant level. If she were, teaching would seem beneath her. The shiny KGRNW instantly captivated the students' attention, as they had only ever seen blue ones, never a black variant. Whispers exchanged between the students and their teacher led the latter to approach Fang Mo with a request. Sir, may my students record your Pokémon? Your shiny KGRNW is incredibly rare. The Pokémon displayed evident resistance, prompting Fang Mo to recall KGRNW, YNRMO, and the Scorpion King, inciting the students' displeasure. The teacher felt awkward, unprepared for Fang Mo's brusque demeanor. To alleviate the tension, she continued. Would it be possible for my students to interview you? This seems of little benefit to me. In resignation, the teacher reached into her pocket, offering Fang Mo 10,000 yuan. Contemplating reimbursement from the principal later, Fang Mo found it amusing. Did she truly believe he needed her meager sum? Yet, out of sheer boredom, he accepted the money and agreed to the request. Relieved by his compliance, the teacher hurried back to her students, sharing the news. Soon, they surrounded Fang Mo, bombarding him with questions. Growing irritated, he regretted accepting the 10,000 yuan. Please, one at a time. The first to approach was a girl. May I see that cat-like Pokémon you were holding? Not possible. My Pokémon is shy and dislikes being surrounded. After another rejection, a boy with a buzz cut approached, feigning provocation. Hey, how old are you, big brother? 16. The buzz cut laughed upon hearing this. Not very old. Just a year older than us. Are you too poor to afford school? Fang Mo discerned their intent to provoke and replied, I already possess the starter Pokémon. Do you think I'm lacking in funds? We have the starters too, and we just received them yesterday. Ah, you received them at 15? I had to wait until I was 16. If only I had known, I would have gotten mine at 15. However, judging by his tone, it is evident that they all possess the qualifications to claim the Yuuzhan family, signifying that they are all part of the Alliance's direct lineage. Huh. I own 2 Yuuzhan Pokémon. Do you possess any? I have a shiny Yuuzhan Pokémon. How many of you students can boast the same? Initially, Fang Mo did not wish to engage in a comparison of Pokémon, yet these students were simply too insufferable. The boy with the crew cut found himself at a loss for words, for Fang Mo's assertions were indeed factual. Contemplating for a moment, Fang Mo inquired, Is your academy a prestigious one? This question reignited the crew cut's bravado, and he responded with an air of arrogance. Naturally, our academy is a prominent one, the finest in Qingqing City, and we are all students of the advanced class. Oh, the advanced class. Do you consider yourselves exceptionally intelligent? Certainly. How about I test your knowledge? Upon hearing that Fang Mo dared to challenge them in their area of expertise, the students exchanged disdainful glances. These looks irked Fang Mo, prompting him to prepare a lesson for these students. Which Pokémon exhibits the greatest disparity in height and base stats after undergoing a form change? A seemingly casual question from Fang Mo left these self-proclaimed advanced students stumped. They were unaware of which Pokémon could even undergo a form transformation. Floette? No. Morpeko? Not that either. After 6 or 7 minutes of futile pondering, the crew cut re-emerged, questioning whether Fang Mo even knew the answer himself. Weak you? Have you all learned nothing? The students glared at Fang Mo, their expressions filled with indignation. Another male student retorted, suggesting that they should test him instead. Fine, but let me make this clear. I will only answer 3 questions. So confer among yourselves to decide what to ask. 5 minutes later, they finally concluded their discussion and appointed a girl as their representative. Ahem. Let me ask you, which item serves as both an amplification item and an evolution stone for Pokémon? Metal coat. Without taking 3 seconds, Fang Mo answered the first question, while the students internally reassured themselves. It's fine. There are still 2 questions left. The first was merely a fluke. For the second question, which Pokémon possesses an ability that renders it immune to any weaknesses? Mama Xiaoyu, Mama Eel King. And for the third question, which Pokémon has a thick layer of fat beneath its skin, yet does not possess the thick fat ability? Nymphian. All answers correct. How could this be? The group of students collectively faltered, unable to believe that Fang Mo, who had never attended school, could possibly know so much. Do you understand the depth of a seasoned Pokémon enthusiast's knowledge? And yet you dare to compare yourselves with me. Chapter 57, The Feast of Slaughter. The defeated students boldly proclaimed, if you possess the ability, use only 3 Pokémon to combat our 30-plus Pokémon. Fang Mo nearly burst out laughing. Even a multitude of level 5 Pokémon would merely serve as fodder, yet they dared to rely on numbers for victory. Very well. But I need to discuss tactics first. No problem. The students huddled together, chuckling and mocking Fang Mo's foolishness. Ha ha ha. This fool actually dares to accept the challenge. We each have over 30 Pokémon combined, and a single droplet of saliva could drown his Pokémon. He can't possibly win. How could he? Our Pokémon are all Yuuzhan, and the prowess of the Yuuzhan is undeniable. He stands no chance. I can hardly wait to demonstrate my superiority over him for being so arrogant. In contrast, Fang Mo summoned his Gekigashira, Scorpion King, and Enzwo Meow. Hold on. You three will be fighting against a horde of level 3 and 4 Pokémon. I will not be giving commands, but I have one request. Leave none alive. As the battle commenced, the students unleashed their Pokémon, numbering around 30, all of which were Yuuzhan. Fang Mo could hardly fathom how the students would weep at this spectacle. The crew cut continued to taunt from across the battlefield. You can still beg for mercy. All you need to do is show us your Gekigashira. Let us fight without further ado. Fang Mo's Gekigashira, Scorpion King, and Enzwo Meow entered the fray, their sizes dwarfing those juvenile Pokémon, yet the students remained unwaveringly confident. Squirtle, use Water Gun. Charmander, unleash Ember. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Tornado. These attacks were of no concern to Gekigashira and its companions. Now, let the true slaughter commence. Gekigashira executed a decisive slash, drawing forth a pristine white dagger and cleaving through 4 or 5 Pokémon, blood gushing forth. Scorpion King unleashed a barrage of spikes, piercing the bodies of 7 or 8 Pokémon. Enzwo Meow was the most ruthless. Enveloped in draconic energy, it charged wildly, annihilating dozens of Pokémon. The students were utterly petrified. They had never witnessed such carnage. The Pokémon had scarcely uttered a sound before meeting their demise. Blood stained the once verdant grass, splattering onto the faces of the female students, who screamed in terror. The male students could no longer boast. Their Pokémon had been slaughtered, leaving them bereft of their previous arrogance. The battle culminated with a seismic quake from Scorpion King, leaving the ground littered with the remains of various Pokémon. Not a single intact body could be found amidst the carnage. The students, unable to contain their despair, burst into tears. Just yesterday, they had reveled in the joy of acquiring Yuuzhan Pokémon, and now they were all gone. Fang Mo nonchalantly retrieved a handkerchief, wiping the blood that had splattered onto him, then cast a disdainful glance at the students. They knelt on the ground, clutching the lifeless body of their Pokémon, weeping, only to discover they could no longer recall them into their Pokéballs. Many shouted in outrage, intent on seeking a teacher to report Fang Mo, who could not help but laugh. Did they truly believe this was a school? If seeking a teacher were effective, what need would there be for the police? The crew cut was now in tears, his nose running, truly a revolting sight. He pointed shakily at Fang Mo, struggling to articulate his words, ultimately managing to utter, "I will fight you." With a sudden lunge, the crew cut charged at Fang Mo, while the other male students, consumed by grief, frantically joined him in the assault. All the girls were too frightened to move, huddling together, none daring to seek the teacher for fear that Fang Mo would turn his wrath upon them next. Fang Mo seized the crew cut by the neck, producing a dagger and plunging it into his chest, blood flowing down the blade, drop by drop, onto the grass. This scene left the male students dumbfounded as Fang Mo withdrew the dagger, wiped it clean, and calmly stated, "I initially intended to kill only your Pokémon, but now I have changed my mind. I shall kill you all. Let the massacre begin." Gekigashira, Scorpion King, and Enzwo Meow charged forth. And these students proved even more fragile than their Pokémon. The students began to flee in every direction, but no matter how fast they ran, they could not outpace the Pokémon. "Teacher, help." As they fled, they frantically cried for help from their teacher. The teacher, who had been admiring the picturesque scenery in the woods, was suddenly alarmed by the cacophony of cries and pleas for help, prompting her to rush back to the scene to ascertain the situation. Upon her arrival, not a single student remained alive, just a landscape strewn with Pokémon corpses. And as a female, she was instantly overcome with fear and screamed. Gekigashira and the others returned to Fang Mo's side, splattered with blood. "Have we finished?" Gekigashira nodded, and Fang Mo finally smiled, turning to the teacher. "Oh, teacher, do you admire my masterpiece?" Not a single soul survived. After the teacher succumbed to fear, an overwhelming fury consumed her, and she shouted, "You despicable creature, just wait. I will call the police and have the Alliance apprehend you. The students' parents will not let you escape. Do you think you can leave alive?" Fang Mo gazed at her with a sadistic glimmer in his eyes. As the teacher prepared to release her Pokémon from 3 Pokéballs, she was suddenly struck by a tranquilizer dart that Fang Mo had just fired. Collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with endless terror, she desperately tried to move, but found it futile. Fang Mo approached her, seized the Pokéballs from her grasp, and locked them away in his pocket. Then, drawing his dagger once more, he mercilessly ended her life before her horrified gaze. Thus concluded this gruesome feast of slaughter. To his astonishment, Fang Mo discovered that his Gekigashira had surpassed level 38, while his enchanted Meow reached level 32, and his Scorpion King attained level 31. After slaying so many, a flicker of remorse ignited within Fang Mo, yet it quickly dissipated. Perhaps he should refrain from such actions in the future. Killing so many inevitably stirred a sense of guilt within him, though he mused that he might grow accustomed to it. Fang Mo instructed Gekigashira and the others to wash off the blood in the river, which soon turned a vivid crimson. In the wilderness, who would suspect him? They would undoubtedly attribute the carnage to wild Pokémon. Fang Mo then dealt with the teacher's Pokémon, which included 2 elite-level creatures, challenging to eliminate. Yet he managed to dispose of them. Chapter 58. Battle of Enemies. The bodies in the forest did not require Fang Mo's attention. Carnivorous Pokémon would soon arrive. Drawn by the scent, these remains could even ignite conflicts among other factions. The victor would claim the spoils. Suddenly, a Shiny Meow burst forth from a luxury ball, and upon seeing the freshly bloodied Fang Mo, it felt as though his heart had been healed. Gekigashira and the others strove to conceal their murderous aura, fearing it might frighten Shiny Meow. Shiny Meow sensed Fang Mo's discontent and hopped onto his shoulder, nuzzling its soft little face against his. Fang Mo couldn't help but smile, embracing the pure and adorable Shiny Meow. It was hard to feel anger while gazing at this charming creature. Perhaps in the future, he might consider acclimating Shiny Meow to the act of killing, but he decided to wait until it evolved into Guanjayingi. Alright, time for a meal. Gekigashira, Enchanted Meow, Scorpion King, come here. He also released his Magikarp. Sighing, he acknowledged that even if Magikarp never evolved, it was still his Pokémon. He simply could not neglect its needs. From the moment he purchased it, he had pledged to care for it for life. Gekigashira and the others feasted on standard energy cubes, never growing weary of them. Shiny Meow enjoyed a small cake, as Fang Mo had thoughtfully hidden some energy cubes within the cream, ensuring both taste and nutrition. Among the group, only Shiny Meow had a penchant for sweets. Fang Mo himself was not particularly fond of them, yet he had prepared many little cakes. After a hearty meal, Shiny Meow surprisingly leveled up again, leaving even Fang Mo astounded by its remarkable growth rate. He gently stroked its chin, relishing the joy of petting a cat. Shiny Meow lay comfortably in Fang Mo's arms, obediently allowing him to scratch its chin. Suddenly, a commotion arose from a distance, and Fang Mo's alertness heightened. Gekigashira, take me to the trees. Gekigashira held Fang Mo and leaped several times before reaching a branch, where Fang Mo withdrew Shiny Meow, eager to witness the unfolding events. Gekigashira stood atop the tree, and Enchanted Meow and Scorpion King followed suit, using the dense foliage for cover. A dozen Meowth charged in, prepared to transport the bodies back to their clan for sustenance. Meowth resembled a large white cat adorned with red patterns, its front paws bearing long black claws and a red digit, while its tail forked into 3. The rapid arrival of Pokémon to aid in the cleanup was fortuitous. The more they moved, the better for him, as it would help erase evidence. As the Meowth began their work, several other Pokémon arrived. This time, it was their arch-nemesis, the Dunsparce. The enmity between Meowth and Dunsparce was ingrained in their very genes, dating back to their ancestors. Upon sighting Dunsparce, the fur on Meowth's body bristled, adopting a defensive stance and spreading its claws in an intimidating display. However, Dunsparce remained unfazed, flicking its tongue and casting a menacing glare at the Meowth. The two factions were nearly equal in number, and Fang Mo was eager to witness this clash of adversaries. The other Meowth set down their burdens, converging to confront the Dunsparce. After a tense few moments, one Meowth lunged forward, pouncing on Dunsparce and using its claws to inflict a deep gash along its serpentine body. With a leader initiating the assault, the remaining Meowth joined in, launching relentless attacks. Dunsparce began to retaliate, employing various poisonous strikes in a raw display of brute force. Among them, the strongest Meowth and Dunsparce engaged in a fierce battle, and Fang Mo focused on their confrontation, keen to discern the victor. A strike from Dunsparce's poisonous tail left a ghastly scar on Meowth's face. Though Meowth fell into a poisoned state, its damage output increased. It retaliated with a metal claw. This particular Meowth possessed the ability to heighten its physical attack when poisoned. The battle escalated further. Though the poisoned Meowth's attacks intensified, its body began to weaken. Dunsparce seized the moment, opening its jaws wide to deliver a venomous bite to Meowth's neck, causing blood to flow profusely from the wound. Despite the pain, Meowth summoned all its strength, retaliating with a brutal claw strike to Dunsparce's abdomen, drawing forth green blood. Just as the two sides seemed locked in a stalemate, a larger elite-level Dunsparce sprang from the woods, ensnaring the strongest Meowth with its robust form, rendering it immobile. The morale of the Meowth plummeted, while the Dunsparce surged with renewed vigor, intensifying their assault. The Meowth gradually began to falter, many sustaining grievous injuries. Fang Mo observed with keen interest, as a more powerful elite-level Dunsparce appeared, suggesting doom for the Meowth. Just as it seemed the Meowth were destined for defeat, an even stronger elite-level Meowth arrived in support, accompanied by numerous others. The arrival of reinforcements shifted the tide, revitalizing the previously dispirited Meowth. The newly joined Meowth charged at Dunsparce with ferocity, their attacks becoming increasingly lethal. The elite Dunsparce, overwhelmed by the onslaught of Meowth, began to struggle. In this clash of factions, the numerical advantage of the Meowth gradually subdued Dunsparce. Seizing an opportunity while the elite Dunsparce was distracted, an elite Meowth lunged at it, engaging in a fierce struggle, utilizing its claws against Dunsparce's poisonous tail. Ultimately, the elite Dunsparce was vanquished by a precise strike from the elite Meowth, and upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining Dunsparce scattered in disarray, fleeing in all directions. Though the cat-like creatures known as Meow and I-O suffered severe injuries, they were fortunate enough to seize the rightful ownership of the food. Suddenly, dozens of APSH and several AP Gui emerged, their predatory gazes fixated on the sustenance, among them an elite AP Gui. Oh, the drama of the mantis catching the cicada while the yellow oriole waits behind is indeed a splendid spectacle, having just endured a fierce battle with their nemesis. The Meow and I-O lacked the strength to engage in another fight with the AP Gui, initially contemplating abandoning the food to flee. They found their path obstructed by the AP Gui. The elite Meow and I-O understood that confrontation was unavoidable, thus they bravely charged once more, with the rest joining the fierce struggle. Ultimately, the outcome saw the complete annihilation of the Meow and I-O, with the APSH and AP Gui not only claiming the corpses, but also indulging in the delectable flesh of the Meow and I-O. The final victor was neither the FNSHSH nor the Meow and I-O, but rather the hidden AP Gui, perfectly embodying the notion of when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. Chapter 59, The Meow Tribe. After witnessing the classic tale of conflict and profit, Fang resumed his journey, with the gym as his ultimate destination. By noon, he continued his trek, accompanied by JAHRNW, TNXEWing, and YNR Meow, while XNY Meow rested upon his shoulder. The journey was indeed exhausting. Perhaps he should capture a small Hu M or DD to carry him henceforth. Nevertheless, he concluded that capturing these Pokémon would not significantly enhance his strength, so he resolved to walk more to improve his physical endurance. When fatigue overcame him, Fang took a respite beneath the shade of a tree, while XNY Meow dismounted from his shoulder to frolic in the grass. Given the current pace, it seemed the next city with a gym was quite far away, possibly taking several weeks to reach. Fang took generous gulps of his bottled mineral water, sharing a bottle with JAHRNW and the others. He then poured some water into a small bowl to offer XNY Meow, who, after drinking, seemed revitalized and brimming with energy. Just then, a Meow and I-O climbed a tree nearby, capturing Fang's attention. The Meow and I-O, one of the most iconic Pokémon, was famously depicted in the anime as a talking member of Team Rocket, often scheming with Musashi and Kojiro to capture Pikachu. In the anime, this Meow and I-O walked on two legs, while its real-life counterpart ambled on all fours. It must be noted that the Meow and I-O in the anime possesses an exceptional ability to learn, even acquiring human speech, surpassing the innate talents of any Pokémon. Despite its popularity, Fang held no interest, its power was too feeble, and even its evolution into Nico LOD offered little intrigue, with a mere base stat total of 440, rendering it somewhat lackluster. Suddenly, the Meow and I-O fixated intently on XNY Meow, a moment Fang unfortunately missed. Subsequently, the Meow and I-O dashed away. Growing bored, XNY Meow climbed back onto Fang's shoulder, nuzzling his face and giving his cheek a lick. Oh dear, this little creature. Yet, one cannot deny the softness and warmth of XNY Meow's tongue. It felt quite pleasant. As XNY Meow continued to lick, first on his cheek and then gradually moving to his lips, Fang quickly set her down and washed his face and mouth with water. XNY Meow, no more licking indiscriminately next time, he admonished. With a soft meow, XNY Meow sought another embrace, but Fang refused. Pouting, XNY Meow rolled aside and began to play with the flowers and grass. Just then, several Meow and I-O dashed past Fang, encircling him and abducting XNY Meow. Startled, XNY Meow felt herself lifted off the ground, bewildered. Fang quickly realized what had transpired. Mounting TNXEWing in hot pursuit, with JAHRNW following closely behind. JAHRNW, use Water Shuriken, he commanded. As JAHRNW launched a flurry of water shurikens towards the Meow and I-O, who skillfully evaded. Alas, one unfortunate Meow and I-O was struck, falling with a cry, but managed to pass XNY Meow to another. The remaining Meow and I-O maintained their speed, whisking XNY Meow deeper into the forest. TNXEWing soared through the skies, while Fang urged it to hasten. By heavens, if I do not deal with you Meow and I-O, I shall not bear the surname Fang. Soon, they reached a clearing in the forest, where a large congregation of Meow and I-O gathered, among them an especially prominent elite Nico LOD. XNY Meow was presented before the Nico LOD, who immediately fixated on her, eager to nuzzle her fur. But XNY Meow swiftly evaded. The Nico LOD then pinned X and Y Mio's belly, attempting to snuggle closer. JAHRNW. Use Quick Draw YNR Mio. Employ Flame Charge. T Nexi W Ing. Unleash Ultimate Strike. F Ing M commanded. JAHRNW charged into the swarm of Mio. Wielding a pristine white dagger to repel the Nico LOD and secure X and Y Mio in its embrace. The Mio attempted to retaliate but were hurled away by the fiery YNR Mio. T Nexi W Ing, activating Ultimate Strike, plunged into the fray, eliminating numerous lower-level Mio, returning to F Ing M's side. JAHRNW handed X and Y Mio back to him. As she nestled against F Ing M, tears streamed down her face, unable to contain her distress. F Ing M gently patted her back, assuring, there. I shall not let you come to harm. Be more cautious henceforth. With that, he recalled X and Y Mio into her luxury ball, for the ensuing scene promised to be gruesomely bloody. YNR Mio and T Nexi W Ing returned to his side, while the Nico LOD, witnessing the fallen Mio, seethed with rage, rallying the remaining Mio to declare war on F Ing M. Nico LOD, the leader. Is it? So, all this was orchestrated by you. What do you think I shall do to you shortly? F Ing M taunted. JAHRNW initiated Quick Draw against the Nico LOD, while YNR Mio unleashed Dragon Rage. And T Nexi W Ing employed spikes to eliminate the other Mio. JAHRNW, armed with a pair of white daggers, swiftly approached the Nico LOD, engaging in close combat. YNR Mio's eyes shifted to a blood-red hue, a tumultuous dragon energy surging within. With a fierce charge, YNR Mio barreled forward, with the Mio attempting to retaliate, but only managing to inflict minor scratches. While every attack from YNR Mio proved fatal, T Nexi W Ing struck the ground with its pincers, sending several silver spikes erupting from the earth, impaling several unsuspecting Mio. Following this, T Nexi W Ing joined the fray, executing a series of devastating slashes. The confrontation between JAHRNW and the Nico LOD was evenly matched, the latter boasting a level of approximately 45. JAHRNW, use Hydro Pump. F Ing M commanded as the Nico LOD lunged, claws bared. In a flash, JAHRNW unleashed Hydro Pump, sending the Nico LOD sprawling. It seemed that cunning strategies would be necessary to secure victory. As the Nico LOD charged again, F Ing M swiftly fired a tranquilizer dart into its abdomen. Momentarily paralyzed, the Nico LOD stiffened. Though the effect would not last long, it provided a crucial advantage. JAHRNW crouched low and hurled 5 water shurikens, which detonated in a watery explosion upon contact with the Nico LOD, eliciting a pained expression. JAHRNW, continue with Quick Draw. F Ing M urged. With a pristine dagger in hand, JAHRNW surged toward the Nico LOD, who, hindered by the tranquilizer, struggled to evade. JAHRNW maneuvered behind the Nico LOD, plunging the dagger down fiercely, toppling the Nico LOD. The feline leader let out a pained wail as the Koga Ninja Frog descended from the heavens, executing another swift Iato slash. This time, the feline leader was rendered utterly incapacitated. The Koga Ninja Frog rushed to assist the fiery feline. At that moment, the Scorpion King and the fiery feline were still besieged by several pesky meows, their bodies marred by numerous claw marks. As the Koga Ninja Frog entered the fray, a single Iato slash swept away a multitude of meows. The Scorpion King and the fiery feline pressed on, and before long, the ground was littered with a gruesome array of meow corpses. Fang Mo applied high-grade healing ointment to the 3 of them, confident that their wounds would soon mend. Subsequently, Fang Mo approached the feline leader, who had regained consciousness but was firmly restrained by the Scorpion King and the Koga Ninja Frog. Crouching down, Fang Mo playfully patted the feline leader's face and taunted, "Guess what I am going to do to you?" The feline leader roared in anger, but the Koga Ninja Frog swiftly landed a punch to its abdomen, subduing it. Koga Ninja Frog, sever its limbs one by one. The Koga Ninja Frog conjured a pristine white dagger, and in the face of the feline leader's terror, swiftly amputated one of its legs. Blood gushed forth in torrents, contorting the feline leader's visage into a grimace. As all 4 limbs were severed, the feline leader succumbed to unconsciousness, barely clinging to life. Throw it into the river. The Scorpion King grasped the feline leader's mangled body and cast it into the river, where the scent of blood attracted several piranhas that dragged its remains to the riverbed for their feast. Sighing, Fang Mo reflected on the increasing brutality of his actions, recognizing the need to rein in his tendencies lest he descend into madness. Chapter 60, The Lichen Rock of the Night. As night fell, Fang Mo set up a tent and kindled a campfire, surrounded by his Pokémon. The Koga Ninja Frog and its companions had returned with a bounty of weak fish, and when Xian Yi Meow beheld the abundance, its eyes sparkled with anticipation nearly drooling. No need to rush. They aren't cooked yet, and raw fish lacks flavor. Fang Mo gently patted Xian Yimiao's head. The little feline rubbed against Fang Mo's palm before leaping onto his lap, patiently awaiting its share. After skewering the weak fish, he placed them over the fire, gazing at the roasting fish while reflecting on his journey. It had been 3 months since he embarked on this adventure. 3 months filled with countless experiences. In just this brief span, he had captured 5 loyal Pokémon, a testament to the unique allure of the Pokémon world. If one is solitary and struggles to connect with others, one can capture a Pokémon as a companion. Pokémon comprehend human speech and possess genuine emotions, offering companionship for a lifetime. Some Pokémon have lifespans comparable to humans, while others far exceed them, an aspect absent in his previous life. In that life, he had owned an ordinary dog, which could only accompany him for a decade or so, whereas a Rockruff could stand by him for a lifetime. As the fish finished cooking, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, likely attracting other Pokémon. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Fang Mo sprinkled some spices to mask the scent while adding a touch of seasoning. Xian Yimiao stretched out its tiny paw to grasp the roasted fish, but found it too short to reach. Muha! Fang Mo offered the first roasted fish to Xian Yimiao, who relished the delectable treat. Once the remaining fish were ready, Fang Mo handed one to the Koga frog. Just as the frog was about to take a bite, a paw suddenly lunged forward, snatching the Koga frog's fish. The thief was a Lycanroc in its night form. Fang Mo's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly retrieved his Pokédex to scan the Lycanroc, which emitted a mechanical voice. Lycanroc night form, Wolf Pokémon, the evolved form of Rockruff. The stronger the opponent, the more fervent the battle spirit. To achieve victory, it will stop at nothing. The Lycanroc regarded the Koga frog with disdain, poised to devour the stolen fish. However, the Koga frog retaliated with a swift kick, reclaiming its rightful meal. The Lycanroc staggered back, its red eyes fixated intensely on the Koga frog. In contrast, the Koga frog remained unperturbed, calmly enjoying its fish. This Lycanroc seemed to be on the verge of reaching the elite level, yet it had not quite attained it. Discovering a Lycanroc in the wild was an opportunity. Perhaps it could be captured. However, this Pokémon was notoriously temperamental, and unless nurtured from the Rockruff stage, it would resist obedience. Fang Mo had no time to coax it with affection. Enraged, the Lycanroc provoked the Koga frog, its gaze filled with menace, as if to challenge. Let us engage in battle. The Koga frog swallowed the remainder of its fish, rising slowly with an intense gaze, secretly gathering water energy. The Lycanroc launched the first strike, claw raised as it charged at the Koga frog, its sharp claws glinting menacingly. The Koga frog effortlessly dodged the attack and swiftly countered, conjuring 5 water shurikens and hurling them at the Lycanroc. The Lycanroc raised its arm defensively, but upon impact, the shurikens exploded in a dazzling spray of water, yielding significant damage. The Lycanroc was nearly toppled, but it steadied itself and unleashed Shadow Clone, multiplying into several copies that charged at the Koga frog. The two engaged in a back and forth, yet the Lycanroc rarely managed to make contact, as the Koga frog deftly evaded, appearing almost nonchalant. Fang Mo's other Pokémon encircled the scene, anxiously observing the clash. They had intended to aid the Koga frog, but were halted by Fang Mo. Xian Yimiao, with half a roasted fish still in its mouth, watched the duel with wide eyes, fearful for its brother. Frustrated by its lack of success, the Lycanroc howled at the moon, then slammed its fists into the ground, sending large boulders hurtling toward the Koga frog. The Koga frog swiftly turned to evade, but the rocks unexpectedly altered their trajectory, encasing it within. The Lycanroc's eyes gleamed with triumph as it unleashed its full power, preparing to charge at the Koga frog. Xian Yimiao clung to Fang Mo. Anxiety etched across its face, fearing for the Koga frog's fate. Fang Mo, observing the situation, sensed something was amiss. Something is wrong. This Lycanroc should not possess the ultimate move. Even at level 100, it would not learn such a technique. The Lycanroc unleashed its ultimate move upon the Koga frog, and upon impact, the rocks confining the Koga frog shattered into fragments, sending dust swirling. Although the Lycanroc was momentarily stunned after executing the ultimate move, it wore a victorious grin, believing it had defeated the Koga frog. Yet, upon looking at the Koga frog, it found it unscathed, shielded by a vibrant green barrier. It turned out that the Koga frog had activated its protective guard when ensnared by the rocks, lying in wait for the Lycanroc to strike. Seeing the Koga frog unharmed, Xian Yimiao beamed with joy and cheered for its brother. Muha, now fully committed. The Koga frog prepared to unleash its full strength, while the Lycanroc remained immobilized, unable to evade the impending assault. In an instant, the Koga frog vanished from sight, reappearing directly before the Lycanroc. With swift precision, the Koga frog conjured its pristine white dagger and executed an Iato slash. The slash struck the immobilized Lycanroc, sending it hurtling backward with uncontrollable force, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The Zhong Yanlang Ren struggled to rise, yet was overwhelmed with weakness, his eyes filled with reluctance. Subsequently, a purple orb fell from his body, prompting Fang Mo to crouch and retrieve it. In an instant, the Zhong Yanlang Ren erupted in fury, reaching out to attack Fang Mo. But the frog ninja swiftly pinned his hand down. The Zhong Yanlang Ren howled in agony, as the dagger of the frog ninja pressed against his neck, icy eyes warning him against any movement. Fang Mo examined the orb closely and confirmed it to be the life orb. Such an item could not simply be stumbled upon in the wild. This Zhong Yanlang Ren likely had a previous owner. Furthermore, the creature's ability to perform the ultimate move indicated that it had learned this technique through a precious training device, suggesting its former master was deeply invested in its training. Thus, it appeared that the Zhong Yanlang Ren had not been abandoned, but rather had chosen to forsake its master and flee. Chapter 61. The cowardly master Fang Mo gazed at the Zhong Yanlang Ren before him, puzzled as to why it had chosen to escape. The Xian Yi Miao cautiously approached the creature, having just battled Fang Mo's brother, and playfully scratched its leg with her tiny paws. The Zhong Yanlang Ren felt his pride insulted and considered attacking the Xian Yi Miao, but the threat of the frog ninja's blade restrained him. Fang Mo lifted Xian Yi Miao back onto his shoulder, recognizing the potential danger posed by the Zhong Yanlang Ren. No one could predict whether the creature would suddenly break free and attack Xian Yi Miao, who at her current level could not withstand a single blow. Remembering that Lan Xian had previously provided him with a momentum band, Fang Mo equipped it onto Xian Yi Miao, ensuring her survival against a potential one-hit attack. The momentum band's purpose was to guarantee that a Pokémon would not be knocked out in one hit when at full HP, retaining at least a sliver of health. There was also a momentum headband, which functioned similarly, albeit with a lower probability of success. It could preserve a final fragment of health after sustaining damage, but its reliability was questionable, often leading to dire consequences if utilized at a critical moment. As the momentum band gradually melded into Xian Yi Miao's essence, she found the experience fascinating. Moreover, she discovered that she could manifest the band at will, much to her delight. Xian Yi Miao, you must not remove it. It is of utmost importance, Fang Mo cautioned. The perspective shifted back to the Zhong Yanlang Ren. Truthfully, Fang Mo was uncertain about how to proceed with the creature. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate it outright. Regardless of its ownership status, no one would suspect him if he did. Sir. Fang Mo heard a frantic voice and turned to see a breathless boy approaching. The boy, clad in a green shirt, was slender and quite short, giving Fang Mo the impression of fragility. Is something the matter? Fang Mo inquired. I was wondering if you had seen a Zhong Yanlang Ren in its night form. Fang Mo gestured toward the creature restrained by the frog ninja. The boy's excitement upon seeing the Zhong Yanlang Ren was palpable as he exclaimed, Yes. That's the one. Thank you so much. My name is Tang Tong. The Zhong Yanlang Ren regarded Tang Tong with disdain, desperate to escape his grasp. The frog ninja pressed the creature's head firmly into the ground, compelling it to remain still. Tang Tong produced a Pokeball, intending to capture the Zhong Yanlang Ren. The creature closed its eyes, fearing a return to the dark confines of the ball. Suddenly, Fang Mo interjected, teasingly extending his hand. I have located your Zhong Yanlang Ren. What will you offer as a reward for my efforts? A reward? I have no money. Tang Tong stammered. Then I suppose I must ask the frog ninja to release the Zhong Yanlang Ren, Fang Mo replied. Wait. I have money. Tang Tong scrambled to produce a handful of crumpled bills, totaling only a few thousand yuan. After accepting the money, Fang Mo continued to intimidate him. Remember to be more forthcoming next time, understood? Understood. Tang Tong replied, his fear evident, appearing as though he would comply with any command, even kneeling if asked. Fang Mo approached him, patting his face, and remarked, You cannot even bow properly. How were you raised? Upon hearing Fang Mo's request, Tang Tong promptly bowed multiple times, causing the Zhong Yanlang Ren to avert its gaze in embarrassment. Finally, Fang Mo comprehended the reason behind the Zhong Yanlang Ren's escape. It was a cowardly master, contrasting sharply with the creature's domineering nature. An amusing idea struck Fang Mo, and he proposed to Tang Tong, Let us engage in a 3v3 battle. If I win, you will release the Zhong Yanlang Ren. If I lose, I shall grant you 10 million. What do you say? No, that won't do, Tang Tong protested. What did you say? Fang Mo's tone grew cold and menacing, as if he might devour Tang Tong at any moment. Under the pressure, Tang Tong dared not refuse and reluctantly accepted Fang Mo's wager. As the battle commenced, the frog ninja released the Zhong Yanlang Ren, who surprisingly did not flee. Instead, watching the match intently, Tang Tong sent forth a Fire Rock Mouse, which appeared to be less than level 25. Fire Rock Mouse, use Flame Wheel, Tang Tong commanded, his voice trembling with anxiety. The Fire Rock Mouse began to spin, engulfed in flames, resembling a flaming tire, and charged toward the frog ninja. Frog ninja, execute the Blade of Harmony. The frog ninja rushed toward the Fire Rock Mouse, conjuring a pure white dagger. delivering a powerful slash that sent the Fire Rock Mouse soaring into the sky. Follow up with Water Shuriken. The Frog Ninja hurled 2 Water Shurikens at the descending Fire Rock Mouse, which exploded into a cascade of water, rendering the creature incapable of battle as it plummeted to the ground. Too weak. This one is far too weak. How could a starter Pokémon be this pitiful? Tang Tong lamented as he recalled his Fire Rock Mouse, his hand trembling while holding the Pokeball. Tang Tong's second Pokémon was a Long Stone. Fang Mo's disappointment deepened upon seeing this creature. A typical Long Stone would measure around 1 meter, yet this one was merely 0.8 meters tall, a dismal sight. Frog Ninja, unleash Water Cannon. Long Stone quickly used that. Tang Tong stuttered, but before he could finish, the Long Stone was swiftly taken down by the Frog Ninja's Water Cannon. His command skills could only be described as abysmal. It was no wonder the Zhong Yin Langren sought to flee. Tang Tong, with a forced resolve, summoned his final Pokémon, which turned out to be a mere level 10 Walking Grass. Frog Ninja, use Quick Attack. The Frog Ninja dashed toward the Walking Grass, enveloped in flying energy, and with a single punch, defeated it effortlessly. Tang Tong realized that he could not recall the Walking Grass and understood it had been defeated. Yet he remained too intimidated to voice his concerns. Fair is fair. Hand over the Pokeball for the Zhong Yin Langren. Please, I beg you. Don't do this, Tang Tong pleaded. One more word, and you shall face dire consequences, Fang Mo threatened. Trembling, Tang Tong handed over the Pokeball, clearly terrified. The Zhong Yin Langren felt a wave of shame wash over him. How could such a coward have once been his master? Fang Mo cast the Pokeball to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot, thereby restoring the Zhong Yin Langren to a state of wildness. Upon transforming into a wild entity, the rugged rock wolf immediately performed an act beyond anyone's imagination. It approached Tang Tong, seizing him by the throat. And as its grip tightened, Tang Tong frantically beat against the creature's hand. Ultimately, the rugged rock wolf's claw pierced through Tang Tong's chest, ending the life of its former master. How intriguing, how fascinating. This rugged rock wolf displayed such brutality, utterly disregarding the bond formed with its previous trainer. Subsequently, the rugged rock wolf knelt before Fang Mo, bowing its head in a gesture of submission. This unexpected turn of events caught Fang Mo off guard. The rugged rock wolf seemingly desired to follow him. So, you wish to accompany me? Fang Mo gazed down at it with an air of indifference. The rugged rock wolf nodded in affirmation. Do you truly believe I would accept a Pokémon capable of betraying its own master? Fang Mo's tone took on a mocking tone. Before the rugged rock wolf could respond, Fang Mo continued. Now, while I am in a benevolent mood, be gone. The rugged rock wolf, sensing the situation, departed without further ado. While I would welcome its allegiance, its loyalty was alarmingly low. It had betrayed Tang Tong and could just as easily betray me. I have a profound aversion to traitors and will not permit any disloyalty among my Pokémon. I can assert with certainty that my Pokémon, Jiahe Renhua, Tianxia Wang, Yanra Miao, Xinya Miao, and Li Yu Wang, are unwaveringly loyal and would never betray me. The cunning nature of this rugged rock wolf makes it unsuitable for my team. Chapter 62. In the Frigid Wilderness. After a fortnight of travel, Fang Mo finally emerged from the forest, arriving in a wintry landscape, accompanied closely by Jiahe Renhua and the others. Over the past 2 weeks, Jiahe Renhua had reached level 39, now merely a step away from elite status. Both Tianxia Wang and Yanra Miao ascended to level 34, though Yanra Miao had yet to evolve into its fiery form, leaving Fang Mo concerned it might follow the same path as Li Yu Wang and refuse to evolve. Meanwhile, Xinya Miao had diligently advanced to level 15, just 1 level shy of evolution. Li Yu Wang remained unchanged. Fang Mo mused that after a few more months of nurturing, it would surely reach elite status. Fang Mo reviewed the complete information of his Pokémon. Pokémon, Jiahe Renhua. Gender, male. Level, 39. Ability, Torrent. Known moves, Pound. Water Gun, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Protect, Ice Beam, Waterfall, Swords Dance, Blizzard, Hydro Pump, Critical Hit, Dark Mist, Roleplay, Shadow Sneak, Aerial Ace, Water Shuriken, and Blade Cut. Inherited moves, Spikes, Power Up Punch, Mind's Eye, Double Return. Pokémon, Yanra Miao. Gender, male. Level, 34. Ability, Intimidate. Known moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Lick, Roar. Swords Dance, Protect, Fury Swipes, Bite, Flame Charge, Dragon Rage, Flare Blitz, and Scary Face. Inherited moves, Fake Out, Taunt, Swagger. Pokémon, Tianxia Wang. Gender, male. Level, 34. Ability, Poison Heal. Known moves, Poison Sting, Sand Attack, Harden, Tailwind, Protect, Toxic Spikes, Quick Attack, Triple Axle, Earthquake, Poison Tail, Acrobatics, Swords Dance, Poison Jab, Thunder Fang, Ice Fang. Fire Fang, Knock Off, Critical Hit, Wide Guard, Ultimate Impact, and Rapid Spin. Inherited moves, Double Return, Cross Poison, Critical Hit. Pokémon, Xinya Miao. Gender, female. Level, 15. Ability, Adaptability. Known moves, Scratch, Tail Whip, Leafage, Protect, Charm, Quick Attack, Bite, Scratch, Magical Leaf, and Quick Attack. Inherited moves, Seed Bomb, Mimic, Surprise Attack, Petal Dance. Pokémon, Liu Wang. Gender, male. Level, 39. Ability, Swift Swim. Known moves, Leap, Tackle, Thrash. Xingye Miao perched atop Fang Mo's head, gazing at the surrounding snowy landscape, its little tail wagging unconsciously. Once Xingye Miao evolves into Lei Miao, its personality is expected to undergo a dramatic transformation. Fang Mo's greatest fear was that Xingye Miao might resist evolution. If it truly did not wish to evolve, he would have no choice but to respect its wishes, as he could never bring himself to force Xingye Miao. Miha. Xingye Miao licked Fang Mo's cheek, leaving him amused yet exasperated, and he could only wait until it ceased before wiping his face clean. Suddenly, a few mini-ice Pokémon appeared, and Xingye Miao's eyes lit up as it leapt down from Fang Mo's head to frolic with the mini-ice. Fang Mo retrieved his Pokédex and aimed it at the mini-ice, which soon emitted a voice. Mini-ice, the new snow Pokémon, exhales air at -50 degrees Celsius to create snow crystals, causing snowfall in the vicinity. Mini-ice resembles an ice cream cone, with its upper half covered by a thin layer of snow-like cream, while the icy core beneath forms its true body. Its pupils are blue, and it possesses a rectangular object on either side of its face, while its lower half is a blue ice pillar, significantly smaller than its head, with two tiny arms at its sides, surrounded by a chilling aura. Fang Mo saw an opportunity to wipe the drool from his face as Xingye Miao embraced one mini-ice and bit down on the top of its head. Attempting to pull it off, the mini-ice squealed in pain, trying to dislodge Xingye Miao. The other mini-ice watched the scene in amusement, nearly unable to contain their laughter. Fang Mo lifted Xingye Miao, who was reluctant to let go, but it finally released its grip when Fang Mo produced a small cake. The mini-ice that had been bitten wore an aggrieved expression, and Fang Mo felt a pang of guilt, offering it 3 beginner ice energy cubes. After consuming one, the mini-ice displayed a blissful expression, then shared the remaining 2 cubes with its companions. One mini-ice, having received no energy cube, began to cry, prompting Fang Mo to grant it one as well. Alas, my own kindness has overwhelmed me. A Mimikyu appeared, standing beside Xingye Miao, gazing hungrily at the little cake in its paws, drooling profusely. Xingye Miao generously offered half of its cake to the Mimikyu, instantly forming a bond with it. Was this not Mimikyu? Its evolved form, Mimikyu, was well known for its beauty. To be honest, Mimikyu was quite adorable in its juvenile state. Why did it change so drastically upon evolution? The Mimikyu planted a kiss on Xingye Miao's cheek, leaving it blushing with shyness. Mimikyu's lips are particularly sensitive. It instinctively uses its lips to confirm everything it encounters. As the mini-ice gathered around, they played joyfully with Xingye Miao and Mimikyu. After tiring themselves out, Xingye Miao climbed back onto Fang Mo's shoulder to rest, while the mini-ice and Mimikyu returned to their respective homes. Suddenly, hail began to fall from the sky, and a small piece struck Xingye Miao's head, causing it to yelp in pain due to its grass-type weakness to ice. Miha. Fang Mo cradled Xingye Miao protectively, while Jiahe Renhua and the others activated their protective shields, ensuring Fang Mo remained unharmed. Indeed, my Pokémon are attentive. This is the benefit of nurturing them from a young age. Fang Mo and Jiahe Renhua swiftly took refuge in a nearby cave to shield themselves from the relentless hail. If the hail continued, the journey ahead might prove quite arduous. Suddenly, Jiahe Renhua became alert once more, activating its protective barrier just as a large sphere collided with it, successfully deflected by Jiahe Renhua's shield. What is that? Fang Mo retrieved his Pokédex and aimed it at the creature. Ice Guardian, the face Pokémon. The evolved form of Snow Child reinforced its rocky body with icy armor. This Pokémon possesses the ability to freeze moisture in the air into any shape. The Ice Guardian is a circular Pokémon composed of a black stone core, featuring 2 large black conical horns on either side of its head, with its entire body encased in ice. To my surprise, it is B. Ingu H. I recall that in the anime, Ash also had a B. Ingu H, which performed decently in the series. However, the species values of B. Ingu H are rather unremarkable, with all attributes averaging at 80. The B. Ingu H before us seems to harbor considerable hostility. XNY Mio, please return for now. F. M gently tapped the small head of XNY Mio with a luxury ball and subsequently withdrew it into the ball. This B. Ingu H appears to have recently reached the elite level, which should not pose much of a challenge for the trio of GH, RNW. Nevertheless, M wishes to send out YNRMO to battle, hoping to stimulate its potential for evolution. GH, RNW, and TNCWing, return to my side. YNRMO, this time it shall be you alone. Once GH, RNW, and TNCWing retreated, YNRMO's fighting spirit ignited, its body brimming with fiery energy. I too am eager to discover whether YNRMO possesses the strength to challenge beyond its current level. In Chapter 63, the 2 Ice-type Titans. Under the intimidation of YNRMO's ability, Being Gu H displayed discomfort, resulting in a decrease in its physical attack. YNRMEO. Execute a clap surprise. In an instant, YNRMEO appeared before BNGUH, raised its paw, and struck, delivering a tremendous impact that forced BNGUH to retreat in fear. YNRMEO, now is your chance, enhance with Sword Dance. With a low growl, YNRMEO summoned several spinning blades around it, boosting its physical attack. FNM observed this strategy with growing satisfaction. As BNGUH regained its composure, its eyes burned with fury as it charged at YNRMEO to deliver a headbutt. At such proximity, YNRMEO would be unable to evade, so it prepared to confront the attack head-on. YNRMEO, unleash a flamethrower charge. Enveloped in blazing flames, YNRMEO surged forward, the fire energy radiating from its body. The fiery YNRMEO collided directly with BNGUH's headbutt, resulting in a brilliant flash of red light and a powerful shockwave. As the light subsided, BNGUH was sent flying, appearing quite disheveled, while YNRMEO, despite sustaining the impact of the headbutt and the recoil from the flamethrower charge, remained steadfast in its position. YNRMEO, once more with the flamethrower charge. The furious flames reignited as YNRMEO fixed its gaze on BNGUH, launching itself forward like a projectile. BNGUH exhaled a frigid wind, and as YNRMEO plunged into the icy gust, the ice energy within diminished its speed. Seizing this moment, BNGUH swiftly dodged, causing YNRMEO's flamethrower charge to crash into the wall, inflicting significant damage upon itself. This BNGUH strategically utilized Frost Wind to slow YNRMEO, granting it the opportunity to evade. I had been negligent. Next time, I must ensure that YNRMEO assesses the situation before executing flamethrower charge. I never anticipated learning from a wild Pokémon. Indeed, I had underestimated these wild Pokémon. To reach the elite level, they have endured countless battles, accumulating substantial combat experience. BNGUH unleashed a flurry of fine snowflakes, and upon contact, YNRMEO exhibited a pained expression as the ice energy rapidly spread across its body, encasing it in ice within moments. The probability of being frozen by the fine snow was remarkably low, yet it managed to encase YNRMEO, necessitating sheer power to shatter the ice. YNRMEO, unleash your dragon fury. Transformed into an ice sculpture, YNRMEO erupted with formidable dragon energy, empowering its claws to break free from the icy prison. Ice shards flew in all directions as YNRMEO's momentum surged, its eyes glowing crimson. Exuding an intense dragon aura, BNGUH was momentarily daunted by this sudden display of strength. In that fleeting moment, YNRMEO leveled up to 35, but had yet to evolve. Upon BNGUH regaining its senses, YNRMEO charged forward, raising its paw imbued with dragon energy and delivering a powerful strike that sent BNGUH flying. YNRMEO advanced again, poised to deliver a decisive blow. BNGUH's two horns began to coalesce with ice energy, launching a thick, ice blue beam that fortuitously struck the advancing YNRMEO. This attack's power was sufficient to eliminate even YNRMEO, which was resistant to ice. That previous attack seemed to be absolute zero, an extremely low probability move that, in the game, would result in instant defeat upon hitting. However, in reality, absolute zero, upon hitting, would likely only inflict severe damage rather than guarantee a knockout. Indeed, YNRMEO's defeat by this move was unfortunate. Challenging an elite-level Pokémon was undoubtedly a daunting task. It is regrettable that although YNRMEO leveled up, it did not evolve. Had YNRMEO avoided the absolute zero, it might have successfully challenged beyond its level. Perhaps next time. FNM recalled YNRMEO and turned to GHRNW, commanding, GHRNW, go forth and execute a quick draw. BNGUH attempted to unleash another absolute zero, but its lifespan was insufficient, failing to hit GHRNW. Instead, GHRNW retaliated with a quick draw, striking BNGUH, which had already sustained considerable damage, rendering it unable to continue fighting. GHRNW remains as formidable as ever. GHRNW, finish it off and dispose of the body. GHRNW plunged its pristine white dagger into BNGUH's body, causing its blue eyes to dim, indicating the loss of life. Subsequently, GHRNW lifted the lifeless BNGUH and discarded it outside the cave, kicking it further away. FNM released XNYMEO once more. FNM gently patted XNYMEO's head, which nuzzled against his palm before leaping onto his shoulder. Just as FNM finished feeding GHRNW and the others, a tremendous noise erupted. What could that be? Surely, there are no more powerful Pokémon in the vicinity. With XNYMEO cradled securely, FNM cautiously exited the cave. GHRNW and TNCW following closely. XNYMEO nestled in FNM's arms, sensed the tension and buried its head deeper into his embrace. Upon emerging, Fang followed the source of the sound, slowly ascending a small hill, where he unexpectedly beheld two colossal Pokémon at the base of the mountain. With excitement, he retrieved his Pokédex and pointed it at the two figures, which soon emitted an electronic voice. Bisu Wing, the Blizzard Pokémon, an evolved form of Su El Gui, inhabiting mountains of eternal snow, capable of triggering blizzards. It is the true embodiment of the snowman. Dingyun Shiying, the frozen Pokémon, an evolved form of TT Shiying, freezing its breath to create ice fangs and claws for combat. It resides in the cold lands of the north. Bisu Wing stood upright, its body adorned with fluffy white fur, its pale purple eyes framed by thick eyebrows, with several strands of fur draping over its mouth. Its chest and back boasted clusters of longer fur, while its deep green hands, feet, and tail were short and stout, with four green, pinecone-like protrusions on its back. Dingyun Shiying, tall in stature, was entirely covered in white fur, resembling a polar bear. Both Pokémon exceeded 3 meters in height, radiating an aura of dominance, unmistakably indicating their status as Overlord-level beings. It is astonishing that they are both Overlord-level, as Titans of the Ice type. Do these two intend to engage in battle? Such confrontations between wild Pokémon of this caliber are indeed rare. GHRNW and TN Shi moved closer for a better view, and Fang released the recently recovered YN-RMO to observe this impending clash. XNYMO curiously gazed at the two imposing Pokémon. Fang gently stroked XNYMO's little head and said, XNYMO, pay close attention. Chapter 64, The Light of Evolution. The two titans, Bisu Wing and Dingyun Shiying, faced each other, their dominant presences palpable. XNYMO felt a twinge of anxiety, eagerly anticipating the impending clash. Bisu Wing raised its robust arm, clenched its fist, and began to gather icy energy, unleashing a frost punch. Dingyun Shiying's claws elongated through the accumulation of energy, slicing through to counter Bisu Wing's frost punch. The two began a contest of strength, with Dingyun Shiying boasting a significantly higher physical attack stat. Gaining the upper hand, Bisu Wing retaliated with another frost punch, but Dingyun Shiying, caught off guard, absorbed the blow. Enraged by the sneak attack, Dingyun Shiying's temper flared, its strength surging as its eyes turned red. With a swift punch, it struck Bisu Wing in the abdomen, sending it flying. Oh dear, what a ruckus. This move mirrored the effect of a dragon's rage, differing only in type. As Bisu Wing struggled to regain its footing, Dingyun Shiying charged and delivered another punch to its forehead. In that moment, Bisu Wing was utterly bereft of temper, but that was only temporary. After using the raucous attack, Dingyun Shiying began to feel dizzy, nearly losing its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Bisu Wing stood up, channeling vast grass-type energy into its left arm, transforming it into a colossal green mallet's phantom. Bisu Wing stepped forward and swung the mallet, striking Dingyun Shiying's head directly. Bisu Wing had unleashed a powerful grass-type move with a base power of 120. However, such powerful moves typically come with a cost. For instance, both the mallet and flare blitz would inflict damage on the user. After the attack, Bisu Wing cradled its arm, clearly in pain, though Dingyun Shiying's injuries were far more severe. At that moment, both Pokémon stared at each other, panting heavily, neither gaining the upper hand. Then, with a fierce roar, Dingyun Shiying charged at Bisu Wing. Bisu Wing thumped its chest with its fist and met Dingyun Shiying head-on. They grasped each other's shoulders, contesting for strength. Bisu Wing found itself at a disadvantage, as Dingyun Shiying relentlessly pushed it backward. Fang gently patted XNYMO's head and inquired, XNYMO, who do you think will win? XNYMO extended its green paw, pointing at Dingyun Shiying, then looked at Fang, eager to hear his thoughts. Indeed, Dingyun Shiying held the advantage for now. The final outcome would soon be revealed. Bisu Wing managed to shove Dingyun Shiying back, creating some distance, but Dingyun Shiying relentlessly pursued. Suddenly, Bisu Wing took a deep breath and unleashed a blizzard attack against Dingyun Shiying. Struggling through the storm, Dingyun Shiying bore numerous wounds and was encased in frost, its movements becoming sluggish. XNYMO excitedly chirped, feeling the adrenaline rush. Capitalizing on Dingyun Shiying's hindered movement, Bisu Wing swiftly approached, gathering grass-type energy once more, preparing for another mallet strike. Just as Bisu Wing was about to swing, Dingyun Shiying stomped heavily on the ground, shaking off the frost. It opened its mouth wide, releasing its own blizzard that collided with Bisu Wing's, sending shards of ice flying and creating chaos, obscuring the scene. Amidst the turmoil, Dingyun Shiying leaped high, launching itself at Bisu Wing and pinning it to the ground. With its sharp claws, it unleashed a flurry of slashes, Bisu Wing could only shield its face with its arm, becoming battered and bruised. As Dinju Enshiing prepared to strike again, Bisu Wing rapidly gathered its strength, delivering an even more ferocious mallet strike that landed heavily on Dinju Enshiing. Dinju Enshiing was sent sprawling far away, struggling to rise. Bisu Wing, too, found itself in dire straits. Even without Dinju Enshiing pressing down, it faced great difficulty in standing. Suddenly, Fing noticed something rapidly approaching from another hill. The gaze of Xnymo and the other Pokémon was drawn to a large creature on the opposite hill. The creature charged down from the hill, crashing directly onto Bisu Wing. Panic surged through Bisu Wing as it struggled to rise, but it was too late. The massive creature landed squarely on top of it. Was that Enshiing EZH? Fing pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the creature atop Bisu Wing. Xiing EZH, the ivory-tusked Pokémon, an evolved form of the long-haired pig, possesses formidable icy tusks. Following the end of the Ice Age, its population dwindled due to rising temperatures. Xiing EZH stands tall, cloaked in brown fur, with white hooves. Its pink, pig-like nose is adorned with light brown fur, and its eyes reveal a striking blue and white saddle pattern. This Xiing EZH is evidently a dominant Pokémon, its aura even surpassing that of Bisu Wing and Dinju Enshiing. When Xiing EZH finally stepped off Bisu Wing, the latter lay lifeless beneath it, having met a most despairing fate. Had Bisu Wing possessed blood, it would have undoubtedly been a gruesome sight. How intriguing! Was this yet another instance of the mantis stalking the cicada, oblivious to the oriole behind? When Fing glanced back at Dinju Enshiing, he realized it had long since fled. Regardless of the eventual outcome, the battle had profoundly shocked Xnymo and the others. The snow-covered ground lay in disarray, stripped of its prior beauty due to the fierce struggle between Bisu Wing and Dinju Enshiing. Suddenly, Xnymo and Fing's arms began to glow, energy coalescing around it, elongating its form. This was evolution. As the brilliance faded, Xnymo's evolved form, Tlimo, made its dazzling debut. Tlimo appeared as a bipedal, light green feline. Its body largely cloaked in pale green fur, adorned with green-tipped ears and a short, fluffy tail. The deep green markings on its face darkened, and green fur extended from its neck down its chest. Although the evolved Tlimo lacked the petite charm of Xnymo, it exuded an air of cool elegance. Yet, to Fing, Tlimo remained quite adorable, retaining elements of Xnymo while embodying a blend of aloofness and charm. Chapter 65, The Little Aloof Tlimo. Following its evolution into Tlimo, Xnymo's temperament indeed transformed as Fing had anticipated. The previously playful and endearing Xnymo had given way to a somewhat haughty and aloof Tlimo. At that moment, Tlimo leaned against the bark of a tree, using its hardened bud as a toy to play with. Ah, the yo-yo, how nostalgic. Back in elementary school, I was the best yo-yo player in class. Tlimo, may I borrow your bud for a moment? Tlimo turned away, refusing to show Fing its bud. How infuriating. Why was it so uncooperative after evolving? In the next moment, Tlimo's bud fell from the sky into Fing's hands, emitted a haughty hum before closing her eyes to rest. Indeed, she remained obedient. Fang Mo seized the flower bud, treating it like a yo-yo, and commenced a series of impressive maneuvers with the vine whip. The flower bud was skillfully manipulated by Fang Mo, showcasing an array of intricate moves. Even could not resist glancing towards him. After tiring of the game, Fang Mo approached, returned the flower bud, and gently patted its head. Though turned away, she did not break free from his grasp. Regardless of how soothing Fang Mo's touch was, she would not reveal her enjoyment. Are you hungry? Meowha shook her head, yet her stomach audibly protested, causing her face to flush crimson. Nevertheless, she pouted, feigning indifference to hunger. Fang Mo produced a small cake, the very treat that had delighted her during her days as Xine Meow. She made a valiant effort to ignore the cake, but her stomach betrayed her once more. Are you really not going to eat? Meowha. With a resolute shake of her head, she maintained her stance against the tempting confection. Suddenly, Fang Mo spotted a snotty sneasel, and a playful idea sparked in his mind. He leaned closer to and teased. It seems you have no fondness for the small cakes. Perhaps I should give them all to that sneasel instead. He pretended to walk towards the sneasel. Upon hearing this, grew anxious, swiftly positioning herself in front of Fang Mo and devouring the small cake in one bite. After indulging in the treat, she felt a wave of contentment wash over her. The taste was just as she remembered. Fang Mo chuckled softly, stroking her cheek. Noting that her texture had changed somewhat since her days as Xine Meow, yet it remained delightful to touch. After being caressed, pouted, lowering her gaze to avoid meeting Fang Mo's eyes. Come here for a hug. After a moment of hesitation, she gradually stepped into Fang Mo's embrace. Clutching his waist tightly, Fang Mo patted her head, eager to test if he could lift her once more. As she felt her feet leave the ground, she realized Fang Mo had picked her up, her face flushing with warmth. You've grown considerably heavier since your days as Xine Meow. Almost 3 times as much. Yet lifting you is still quite effortless. Now, you weigh about as much as a 3-year-old. After confirming this, Fang Mo gently set her down. A flicker of melancholy crossed eyes, but it was soon replaced by her usual haughty demeanor. Fang Mo regarded her with a mischievous glint, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. Show me your adorable side. Let me witness your evolved prowess. Meowha. To her surprise, she had not anticipated Fang Mo's shamelessness in using her abilities as a pretext for her to display her charm. Quickly, a trainer's commands must be obeyed. Reluctantly, she summoned a display of cuteness that she had never utilized since her evolution. With a blush, she shyly approached Fang Mo, her fluffy little paws gently tugging at his clothing, her head nuzzling against his hand, while soft mewling sounds emanated from her throat. The once proud gleam in her eyes transformed into a watery, dependent gaze. Fang Mo, witnessing her transformation, felt his heart melt, a smile gracing his lips. Encouraged by his positive reaction, mustered her courage, abandoning her haughty facade, leaping into his arms, nuzzling against his chin, her voice becoming increasingly sweet. Fang Mo ruffled her little head, chuckling. Your cuteness has indeed intensified post-evolution. Upon hearing his praise, proudly lifted her chin, yet her body pressed even closer to Fang Mo, reminiscent of their past together during her days as Xine Meow. At that moment, an ice golem ambled into view. With its angular features and a striking combination of purple and yellow eyes, it boasted 4 limbs. This ice golem was barely above level 20, and defeating it should pose little challenge for. It is time to truly test your abilities. Do you see that Pokémon? Engage it in battle. Meowha. With determination, she leaped from Fang Mo's embrace and dashed towards the ice golem, concentrating on the impending confrontation. Use quick attack first. In a flash, she collided with the ice golem, sending it soaring. Upon landing, the ice golem found its horn lodged in the snow, leaving it helplessly upside down, unable to escape with its short legs. Now, unleash Petal Dance. A flurry of petals erupted from her, slicing through the air towards the still upside-down ice golem. Realizing the formidable attack was closing in, the ice golem struggled desperately, but its horn was firmly stuck. The petals struck true, eliciting a pained cry, yet it finally managed to free itself. Enraged from the assault, the ice golem shot a blast of icy energy into the sky, causing snow to cascade down upon. This was an avalanche. Having been attacked first, and then using the avalanche would double its power, making it imperative to avoid. Use agility. In an instant, she dashed behind the ice golem, as countless snowflakes fell harmlessly to the ground, dispersing into the air. Observing the vanishing form of the ice golem was momentarily confused, mistakenly believing it had frightened her away, and began to revel in its own triumph. Now, unleash Petal Dance once more. Unbeknownst to the ice golem, she had circled around it, and thus, it was completely unprepared. This time, the Petal Dance not only hit perfectly but struck a critical point, rendering the unfortunate ice golem unconscious and unable to continue fighting. After her victorious battle, felt a surge of elation, yet maintained her aloof demeanor, pretending to be indifferent. Fang Mo affectionately patted her head, praising, "Well done, you are quite strong." Meowha. Though still displaying her haughty nature, the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her excitement. Suddenly, a roar shattered the delightful atmosphere, startling. Who instinctively sought refuge in Fang Mo's arms, and the others quickly gathered around Fang Mo, becoming alert. The source of the roar was none other than a formidable ice rock monster, its size and presence indicating it was a dominant creature. Oh no! The ice rock monster is the evolved form of the ice golem. This imposing creature is likely the mother of that ice golem, a dominant Pokémon. Currently, I possess no means to contend with it. Faced with the advancing ice rock monster, Fang Mo suddenly had an idea. He seized the unconscious ice golem, brandishing a dagger against it, threatening, "If you take another step, I will slay your child." His words proved effective as the ice rock monster halted, glaring furiously at Fang Mo. "Let us negotiate. I will spare your child if you grant me freedom." The ice rock monster nodded, yet Fang Mo remained skeptical. It surely won't let me off so easily. I must devise a plan to divert its attention. Casting his gaze towards a nearby cliff, an idea struck him. Gradually, he edged toward the precipice, with and the others closely following. The ice rock monster, too, began to move cautiously. "Do not move. If you do, I will kill your child." Reluctantly, the ice rock monster remained stationary, for the ice golem was its only offspring, and it could not afford to lose it. Fang Mo suddenly hurled the ice golem off the cliff, prompting the ice rock monster to dash towards the edge, leaping after it in a frenzy. Quickly, Tian Xiaowang. Let us escape. With that, Fang Mo recalled and mounted Tian Xiaowang. The creature soared through the air, swiftly carrying them away from the scene. Meanwhile, the ice golem, having fallen, landed safely on the back of an ivory pig. The ivory pig was indeed the one that crushed the Blizzard King. As it prepared to indulge in the food that fell from the sky, the ice rock monster descended as well, in a bid to reclaim the ice treasure. The ice rock monster once again engaged in a fierce battle with the ivory pig. Ultimately, the ice rock monster emerged victorious, while the ivory pig lay lifeless beside it. Its two tusks were shattered, and it bore a wound inflicted by the ice rock monster's ice pillar. At this moment, the ice rock monster harbored an intense hatred for Fang Mo, wishing fervently to crush him underfoot, but alas, Fang Mo had already flown far away, eluding capture. Meanwhile, Fang Mo was still atop the Scorpion King, soaring gracefully through the sky, buoyed by favorable winds. All right, Scorpion King, let us halt. That ice rock monster cannot possibly reach us. Once the Scorpion King landed, Fang Mo released the Koga frogs once more. Lei Miao lowered its head in guilt, feeling responsible for having attacked the ice treasure, which had provoked the wrath of the ice rock monster. What's the matter, Lei Miao? Fang Mo noticed the guilt reflected in Lei Miao's eyes and affectionately patted its small head, saying, "Why do you feel guilty? It was I who instructed you to attack. The blame lies with me, not with you." Upon hearing Fang Mo's comforting words, Lei Miao instantly regained its spirit, reclaiming its former pride. After a week of leisurely strolling, Fang Mo finally arrived at the next city, Yixingshi. Although Yixingshi lacked a gym, it was nonetheless prosperous, renowned for gathering numerous fashion designers famous for selling a variety of garments. Upon arriving in this new city, Fang Mo's first purchase was energy cubes. As he could not afford to let his supplies dwindle completely, he spent several million acquiring a plethora of energy cubes, ensuring he had an assortment of attributes. While shopping, Lei Miao dashed out excitedly. Fang Mo simply gave its little head a gentle pat, choosing not to elaborate further. Inside a toy store, a gleaming little ball caught Lei Miao's attention. It tugged at Fang Mo's clothing, halting his stride. "What's the matter, Lei Miao?" Lei Miao pointed at the little ball displayed in the toy store's showcase, gazing up at Fang Mo with wide eyes. "Let us go inside and take a look. If you like it, we can buy it." As they entered the toy store, Lei Miao eagerly picked up the little ball, unable to contain its desire to play. "How much for this, dear sir?" "Only 200, the shopkeeper replied. After handing over a $100 bill, Fang Mo inwardly grumbled about the steep price for a mere ball. 200 is steep, but well, if that's the price, then so be it. Lei Miao joyfully cradled the little ball, tossing it up occasionally. Fang Mo noticed a cat toy wand, and thought it would appeal to Lei Miao, and perhaps even to Yan Ri Miao. "I should buy one. But if it breaks, I'll be left without." "Sir, we have 20 of these cat toy wands." After completing the purchase, Fang Mo stored 19 wands in his spatial ring, leaving one for Lei Miao to see. Upon spotting the wand, Lei Miao felt a surge of excitement, eager to leap and grab it. "All right, let us set the little ball aside for now. We'll play with it later. We have important matters to attend to." After acquiring these items, the duo strolled through the streets, attracting much attention due to Lei Miao's uniqueness as a newly discovered species, with many people unaware of this Pokémon. "Wow, what an adorable cat. Indeed, what Pokémon is this? I'd love to have one." Hearing the discussions from the girls nearby, Lei Miao proudly lifted its head, walking with newfound confidence. Since Yixingshi was famed for its fashion, Fang Mo pondered. "Perhaps I should buy a few pieces of clothing. It's inevitable that my outfits will get damaged during my travels." As he browsed through the clothing store, the female attendants enthusiastically praised Fang Mo's looks, continuously recommending various outfits. Lei Miao stood nearby, pouting in jealousy, wishing to shove the salesgirls aside. Had it not been for the attendants' constant compliments about Lei Miao's cuteness, Lei Miao might have acted on its irritation. Fang Mo ended up purchasing 7 or 8 garments, as money was not a concern. He also bought shoes, pants, and socks, nearly transforming his spatial ring into a miniature wardrobe. "Sir, we also have clothing for Pokémon. Many participating in the grand contest have shopped here. As for clothing for Pokémon, that's unnecessary. It's impractical for battles, and I have no intention of entering any grand contests." Lei Miao echoed this sentiment, feeling that wearing clothes would only hinder its agility. Upon exiting the clothing store, Lei Miao was immediately captivated by a nearby ice cream vendor. Its mouth watered at the sight of the ice cream, eyes filled with longing. "Let us go get you some ice cream." "Meow." Fang Mo not only bought ice cream for Lei Miao, but also ensured that Koga frogs and even the Magikarp received their share. As Koga frogs savored the ice cream, it found it quite delectable. Yan Ri Miao, lacking hands, relied on Fang Mo for feeding. Magikarp, on the other hand, gulped down the ice cream in one bite. The Scorpion King held the ice cream in its hands, hesitating to take a bite, ultimately deciding to give it to Lei Miao instead. The Scorpion King simply did not have a taste for ice cream, given its 4 times weakness to ice-type moves. Fang Mo's Pokémon attracted a considerable crowd, with the adorable Lei Miao, the golden Magikarp, and a shiny Koga frog drawing attention. Some even approached Fang Mo, inquiring if he would sell them, claiming they would offer $10,000 for his Pokémon. Fang Mo dismissed them with a curt remark, sending them on their way. Attracting too much attention was inconvenient, so Fang Mo decided to recall Koga Frog, leaving only T Lei Miao out, as it disliked staying in a Pokeball. As Fang Mo passed by a battle club, he felt a surge of competitive spirit. It was time to let Yin Ri Miao out for a battle. Who knows? It might even evolve. Thus, he decided to enter and observe. Upon arriving at the club, Fang Mo headed straight to the elite battle zone for a 3v3 match. Given the scarcity of elite trainers, the matchmaking process took longer than expected. After waiting for over 20 minutes, he finally found a match. While T Lei Miao grew bored waiting. Upon reaching the designated battle arena, Fang Mo's opponent arrived as well. Now, we have trainer Fang Mo facing trainer A Hua in a 3v3 match. Let the battle commence. Both sides, please release your Pokémon. Fang Mo's first Pokémon was naturally Yin Ri Miao, while his opponent chose a Fortress. Fortress, encased in 2 pink shells, lacked visible limbs, with uneven grooves on its surface. Beneath its shell lay a second red shell, with a small seam along the middle revealing its eyes, from which 4 tubular protrusions extended. Fortress, possessing bug and steel types, was quite formidable, having only 1 4x weakness to fire and boasting 8 resistances and 1 immunity. Although Fortress had a total base stat of 465, its physical defense was particularly impressive, with HP at 90, though its speed was disappointingly low at 40. Unfortunately for it, it was up against Yin Ri Miao, which had a 4x advantage with fire-type moves. This Fortress was likely at a similar level to Yin Ri Miao, and Fang Mo could hardly fathom how he could lose. Fortress had no abilities to protect it and was immediately weakened by Intimidate upon entry. Yin Ri Miao unleashed the move Fury Swipes. In an instant, Yin Ri Miao closed the distance, delivering a powerful slap that sent Fortress flying and left it intimidated. Now, let us use Swords Dance to bolster our attack. Fang Mo instructed Yin Ri Miao to execute a classic combo, boosting its attack power further. Confident that it could shatter Fortress's defenses, Yin Ri Miao follow up with Charge Flame. After the enhancement of Jinwu, Yin Ri Miao swiftly dashed towards Fo Lietuos, during which fire-type energy continuously coalesced, enveloping Yin Ri Miao and transforming it into a fiery sphere. Fo Lietuos, unleash Rock Slide to attack it. Fo Lietuos commanded the energy, morphing it into a large boulder that violently hurtled toward Yin Ri Miao. The boulder collided with the enhanced Yin Ri Miao, the tremendous force shattering the boulder into countless fragments. Despite the destruction of the boulder, Yin Ri Miao continued its charge, and even with a speed stat of 100, Fo Lietuos could not evade. However, the prior impact had diminished the power of the charged flame attack significantly, and combined with Fo Lietuos' impressive physical defense of 140, the attack merely pushed Fo Lietuos back a few steps. Nevertheless, the 4x weakness to fire-type attacks remained significant, rendering the attack quite formidable. After coming to a halt, Yin Ri Miao bore a red mark on its forehead, evidently from the earlier collision with the boulder, though the damage was not severe. T Lei Miao, observing nearby, expressed astonishment at Yin Ri Miao's strength, realizing that it could withstand such a large rock, something she herself could not achieve. Yin Ri Miao, execute Flame Charge. A more potent flame engulfed Yin Ri Miao, the momentum and power of this move far surpassing that of the charged flame attack. Fo Lietuos, use Iron Defense. Fo Lietuos fortified its physical defense with Iron Defense, but with a resounding crash, Yin Ri Miao, propelled by fierce flames and immense force, sent Fo Lietuos flying. The trainer of Fo Lietuos, instead of employing a protective move, opted for Iron Defense, suggesting a lack of knowledge. Had it used a defensive maneuver earlier, it likely could have absorbed the blow. Upon landing, Fo Lietuos appeared breathless, clearly on the brink of collapse. The flame charge had also inflicted considerable damage on Yin Ri Miao, yet it quickly recovered. Yin Ri Miao, it should be on the verge of exhaustion. Unleash Charged Flame Attack. This time, the charged flame attack was executed with even greater speed than before, catching Fo Lietuos off guard and striking it once more. As Fo Lietuos hit the ground again, Fang Mo presumed it would not rise again, yet it did, still clinging to its final breath. Impossible. How has it not lost its fighting capability? The sturdy ability cannot be correct. Could it be wearing a focus band? How infuriatingly fortunate. Yin Ri Miao, once more, unleashed Charged Flame Attack. Yin Ri Miao performed the charged flame attack for the 3rd time, and due to the speed enhancement from the previous 2 attacks, this iteration was swifter. Fo Lietuos, with your last breath, unleash Explosion. What? Fo Lietuos' body began to shimmer with brilliant light as a tremendous energy accumulated within. Yin Ri Miao immediately ceased the charged flame attack. But the proximity between it and Fo Lietuos, combined with the far-reaching nature of Explosion, left Yin Ri Miao with no chance to avoid the impending blast. A violent explosion reverberated throughout the arena, enveloping it in dust. T Lei Miao clenched her fists anxiously, feeling the adrenaline of the match, fervently wishing for Yin Ri Miao's victory. As the dust slowly settled, both Yin Ri Miao and Fo Lietuos lay prostrate on the ground. Remarkably, Yanra Miao had exchanged blows with the 4 times weak Fo Lietuos. A lesson for me as its trainer. Ti Lei Miao lamented Yanra Miao's fate, noting that it could have won. Fang Mo then sent forth Jia Gurenhua, while Ahua, upon seeing Jia Gurenhua, appeared troubled and sighed before retrieving another Pokeball. Ahua's next Pokemon was Long Long Yen. Long Long Yen. It was evident that I had sent out Jia Gurenhua, yet Ahua persisted in using the 4 times weak Long Long Yen against it. Could it be that his next Pokemon would be even more challenging for Jia Gurenhua? Furthermore, this Long Long Yen seemed to be only slightly above level 30, making it susceptible to an instant defeat from a Water Gun. Jia Gurenhua, use Water Gun. Long Long Yen, jump up and execute Stomp. The Water Gun fired by Jia Gurenhua was evaded by the airborne Long Long Yen, which then descended, using its hefty body to crush Jia Gurenhua. Such a cumbersome stomp was easily sidestepped by Jia Gurenhua with a swift turn. Fang Mo intended to instruct Jia Gurenhua to continue with Waterfall, but to his surprise, Ahua preemptively commanded, Long Long Yen, now, use Rock Slide. Jia Gurenhua, quickly use Protect. Rock Slide, akin to Explosion, possessed a power level reduced by 50. If Long Long Yen had been capable of Explosion, Ahua would undoubtedly have commanded it to use that move just like Fo Lietuos. Long Long Yen detonated its energy, and Jia Gurenhua failed to activate Protect in time, resulting in it being hit. Waves of residual energy surged throughout the battlefield, leaving the arena in disarray. Once the smoke cleared, Long Long Yen was on the brink of collapse, while Jia Gurenhua remained standing, albeit with considerable injuries. Unfortunately, this time it fell victim to Rock Slide. Ahua was indeed clever, realizing that it was better to trade blows than to face defeat. Had Long Long Yen been at level 50, it might have taken Jia Gurenhua down with it, but alas, it was only at level 30, inflicting roughly half the damage. Ahua reluctantly recalled Long Long Yen, having hoped for an exchange with Jia Gurenhua, only to find his expectations naive. He then produced a Luxury Ball. Not everyone, unlike Fang Mo, places all their Pokemon in Luxury Balls. Most trainers typically reserve them for their ace Pokemon. Given the substantial expense of a Luxury Ball, Fang Mo was also curious to see what Pokemon Ahua would reveal, compelling him to opt for the 4 times weak Long Long Yen rather than this Pokemon. Chapter 68, Elite Level Trainer. Ahua's final Pokemon finally made its entrance, revealing a yellow figure. Hudi. Hudi's body was yellow, adorned with long whiskers, its chest and shoulders enveloped in brown armor. On its wrists were 2 brown objects resembling wrist guards, and it possessed 3 fingers on each hand, each clutching a spoon. Now I understood why Ahua preferred to send out the 4 times weak Long Long Yen instead of this Hudi. This Hudi seemed to have only just entered the elite level, comparable to Jia Gurenhua. This meant that all of Hudi's Psychic-type moves would be rendered completely ineffective against the Dark-type, Jia Gurenhua. This could indeed prove intriguing. Jia Gurenhua. Execute Night Slash. Jia Gurenhua surged forward, its hands enveloped in dark energy as it struck fiercely at Hudi. Hudi, use Teleport. Just as Jia Gurenhua was about to land a hit, Hudi's slender spoon gleamed, and it executed Teleport, vanishing from its original position to evade the deadly blow. Quite agile, I see. If I were to employ that move, how would you respond? Jia Gurenhua. Use Mind Eye, then strike again with Night Slash. Jia Gurenhua's pupils turned a vivid green, and it rushed toward Hudi once more, executing Night Slash at incredible speed. Hudi, quickly use Teleport. Ahua evidently was unaware of the Mind Eye move, still attempting to evade with Teleport. Hudi activated its psychic powers again and disappeared, but in the next moment, Jia Gurenhua reappeared before it, landing a precise Night Slash that struck true and critically hit. Hudi plummeted from the air, suffering immensely from the devastating Dark-type power. As Dark types are naturally the bane of Psychic types, Ahua wore a perplexed expression, struggling to comprehend why the Jiaohe Ninja Frog had followed him before Hudi. Logically, the Jiaohe Ninja Frog should not have learned the art of instantaneous movement. Before Ahua could ponder further, Fang Mo had already continued to command, Jiaohe Ninja Frog. Unleash your heart's eye, followed by a sneak attack on the vital points. The emerald green in the Jiaohe Ninja Frog's eyes remained unchanged as it reappeared before Hudi, raising its fist, imbued with sheer malice, ready to strike once more. Hudi, quickly establish a shield. This time, Ahua had learned to be clever. Though he still did not fully grasp the essence of Heart's Eye, he understood that instantaneous movement was not the answer. Hudi swiftly erected a protective barrier. But when the Jiaohe Ninja Frog's sneak attack struck, the entire shield began to tremble. Another sneak attack. The Jiaohe Ninja Frog swiftly raised its other hand, and the violent dark energy broke through the barrier. The shield shattered, causing Hudi to hastily retreat several steps, genuinely intimidated by the malevolent power of the Jiaohe Ninja Frog. Hudi used Shadow Ball. Hudi's 2 spoons combined forces to conjure a purplish-black Shadow Ball, launching it toward the Jiaohe Ninja Frog. The Jiaohe Ninja Frog executed a quick slash, effortlessly slicing the Shadow Ball in half. As the Shadow Ball was destroyed, its energy erupted, Yet the ghostly energy posed no significant threat to the Jiaohe Ninja Frog. Is this your sole method of attack? Do not forget, the Dark type has double resistance to Ghost type. Hudi, use instantaneous movement to create distance. The Jiaohe Ninja Frog lunged forward with a quick slash, but struck nothing as Hudi had already instantaneously moved behind it. Hudi, use self-recovery. The spoons in Hudi's possession glimmered with a pink luminescence, and it felt a considerable restoration throughout its body. Self-recovery? A futile struggle. For every time you recover, I shall strike anew. Jiaohe Ninja Frog, Heart's Eye followed by Sneak Attack. The emerald light reignited in its gaze as the Jiaohe Ninja Frog charged toward Hudi, delivering a sneak attack that sent Hudi flying, obliterating all the HP it had just regained. After rolling several times on the ground, Hudi managed to prop itself up with its spoons. Ehua could only feel anxious, utterly distressed by the Jiaohe Ninja Frog's dominance over Hudi. Hudi, erect a reflect barrier. Utilizing its psychic powers, Hudi established a reflect barrier around itself, which soon became intangible. A reflect barrier? Alas, it is too late. Its effectiveness is rather limited. Jiaohe Ninja Frog, Sneak Attack. Suddenly, the aura surrounding the Jiaohe Ninja Frog surged dramatically, and at this critical moment, it ascended to the elite level. Following this breakthrough, Ehua felt an overwhelming urge to concede. Facing an opponent he could not defeat was already daunting, but now this unexpected leap was quite disconcerting. Hudi's legs began to tremble as well, overwhelmed by the formidable dark energy radiating from the Jiaohe Ninja Frog. Jiaohe Ninja Frog, attack. With Fang Mo's command, the elite Jiaohe Ninja Frog dashed toward Hudi. At this moment, both its strength and speed had undergone a qualitative transformation, far surpassing Hudi's capabilities. Although Hudi was frightened, it still strained to gather energy with its spoons, hoping to use the shield once more. The Jiaohe Ninja Frog, however, offered no opportunity, lunging forward with a fierce sneak attack infused with surging dark energy. As Hudi attempted to raise its spoons for defense, the overwhelming force sent it hurtling backward. The reflect barrier's ability to reduce physical damage was rendered nearly ineffective in this moment. Hudi crashed heavily to the ground, struggling briefly before losing the ability to rise and fight. Throughout the match, Hudi felt utterly humiliated, unable to utilize any of its proud psychic moves, relying solely on the reflect barrier and instantaneous movement as auxiliary techniques. With Hudi incapacitated, victory belonged to Fang Mo. Tilemiao remained silent but was profoundly impressed, wishing deeply to possess strength akin to that of the Jiaohe Ninja Frog. After returning to Fang Mo's side, the newly ascended Jiaohe Ninja Frog could not help but beam with pride at Fang Mo's praise. Excellent work, Jiaohe Ninja Frog. You have finally reached the elite level. With a subtle smile, the Jiaohe Ninja Frog reveled in the taste of admiration. Soon after, staff approached Fang Mo, informing him of a venue fee of 10,000 yuan, to be split equally between him and Ehua. Fang Mo felt utterly exasperated, as the majority of the damage was wrought by the Fili Tosu and Longlongian, having little to do with him. Ehua, displaying notable awareness, promptly covered the compensation costs and then approached Fang Mo with a request. May I inquire about the effect of Heart's Eye? Observing Ehua's keen demeanor, Fang Mo was more than willing to provide an answer. Once Heart's Eye is used, the next move will guarantee a hit on the opponent. Thank you. After expressing gratitude, Ehua hurriedly exited the club, while Fang Mo followed, accompanied by Tilemiao and the Jiaohe Ninja Frog. Though I currently possess only one elite Pokémon, I can now consider myself an elite trainer. Regrettably, the Yenri Meow had yet to evolve. Otherwise, this battle would have been a significant triumph. Chapter 69, The Most Beautiful Pokémon. After concluding this battle, Fang Mo felt an urge to depart the city, as remaining in the combat zone day after day was unfeasible. The sky was nearly dark, and he had just arrived in Yixing City that morning. Was he truly leaving at this hour? He decided to purchase some technical machines, as enhancing his team's skill set was crucial. Tilemiao closely followed Fang Mo, grasping the hem of his clothing amidst the bustling street, fearing being jostled. Upon reaching the technical machine shop, Fang Mo did not engage with the staff, but instead sought out the machines himself. Tilemiao curiously observed the technical machines, recalling that it had used one previously, Dark Pulse. In fact, teaching Dark Pulse to the Jiaohe Ninja Frog would be suitable. Sneak Attack is a physical move while Dark Pulse is special, and my Jiaohe Ninja Frog specializes in both attack types. As he walked, he spotted a brown technical machine, with the label identifying it as Quick Revenge. Quick Revenge. This move, like Clap Ambush, guarantees a flinch effect and can be used multiple times. However, its limitations are notable. It can only be successfully executed if the opponent uses a priority move. For instance, if the opponent employs Quick Attack, I can flawlessly execute Quick Revenge. A splendid move. I recall that the Jiaohe Ninja Frog can learn it. I'll purchase it. He also noted Absorb Punch, which Yenri Meow could not learn yet, but would be able to after evolving into Jian Pao Xiao. What moves should Tian Xiaowang learn? Although its skill set is already quite extensive, acquiring additional techniques would not be detrimental. Perhaps Air Slash. Tian Xiaowang should be able to learn some excellent flying type moves, and we must not neglect that type. As for Tile Miao, what should Tile Miao learn? At that moment, Tile Miao tugged at Fang Mo's clothing, seeking his attention. What is it, Tile Miao? Tile Miao pointed toward a particular technical machine, and Fang Mo approached to examine it. Grass slide, do you fancy this one? Tile Miao nodded vigorously, fearing Fang Mo would refuse to purchase it. All right. But this move is most effective when paired with grassy terrain. Let us see if there is a grassy terrain technical machine available. Grass slide is a favored move of the Wengli Jin gang, primarily due to its ability as a grass maker, creating grassy terrain upon entry. After searching extensively, they indeed found the coveted grassy terrain technical machine. Having acquired these technical machines, the sky had completely darkened, making it somewhat inappropriate to embark on a journey at this hour. Let us set off tomorrow morning. This evening will afford Jia Renhua and the others an opportunity to learn these new techniques. During the night, Fang Mo will not seek accommodation in any inn, but rather stay in the training room to accompany them in their practice. After distributing the newly purchased technical machines to the four of them, Yin Ri Miao discovered that none were left for it, and a twinge of disappointment arose in its heart. Yin Ri Miao, you are not yet ready to utilize your technical machine. You must wait until you evolve. Although Yin Ri Miao did not possess a technical machine to study that night, it trained even more diligently in hopes of evolving soon. The following morning, when Fang Mo awoke, the four Pokémon were still engaged in learning new techniques, while Yin Ri Miao lay exhausted on the side. Thank you for your hard work, Yin Ri Miao. Why not take a moment to rest? After gently patting Yin Ri Miao's head, Fang Mo retrieved its luxury ball and returned it. Fang Mo sat beside them, patiently waiting for them to finish their training. As noon approached, the three finally roused, their faces beaming with the joy of having mastered new techniques. Particularly, Tile Miao was so excited that it jumped up in glee. Come, let us enjoy some energy cubes. Fang Mo also released Li Yuang, who was still asleep at that moment. Wake up, Li Yuang. Fang Mo gave it a gentle tap, and Li Yuang awoke slowly. Oh, you truly spend your days eating and sleeping without a care. Training seems indeed challenging given your current physique. Once everything was prepared, Fang Mo departed from the city of Yixing. Passing through this dense forest leads to the next city with a gym. It is rumored that this forest is teeming with poison-type Pokémon, so Fang Mo had prudently purchased a considerable amount of antidotes and spray. Jia Renhua and the others stayed close to Fang Mo, ever ready to defend. Suddenly, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, prompting Fang Mo to hastily consume an antidote to avoid being overwhelmed by the foul odor. Tile Miao nestled into Fang Mo's embrace, equally repulsed by the smell. Jia Renhua strode forward, parting the underbrush, and located the source of the stench, Shou-Shou-Hua. Shou-Shou-Hua possessed a blue, bulbous body resembling a plant bulb, with a pair of arms and legs. A reddish-brown flower adorned its head, speckled with white, featuring 4 spherical petals and 4 light brown sepals. Its eyes appeared perpetually closed, and it had purple lips, continuously drooling. Fang Mo aimed the Pokédex at Shou-Shou-Hua, which promptly emitted a mechanical voice. Shou-Shou-Hua, the weed Pokémon, the evolved form of walking grass. Its stigma emits a highly potent stench that can cause unconsciousness from 2 kilometers away. Shou-Shou-Hua is indeed repulsive. It had not been so apparent in the anime, but now the reality is unmistakable. It is hard to imagine this creature can evolve into Mei Li Hua with the use of a sunstone. Jia Renhua, kick it away. There were 3 Shou-Shou-Hua in total, and Jia Renhua dispatched them one by one with swift kicks. These Shou-Shou-Hua were at a mature level, likely not fatal from the fall, but they would undoubtedly be left in a state of disarray. Please, not all of them can be such disgusting creatures, or how shall I proceed? As night fell, no formidable Pokémon had appeared along the way. It was predominantly Shou-Shou-Hua and walking grass, which caused Fang Mo considerable distress. Upon reaching a lakeside, Fang Mo decided to rest there for the night. After setting up the tent, Fang Mo planned to enjoy grilled fish once more, eager to try out the newly purchased cumin powder. Upon learning of the grilled fish, Tile Miao was the most delighted, for what cat does not relish fish? Jia Renhua, why not venture into the river to catch some fish? Jia Renhua, Yin Ri Miao, and Tian Xiaowang immediately plunged into the river, with Tile Miao joining them. Just as they entered the water, something suddenly leaped out from the depths. May Nasi. Amidst this forest rife with poison-type Pokémon, a May Nasi appeared. Fang Mo retrieved the Pokédex to check May Nasi's information. May Nasi, the kind Pokémon, is the evolved form of Cho-Cho-Yu, reputed to be the most beautiful Pokémon. It possesses the ability to soothe anger and hatred, quelling conflicts. Is it truly hailed as the most beautiful Pokémon? In truth, May Nasi does not hold that title alone. Other Pokémon like Shanai Duo, Emo Huan Jia Mian Miao, and Mei Luo Yita are equally exquisite. Chapter 70. The Awakening Affection of Li Yuang. May Nasi regarded Jia Renhua and the others warily, perceiving them as wild Pokémon encroaching upon its territory. This May Nasi was merely at level 30, yet it felt an overwhelming fear facing Fang Mo's Pokémon. Never mind, Jia Renhua, return to shore. Though Fang Mo instructed Jia Renhua to come ashore, Mei Nasi's vigilance remained unyielding. We shall spend the night here, causing you no harm and certainly not invading your territory. After saying this, Fang Mo tossed a few energy cubes toward Mei Nasi. After consuming the energy cubes, Mei Nasi felt a slight fondness for this unfamiliar human. Suddenly, Fang Mo's luxury ball began to shake vigorously, and Li Yuang leaped out, splashing into the water. Upon opening his eyes, Fang Mo was astonished to see Li Yuang swimming around Mei Nasi. Its gaze filled with adoration. Although Li Yuang is indeed Fang Mo's Pokémon, Mei Nasi appeared rather flustered, eager to flee, yet Li Yuang persisted. Fang Mo felt embarrassed witnessing this scene, as Li Yuang seemed to be experiencing its first crush. Li Yuang, come back. Do not trouble Mei Nasi. Reluctantly, Li Yuang gazed at Mei Nasi, and only after Mei Nasi nodded did Li Yuang return to Fang Mo's side. Alas, it is quite remarkable that Mei Nasi would find Li Yuang appealing in its current state. Surely, it must evolve into Baolong to be worthy of her attention. Fang Mo then recalled that he still needed to grill fish, so he leaned over the riverbank and called out to Mei Nasi. Mei Nasi, may we come down to catch some fish? After a few minutes, Mei Nasi had yet to respond, leading Fang Mo to believe it was not in agreement. However, the next moment, over a dozen fish leapt from the lake and landed directly on the shore. Subsequently, Mei Nasi emerged to glance at the fish. Then at Fang Mo, indicating these fish were for them. Ah, truly the kind Pokémon, so benevolent, rivaling even my own kindness. Fang Mo began to prepare the fish for grilling, while Ti Miao patiently awaited beside him. Jia Renhua meditated, and Tian Xiaowang and Yen Miao played. Only Li Yuang appeared peculiar, leaning by the shore, gazing longingly at the lake's depths. Likely lost in thoughts of Mei Nasi. This fellow, why can he not learn from me and remain indifferent to the fairer sex? Ah, never mind. Let me continue grilling my fish, adding a sprinkle of scallions and my newly bought cumin. It would be a shame not to open a barbecue restaurant with skills like these. The first grilled fish naturally went to Ti Miao, who took it, blew on it, and began to eat eagerly. Fang Mo, savoring the grilled fish, approached Li Yuang and offered it a freshly grilled fish. Li Yuang suddenly seized the fish and swam to the center of the lake, calling out a few times. Hearing Li Yuang's calls, Mei Nasi gradually surfaced. Locking eyes with Li Yuang, instantly flustered, Li Yuang shyly extended the grilled fish toward Mei Nasi, who smiled and gracefully caught it with her tail. Enjoying the delicacy. Though accustomed to fish in the lake, Mei Nasi had never tasted such delectable grilled fish before. Mei Nasi gently brushed against Li Yuang with her tail in gratitude. This simple-minded Li Yuang was utterly enchanted. Fang Mo began to wonder if Mei Nasi possessed the ability of a captivating physique. Li Yuang returned to Fang Mo's side, gazing longingly at the grilled fish, casting a pitiful look at Fang Mo. Let it be, I will give it all to you. Fang Mo generously offered the remaining grilled fish he intended to eat to Li Yuang, who happily accepted it and returned to Mei Nasi's side, eager to please her. Damn, this Li Yuang, who has forgotten his brothers now that he has a woman, is truly cunning. Mei Nasi, however, no longer resisted Li Yuang and soon began to play with him. Such a beautiful and kind Mei Nasi had undoubtedly captured Li Yuang's heart completely. After finishing the grilled fish, as Fang Mo prepared for sleep, he noticed that Li Yuang was still frolicking with Mei Nasi. Fang Mo decided to ignore Li Yuang and return to his tent to rest. Ti Miao emerged from her luxurious ball and lay beside Fang Mo. What is wrong, Ti Miao? Is the luxurious ball uncomfortable? Meow huh? Ti Miao haughtily snorted, then snuggled closer to Fang Mo. It was just like when she was with Xin Miao. Fang Mo tucked Ti Miao in and then lay down to sleep himself. Early in the morning, Fang Mo awoke to find Ti Miao soundly asleep on top of him. He tried to rise without waking her, gently putting on his coat and shoes. After patting Ti Miao's small head and covering her with the quilt, he stepped outside. As he stretched, he noticed Li Yuang leaning against Mei Nasi, watching the sunset. Could it be that Li Yuang had truly fallen for her? Perhaps I was mistaken. Indeed, my Li Yuang is quite handsome in the world of Pokémon. Ti Miao gradually crawled out, yawning. Fang Mo approached her and inquired, Ti Miao, do you think Li Yuang is handsome? Ti Miao decisively shook her head. Then what about me? Am I handsome? Ti Miao instinctively nodded, but upon realizing, quickly shook her head, her face turning slightly red. Li Yuang, come over for breakfast. Mei Nasi, you too. As Li Yuang and Mei Nasi swam over, they did so side by side. Li Yuang shyly offered a share of energy cubes to Mei Nasi. Mei Nasi smiled and fed Li Yuang with her tail. Fang Mo could hardly bear to watch. It was like feeding him dog food. What if Li Yuang genuinely whisked Mei Nasi away, and I ended up capturing her instead? By noon, Li Yuang and Mei Nasi remained sweetly inseparable, yet Fang Mo was preparing to leave. Li Yuang, come here for a moment. Reluctantly parting from Mei Nasi, Li Yuang swam to Fang Mo's side. Li Yuang, we are about to depart. Upon hearing this, Li Yuang grew anxious. He truly did not wish to relinquish the love he had so painstakingly acquired. Don't worry. Why not ask Manasi if she would like to come with us? She has nothing to hold her back here and should agree. Upon hearing this, Liu Wang was overjoyed and swam back to Manasi. Just as he was about to speak, when suddenly a powerful attack interrupted him. A dragon pulse attack erupted on the lake's surface, creating enormous waves. It turned out to be a Shiny with a man standing atop it. Manasi quickly became alert, shielding Liu Wang behind her and eyeing the malicious man. Fang Mo also spotted the Shiny and his JNGRN and others swiftly gathered to protect him. Chapter 71, Fury Evolution, the Red Tyrant. The man atop the Shiny finally spoke. I initially intended to kill just the Manasi to take its skin back, but unexpectedly, I have stumbled upon a golden Liu Wang and a shiny JNGRN. What a pleasant surprise. Fang Mo furrowed his brow from the man's tone. He was likely a Pokémon hunter. The Shiny beneath him was already at the elite level, seemingly slightly higher than JNGRN. Manasi, protecting Liu Wang, felt a sense of fear but bravely stood her ground for him. Liu Wang wanted to step in front of Manasi to protect her, but she prevented him with her tail, unwilling to let him take the risk. The Pokémon hunter produced 3 more Pokeballs, releasing 3 elite Pokémon, an elite BB-Gui, an elite FNCHSH, and an elite Hu-B-O-H-U. Damn, this is quite troublesome. With the Shiny there are 4 elite Pokémon in total. Should I abandon Manasi and run? No, I cannot do that. After all, she is Liu Wang's beloved, and I cannot leave her behind. Kid, obediently leave your Pokémon behind, and I might show you some mercy. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive today. The Pokémon hunter's words thoroughly infuriated Fang Mo. Let us fight. There's no need for all this nonsense. After you lose, I will feed you to the dogs. You little brat, die. The Pokémon hunter leaped down from the Shiny, allowing it to engage more effectively in battle. Fang Mo recalled Lei Miao, as her presence was more of a burden at this moment. Initially, he wanted to recall Liu Wang, but he stubbornly refused, insisting on standing by Manasi through thick and thin. An intense battle was imminent. The Pokémon hunter had clear divisions of labor. The Shiny was to attack Manasi. The Hu-B-O-H-U was to confront YN-R-M-O and T-N-Shi-W-ing, while JNG-R-N would take on the other 2 elite Pokémon alone. Manasi surprisingly unleashed Ice Beam, a move that was particularly effective against the 4 times weak Shiny. The Shiny opened its jaws, gathering energy into a purple orb, which rapidly expanded into a dragon-shaped beam, executing Dragon Pulse. Manasi channeled her ice energy, releasing an Ice Beam infused with ice attributes. The clash between Ice Beam and Dragon Pulse was fierce. Although the ice attribute could counter the dragon attribute, the significant difference in levels proved insurmountable. Dragon Pulse shattered Manasi's Ice Beam and continued its assault towards her. To protect Liu Wang, Manasi used her body to shield him from the Dragon Pulse attack. Seeing Manasi injured caused Liu Wang immense anguish, yet he felt powerless, resembling a helpless husband. YN-R-M-O and T-N-Shi-W-ing, 2 Pokémon nearing elite status, found it relatively easy to battle a single Hu-B-O-H-U, but they could not defeat it swiftly. JNG-R-N faced 2 elite Pokémon. Although it was a struggle, it managed to hold its ground. Fang Mo's tactical ability was not yet at a level to command so many Pokémon simultaneously. He could only observe the battle, occasionally issuing commands. JNG-R-N, use Protect. As the BB-Gui and FNCHSH charged towards JNG-R-N with Poison Tail, it erected a protective shield, deflecting the 2 serpents. YN-R-M-O, use Flare Blitz. T-N-Shi-W-ing, unleash Final Impact. Flames ignited around YN-R-M-O, while T-N-Shi-W-ing radiated immense energy. The 2 Pokémon charged at Hu-B-O-H-U from opposite sides. Hu-B-O-H-U, seeing this, quickly sidestepped YN-R-M-O's Flare Blitz, but was struck squarely by T-N-Shi-W-ing's Final Impact, propelled uncontrollably by the force. Hu-B-O-H-U crashed into a massive boulder, fracturing it. After landing, it clutched its chest, having sustained considerable damage thus far. Meanwhile, on Liu Wang's side, Manasi used Bind, wrapping her elongated body around the Shiny to prevent it from attacking and protecting Liu Wang. Seeing this, the Pokémon hunter quickly commanded the Shiny to counterattack. Shiny use Wing Attack to knock it down. The Shiny wings glowed white as it forcefully flapped them, sending Manasi hurtling away. Manasi flailed in the air, attempting to regain her balance. The Pokémon hunter let out a chilling laugh and shouted, "Next, Dragon Pulse." The Soundwave Dragon opened its mouth, gathering a sphere of purple energy, and subsequently unleashed a powerful Dragon Pulse towards Manasi. Upon impact, Manasi was engulfed by the ferocious dragon-type force, which ravaged its body. It fell into the water, its blood staining the river, yet it still rose to shield Liu Wang with its body. Liu Wang gently rubbed against Manasi's wounds, attempting to alleviate its pain in this manner. Fang Mo, witnessing this, was compelled to divert his attention to the battle involving Mayonnaise. Tian Xiaowang swiftly attacked the Soundwave Dragon using Ice Fang. Tian Xiaowang departed from its original battlefield to aid Mayonnaise, successfully landing a bite on the vital point of the Soundwave Dragon with Ice Fang. The Soundwave Dragon let out a mournful cry, its fourfold weakness to the critical hit proving devastating. Damn it, Soundwave Dragon, use wing attack. Fueled by pain and fury, the Soundwave Dragon concentrated its energy within its wings and launched a powerful blow that sent Tian Xiaowang soaring. Tian Xiaowang steadied itself mid-air and charged towards the Soundwave Dragon again, while Mayonnaise fired an ice beam to assist Tian Xiaowang. Fang Mo found the perfect angle and shot out a tranquilizer needle, hoping to incapacitate the enemy. The Pokémon hunter reacted with remarkable speed, evading the tranquilizer, which heightened his wariness towards Fang Mo. He even released a lobster Pokémon to guard him. You just wait. Once I kill your Pokémon, we'll settle this score. Realizing the ambush was futile, Fang Mo had no choice but to immerse himself fully in the battle. Observing that the Soundwave Dragon was somewhat suppressed, the Pokémon hunter commanded, "A Guai, go after that Tian Xiaowang." Following the command, a Guai swiftly disengaged, while the Frog Ninja attempted to intercept it, only to be hindered by the Spoon Snake. A Guai leaped into the air, ensnaring Tian Xiaowang's body, forcing it to remain in place. Tian Xiaowang, use Earthquake to shake it off. Tian Xiaowang slammed its pincers into the ground, causing the earth to tremble as a powerful energy wave blasted a Guai away, sending it crashing into a tree. Tian Xiaowang soared into the air once more, aiming to support Mayonnaise. A Guai quickly regained its footing, biting Tian Xiaowang's leg and pulling it back to the ground. Meanwhile, the previously subdued Soundwave Dragon was brimming with pent-up rage, its energy surging violently. Soundwave Dragon, unleash Dragon Dive. The Soundwave Dragon ascended to great heights, the tempestuous dragon-type power radiating from its body, gradually forming a draconic silhouette enveloping it. With the dragon's head being the most striking, its colors more vibrant. With a resounding boom, the Soundwave Dragon descended like a meteor, targeting Mayonnaise and Li Yuwang. Mayonnaise pushed Li Yuwang aside with its tail, resolutely leaping up to intercept the dragon dive. An explosion resonated as Mayonnaise plummeted from the sky, akin to an angel stripped of its wings, descending to the mortal realm. A massive energy wave rippled through the area, prompting the Frog Ninja to glance over, eager to assist, but the persistent Spoon Snake once again obstructed its path. Fang Mo clenched his fists, overwhelmed with the desire to strike down the Pokémon hunter. Mayonnaise lay in the lake, as Li Yuwang swam over, tears streaming uncontrollably, calling out. Li Yuwang lamented, "We only just met yesterday. Why must we part today? I refuse." Mayonnaise gazed at Li Yuwang, mustering its final strength to smile, but afterward, it could no longer summon the energy to continue. "Ha ha, once the battle concludes, I'll skin this Mayonnaise and sell it for a handsome price. Ha?" The Pokémon hunter's taunts only served to further ignite Li Yuwang's fury. Li Yuwang glared at the Pokémon hunter, the Soundwave Dragon, and the other Pokémon attacking its companion, an inexhaustible power surging within it. In that moment, Li Yuwang erupted with unparalleled strength, enveloped in a dazzling light, as its form rapidly elongated and transformed. The energy accumulated during its time, as Li Yuwang surged forth upon evolution, catapulting its level to a staggering 45. As the light faded, the true Red Tyrant emerged, a raging Bailalong appearing with uncontainable fury. Chapter 72, The Wrath of Bailalong. The appearance of the red Bailalong drew the attention of other Pokémon. The Frog Ninja and its companions halted their battle, instinctively turning towards this spectacle before resuming their fight. Bailalong let out a roar, its energy surging with newfound vigor post-evolution. The Pokémon hunter shouted in excitement, "It's red, it's red. I've made my decision. I won't sell you. You'll be my ace." Bailalong disregarded his words, lowering its massive head to nuzzle Mayonnaise's body. Upon realizing Mayonnaise was unresponsive, Bailalong turned its gaze towards the Pokémon hunter. Fang Mo was astonished to see Bailalong shedding tears. As a single drop fell, Bailalong could no longer contain itself, its roar echoing for miles, sending shivers down the spines of other Pokémon, who dared not approach. The Intimidate ability of Bailalong activated, affecting all Pokémon present, including the Pokémon hunter. Yet Fang Mo remained unaffected, for Bailalong still held a fragment of its consciousness, clearly remembering Fang Mo as its master, a kind soul, not a foe. The Frog Ninja felt a twinge of emotion upon sensing Bailalong's intimidation. Among those with the Intimidate ability, the impact on Yen Ri Miao was minimal, yet it felt the greatest sensation, recognizing the disparity between its intimidation and that of Bailalong. The Pokémon hunter trembled, his legs shaking, unable to stand steadily, speech escaping him. Bailalong finally commenced its attack, its raging power transforming into dragon-type energy enveloping its entire being, its eyes turning crimson. It's outrage. Bailalong is using outrage. I commanded Yen Ri Miao to use it countless times. How could I not recognize it? In a state of extreme anger, Bailalong mastered the dragon-type move, Outrage. The Soundwave Dragon instinctively desired to flee upon sensing the dragon-type energy radiating from Bailalong. The Pokémon Hunter, sensing impending doom, shouted with all his might, "Soundwave Dragon, flee!" Just as the Soundwave Dragon turned, Bailalong leaped from the ocean's surface, swinging its long tail and sending the Soundwave Dragon crashing to the ground. Upon landing, the Soundwave Dragon slid along the ground, toppling numerous trees before finally coming to a halt. Covered in wounds, it leaned against the bark, blood trickling down. The Soundwave Dragon coughed violently, spitting up blood. As Bailalong, in its outraged state, slowly advanced towards it, opening its gaping maw to exact vengeance upon its foe. The Soundwave Dragon lay lifeless, and Bailalong, still seething with rage, turned its attention to the Pokémon Hunter, intent on revenge. Bailalong approached the Pokémon Hunter, who was now utterly panicked. In a moment of carelessness, he stumbled and fell, sliding backward on the ground as terror overwhelmed him. Quickly, Ho, a Bogwai, Spoon Snake, come protect me. Collaborate to kill it. Upon hearing their master's cries, the three Pokémon charged towards Bailalong, but each was already gravely injured. Attacking Bailalong would be tantamount to suicide. Ho was the first to charge in, but Bailalong opened its mouth wide, revealing its menacing fangs, which became enveloped in dark energy. With a single bite, it crushed Ho, killing it instantly. Witnessing Ho's demise, a Bogwai and Spoon Snake hesitated, fearing for their lives. What are you two useless creatures doing? Attack it. Upon hearing the furious curses of the Pokémon Hunter, both Bigui and FNCHSH felt an overwhelming urge to flee. After all, their loyalty to the Pokémon Hunter paled in comparison to that of the JAGNNWA to its owner. Unfortunately, before they could escape, they were already struck down by the wrath of the Bailalong. Useless fools, what purpose do I have for you? The Pokémon Hunter berated its Pokémon, but they could no longer hear him, not because they were deaf, but because they were lifeless. The state of reverse scale dissipated, and the chaos it would have brought to Bailalong was delayed. Yet, was not rage a form of mental turmoil as well? The Pokémon Hunter felt a wave of fear wash over him. In a moment of desperation, he kicked the lobster Pokémon away and fled. FNGM, witnessing this creature's attempt to escape, shouted, JAGNNWA, seize it. In an instant, JAGNNWA appeared before the Pokémon Hunter, who, too focused on looking back, collided with JAGNNWA. JAGNNWA remained still, while the Pokémon Hunter clutched his nose in agony. JAGNNWA grasped the Pokémon Hunter and moved toward FNGM, while the lobster Pokémon, having been kicked to its demise, was consumed by Bailalong as if it were a spicy crayfish dish. Bailalong advanced toward the Pokémon Hunter, mouth agape, revealing its sharp teeth, prepared to devour this vile creature. Just as it was about to strike, FNGM positioned himself in front of the Pokémon Hunter. The Pokémon Hunter gazed at FNGM with gratitude, believing he was about to be rescued. Bailalong could hardly comprehend why its master would shield such a wretch, but FNGM's subsequent words clarified the matter. Bailalong, M&S has not yet perished. She still clings to life. There is no need to rush to kill him. I assure you, I will end his life after we ascertain M&S's condition. FNGM approached M&S and sprayed an entire bottle of high-grade healing medicine upon her. Suddenly, M&S quivered, igniting a flicker of hope within Bailalong. FNGM captured M&S in a luxury ball, continuing, see, M&S can still be captured, indicating she is not dead. If we return her to the Pokémon Center in YXNGSH, there is a chance for her recovery. Bailalong was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in its eyes, relieved that its beloved had not abandoned it. FNGM crouched before the Pokémon Hunter, patting his face, while the latter still believed FNGM would save him. Brother, listen, just spare me this once, and I will give you 4 million, no, 5 million. Truly, FNGM smirked in response. Do you think I am in need of your paltry millions? I have already vowed to feed you to the fish. JAGNNWA, dismember this wretch into several pieces. Then cast him into the river for the fish to feast upon. The Pokémon Hunter continued to wail, and JAGNNWA, now growing weary, struck him with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, JAGNNWA indeed reduced him to numerous pieces, which were tossed into the lake. The scent of human flesh attracting a horde of predatory fish eager to indulge in this rare delicacy. Afterward, FNGM recalled JAGNNWA and mounted Bailalong, urging, Bailalong, I will guide you. We must hurry. Bailalong soared through the sky, its speed doubling to 181 in a desperate bid to save its beloved. An hour later, they reached the outskirts of YXNGSH. FNGM leaped down from Bailalong, stating, you cannot fly within the city, so return to your Pokeball for now. I will inform you as soon as we receive news of M&S. Ling nodded and retreated into its Pokeball. FNGM hailed a taxi, offering the driver 50,000 yuan to expedite their journey to the Pokémon Center. The driver, immediately seizing the opportunity, raced through traffic, disregarding several red lights. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, FNGM hurriedly brought M&S for treatment, finding it fortuitously devoid of other patients, thus directly ushering her into the emergency room. He sat in a chair, anxiously awaiting news. A mixture of joy over Ling's evolution and concern for M&S weighing heavily on him. He feared that should M&S succumb, Ling might also lose its will to live. Feeling FNGM's distress, TLIMIO emerged and settled onto his lap, seeking to comfort him. Though uncertain how to proceed, she instinctively began to lick his face, hoping to alleviate his tension. FNGM found solace in her actions and gently stroked TLIMIO's head. Meow? TLIMIO, shedding her earlier aloofness, allowed FNGM to pet her. Emitting a soothing sound, a nurse approached, notifying FNGM, causing him to tense up, along with TLIMIO, Mr. Fing. Your M&S still exhibits the faintest signs of life. Fortunately, you brought her in on time. Had it been a few minutes later, she might truly have perished. However, if M&S is to recover, it may require 5 years of intensive care, incurring exorbitant costs nearing 10 million yuan. Are you certain you wish to proceed? For an ordinary person, 10 million might evoke despair, but FNGM was far from ordinary. He possessed a fortune of 5 billion. He promptly transferred 20 million to the Pokémon Center, declaring with authority, I want the finest medical supplies for my M&S, and 5 years hence, I expect to see her vibrant and full of life. Understood, sir. We shall ensure M&S receives the best care possible and will notify you immediately upon her recovery. The nurse hurried back to relay this momentous news to the doctors. FNGM exhaled deeply as he resumed his seat, rubbing TLIMIO's small head, feeling a sense of relief at last. Chapter 73, Training Ling. After exiting the Pokémon Center, FNGM rented a training facility, opting for one significantly larger than before to accommodate the vast size of Ling. Upon entering the training room, FNGM felt assured to release Ling, as the striking red creature was far too conspicuous outdoors. As soon as Ling emerged, it looked nervously at FNGM, awaiting his words. FNGM patted Ling's massive body and smiled. Do not worry, your M&S is alive, but she will require approximately 5 years for recovery. Upon hearing the duration, Ling visibly sank into despondency. Do not be so disheartened. In these 5 years, you can strive to grow stronger. When M&S awakens and sees a formidable and handsome version of you, she will surely be enamored. FNGM's comforting words rekindled some confidence in Ling. When M&S awakens, I shall organize a grand wedding for you both. What do you think? Ling appeared puzzled, having lived so long without ever knowing of a wedding. It means you can openly marry M&S. The prospect of marrying M&S ignited a fire of excitement within Ling, banishing its previous gloom. FNGM, stroking Ling's body, reflected. Ah, you have finally evolved. It was once the case that even the Dragon Waterfall could not facilitate your evolution, yet here you are now. Ling proudly displayed its impressive physique and strength before FNGM. Suddenly, FNGM recalled the miraculous candies given to him by FNGSH Oz and retrieved one from his spatial ring to feed Ling. After consuming the candy, Ling felt a surge of energy coursing through it, skyrocketing 3 levels to reach level 48. Ling, I will nurture your strength. FNGM extended his palm, and Ling leaned forward to meet it in a celebratory high five. TLIMIO, positioned behind FNGM, was equally astonished, unable to fathom that the once foolish KY had transformed into such a magnificent creature. FNGM recalled them and returned to the learning machine shop in YXNGSH, this time with the sole purpose of acquiring enhancements for Ling. Sir, it is you again. Our store just received new merchandise half an hour ago, and I hope you find something to your satisfaction. After a brief acknowledgement, Fang Mo began selecting TMs for his Pokémon. Ling, being a pure physical attacker, should learn more physical moves. It is essential to have the move Protect. Without it, my team of Pokémon will be at a disadvantage. To my surprise, there is also the Earthquake TM available, which would greatly benefit Ling, as it is most vulnerable to electric-type Pokémon, and Earthquake can effectively counteract them. I hope there won't be any more instances of Jane Gashuing trying to seize this opportunity. It turns out that such troublesome creatures are not as common as one might think. Additionally, there is Dragon Tail, a move that can forcibly switch out the opponent. Thunder. There is also a TM for Thunder. Perhaps I should assign one to Ling as well. Although its power is somewhat diminished, it can at least counter Water-type Pokémon. There is also Bounce TM, speaking of which, as a Flying-type Pokémon. Ling only seems to be able to learn 2 Flying-type moves, Hurricane and Bounce. It might be more advantageous to replace the flying type with dragon or dark types. Providing it with a flying type only to find so few moves available is rather disappointing. I shall purchase these for now and add more moves later. Upon returning to the training room, Fang Mo planned to stay in Yxing City for several days, awaiting the completion of Bol Ling's training before departing. A week later, Bol Ling had mastered several moves. Although its level did not increase, its strength had significantly improved. Throughout the week, Fang Mo had indeed focused on Bol Ling, but that did not imply he neglected the training of his other Pokémon. KGN had leveled up by 2 levels during this week and learned the move Substitute, enhancing its ninja-like qualities. Although Mo successfully reached level 36, it still had not evolved. Previously, Fang Mo was concerned about why Lyw could not evolve, now that it has. He finds himself worried about Mo's inability to do so. Fang Mo even suspected that Mo had secretly consumed a Everstone, much like the character MM11O from the anime. He even took it for examinations 3 times, yet there was no trace of an Everstone. Scorpion King did not gain a single level, which is unsurprising, as it had undoubtedly been the laziest among them this week. Mo leveled up 3 times and was on the verge of becoming a mature Pokémon. When Fang Mo checked the information of each Pokémon, he found the following. Pokémon, Bol Ling. Gender, male. Level, 48. Ability, Intimidate. Known moves, Bite, Tackle, Scary Face, Twister, Bounce, Thrash, Hydro Pump, Ice Fang. Water Gun, Horrifying Face, Waterfall, Crunch, Rain Dance, Waterfall, Dragon Dance, Hydro Cannon, Hurricane, Outrage, Rampage, Protect, Earthquake, Dragon Tail, Thunder, Bounce. Pokémon, KGNN. Gender, male. Level, 42. Ability, Torrent. Known moves, Pound, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Protect, Ice Beam, Waterfall, Swords Dance, Blizzard, Hydro Pump, Night Slash, Mist, Roleplay, Shadow Sneak. Water Shuriken, Blade Dance, Dark Pulse, Quick Attack, Substitute. Inherited moves, Spikes, Power-Up Punch, Mind's Eye Double Edge. Pokémon, Scorpion King. Gender, male. Level, 34. Ability, Poison Heal. Known moves, Poison Sting, Sand Attack, Harden, Tailwind, Protect, Toxic Spikes, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Earthquake, Poison Tail, Acrobatics, Swords Dance, Poison Jab, Thunder Fang, Ice Fang, Fire Fang. Knock Off, Night Slash, Wide Guard, Final Gambit, U-Turn. Inherited moves, Double Edge, Cross Poison, Night Slash. Pokémon, TLMO. Gender, female. Level, 19. Ability, Adaptability. Known moves, Scratch, Tail Whip, Leafage, Protect, Charm, Quick Attack, Bite, Scratch, Magical Leaf, Quick Attack, Grassy Terrain, Grassy Glide. Inherited moves, Leech Seed, Mimic, Ambush, Petal Dance. Pokémon, YNRMO. Gender, male. Level, 36. Ability, Intimidate. Known moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Lick, Roar, Swords Dance, Protect, Fury Swipes, Bite, Flame Charge, Outrage, Flare Blitz. Horrifying Face, Intimidate. Inherited moves, Fake Out, Taunt, Swagger. As Fang Mo was packing to leave the city, KGNN suddenly tugged at his sleeve. What is it? KGNN. It gestured towards itself, then pointed at Bol Ling, its gaze becoming intense. You don't mean to challenge Bol Ling, do you? KGNN nodded vigorously. Bol Ling hesitated, remembering how KGNN had taken care of it when it was still Lyw, akin to an elder brother. It did not wish to harm KGNN or engage in battle. KGNN approached Bol Ling and shared some encouraging words to bolster its confidence. Only then did Bol Ling agree to the battle, as it too was curious to see if it could prevail against KGNN now. Fang Mo surmised several reasons for KGNN's desire to battle Bol Ling. Firstly, having noticed Fang Mo's focus on Bol Ling throughout the week, KGNN might feel the need to prove its own strength and regain Fang Mo's attention. Secondly, it could genuinely wish to challenge a stronger opponent, and Bol Ling was an excellent choice. Chapter 74, The Strongest in the Team. Let me make it clear, we must not hold back and must give our all, for that is the greatest respect we can show our opponent. Bol Ling and KGNN both agreed, their gazes sharp, indicating that this battle would not be an easy one. The other Pokémon paused their training to witness this clash. Let the battle commence. Bol Ling initiated with its Intimidate ability, lowering KGNN's physical attack. However, KGNN, being a dual-type Pokémon, could endure a reduction of 6 levels without issue. Capitalizing on its speed advantage, KGNN struck first, swiftly gathering energy and launching 5 Water Shurikens. Bol Ling responded with Hydro Pump, countering the Water Shurikens, which exploded into a mist of water. From within the mist, a dark, crescent-shaped beam shot forth, striking Bol Ling unexpectedly. The force of the dark pulse attack detonated, inflicting intense pain upon Bol-ing. This tactic utilized the water mist as cover, causing Bol-ing to misjudge the incoming attack. In pain, Bol-ing roared in fury as electric energy surged around it, unleashing its newly learned thunder. A powerful bolt of lightning descended toward K.G.N.N. The latter quickly employed Protect, encasing itself within a verdant shield. The lightning struck the shield, erupting in brilliant light and crackling sounds. When the storm subsided, the shield remained intact. Bol-ing charged forward, using Dragon Tail to strike the shield, which developed slight fissures after the second hit. Determined to break through, Bol-ing concentrated Dragon-type energy at the tip of its tail, glowing with a turquoise radiance. In a sudden turn, K.G.N.N dropped its shield and, seizing the opportunity, executed a blade dance. The flash of white light caught Bol-ing off guard, nearly knocking it over. Regaining its composure, Bol-ing began to circle K.G.N.N at an increasing velocity, ultimately forming a tornado. Although the power of the tornado is not overwhelming, its constraints are indeed formidable. The Carudio, trapped within the swirling winds, found itself struggling to move, attempting to cleave through the tempest with a technique reminiscent of Iaido. At that moment, outside the vortex, the Bukelong gathered water, unleashing a powerful water cannon that struck the Carudio unexpectedly, propelling its body uncontrollably from the tornado. The tornado soon subsided, and while Carudio is resistant to water, the 110-power water cannon still inflicted significant damage. Regaining its composure, Carudio inhaled deeply and retaliated with a forceful water cannon of its own. Meanwhile, Bukelong, undeterred, opened its gaping maw, releasing an enormous water cannon that collided fiercely with Carudio's attack. The entire training room erupted in splashes, shrouded in a mist filled with invisible water energy. In the clash of waters, Carudio's water cannon proved markedly superior, not only in speed but also in power, overpowering Bukelong's assault. The water cannon broke through Bukelong's attack, striking its target with considerable force. Fang Mo found himself at a loss for words. Who would have guessed that Bukelong would dare to challenge the dual-wielding Carudio in a contest of water cannons, forgetting its identity as a physical attacker? Bukelong roared in anger, summoning electric energy to unleash a thunder attack. However, the lightning veered off course, leading to an awkward moment that even Fang Mo could not help but chuckle at. Carudio, however, did not share in the laughter. Seizing the opportunity, it engaged in a dance of the sword to enhance its prowess. Carudio then unleashed a thick smoke screen, obscuring Bukelong's vision. When Bukelong finally blew away the smoke, it was met with two Carudios flanking it. Confused, Bukelong hesitated, unsure which to strike. Ultimately, it selected one at random, swiftly swinging its robust tail in a dragon tail attack, infused with tremendous force, aiming to strike the chosen Carudio. A dull thud echoed as Carudio was hit, tracing an arc through the air before vanishing in a puff of smoke. The real Carudio had positioned itself behind Bukelong, raising its hand as a dark purple energy coalesced, preparing to deliver a critical hit to Bukelong's rear. This decisive strike knocked Bukelong down, which was already burdened with injuries and could only muster one last effort. Bukelong's draconic energy surged wildly, its eyes turning blood red. Carudio felt a surge of anxiety. Fully aware of the power of Bukelong's hidden scales, Bukelong charged forward like a frenzied beast, and Carudio activated its defensive stance. But it was breached in less than 2 seconds. The terrifying dragon energy was perfectly manifested in Bukelong. Once more, Bukelong collided with Carudio, the immense force propelling it into the wall. Carudio gasped for breath, its health rapidly dwindling. The might of the hidden scales was indeed overwhelming. Bukelong lunged at Carudio again. But unexpectedly, in that final moment, Carudio executed a substitute move, causing Bukelong to crash into the decoy while Carudio slipped behind it. After striking the substitute, Bukelong's hidden scales had run their course, and its massive body began to sway, striking its head against the wall. At that moment, Carudio's aura surged, water energy swirling around it. The torrent ability activated, significantly enhancing its water-type moves. Carudio leapt into the air, raising its left hand where a water shuriken materialized. In the next instant, countless water energies infused the shuriken, causing it to swell in size. Once the colossal water shuriken formed, Carudio hurled it forward. The giant shuriken, propelled by a torrent of water energy that threatened to engulf everything, soared toward the disoriented Bukelong. In the blink of an eye, the water shuriken struck Bukelong with a resounding crash, unleashing an ear-splitting explosion that enveloped the training room in a dense mist. As the water vapor dissipated, Bukelong lay incapacitated on the ground, its eyes swirling, having lost the ability to continue fighting. Carudio landed gracefully, arms crossed, exiting the scene with undeniable flair. Fang Mo stared in disbelief, unable to fathom the technique Carudio had just executed. This cunning Carudio had secretly devised a new move, remarkably akin to the one used by Ash's Carudio in the anime. After the sparring session concluded, Fang Mo administered high-grade healing potions to both Bukelong and Carudio. Bukelong slumped against the wall, nearly unable to rise. Carudio leaned against the wall as well, yet their postures contrasted starkly, with Carudio undeniably exuding more charisma. Carudio had reclaimed its status as the strongest in the team, without a doubt. It was indeed a pity for Bukelong, primarily due to its lack of battle experience, which paled in comparison to the seasoned Carudio. Previously, when it was merely a Magikarp, it had rarely engaged in battles, so its inexperience was to be expected. In the future, Fang Mo planned to provide it with more practical training. Chapter 75, The Stricken Couple. After the battle between Bukelong and Carudio, Fang Mo departed from Yixing City, returning once more to the dense forest teeming with poison-type Pokémon. As Fang Mo re-entered the thicket, Carudio followed closely at his side, while Bukelong remained in its Pokeball, primarily due to its large size, which would attract undue attention. Along the way, they encountered numerous bothersome stinky flowers. To mitigate the unpleasant odors they emitted, Fang Mo donned a black mask. Whenever Carudio spotted a stinky flower, it would swiftly kick it away, ensuring it was not destroyed, as that would only exacerbate the foul stench. With Carudio clearing the path, the number of stinky flowers diminished significantly, leading to a noticeable reduction in the foul odor. After traversing a considerable distance, the prevalence of stinky flowers subsided. Tilly Meow also sighed in relief, as the stench had nearly overwhelmed it. Exhausted, the group settled down to rest, at which point Fang Mo released Bukelong. Time to eat. Carudio and the others feasted on energy cubes, but Fang Mo felt their diet was rather monotonous. Even the most delectable food could become tiresome. Once they reached the next city, he resolved to improve their meals. Suddenly, cries for help echoed through the air, capturing Fang Mo's attention. The voices, both male and female, piqued his interest. If powerful Pokémon were involved, he could deploy Bukelong to gain practical experience. Let us go investigate the source of the cries. Upon arriving, they beheld a Charizard whose tail flame had extinguished, signifying the end of its life. Looking up, Fang Mo spotted an elite-level Loudred and two Explouds. The Explouds, adorned in purple, possessed ears resembling speakers, while their short limbs ended in white toes and featured large mouths with 4 prominent teeth. Loudred, similarly purple, was characterized by its large mouth. The cries for help emanated from a tree, where indeed, a man and a woman were perched. Loudred delivered a punch to the tree, causing it to sway and drop a multitude of green leaves, intensifying the couple's desperate pleas for assistance. At that moment, the woman in the tree spotted Fang Mo, standing not far away, and informed another man. This man also noticed Fang Mo and fortuitously made eye contact with him. Instantly, his confidence surged. He ceased to call for help and instead shouted towards Fang Mo, "Hey, you over there. Hurry up and save this young master and his baby." The tone and words of this man immediately irked Fang Mo. From their demeanor, it became evident to Fang Mo that the two were likely in a romantic relationship. The woman leaned closer to the man and whispered in his ear, "Baby, do you really think he can save us after saying that? Don't worry. With this young master's notoriety, who wouldn't he know me?" The woman felt a twinge of anxiety. Truth be told, she had no idea about the man's actual fame, as her interest in him was primarily driven by his wealth. The bowing monster overheard the man's words, turned around, and spotted Fang Mo, prompting the other Huabao to look in his direction as well. At this point, Fang Mo had devised a superior strategy. "Bukelong, you take on all 3 of them. Can you manage?" Bukelong stepped forward and let out a mighty roar, showcasing its power. The trio of bowing monsters were instantly intimidated by Bukelong's imposing presence, suffering a decrease in their physical attack. Bukelong, use Dragon Dance. Bukelong soared into the air, twisting its body as it began to perform the dance. It was astonishing that even a non-dragon type like Bukelong could execute Dragon Dance. One could hardly imagine who could not. The bowing monster and the 2 Huabao, lacking any ranged abilities, could only roar in frustration below. After Bukelong completed its Dragon Dance, its physical attack and speed were significantly enhanced. Bukelong unleashed Ice Fang. Bukelong opened its mouth wide, a chilling aura emanating from it, and charged towards the bowing monster and Huabao. The bowing monster, being an elite-level creature, reacted swiftly and dodged the attack by sidestepping, but the 2 Huabao were not as nimble. One was struck by Ice Fang and instantly encased in ice. The woman in the tree saw a glimmer of hope, astonished that her wealthy boyfriend truly possessed such high notoriety. She thought to herself that once they were in bed, she would utilize her skills to serve this man well. Fang Mo continued to command, "Bukelong, use your tail to finish it off." Bukelong swiftly swung its tail, the terrifying draconic power breaking through the ice and sending the Huabao flying. The Huabao crashed into a tree and fell to the ground lifeless. Witnessing the death of its companion, the bowing monster roared in fury and charged at Bukelong. "Bukelong, use Earthquake." Bukelong struck the ground fiercely with its tail, causing violent tremors. The bowing monster lost its balance and was sent flying by the seismic waves. "Bukelong, Use Bounce to eliminate the other Huabaodan. Bukelong unleashed a tremendous leap, its body springing upwards like a coil. The Huabaodan gazed up in panic, struggling to see Bukelong's form. At the peak of its leap, Bukelong paused momentarily in the air before plummeting downwards at astonishing speed, striking the Huabaodan with tremendous force. After a resounding crash, the Huabaodan was propelled away, tumbling several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Bukelong, don't let it escape. Use Ice Fang. Seeing its other companion on the verge of demise, the bowing monster rushed forward to intercept Bukelong. However, Bukelong's speed, enhanced by Dragon Dance, proved superior. The bowing monster missed its target and turned back only to find the Huabaodan, now lifeless and radiating cold. The bowing monster's eyes turned even redder as it charged towards Bukelong, raising its arm and gathering strength in its fist. It then unleashed a powerful punch at Bukelong, which surprisingly sent the dragon flying. Bukelong quickly stabilized itself in midair, realizing the bowing monster possessed formidable power, inflicting considerable damage even upon it. The bowing monster, having executed its attack, found its speed diminished. It had utilized arm thrust, which, while potent, came at the cost of slower movement. Bukelong, let it experience your strength. Use Dragon Rage. Wrathful draconic energy surged through Bukelong, its eyes turning blood red, far more terrifying than the bowing monster's crimson gaze. Subsequently, Bukelong charged forward, knocking the bowing monster far away. The bowing monster, now uncontrollably retreating, collided with tree after tree. Just as it finally came to a halt, Bukelong's assault struck once more. This attack cornered the bowing monster, causing it to vomit a mouthful of blood, its back stained with crimson. Finally, Bukelong unleashed one last Dragon Rage, and the bowing monster, which had only just ascended to elite level, met its demise. At this juncture, Bukelong succumbed to confusion. However, this was of little concern, as the battle had concluded. The man and woman in the tree descended. The woman, utterly astonished, was left in shock at Fang Mo's overwhelming power. The man, increasingly arrogant, naively believed that the vanquishing of the bowing monster was solely his achievement. He then arrogantly addressed Fang Mo. Well, your skills are adequate. I'll mention you to my father. Aren't you coming over to thank this young master? Fang Mo scoffed, gradually approaching the man. Just as the man prepared to accept Fang Mo's gratitude, Fang Mo unexpectedly seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. Damn it, looking like a pile of dung. How dare you be so arrogant before me? Do you think I would recognize a fool like you? I killed them only to better eliminate you. The man's face turned crimson as he struggled to speak, unable to utter a word, and could only weakly beat against Fang Mo's arm. The woman gasped in horror and attempted to intervene, only to be stopped by the Greninja frog, which conjured several shuriken, warning her not to interfere with Fang Mo's affairs. Fang Mo tightened his grip on the man's throat, mockingly stating, lately, I've been trying to avoid cruelty, so I won't torment you further. I'll grant you a quick end. Remember in your next life to be more discreet. With that, Fang Mo drew a dagger and plunged it into the man's heart. After confirming his demise, he withdrew the dagger and calmly wiped the blood from its blade before turning his gaze towards the woman. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling as she uttered, You're finished. His father is a prominent figure in Yixing City. Fang Mo crouched down, tapping the woman's face with the back of his knife, and she was too terrified to move. Your words serve as a reminder. I was initially inclined to spare you, but once I realized that only the dead can keep secrets, you must die. In the next instant, the woman also became a lifeless body. Chapter 76. The Transformed TLIMIO. Following the demise of the couple, the once inseparable TLIMIO, who used to cling to Fang Mo at all times, now trailed at the back of the group, appearing visibly frightened. Fang Mo noted this unusual behavior and halted. Approaching TLIMIO, he attempted to reach out and stroke TLIMIO's head, but the little creature instinctively recoiled a few steps. What's wrong? TLIMIO? TLIMIO stood still, trembling slightly, unable to approach Fang Mo. What was the matter with this little one? Could it be that my recent act of killing in front of it has left an impression? It seems TLIMIO is still unfamiliar with the concept of taking a life. Previously, the violent lizard Pokémon would not take lives. Yet due to its inherently ferocious nature, it found the act of killing to be quite effortless. In contrast, TLIMIO, being of a different breed, is naturally inclined towards gentleness, and as a female, it inevitably harbors a fear of taking lives. TLIMIO, are you afraid of me? There was no response. Yet its body began to tremble slightly, conveying its feelings with clarity. Fang Mo sighed, feeling a sense of disappointment, and subsequently returned TLIMIO to its luxury ball. He had not anticipated that TLIMIO would genuinely begin to fear him. Reflecting on its former self and observing the current state of trepidation, he felt a pang of loss. Perhaps it needed time to adapt. Forcing acceptance might yield the opposite effect. Inside the luxury ball, TLIMIO crouched, burying its head in its knees, utterly uncertain of how to proceed. It felt that its master was too cruel, questioning how one could so casually extinguish life. Yet, other brothers would kill, while only he would not. As afternoon approached, it was time for a meal, and Fang Mo released Tlimo from its confines. He placed a slice of strawberry cake before it, causing Tlimo to freeze in astonishment, lifting its gaze to meet Fang Mo's. Instinctively, he reached out to pat its head, but halted midway, recalling Tlimo's current state, and withdrew his hand. Tlimo, crestfallen, lowered its head, its eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Go ahead and eat. Tlimo. It's perfectly fine if you don't train tonight. Tlimo's tears finally flowed uncontrollably as it leaped into Fang Mo's embrace, wetting his clothing with its sorrow. A slight smile graced Fang Mo's lips as he gently patted Tlimo's back in comfort. After a considerable time, Tlimo's tears subsided, though its body continued to tremble. The other Pokémon understood Tlimo's distress and chose to watch in silence. Please, eat. Tlimo picked up the cake and placed it in Fang Mo's hand, pointing to its mouth. Ah, it seems you've made up your mind. Fang Mo brought the small cake to Tlimo's lips, and it took a delicate bite, cream smudging the corner of its mouth. Fang Mo tenderly wiped the cream away with a tissue, also dabbing at its tears, demonstrating his thoughtfulness. Tlimo nuzzled against Fang Mo's hand, gradually returning to its former self. The other Pokémon, including GG Arnu, wore smiles, relieved to see Tlimo finding clarity. After devouring the entire strawberry cake, Tlimo wrapped its paws around Fang Mo's neck, licking his face. Haha. This Tlimo is reminiscent of the old days with ex-New York Mio. Suddenly, a fuzzy creature appeared before them, drawing attention. Fang Mo consulted his Pokédex. Moki, an insect Pokémon, capable of utilizing its eyes as radar even in darkness, able to emit beams of light. Tlimo pondered for a moment before making a significant decision, positioning itself in front of Moki and adopting a battle stance. Meowha. Tlimo looked at Fang Mo, its eyes brimming with the fervor for combat. Very well, let us engage in battle. Tlimo. Use Thunderbolt. Tlimo dashed toward Moki like a bolt of lightning, sending it hurtling away. Moki rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt, rising in anger, ready to retaliate. Being 4 times resistant to grass-type moves rendered Fang Mo's previous strategies futile. As Moki radiated a pink glow, it prepared to unleash psychic energy against Tlimo. Tlimo. Use Ambush. Dark energy enveloped Tlimo, enhancing its speed. Before Moki's attack could reach, Tlimo struck first. Ambush is a priority move, allowing it to strike before its opponent. While Moki was in the midst of launching an attack, Moki was sent crashing into a tree, becoming dazed as it slid down the bark, its eyes swirling. Tlimo approached Moki, gathering energy in its paw as magical leaves materialized, relentlessly assailing Moki's form. Ultimately, one of the leaves pierced through Moki, extinguishing its life. With a sigh, Tlimo quickly composed itself, a nascent murderous intent flickering in its gaze. Its aura surged rapidly, and it unexpectedly ascended to level 20, entering maturity. Tlimo's psyche began to mature, suggesting it was no longer averse to taking lives. It had genuinely stepped into an era of growth. Fang Mo was astonished that Tlimo would actively engage in the slaughter of Pokémon. Seeking to prove its capabilities to itself, he approached and gently stroked Tlimo's head. This time, it did not shy away, but rather nuzzled against his palm. Tlimo, you have grown significantly. Meowha. Observing Tlimo, Fang Mo began to impart the rules of the world. There is no need to fear taking lives. One must understand that kindness towards others is not a luxury we can afford in this ruthless, survival of the fittest era. If you do not take the initiative to eliminate threats, they may return to do so to you, and it will be far too late. The nature of humanity is inscrutable. There are no truly innocent souls, merely facades. To avoid being wronged, one must prioritize their own interests and be willing to employ any means necessary to achieve their goals. Remember, this is our path. So, do you still fear taking lives? Meowha. Tlimo shook its head, its gaze growing colder. It was no longer the playful kitten it once was. It had the capacity to kill and could be quite ruthless. Tlimo now exuded an air of the aloof queen, regarding all life as insignificant. A smirk crept across Fang Mo's lips. At last, there were no good souls within his team, all becoming as merciless and bloodthirsty as their master, willing to resort to any means to achieve their aims. This was precisely Fang Mo's desire. Chapter 77, The Family of D. Aoigu. By the following noon, Fang Mo was feeding GG our new energy cubes while Tlimo sat elegantly on the ground, enjoying a small cake. Suddenly, a large yellow hand reached out and snatched the cake from Tlimo. This was not merely a hand, it was the tail of Chngtogu. Chngtogu? I recall that Ash had one in the anime, which eventually evolved into Diao Egu, but he traded it for Xiaowang's swimming weasel due to differing ideals. Fang Mo recognized this CHNGT Ogu at a glance, noting that it had not even reached maturity, barely exceeding level 10. CHNGT Ogu devoured the cake in one bite, and then turned back to TLIMIO, sticking out its tongue in a mocking gesture. TLIMIO cast a cold glare at CHNGT Ogu, which caused it to shudder. CHNGT Ogu sensed a dangerous aura emanating from TLIMIO and leapt to a tree, attempting to escape. In the next instant, a flurry of sharp magical leaves flew forth, precisely severing CHNGT Ogu's tail. It let out a cry of agony as it fell from the tree, clutching its rear, blood flowing profusely, causing it to wail in pain. TLIMIO approached leisurely and unleashed a flurry of leaves, sending CHNGT Ogu to meet its end. The other Pokémon looked on in shock, astonished that the TLIMIO that had once feared killing was now even more ruthless than they. Fang Mo's smile widened. He admired TLIMIO's actions, for had he been in its position, he too would have slain CHNGT Ogu, perhaps torturing it to death. TLIMIO approached FNGM, visibly anxious. It had instinctively dispatched the CHNGW Igu issue without FNGM's consent. FNGM gently patted its head and smiled, saying, "Well done. If it were me, I would have done the same." With that, TLIMIO felt reassured and nestled into FNGM's embrace, seeking comfort. As he cradled TLIMIO in his lap, resting his chin atop its head, he began to stroke its fur. However, he needed to address the corpse. The freshly slain body would surely attract other Pokémon. GGRND, dispose of this body in the river. GGRND nodded gently, approached the corpse of the CHNGW Igu issue, and carried it towards the riverbank. Just as it was about to discard the body, a flurry of star-shaped attacks suddenly descended. GGRND glanced sideways and effortlessly deflected them with a thrown water shuriken. FNGM turned to see the source of the assault. It was a Shu NGW Igu issue. This evolution of the CHNGW Igu issue likely had some connection to the one that had just perished. They were probably mother and child. The Shu NGW Igu issue, fixated on the corpse of its kin, wept profusely before turning its gaze to GGRND, filled with vengeful intent. TLIMIO wished to confront the Shu NGW Igu issue, but FNGM gently pulled it back onto his lap and shook his head. TLIMIO, seeing FNGM's disapproval, reluctantly buried its head in his embrace for comfort. The Shu NGW Igu issue was already nearing an elite level. Sending TLIMIO to battle would be challenging. However, GGRND would handle it with ease. GGRND, let us take care of this. GGRND, unfazed, maintained its grip on the CHNGW Igu issue's corpse. The Shu NGW Igu issue roared in fury, its tails thrashing as it unleashed a barrage of high-speed stars. GGRND hurled the CHNGW Igu issue's body at the incoming attack, successfully blocking the assault. This action only fueled the Shu NGW Igu issue's rage, prompting it to launch itself at GGRND for close combat. GGRND manifested a pristine white dagger from energy and executed a precise slash at the charging Shu NGW Igu issue. The creature was sent flying, with no chance to resist. Upon landing, the Shu NGW Igu issue struggled to rise, gasping heavily, a ghastly wound marring its chest. Suddenly, another Shu NGW Igu issue appeared, reacting similarly to the sight of the deceased NGW Igu issue. It assisted the injured Shu NGW Igu issue, both Pokemon's eyes filled with resolve to avenge their fallen kin. The newly arrived Shu NGW Igu issue was of a lower level than the previous one, displaying naivety. Even together, they would struggle to harm GGRND. GGRND finished this swiftly. Upon hearing FNGM's command, GGRND took it seriously, disposing of the CHNGW Igu issue's corpse in the river for convenience. The two enraged Shu NGW Igu issue charged at GGRND, seeking to engage in a deadly confrontation. Not all beings grow stronger in anger. Some, like the BOLLing, enter a rampage state, overpowering all elite-level foes. Yet, in your fury, you merely become mindless attackers, exposing your weaknesses. GGRND summoned a white dagger in each hand, striking at the advancing Shu NGW Igu issue. In just one exchange, both were sent reeling. GGRND, unwilling to grant them respite, concentrated dark energy in both hands, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy that erupted upon striking one of the Shu NGW Igu issue, sending the other flying. Though it survived by a stroke of luck, the struck Shu NGW Igu issue lay lifeless. The surviving Shu NGW Igu issue crawled over, cradling its fallen counterpart, weeping uncontrollably. In the next moment, GGRND swiftly approached and seized it by the neck. Ah, how sentimental. Do you think you are the protagonist? Do you believe that your grief will bestow you with strength? Such a naive child. The Shu Ngwi Gu issue flailed its tails desperately against GGRND's arm, attempting to escape. The pure white dagger pierced its chest, leaving it stunned, its tails falling limply as blood poured forth. Several blades of green grass were stained red by its lifeblood. Soon after, this Shu Ngwi Gu issue too succumbed to death. GGRND discarded both corpses into the lake, where AJYSH swam over, beginning to gnaw on the remains. Initially, the JYSH had considered GGRND, but upon sensing its formidable elite presence, thought better of it. This was not a foe to provoke. The entire family of Shu Ngwi Gu issue had been wiped out, their bodies disposed of in the river to nourish the JYSH. Enough of these trivial interludes. Let us eat. The other Pokémon paid no heed, continuing to focus on their energy cubes. 3 more Pokémon had fallen to FNGM's hands. Yet, they were merely 3 among many that would meet the same fate. Who would remember them? Chapter 78. A reunion with Jane Gushuing. After a week in this dense forest, FNGM had yet to find his way out. During this time, he engaged in battles with various elite-level wild Pokémon, resulting in significant growth for his team. For the wild Pokémon, defeat meant certain death. Just kidding, even victory would lead to demise. If one were to triumph against the YNRMO and T-NEXIWing, they would immediately face GGRND, who had yet to be bested by any wild Pokémon. However, none of the elite Pokémon encountered so far had surpassed level 50. GGRND had leveled up, as had YNRMO, but neither had evolved. T-NEXIWing had also increased a level, while TLIMO had gained 2. BOLLing, now at a high level, found it exceedingly difficult to gain even a single level. It was early morning, and TLIMO sat on FNGM's lap, enjoying a grooming session. GGRND had risen early to train, with BOLLing, T-NEXIWing, and YNRMO joining in to avoid falling behind. After grooming, TLIMO picked up a small cake and began to eat. Such an adorable cat, who would have thought it could also take lives? Suddenly, an explosion echoed nearby, startling FNGM nearly out of his skin. TLIMO jumped in surprise, prompting FNGM to gently stroke its head to soothe its nerves. The sound seemed close. He had to investigate, lest it soon affect him. Presumably, it was yet another battle between Pokémon factions. Witnessing the commotion could be entertaining. Let us go see the source of that noise. FNGM recalled BOLLing, for its size made it difficult to conceal. Ha ha ha, YNWWing, continue unleashing your flamethrower. As he drew nearer, FNGM heard the commanding voice of a trainer. This voice sounded remarkably familiar. The recognition intensified his curiosity, compelling him to swiftly hide in a bush, finally revealing the trainer's true identity. This resemblance to a bloated pig was none other than Jane Gushuing. It was indeed Jane Gushuing, the hefty beast who sought revenge after I had claimed a seismic toss TM from him. I recalled the fear I felt, hastily fleeing that city after completing the gym challenge, eager to avoid his wrath. At this moment, Jin Guishuang commanded a Yin Wu Wang to attack a Long Wang Xia. The Long Wang Xia was already afflicted with multiple burn injuries, while Yin Wu Wang had sustained some wounds, though they were not as severe as those of the Long Wang Xia. The Long Wang Xia appeared to be around level 45, while Jin Guishuang's plump Yin Wu Wang astonishingly reached level 50. Yin Wu Wang exhaled a fiery blaze from its nostrils, causing the Long Wang Xia to suffer greatly from the intense heat. Ha ha, Long Wang Xia. Cease your struggles and submit to me, for I did not expect to encounter such an elite Pokémon upon my arrival. Jin Guishuang exclaimed gleefully, his tone increasingly arrogant. The Long Wang Xia glared with fury, exerting all its strength to leap onto Yin Wu Wang, raising its scorpion tail and unleashing a cross poison. The attack struck Yin Wu Wang fiercely, eliciting a roar of pain as it staggered, nearly toppling over. Observing this, Jin Guishuang grew anxious and shouted, Yin Wu Wang, quickly bring it down with your arm thrust. Yin Wu Wang, gritting its teeth against the pain, relentlessly struck the Long Wang Xia with its fists. Eventually, the Long Wang Xia could no longer endure and slid off Yin Wu Wang, losing its ability to fight. Yin Wu Wang gasped heavily, now severely injured. At that moment, Fang Mo suddenly shot a tranquilizer dart at Jin Guishuang, hitting him squarely in the backside, rendering him weak and collapsing to the ground. When Yin Wu Wang turned to see its master downed, it panicked, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just then, Fang Mo emerged slowly from the underbrush, tauntingly saying, Hello there, you fat pig, we meet again. The moment Jin Guishuang laid eyes on Fang Mo, his pupils constricted, and he attempted to muster all his strength to stand, but could not even lift an arm. Fang Mo crouched beside Jin Guishuang, preventing any resistance by confiscating all the Pokeballs from his pockets and securing them. Jin Guishuang, looking at Fang Mo in disbelief, stammered, Aren't you the one from last time who competed with me for the learning machine? So you remember me, fat pig, Fang Mo replied, before delivering several fierce kicks to Jin Guishuang's abdomen. leaving him in excruciating pain, yet unable to fight back. Yin Wu Wang, witnessing its master being assaulted, erupted in fury, roaring at Fang Mo and preparing to charge. However, the Froakies swiftly intervened, launching a barrage of water shuriken that struck Yin Wu Wang. The water shuriken exploded upon impact, dealing significant damage to the already injured Yin Wu Wang. Fang Mo, uninterested in battling the Yin Wu Wang any further, retrieved its Pokeball from Jin Guishuang's pocket and captured it, sealing it away. Now, Jin Guishuang, let us settle the score, shall we? You did summon people to attack me, did you not? Fang Mo grasped Jin Guishuang's hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. Jin Guishuang, feeling guilty, dared not speak. Fang Mo wasted no words, drawing a dagger and pressing it against Jin Guishuang's neck, compelling him to confess. Yes, it was I who called for the attack. Please, do not kill me. Jin Guishuang, the fat pig, broke down in tears, so terrified that he nearly urinated himself. A yellow liquid streamed from his pants, the foul odor causing Fang Mo's other Pokémon to recoil in disgust. Angered by this repugnant display, Fang Mo plunged the dagger into Jin Guishuang's arm, causing blood to flow freely. Oh! Jin Guishuang cried out in agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Utter another word, and I shall sever your tongue, fat pig. Jin Guishuang stifled his cries, realizing that Fang Mo was indeed capable of such a gruesome act. Let me ponder how to torment you further, you wretched fat pig. Perhaps roasting you over a fire would suffice. Ha ha ha. Hearing Fang Mo's words filled Jin Guishuang with dread, and he pleaded pitifully, even offering vast sums of money. I beg you, Fang Mo, spare me this once. I can give you 20 million. No, 30 million. I will relinquish all my wealth to you. Please let me go. Fang Mo instructed the Froakie to gather a pile of wood and, utilizing roots, hoisted Jin Guishuang up. The heavy fat pig proved cumbersome to lift. Everything was prepared, save for a fire. To ensure Jin Guishuang could not break free, Fang Mo shot 5 tranquilizer darts into him and affixed tape over his mouth, leaving him only able to emit muffled sounds. Die, fat pig. Yin Ri Miao, ignite. The Yin Ri Miao unleashed a torrent of flames upon the wooden pile, which quickly engulfed Jin Guishuang's clothing. The flames licked his back, and in a desperate attempt to move, Jin Guishuang found himself immobilized by the effects of the tranquilizers. Merely burning his back is rather dull. Let us scorch his front as well. Fang Mo turned Jin Guishuang around, the fire growing ever more intense, leading to a scene of extreme brutality and revulsion. No need to watch further, let us depart. Fang Mo declared, preparing to leave with his Pokémon, only to catch sight of the Long Wang Xia. The Froakie swiftly approached and executed a series of precise strikes, dispatching the Long Wang Xia with ease. Jin Guishuang's fate was sealed as he was roasted alive, the aroma of his charred flesh luring numerous carnivorous Pokémon, who eagerly consumed him. It became evident that few who angered Fang Mo ever survived. Through such torment, Fang Mo realized his own descent into madness. I must refrain from such acts of cruelty. I fear I may become a true maniac, and I must maintain my sanity at all costs. Chapter 79. The Trainer Who Cherishes Snakes. Among Jin Guishuang's Pokémon, 3 were of elite caliber, making their extermination somewhat troublesome. Nonetheless, Fang Mo ultimately eliminated them, despite the potential for profit, driven instead by a desire for revenge. Each time he commanded the Froakie to slay them, an inexplicable rush of exhilaration washed over him. This thought struck him suddenly, prompting Fang Mo to slap himself hard, causing Mo to recoil in shock, bewildered by his self-inflicted punishment. Panting heavily, the sting in his cheek brought him back to reality. Taking pleasure in killing truly makes one a lunatic. I refuse to become a madman, not now or ever. Yes, I slay them for vengeance. They are Jin Guishuang's Pokémon, likely complicit in his nefarious deeds, and none are innocent. At that moment, Mo approached, gently licking Fang Mo's reddened cheek. Instantly, his heart calmed, and he turned his attention away from darker thoughts, affectionately ruffling Mo's head, allowing a smile to emerge. Meowha. Mo, reassured, continued to nuzzle Fang Mo's palm, relishing the moment. Let us proceed onward. The Froakie and others resumed their positions beside Fang Mo, following him as they journeyed. While on the road, Fang Mo decided to recall his BOLLing, intending to release it during battles when necessary. After traversing a patch of grass, he unexpectedly encountered a crawling ABQI, crawl. To Fang Mo's astonishment, the ABQI suddenly spoke. He took several steps back in disbelief, exclaiming, "A talking ABQI." Upon hearing his voice, the ABQI slowly lifted its head to meet Fang Mo's gaze. It had a human face. No, it seemed to be a person. This individual, upon realizing Fang Mo had mistaken him for an ABQI, joyfully danced and exclaimed, "How wonderful! Someone thinks I am an ABQI. Hey, who are you?" Fang Mo observed the exuberant man before him. "Ah, you speak of me? I am Yang Shi, but you may call me a Shi," he declared. After his introduction, Yangshi slowly rose and removed his Abel monster costume, revealing only a pair of undergarments beneath. Subsequently, in the presence of Fang Mo and a multitude of Pokémon, he began to don his clothing. What an eccentric individual. This man, clad in an Abel costume, insisted on shedding all his garments before dressing. How bizarre. Once attired, Yangshi regarded Fang Mo with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. Fang Mo furrowed his brow, sensing that this Yangshi was indeed peculiar. Ahem, allow me to formally introduce myself once more. I am Yangshi. Oh, I seem to have repeated myself. Let me try again. I apologize. I am a trainer with a passion for snakes. Abel snake, spoon snake, vine snake, monarch snake. These are the Pokémon I adore. A trainer enamored with snakes is certainly an oddity. Fang Mo had no desire to associate with such a character and turned to leave. Just as he did, a shimmering Abel snake slithered into view. My dear, at last, I have found you, Yangshi exclaimed, rushing to the Abel snake. Gazing at it with affection akin to that of a lover, he then extended his hand, tenderly inviting, come here, darling, into your brother's embrace. Fang Mo felt a wave of nausea wash over him. How could such a repugnant individual exist in this world? He longed to eliminate this man. While he could comprehend others' affection for Pokémon like Shinado or long-eared rabbit, the love for an Abel snake was truly unprecedented, and this particular one was male. To boot, to Yangshi's invitation, the Abel snake blushed, displaying a budding affection. Leaning against a tree, Fang Mo nearly retched. And even Tilly Meow and Koga Ninja Frog seemed disgusted, clearly unaccustomed to such revolting behavior. The shimmering Abel snake then gracefully climbed onto Yangshi's shoulder, wrapping its slender tail around his neck. The Abel snake leaned in to kiss Yangshi on the cheek. Goodness, is this fellow not in danger of being poisoned? Yangshi reciprocated the kiss, then swallowed an antidote pill. Fang Mo's worldview nearly shattered at the sight of such a perverse individual. Truly a deviant, unable to find a partner. He turned his affections to snakes, a beast indeed. Fang Mo resolved to depart, unwilling to endure any further. Yangshi, noticing Fang Mo's intent to leave, grew anxious. Hey, handsome, please don't go. Fang Mo regarded this peculiar man warily, while Tilly Meow positioned herself protectively in front of him, claws at the ready to confront this oddity. Oh, do not misunderstand. My interests lie solely with snakes, not with humans. Then what do you wish to do? I have no snake-type Pokémon on me. Yangshi confidently produced a Pokéball. Of course, I wish to engage in a Pokémon battle. Your Pokémon are formidable, and I wish to challenge you. Intrigued by the prospect of a battle, Fang Mo considered that it would be an idle way to pass the time with this snake enthusiast. Very well, let us proceed. Just as Yangshi was about to release his Pokémon, a spoon snake unexpectedly appeared before them. The spoon snake darted off in another direction, prompting Yangshi to chase after it, calling back to Fang Mo, brother, wait for me just 10 minutes. I will capture this little darling. Fang Mo remained in place, pondering whether to wait for this eccentric. The more peculiar Yangshi became, the more curious Fang Mo grew regarding his battling style. I might as well wait a while. I could use the rest. Leaning against the tree bark, Fang Mo settled down, while Tilly Meow nestled her face against him for comfort. How much more normal Tilly Meow is compared to this strange fascination with Abel monsters and spoon snakes. After 7 or 8 minutes, Yangshi returned, covered in dirt and twigs, looking quite disheveled. My sincerest apologies for the delay. Did you manage to catch it? Indeed. This little darling is a female, simply exquisite. Please, spare me the revolting details. Yangshi removed his clothing once more, donning the Abel costume. Hee, do not mind me. I prefer to dress this way during battles. It ignites my passion to embody a snake. Will it be a 1v1 or a 3v3? Naturally, a 1v1. I do not wish for too many little darlings to be harmed. Enough with that tone. Noticing Fang Mo's irritation, Yangshi quickly adjusted his tone to a more typical one. Very well, let us commence the battle. Come forth, my favorite little darling, Monarch Snake. A Monarch Snake emerged from his Pokéball and immediately coiled affectionately around Yangshi. Ah, Monarch Snake? It is quite normal to favor such Pokémon. Many share an affection for Monarch Snakes and Vine Snakes. Furthermore, it appeared that his Monarch Snake was female. A romance between human and Pokémon? How intriguing. Koga Ninja Frog, you take the stage. After a moment of affection between the Monarch Snake and Yangshi, the battle commenced against Koga Ninja Frog. Chapter 80, Koga Ninja Frog vs. Monarch Snake. Yangshi's Monarch Snake was likely of a similar level to Koga Ninja Frog, with neither holding a clear advantage. The Monarch Snake possessed a rather troublesome ability known as Contrarian, which reversed stat changes. This ability, combined with Leaf Storm, created an insurmountable challenge. With a base power of 130, the move would ordinarily lower the user's special attack by 2 stages, but with Contrarian, it instead raised it by 2 stages. Grass-type moves were particularly effective against Koga Ninja Frog, leaving it with slim chances of victory. Should the Monarch Snake's special attack base stat exceed 100, it would indeed be considered top tier. The battle commenced, and Yangshi immediately commanded his Monarch Snake to unleash the most vexing move. Monarch Snake, use Leaf Storm. The monarch snake's tail stirred a tempest, drawing countless leaves into the whirlwind. The monarch snake then unleashed a storm of leaves upon Koga Ninja Frog. Koga Ninja Frog, evade. Koga Ninja Frog, displaying agility, leapt to the left, narrowly avoiding the leaf storm. It was unlikely that such a move was naturally learned. It was most likely acquired via a technical machine. As long as the leaf storm did not connect, there would be no stat boosts. Koga Ninja Frog, charge forth and use Aerial Ace. Koga Ninja Frog swiftly approached the monarch snake, its left hand enveloped in white flying-type energy, launching a fierce assault. The monarch snake was sent soaring, and Koga Ninja Frog leaped above, its right foot similarly charged with flying energy, delivering a powerful kick. The monarch snake crashed to the ground, creating a crater and kicking up a cloud of dust. Yang Shi, witnessing the monarch snake's plight, was visibly distressed. Monarch snake, quickly use Giga Drain. The monarch snake lunged toward the grounded Koga Ninja Frog, but Koga Ninja Frog, caught off guard, found its arm ensnared by the monarch snake's tail. The monarch snake tightened its grip, siphoning Koga Ninja Frog's health to restore its own. Koga Ninja Frog, execute cut. Initially, Fang Mo had intended to suggest severing the monarch snake's tail, but upon recalling Yang Shi's presence, he refrained. The cut attack materialized into an energy blade, aimed directly at the monarch snake's tail. Release it, monarch snake. At that moment, the monarch snake relinquished its hold on Koga Ninja Frog's arm, causing Koga Ninja Frog to strike air. Upon acquiring the inexpensive Junju Shi, it swiftly retreated to create distance, while the ultimate move, Absorb, proved exceedingly effective against the Jiahe Renhua, dealing substantial damage and replenishing Junju Shi's health further. Jiahe Renhua unleashed its hard eye technique, preparing for another swift strike. Its eyes gleamed with a vibrant emerald light, locking its gaze firmly on Junju Shi. Subsequently, a swirling aura of flying energy enveloped Jiahe Renhua, accelerating its speed as it dashed toward Junju Shi. Yang Shi, fearing a second injury to Junju Shi, urgently called out for it to block with its Vine Whip. Junju Shi swung out 2 Vine Whips in an attempt to intercept Jiahe Renhua's attack. However, Jiahe Renhua, moving with greater swiftness, evaded the whips with agility and landed another strike with its swift return. Junju Shi was forced back several steps, teetering dangerously close to falling. Seizing the opportunity, Jiahe Renhua prepared to launch a water shuriken. With both hands, Jiahe Renhua quickly gathered energy, casting 5 water shurikens that flew rapidly toward Junju Shi. Junju Shi evaded quickly. Junju Shi attempted to dodge, but the previous attack had slowed its movements, resulting in it being struck by all 5 shurikens, causing considerable damage and eliciting a cry of pain. Yang Shi realized that if they continued to remain passive, Junju Shi would inevitably be defeated and thus resolved to take the initiative. Junju Shi, unleash Leaf Storm. Junju Shi concentrated its grass-type energy at the tip of its tail, swiftly executing Leaf Storm. The winds whipped up leaves, transforming the previously colorless gust into a vibrant green. Having already employed several techniques, Jiahe Renhua found it challenging to evade this leaf storm and deemed it prudent to employ Protect first. Jiahe Renhua raised its hands, channeling energy to form a green protective shield. The leaf storm collided with the shield, countless leaves scraping against it and leaving numerous marks, yet Jiahe Renhua remained unharmed. Junju Shi, unleash Leaf Storm again. Following the command, Junju Shi launched another leaf storm, shattering Jiahe Renhua's protective barrier. With the shield broken, Jiahe Renhua sustained damage from the leaf storm's impact, nearly being knocked away. Fortunately, Protect absorbed much of the damage, leaving Jiahe Renhua relatively unscathed. Nevertheless, having been hit, Junju Shi experienced a significant boost in its special attack. This development posed a considerable challenge, as the increase in special attack would undoubtedly amplify its damage output. Jiahe Renhua, unleash Blizzard. Jiahe Renhua gathered a substantial amount of ice-type energy, prompting Yang Shi to realize the urgency of the situation and hurriedly commanded Junju Shi to attack. Junju Shi, you too, employ Leaf Storm. Jiahe Renhua unleashed a powerful blizzard imbued with icy force, while Junju Shi executed Leaf Storm. The two formidable forces clashed violently in midair, intertwining and opposing one another, creating a chaotic arena filled with snowflakes and leaves. While Ice-type moves typically counter Grass-type moves, the power of Leaf Storm was slightly superior to that of Blizzard, especially with Junju Shi's enhanced special attack, rendering their attacks evenly matched. Just as the two techniques remained stalemated, Jiahe Renhua spotted a fleeting opening, concentrating its flying energy beneath its feet and charging forward in an instant. Junju Shi, observing the two attacks colliding, was suddenly confronted by Jiahe Renhua, caught unaware of its approach. In this moment of vulnerability, Jiahe Renhua executed swift return directly upon Junju Shi, sending it hurtling away. Yang Shi did not anticipate Jiahe Renhua's keen observation skills, realizing too late that it had swiftly identified the opportunity. Junju Shi was propelled against a large boulder, becoming dazed and incapacitated. Yang Shi rushed to Junju Shi's side, cradling it gently and applying medicine with a heart full of concern. Junju Shi lowered its head in self-reproach, prompting Yangshi to reassure it that it had performed admirably. Fang Mo also administered high-grade healing medicine to Jia Renhua, ultimately feeling too fatigued to bid farewell to Yangshi, leaving with his Pokémon instead. By the time Yangshi regained his senses, Fang Mo had already vanished from sight. Chapter 81. The Girl Who Fell and the Misunderstood Fang Mo. Fang Mo continued his journey, with Jia Renhua trailing closely behind him. A few small green caterpies were crawling beside a tree root, and Ti Lei Miao crouched down, observing them with a hint of a cold smile. The caterpies, spotting Ti Lei Miao, fled in panic, akin to frogs fleeing from snakes. In one swift motion, Ti Lei Miao dispatched several of the small creatures. Fang Mo affectionately ruffled Ti Lei Miao's head, saying, "Try to refrain from killing too many. A penchant for bloodshed is not virtuous." Miao ha. Ti Lei Miao nodded obediently, indicating that it would heed its master's advice. Approaching a small river, Fang Mo bent down to scoop some water and wash his face. Ti Lei Miao mimicked him, while Tian Xia Wang and Yin Ri Miao leapt into the water, splashing Jia Renhua in the process. Tian Xia Wang and Yin Ri Miao glanced back anxiously at Jia Renhua, fearing its wrath. To their surprise, Jia Renhua merely wiped the water from its face and continued observing its surroundings without a word. Seeing that Jia Renhua was not angered, the two relaxed and began playing in the water, splashing each other. What a cute cat. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Turning around, Fang Mo saw a 6-year-old girl rushing toward them. Upon arrival, she immediately hugged Ti Lei Miao from behind, provoking Ti Lei Miao's temper, which flared with the desire to retaliate against the child. Fang Mo quickly intervened, separating the girl from Ti Lei Miao. Despite being separated, the girl attempted to approach Ti Lei Miao again, causing Fang Mo's frustration to rise. He thought, if it weren't for my recent reluctance to harm anyone, this Navi child would have been a mere corpse by now. Ti Lei Miao distanced itself from the girl, retreating behind Fang Mo, who stood as a barrier to keep her at bay. Unable to embrace Ti Lei Miao, the girl began to wail loudly, prompting Jia Renhua and the others to gather, awaiting Fang Mo's command to deal with her. Fang Mo, too, felt tempted to draw his dagger against her. The sound of her cries resonated like a cursed melody, aggravating his irritation. "Hey Jia!" A man in his 20s rushed over, calling out to the girl. Upon hearing the man's voice, the girl immediately turned and ran toward him, narrowly escaping a dire fate. She leapt into the man's arms, crying, "Brother, that person bullied me. He wouldn't let me hug the cat. He.S. a bad man." Hearing her fabrications, Fang Mo clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at the girl, wishing to unleash his wrath upon her. Fortunately, the girl's brother was perceptive and reprimanded her. "Jia, how can you act like this? That Pokémon isn't yours. You have no right to complain if you can't hold it." The girl cried even louder. Yet Fang Mo's mood improved considerably. The brother approached Fang Mo to apologize, saying, "Sorry man, my sister has a bit of a temperament. Please don't take it to heart." Fang Mo exhaled in relief and nodded, indicating it was no trouble. The brother hurriedly introduced himself. "I'm Tang Yi. And this is my sister Tang Jia. We lost our family at a young age. I genuinely apologize for what just happened." Fang Mo, uninterested, simply turned and walked away. Lamenting without any relatives to sell pity is utterly futile, as if anyone truly has family. Tang Jia still wanted to cling to Ti Lei Miao, but Tang Yi promptly restrained her, preventing her from succeeding. Subsequently, Fang Mo paused to rest at the edge of a cliff, gently stroking Ti Lei Miao's head, offering comfort. "I will be more cautious in the future, ensuring those foolish children do not get close to you, alright?" Meowha. Although Ti Lei Miao still felt a twinge of annoyance, she chose not to pursue the matter, considering Fang Mo's presence. In the next moment, a sudden scream pierced the air above Fang Mo, causing him to instinctively retreat several steps while cradling Ti Lei Miao. Tang Jia plummeted from the cliff, originally intended to land atop Fang Mo, but fortunately, he had retreated just in time. Falling from such a height guaranteed death, and Tang Jia met her demise, leaving a pool of blood beneath her, a scene too horrific to describe. Fool! She fell off the cliff by herself. I had no hand in it. Had she landed on me, she might have survived, but thankfully I dodged, almost allowing this fool, Tang Jia, to live. Upon witnessing Tang Jia's death, Ti Lei Miao felt a mix of surprise and delight, astonished that such a person was swiftly punished. "Let us go. Her death has nothing to do with us." As Fang Mo turned, he spotted Tang Yi soaring towards him on his large beak Pokémon. "You again, brother. Have you seen my sister, Tang Jia?" Fang Mo casually gestured behind him and continued walking. Tang Yi glanced back, about to express his gratitude, but abruptly halted upon seeing Tang Jia's lifeless body. "Stop right there!" Tang Yi shouted furiously. Fang Mo, disdainful, replied slowly. "Your sister fell to her death by her own doing. It has nothing to do with me." Jia Ninja Frog and the others stepped protectively in front of Fang Mo. Tears streamed down Tang Yi's face as he glared at Fang Mo. "Nearly driven to madness. Just because my sister offended your Pokémon, you felt the need to kill her? Your sister's death is not my doing. I did nothing." I will kill you. I will take my revenge. With that, Tang Yi produced a Pokeball, releasing a level 20 Beedrill. His large beak Pokemon was only level 25. Attack, Beedrill and large beak Pokemon, eliminate him. Fang Mo regarded the charging Beedrill and large beak Pokemon with utter disdain, then waved his hand, and Jiahi Ninja Frog and Yin Ri Meow promptly engaged. With a critical hit, Jiahi Ninja Frog dispatched the large beak Pokemon, while Yin Ri Meow swiftly eliminated Beedrill with a blazing charge. After defeating Beedrill, Yin Ri Meow even leveled up, prompting a satisfied smile from Fang Mo. Enraged at the sight of his fallen Pokemon, Tang Yi charged forward, foolishly attempting to attack elite-level Pokemon with his mortal form. Jiahi Ninja Frog subdued Tang Yi with a swift move, bringing him before Fang Mo, bowing its head. Fang Mo grasped Tang Yi by the neck, locking eyes with him, reiterating, "Your sister's death was not my fault. Do you understand that?" Tang Yi retaliated with a kick to Fang Mo's abdomen, cursing, "You beast, lower than a beast." Fang Mo felt a sharp pain in his belly and staggered back. Jiahi Ninja Frog, furious, transformed into a pure white dagger, intent on killing him. Wait. At Fang Mo's command, Jiahi Ninja Frog, though enraged, regained its composure and stopped. Fang Mo shot a tranquilizer dart at Tang Yi, then commanded Jiahi Ninja Frog to release him. "Your sister's death is not on my hands, but you shall pay." Fang Mo drew a dagger and plunged it into Tang Yi's abdomen. Blood poured forth as the searing pain coursed through him. One strike was not enough. Fang Mo continued, shouting, "You forced my hand. You brought this upon yourself." In that moment, Fang Mo was blinded by rage. No Pokemon dared intervene, nor would they stop him. After delivering numerous blows, he finally ceased. Tang Yi was lifeless by then. Following Tang Yi's demise, time swiftly passed to the evening. Fang Mo, Jiahi Ninja Frog, and T-Lei Meow shared a joyful meal of grilled fish. Yin Ri Meow and Scorpy King, who enjoyed spicy food, sprinkled chili powder, while T-Lei Meow, disliking spice, opted out. Jiahi Ninja Frog and Baku Long were not picky, although they tended to eat more than necessary. Fang Mo affectionately patted Baku Long, saying, "Eat slowly. If there's not enough, we can catch more and grill them." Baku Long nuzzled against Fang Mo and continued devouring the delicious fish. Suddenly, Jiahi Ninja Frog stepped forward, claiming all the grilled fish and turning to leave. The other Pokemon looked on in confusion, but knowing Jiahi Ninja Frog was their elder brother, none dared to stop him. However, Fang Mo did not hesitate. He approached Jiahi Ninja Frog and directly asked, "If you still wish to eat, I can grill more for you. Let the others have some first." Jiahi Ninja Frog's expression sharpened as it raised a hand to strike Fang Mo. Just then, another Jiahi Ninja Frog leaped in, kicking aside the one that had threatened Fang Mo. Baku Long and the others were stunned. Bewildered by the sudden appearance of an identical Jiahi Ninja Frog, Fang Mo's mind raced. The one that had attempted to harm him must be a fake. Quick, surround the false Jiahi Ninja Frog. T-Lei Meow was the first to step in front of the real Jiahi Ninja Frog, and the other Pokemon quickly reacted, blocking the fake's path. The real Jiahi Ninja Frog, standing beside Fang Mo, felt a surge of anger. This imposter had dared to impersonate him and harm Fang Mo, an affront to his loyalty as the team's most devoted soldier. Fang Mo approached the imposter. Filled with countless suspicions, he realized that while this creature was indeed a Jiahi Ninja Frog, it was not his companion, it was a wild one. The creature soon revealed its true form, morphing into a gray fox walking on two legs. "Is that not Sualuo Yaku?" Fang Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated this wild Sualuo Yaku would disguise itself as Jiahi Ninja Frog, and it was already level 50. Fang Mo noticed that this Sualuo Yaku appeared wounded, its once gray fur stained with blood. Its legs trembled, and it struggled to stand. Baku Long and the others were poised and ready, awaiting Fang Mo's command. "Do you wish for some grilled fish? I can provide it for you." Fang Mo's words startled Jiahi Ninja Frog and the others. They feared that this Fang Mo might be a fake as well. For the usual Fang Mo was not this benevolent. Sualuo Yaku, wary of Fang Mo, thought of its starving offspring and nodded hesitantly. "You can have the grilled fish, but..." Upon hearing this, Jiahi Ninja Frog and the others breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed the true nature of the formidable Fang Mo. He must have some unreasonable condition to propose. "But you must allow me to tend to your wounds first." The 5 Pokemon gasped in surprise, and Jiahi Ninja Frog regarded Fang Mo with a strange look, taking a few steps back. "Rest assured, I am the real Fang Mo." Fang Mo felt a bit exasperated. Had he not always acted kindly? T-Lei Meow leaned closer to Fang Mo, sniffed him, and turned to inform everyone. "This is indeed the real Fang Mo." Fang Mo firmly ruffled T-Lei Meow's head and said, somewhat annoyed, "Even I have my doubts. It's truly a waste to have been kind to you all." T-Lei Meow, in a bid to please, wrapped its arms around Fang Mo and nuzzled against his hand. All right, Zoroark, what do you say? Do you agree?" Zoroark was uncertain whether this human genuinely intended to heal him or had ulterior motives. In truth, Fang Mo did have ulterior motives. Zoroark, being a Pokémon of such rarity, was nearly on par with mythical beings, and with its striking appearance and formidable power, who wouldn't desire it? Fang Mo's strategy was to elevate Zoroark's affection towards him by healing its wounds, hoping that Zoroark would come to see him as a benevolent human and eventually choose to become his Pokémon. One must admit, Fang Mo was quite cunning. Eventually, Zoroark conceded to allow Fang Mo to treat its injuries. After all, if Fang Mo truly meant to do him harm, Zoroark knew it would be futile to resist. So there was no need to hide behind the pretense of healing. The Scizor and Flareon made way for Zoroark, who settled beside Fang Mo. Greninja stood nearby, ready to intervene should Zoroark harbor any ill intentions. Fang Mo retrieved several bottles of high-grade healing potions, aware that Zoroark bore numerous wounds that required ample treatment. It might hurt a bit. If it becomes unbearable, just bite on the roasted fish, he suggested. Zoroark shook its head, determined not to eat the fish, wishing to take it home instead. Why are you so reluctant to eat? Aren't you hungry? Suddenly, Zoroark's stomach growled, clearly indicating its hunger, yet it stubbornly refused to eat, prompting Fang Mo to speculate that it wanted to save the fish for others. Fang Mo placed several fish on the grill and turned to Zoroark, saying, "If you can fill your belly, I will share those roasted fish with you." As Zoroark consumed the roasted fish, it felt a warmth in its heart. Seizing the opportunity while Zoroark was preoccupied with the fish, Fang Mo applied the healing potions to its injured areas. The moment the potion touched Zoroark's wounds, it felt intense pain, and it bit down hard on an entire roasted fish to distract itself. Zoroark, stand up. You have wounds all over that need treatment. After 5 or 6 minutes, Fang Mo finally finished applying the potions. Zoroark, panting, had nearly devoured the fish, leaving only 2. As the pain from its injuries gradually subsided, Zoroark recognized Fang Mo's kindness. He was the kindest person Zoroark had ever encountered. Unlike the hunters who previously sought to capture it for profit, Fang Mo genuinely aimed to assist. Subsequently, Fang Mo offered all the roasted fish to Zoroark, who felt touched, despite being a dark-type Pokémon. It was not devoid of emotion and could sense goodwill. Fang Mo was prepared to pull out a luxury ball to capture Zoroark. Who would have anticipated that Zoroark, clutching the roasted fish, would dash away at an astonishing speed? Just as Fang Mo was about to ask if Zoroark wished to accompany him, it vanished without a trace. At that moment, Fang Mo felt somewhat embarrassed, while Tile Meow pouted at him, still hungry since its master had given away all the roasted fish, leaving it unsatisfied. Haha, alright, let's go catch some more fish and enjoy the great outdoors. Fang Mo chuckled awkwardly, attempting to lighten the mood. Although Zoroark had departed that evening, he felt a premonition that they might meet again. Chapter 83, Entrusting Zoroark. By noon, Fang Mo crouched by the riverbank, unable to shake thoughts of Zoroark from the previous night. Sigh, such a powerful Pokémon, yet it cannot be mine. What a pity. Perhaps I should invest a considerable sum to acquire a Zoroark in the future, but obtaining one is no simple feat. They are rare commodities, and it is unlikely I could find one in Longja province. I might have better luck in places like the Imperial Capital or Magic City after the League tournament. Oh, my Zoroark, how I wish you would appear before me now. Just as Fang Mo contemplated this, a Zoroark dashed past him. That seems to be Zoroark. Oh, Zoroark. The Pokémon in training noticed Zoroark's arrival, which was cradling a Soryu. Zoroark spotted Fang Mo but was too preoccupied to linger and continued its escape. Suddenly, a Fearow swooped down, evidently at level 50. Fang Mo sprang to his feet as his Pokémon began to gather around him. Fearow, being sensitive to sunlight, would not typically venture out at midday when the sun was at its peak. Zoroark displayed a hint of fear upon seeing Fearow, tightly clutching Soryu and retreating a few steps. Soryu, frightened, gazed at Fearow, while Zoroark shielded Soryu's eyes from the sight. Fang Mo noticed that Zoroark's injuries from yesterday had not healed, and it now bore several new wounds, putting it in a severely weakened state. Meanwhile, a man clad in armor and riding a Charizard appeared. You escaped yesterday. Today, you won't get away. Fang Mo locked eyes with the man, who then sneered, "So? It's just a brat. You'd better scram. I'm in a good mood today and won't kill you." Fang Mo glared at the man, realizing he was a Pokémon hunter, and appeared more professional than the previous one, though not particularly formidable. The Charizard was likely level 50, and with the level 50 Fearow behind it, Fang Mo felt he could hold his own against them. Zoroark's injuries were caused not by a wild Pokémon, but by this hunter. "Zoroark, come to me." Zoroark hesitated but, recalling Fang Mo's kindness from the previous night, bravely limped towards him. With no other choice, Zoroark decided to trust Fang Mo. "Hey, brat. What do you think you're doing?" "That is my prey." The hunter scoffed. "What a fool. You're nothing." "Alright, then I'll take you down first." Charizard, Fearow, attack. The Pokémon hunter leaped from Charizard's back, commanding both it and Fearow to engage. Greninja, Flareon, take down Fearow. Gyarados and Scizor, go after Charizard. Tile Meow, stay back and protect me. At that moment, the hunter realized Fang Mo's Gyarados and Greninja were both shiny Pokémon, and he began to entertain nefarious thoughts of capturing them for a handsome profit. However, reality proved harsh. He overestimated his Charizard and Fearow, who were quickly overwhelmed. Gyarados unleashed a powerful water gun at Charizard, which barely evaded thanks to its speed. However, it soon faced the rock-type attack from Scizor, which struck fear into the already vulnerable Charizard. The rock pillars erupted beneath Charizard, amplifying the damage fourfold, sending it flying. Gyarados then targeted Charizard with another water gun, and it was evident that Charizard was nearing its breaking point. The battle continued on the side of Fearow. The remarkable Jiaohe Ninja Frog lost 5 flying water shurikens in quick succession, while the Zha-Ji Bat flapped its enormous wings, unleashing razor-sharp air blades to deflect the shurikens. At that moment, the fiery Meow dashed forward, executing a charged flame attack in an attempt to catch Zha-Ji Bat off guard. However, the seasoned Zha-Ji Bat skillfully evaded the oncoming assault, seizing the fleeting opportunity as Zha-Ji Bat dodged the attack from the fiery Meow. Jiaohe Ninja Frog unleashed an ice beam, truly catching Zha-Ji Bat unprepared this time. Ice-type moves are particularly effective against flying-type Pokémon, and Zha-Ji Bat nearly succumbed to the onslaught. The fiery Meow continued its advance toward Zha-Ji Bat, launching another charged flame attack. Exhausted from the relentless assault by both Jiaohe Ninja Frog and the fiery Meow, Zha-Ji Bat began to falter. Observing this unfavorable situation, the Pokémon hunter furrowed his brow and retrieved another Pokeball, releasing a Qihong Dragon. What? He possesses a Qihong Dragon? This creature appears to be at least level 55, which is indeed formidable. Yet, why did he not deploy such a powerful Pokémon from the outset? Upon closer inspection, F-Ing-M noticed significant injuries on the Qihong Dragon, with some wounds appearing darkened, likely inflicted by dark-type moves, presumably caused by S-Lu-YK. Despite its injuries, the Qihong Dragon's high level posed a considerable threat. Qihong Dragon used Dragon Rage. It leaped towards Jiaohe Ninja Frog, its body surging with draconic energy, delivering a powerful blow to Jiaohe Ninja Frog. The Ninja Frog's pupils dilated as it raised its arm to defend, but the Qihong Dragon's assault was overwhelming, sending Jiaohe Ninja Frog crashing into a large boulder, inflicting substantial damage. Taking advantage of Jiaohe Ninja Frog's moment of vulnerability, Zha-Ji Bat launched an attack on the fiery Meow, which, being only an elite-level Pokémon, had no means of resisting Zha-Ji Bat's onslaught. F-Ing-M had no choice but to command Scorpion King assist the fiery Meow in battling Zha-Ji Bat. Scorpion King rushed to join the fiery Meow in confronting Zha-Ji Bat, but they struggled to hold their ground and could not last much longer. Meanwhile, the fierce Lizard Dragon engaged in a one-on-one battle against the Fire Dragon. The pressure on the Fire Dragon significantly lessened as it soared into the sky, where it grappled with the fierce Lizard Dragon. Although the fierce Lizard Dragon also took to the air, its speed paled in comparison to that of the Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon, turning back, unleashed a flamethrower, while the fierce Lizard Dragon countered with a Hydro Pump, resulting in a back-and-forth clash between the two Pokémon. However, F-Ing-M's side had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. S-Lu-YK attempted to join the fray, but as it took a step forward, its wounds flared up. S-Lu-YK, do not move with such severe injuries. S-Lu watched with concern as S-Lu-YK, gritting its teeth against the pain, gently patted S-Lu's head in an effort to provide comfort. Nevertheless, S-Lu's worry persisted as it licked S-Lu-YK's wounds, hoping to alleviate its suffering. The Qihong Dragon charged once more towards Jiaohe Ninja Frog, executing Dragon Rage again, landing a punch against Jiaohe Ninja Frog's abdomen. The boulder on Jiaohe Ninja Frog shattered upon impact, underscoring the immense damage inflicted. F-Ing-M contemplated directly attacking the Pokémon hunter, but he was fully armed, rendering tranquilizer darts ineffective against him. The dagger's reach was insufficient for a stealthy strike, and the gloves proved useless for close combat. Observing Jiaohe Ninja Frog taking such a beating, S-Lu-YK gestured towards the Qihong Dragon's back. Following S-Lu-YK's indication, F-Ing-M indeed noticed a significant wound on the Qihong Dragon's back, with traces of Dark-type energy seeping out, clearly inflicted by S-Lu-YK. This suggested that Jiaohe Ninja Frog should aim for the Qihong Dragon's back. At that moment, the Qihong Dragon was in a state of confusion following its Dragon Rage. Jiaohe Ninja Frog felt a flow of water energy surging within, enhancing its water-type abilities, activating its Torrent ability. Jiaohe Ninja Frog, now is your chance. Strike the Qihong Dragon's back. Jiaohe Ninja Frog leapt into the air, channeling a vast amount of water-type energy, initially forming a standard-sized water shuriken. Subsequently, a continuous influx of water-type energy surged into the shuriken, causing it to rapidly enlarge until it transformed into an enormous water shuriken. Following F-Ing-M's command, Jiaohe Ninja Frog hurled the massive water shuriken at the Qihong Dragon's back. The colossal attack generated significant turbulence, drawing the Pokémon hunter's attention away from the Fire Dragon. The Qihong Dragon collapsed, leaving the Pokémon hunter utterly astonished that it had been defeated. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Fire Dragon, Zha-Ji Bat, return." Upon receiving the command, The fire dragon threw a smoke screen towards the fierce lizard dragon, momentarily obscuring its vision. Seizing the opportunity, the fire dragon retreated back to the Pokémon hunter's side, while Bat disengaged from the fight and returned. The Pokémon hunter mounted the fire dragon and flew towards the fallen Qihong dragon to retrieve it. Fang realized the hunter intended to flee and continued to command Jiaohan Ninja Frog to attack. Jiaohan Ninja Frog, quickly use Flying Water Shuriken. Do not let them escape. Jiaohan Ninja Frog launched several Flying Water Shurikens, all of which struck the fire dragon. The fire dragon, hit by the exceptionally effective Flying Water Shurikens, nearly plummeted from the sky, desperately flapping its wings to regain stability. In the commotion, the Pokémon hunter lost a hat that fell from his pocket. Attempting to retrieve it, the Pokémon hunter soon abandoned the effort, deeming it inconsequential. Subsequently, he threw a smoke bomb, enveloping the area in thick fog. The fierce lizard dragon unleashed a powerful gust, dispersing the smoke, but by the time it cleared, the Pokémon hunter and his Pokémon had vanished without a trace. Sighing, Fang felt a sense of closure. Suddenly, Slu coughed up blood. Startling Fang, Slu was thoroughly frightened, tears streaming down its face. With its last ounce of strength, Slu entrusted Slu to Fang, uttering a few final words. Slu looked at Fang, pointed towards Slu, and made a gesture of pleading. Are you asking me to take care of Slu? Slu nodded, knowing it was nearing its limit. Slu was still too young and lacked survival skills in the wild. Entrusting it to Fang was the best choice. Moreover, it believed in Fang's character. Ultimately, Slu could no longer hold on and collapsed, leaving Fang stunned at the demise of such a powerful and noble Pokémon. Slu broke free from Fang's embrace, rushing to Slu's side, weeping bitterly. In Chapter 84, the seed of vengeance begins to sprout. Slu wept beside Slu's body, while Fang stood quietly nearby, allowing it the time to grieve. Let it cry for a while, to vocalize its sorrow and release its pent-up emotions. It is indeed a pitiable Pokémon, much like myself, devoid of any family. Suddenly, Fang noticed the hat dropped by the Pokémon hunter and approached to retrieve it, hoping to uncover some clues. To his surprise, the hat bore a distinctive V engraving. Hastily, he compared it to the hat he had seized in Shu Wai Town. They were identical. This Pokémon hunter was indeed a member of the Blood Wolf team, thus providing a trail to follow. In the future, finding him would only require some inquiries about the Blood Wolf team. Fang cautiously approached Slu, who looked at him with fear, attempting to hide in Slu's embrace, but found it impossible. Slu, do not be afraid. I will not harm you. With that, Fang produced an energy cube for Slu, who was clearly in a state of hunger. Gazed at the energy cube in Fang Mo's hand, hesitating, torn between the desire to partake and the fear of approaching. Do not be afraid. I promised your mother that I would take good care of you. This reminder of her mother, Suya Ku, echoed in her mind, urging her to follow this human diligently, to grow strong, and to be obedient. Resolutely, she stepped forward, timidly taking small bites of the energy cube. Fang Mo tentatively reached out to stroke her head. Initially startled, she soon realized he meant no harm and allowed him to pet her. Sualuya, I understand that you are grieving the loss of your loved ones, but you must not succumb to despair. Tears will not mend the situation. However, memories of her mother overwhelmed her, and she began to weep once more. Fang Mo, recognizing her sorrow, enveloped her in his embrace, allowing her to bury her head against him as she sobbed, her tears soaking his clothes. He offered gentle pats on her back, seeking to comfort her in his own way. There, do not cry. Your mother would not wish to see you in such distress. Gradually, her tears subsided, although her body trembled with lingering grief. Fang Mo then produced a small cake from Tilly Meow and offered it to Sulia. Observing her receive something meant for her, Tilly Meow grew irate and tugged at Fang Mo's sleeve, expressing her displeasure. Though he sympathized with Tilly Meow, he felt compelled to alleviate Sulia's sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, he leaned down and whispered to Tilly Meow. Please understand, she has just lost a family member and is quite heartbroken. Seeing Sulia's pitiful expression softened Tilly Meow's heart. Although she had not experienced such loss herself, she could still empathize. Thus, Tilly Meow consented to share her cake with Sulia. The aroma of the cake made Sulia's stomach rumble, and after tasting a small bite, she was astonished by its deliciousness. Clutching the cake, she devoured it within moments. Tilly Meow, seeing Sulia enjoy the cake, approached with her own dessert, standing on tiptoe to present it to her. As Sulia savored the cake, she observed Tilly Meow's kindness and realized that not all Pokémon in the world were malevolent. Previously, under Sulia's care, they had lived a life of constant peril, as rare Pokémon like them were coveted by Pokémon hunters. The warmth enveloping her heart prompted Sulia to nuzzle Fang Mo's face affectionately. Fang Mo sensed it was time to divulge the identity of her mother's murderer, believing there was no point in concealing it any longer. Sualuya, listen closely. The one who harmed your mother has just fled. Do you wish to take revenge? Upon hearing the word revenge, A surge of fury ignited within Sulia. She thought, why was my mother killed? We did nothing wrong. I will avenge her. I will eliminate the one responsible. The primal instincts of her dark-type nature surged forth, revealing her ruthless disposition. A seed of vengeance had been planted in her heart, destined to blossom when she next encountered that Pokémon hunter. With fiery determination in her eyes, Sulia nodded emphatically, indicating her resolve to seek vengeance. Will you join me? Together we shall grow stronger. I will aid you in finding your mother's killer, and you shall have the opportunity to exact your revenge. Fang Mo presented a luxury ball before her. Sulia bravely extended her hand, pressing the button in the center, and was promptly drawn into the ball. It quivered slightly before settling, signifying her successful capture. Once inside, Fang Mo released her again. Standing before him, he locked eyes with Sulia, then crouched down to gently pat her head. Sulia, I look forward to your guidance as I nurture your strength. The other Pokémon, including the Froakie, gathered around to welcome their new companion. However, Sulia felt a flicker of trepidation, especially upon seeing the fearsome Sizer and Gyarados. Their intimidating appearances nearly frightened her. Noticing her apprehension, Fang Mo reassured her, do not fear. They were just aiding you against your enemy. Realizing they had been her allies, Sulia's fear dissipated, replaced by gratitude. Tilly Meow approached, playfully tossing her flower bud in front of Sulia to cheer her up. Laughter bubbled from Sulia, and she thought, Mother truly chose wisely. These are good beings who care for me. Fang Mo examined Sulia's status, eager to discern her potential. Pokémon, Sulia. Gender, male. Level, 13. Ability, Illusion. Known moves, Scratch, Leer. Taunt, Fury Swipes, Fury Cutter. Inherited moves, Dark Pulse, Telekinesis, Ambush. Quite impressive. All three inherited moves possess significant power and will be advantageous in battle. It was unexpected for a wild Sulia to have such remarkable abilities. I am fortunate to have captured him. With diligent training, he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable Sulia-ku, a tremendous asset in my journey. As they traveled onward, it was imperative to gather information about the Bloodwolf team. For I had promised this young one my assistance in avenging his mother. I can deceive everyone, but I cannot deceive my Pokémon. Chapter 85, The Ruthless Sulia. Since embracing the resolve for vengeance, Sulia's training intensified, with no aspect of speed or strength neglected. Fang Mo urged him to practice his inherited moves as well. Sulia opened his mouth to gather dark energy, slowly condensing it into a dark purple sphere before unleashing a dark pulse that struck a massive boulder, merely creating some fissures. Disheartened by the outcome, Sulia displayed his dissatisfaction. Fang Mo knelt beside him, gently ruffling his small head, offering comfort. Do not be disheartened, your level is still low. Once you reach elite status, you will easily shatter such a large boulder. Fang Mo's words rekindled Sulia's confidence, prompting him to try Dark Pulse again. How about we have Froakie demonstrate for you? Sulia eagerly nodded, admiring Froakie, whom he regarded as equally formidable as his mother. Following Fang Mo's command, Froakie stepped forward, and Sulia stood beside him, anticipating his attack. Fang Mo pointed to a massive boulder for Froakie to target. Froakie swiftly concentrated an even denser and more potent dark energy than Sulia had managed, forming a larger dark purple sphere. Subsequently, a more robust dark pulse surged forth, striking the boulder and obliterating it into fragments that scattered in all directions. Was profoundly shaken by the formidable wave of evil energy, her eyes widening in awe and envy, while simultaneously feeling a tinge of inferiority. Despite being a manifestation of evil energy, the disparity in power was striking. Kakashi, the frog ninja, turned to her and offered a few encouraging words. Although Fang Mo could not comprehend the language, he could discern the gradual emergence of confidence in his expression, indicating that Kakashi was indeed offering words of encouragement. Fang Mo was reminded of a wondrous candy he had previously fed to, which had resulted in an immediate elevation of 3 levels. Overwhelmed by the newfound strength coursing through her, was elated. Can you transform into the likeness of Kakashi? Fang Mo was eager to witness the manifestation of unique ability, a characteristic exclusive to the Zoroa lineage. In the realm of the game, its utility paled in comparison to its real-world significance. If could memorize the appearance of every Pokémon, she could potentially replicate them all. With unwavering determination, focused intently on Kakashi, channeling her energy to alter her form, she successfully transformed into an image reminiscent of Kakashi, albeit with certain discrepancies. Her fur color remained unchanged, and upon closer inspection, her pupils retained their original hue. Most notably, her height remained that of her original stature. Strangely enough, she appeared rather endearing, akin to a miniature version of Kakashi. Even Kakashi couldn't suppress a chuckle, bending down to gently pat the head of the mini Kakashi. As proficiency in utilizing her ability was clearly not on par with her mother's. It seemed that Zoroark had merely observed Kakashi for a few minutes before flawlessly transforming into him. At that moment, even Fang Mo had struggled to distinguish the two. As the imitation was nearly impeccable, you must consistently hone your ability. It is of great value, Fang Mo urged. Now, Shall we engage in some practical combat? Upon hearing the prospect of a battle, could not help but feel a pang of anxiety, having rarely fought under her mother's protection. Fear not, it is quite simple. Fang Mo reassured her. Nonetheless, trailed behind Fang Mo, her apprehension unabated. Kakashi and the others followed suit. As Fang Mo sought out a Pokémon of a lower level to ensure victory, thereby bolstering her confidence. Eventually, he set his sights on a suitable target, a Nidoran. This Pokémon would evolve at level 16, and its current state indicated it had yet to reach that threshold, whereas had already surpassed it. With the advantage in both level and skills, defeating it should prove effortless for. Nidoran eyed Fang Mo's group warily, contemplating escape, but was thwarted by the presence of Kakashi. Surrounded on all sides by Fang Mo's Pokémon, Nidoran had no choice but to face the seemingly weakest among them. Use whatever move you wish. Fang Mo instructed, nodded nervously, gazing at Nidoran, which, despite a similar size, appeared formidable. Nidoran charged at her, its poisonous barbs aimed menacingly. Unleash your Psyshock. As Nidoran barreled toward her, summoned her psychic energy. The intangible force of psychic power bore down on Nidoran, halting its advance and pinning it to the ground. The effectiveness of the psychic move against the poison-type Nidoran was remarkable, eliciting an expression of pain from it. As slowly opened her eyes, she was astonished. She had anticipated being knocked away, but was instead empowered by her own abilities. Unleash your wave of evil. With a growing sense of confidence, rapidly gathered dark energy, forming a purple-black sphere in her mouth before releasing another wave of evil energy directed at Nidoran. Just as Nidoran broke free from the psychic hold, it was met with the oncoming wave of evil. It could only watch helplessly as the attack struck, eliciting a cry of distress as Nidoran was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and losing its ability to fight. Observing the fallen Nidoran's eyes glimmered with surprise. She had not expected victory to come so easily. Hooray! She exclaimed, turning to Fang Mo, her excitement palpable as she called out joyfully. It is not over yet. Can you deliver another wave of evil to finish off Nidoran? Suddenly, joy dissipated, and she swallowed hard, gazing at the fallen Nidoran with hesitation. Remember how your mother was slain by Pokémon hunters. If you do not act decisively, you too may fall victim to such hunters. Do not hesitate to finish Nidoran. Fang Mo's words ignited a flame of fury within, reminding her of the detestable Pokémon hunter. And she turned her gaze back to Nidoran with a burgeoning desire to strike. With determination, opened her mouth and rapidly condensed another purple-black energy sphere, unleashing yet another powerful wave of evil. The attack struck Nidoran once more, inflicting devastating damage that sent it crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nidoran weakly opened its eyes, barely clinging to life. Without needing further prompting from Fang Mo, unleashed another wave of evil. This final strike extinguished any remaining signs of life in Nidoran. Hooray! Roared in triumph, venting her anger. She would no longer weep. She would avenge her mother and eliminate those Pokémon hunters. This was precisely what Fang Mo desired, a ruthless and relentless. For only such a transformation would render her stronger. Meanwhile, Tilly Meow felt a sense of inferiority, had not hesitated to take a life. While she had not been able to do so in her own time, Fang Mo noticed Tilly Meow's expression and gently patted her head, offering consolation. There is no reason for you to feel inferior. It is inherently an evil-type Pokémon, and taking life is ingrained in its nature. However, as a grass-type Pokémon, your willingness to confront such actions indicates your exceptional nature. Encouraged by Fang Mo's words, Tilly Meow began to take pride in herself, puffing out her chest with newfound confidence. Fang Mo smiled, stroking her little head affectionately. Chapter 86. The Vast Prairie, the Fire Lion Herd. After capturing, Fang Mo continued on his journey. Having traversed the dense forest for quite some time, 2 weeks later, he finally emerged from the thicket into an expansive grassland. Had made remarkable progress, advancing 5 levels in just 2 weeks and quickly approaching maturity, driven by her desire for vengeance. Tilly Meow had increased by 3 levels, demonstrating her commitment to training. Kakashi, on the other hand, had only gained 1 level, which was quite normal. After reaching the elite tier, each level typically required a week or 2 of effort. The Gyarados had hit a plateau, having failed to break through for 3 consecutive weeks. The fiery Meow had finally reached level 39, tantalizingly close to achieving true elite status. Yet despite her efforts, she had yet to grasp the threshold of evolution. The Scorpion King had also progressed by 2 levels, and with a bit more diligence. Surpassing 3 levels would not be an issue. As Fang Mo wandered across the prairie, Kakashi and the others remained steadfastly by his side. Having traversed deserts and snowy mountains, he now found himself on the grasslands, feeling quite fatigued. At that moment, 5 Doduo came running towards him, which sparked an idea in Fang Mo's mind. Kakashi, unleash your wave of evil and strike one of the Doduo. Kakashi raised his hand, gathering purple-black energy, before unleashing the wave of evil with great force. The malevolent pulse of evil precisely struck a Doduo, toppling it with overwhelming force. Fang Mo promptly hurled a red and white Pokeball, successfully capturing it. The remaining Doodoo scattered in all directions, abandoning their companion without a second thought. Fang Mo approached to retrieve the Pokeball and released his newly acquired mount. The Doodoo remained in a state of unconsciousness, having been knocked out by the powerful Geninja. Fang Mo administered a dose of high-grade healing spray, and soon after, the Doodoo awakened, lively and energetic once more. Fang Mo mounted the Doodoo, which, albeit reluctantly, complied and began to walk. Upon examining the Doodoo's information, Fang Mo noted its level was merely 31, lacking any inherited moves, and its development could only be described as mediocre. Alas, such a lack of utility. Once they exited the grasslands, it would lose its value, and perhaps he would have to release it then. Riding the Doodoo made Fang Mo's journey considerably easier, with Geninja and the others following closely behind. Meow appeared somewhat fatigued, tugging at Fang Mo's clothing, yearning for him to carry her. Meow, do you wish to join me up here? Meow. Fang Mo hesitated, fearing that if he lifted Meow, the other Pokemon might perceive it as unfair, leading to a decrease in loyalty. Geninja, Tianxiawang. Yin Meow, Sualuoya, do you wish to ride? Geninja, Tianxiawang, and Yin Meow promptly declined, expressing no desire to be carried. Sualuoya hesitated, feeling weary, yet apprehensive about disappointing Fang Mo. Fang Mo gently picked Sualuoya up, saying, "You are still small. Come and sit with me for a while." Sualuoya, touched by Fang Mo's concern, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and vowed to remain loyally devoted to him. Subsequently, Fang Mo lifted Meow as well, affectionately ruffling her little head, prompting her to nuzzle against his palm contentedly. As they continued on their way, Fang Mo spotted several Kung-Tai Luo grazing in the grass. The sight of Kung-Tai Luo elicited a chuckle from Fang Mo, for they were famously captured by Ash in abundance, as any Pokemon anime viewer would know. Although there were 3 other variants of Kung-Tai Luo, this vast plain seemed to host only the common type. Fang Mo took out his Pokédex, aiming it at a Kung-Tai Luo to gather information. Kung-Tai Luo, the rampaging bull Pokemon, is energetic and has a fiery temperament. Once it begins to run, it will not cease until it collides with something. Observing the Kung-Tai Luo swaying its 3 tails, Tianxiawang suddenly conceived a mischievous idea. Sneaking up behind the grazing Kung-Tai Luo, it pinched its tail with its pincers. The sudden pain caused Kung-Tai Luo to jerk its head up, glaring furiously at Tianxiawang, enraged. Kung-Tai Luo, already known for its fiery temperament, was further provoked by Tianxiawang's antics. Unfazed, Tianxiawang dismissed the threat. This Kung-Tai Luo was not even level 20, posing no significant danger. After scraping its hooves, Kung-Tai Luo charged at Tianxiawang with its horns lowered. Under the immense level disparity, Tianxiawang effortlessly seized its horns, lifting the entire creature into the air. In a state of suspension, Kung-Tai Luo thrashed wildly, its weight increasing with every struggle. Tianxiawang ultimately flung Kung-Tai Luo aside, sending it rolling across the grass. Meow and Sualuoya found great amusement in the spectacle, while Fang Mo could do little to rein in the domineering Tianxiawang. If it wished to play, let it be. After all, they were merely wild Kung-Tai Luo, and their demise would bear no consequence. Upon rising, Kung-Tai Luo was even more incensed, vowing to take revenge on Tianxiawang. As Kung-Tai Luo prepared to charge once more, Tianxiawang braced itself for a serious confrontation. Kung-Tai Luo surged forward, and Tianxiawang executed a spike attack, causing sharp pillars to erupt from the ground. Completely unaware of its surroundings, Kung-Tai Luo was impaled by the protruding spikes. When it landed, it lay still, likely rendered unconscious. A motionless Kung-Tai Luo was no longer of interest, and Tianxiawang turned to resume following Fang Mo suddenly. Doodoo froze in place, casting a fearful glance ahead. Fang Mo followed its gaze and beheld a male fire lion blocking their path. The male fire lion bore a striking resemblance to a lion, adorned with a magnificent mane of red and yellow. Behind it, several female fire lions and a few cubs hurriedly approached. Although they had trespassed into the hunting territory of the fire lions, Fang Mo remained unperturbed. Only the male fire lion was of the elite level. The others were merely mature, and this male was only just entering the elite tier. The fire lions cautiously advanced towards Fang Mo, while Geninja and the others remained poised for action. Yin Meow stepped forward, brimming with determination, glaring at the male fire lion, ready for battle. "What is this, Yin Meow? Do you wish to take on that fire lion alone?" "Meow? Very well, Geninja. You and the others block the other fire lions and cubs, ensuring they do not interfere with Yin Meow's duel with the male fire lion." "Understood." Geninja dashed forward, with Tianxiawang following closely, while Sualuoya and Meow leaped down from Doodoo to join the fray. At this moment, Yin Meow and the male fire lion locked eyes. In terms of size and presence, Yin Meow was indeed at a disadvantage, but its strength was not to be underestimated. The male fire lion let out an intimidating roar, attempting to intimidate Yin Ri Meow, who defiantly responded with a fierce roar of its own. The battle commenced immediately. As the fight began, Yin Ri Meow's Intimidate ability activated, instilling a sense of dread in the male fire lion, which resulted in a reduction of its physical attack. Yin Ri Meow, continue with a clap attack. Then use Swords Dance to enhance your power. Yin Ri Meow swiftly approached the male fire lion, delivering a powerful slap that momentarily disoriented it, causing it to flinch. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Ri Meow spun rapidly, surrounding itself with swirling blades to significantly bolster its physical attack. Once the male fire lion regained its composure, it let out a furious roar and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Yin Ri Meow. Yin Ri Meow, evade and execute a double kick. Yin Ri Meow adeptly leaped aside, dodging the fiery onslaught. In the blink of an eye, it powered forward, delivering a rapid double kick. The first kick landed squarely on the male fire lion's chest, eliciting a grunt of pain and causing it to sway. Before it could stabilize, Yin Ri Meow's second kick struck its cheek, nearly toppling it to the ground. Furious and embarrassed, the male fire lion, a natural-born king among Pokémon, could not accept defeat. Shaking its head, it opened its mouth again, this time unleashing an even more ferocious and faster blast of flames. Yin Ri Meow, quickly use Protect. Yin Ri Meow summoned a verdant shield, absorbing the flames that struck it, though the shield began to crack under the pressure. The male fire lion, however, gathered a massive amount of energy in its mouth, instantly releasing a devastating pure white beam known as Hyper Beam. The pure white beam shattered Yin Ri Meow's protective shield, striking it directly. The impact resulted in a violent explosion, sending Yin Ri Meow flying, landing heavily and sustaining injuries. The male fire lion, having expended its Hyper Beam, found itself momentarily paralyzed and unable to move. Yin Ri Meow, now is your chance. It cannot move. Unleash Flare Blitz. Struggling to rise, Yin Ri Meow's eyes ignited with fury as it prepared to retaliate. The power of fire attributes enveloped YNRMEO, transforming into searing flames that engulfed its entire being. YNRMEO dashed forward, colliding fiercely with YNSH. The latter, unable to move, could only watch in horror as YNRMEO barreled toward it. The immense impact sent YNSH careening uncontrollably through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. After recovering from paralysis, YNSH managed to rise again, but even with its doubled resistance, the enhanced SH New York NCH NGF ing still inflicted considerable damage. Yet, it seemed that YNRMEO suffered even more, having just executed SH New York NCH NGF ing, incurring significant pain itself. YNSH lunged at YNRMEO, initiating a fierce melee. It unleashed YO-Su, sinking its teeth into YNRMEO, who struggled to endure the overwhelming agony. Come now, YNRMEO, unleash NLN and show it your strength. The power of the dragon attribute surged through YNRMEO, filling its limbs with wild, untamed energy, allowing it to swat YNSH away effortlessly. Though YNSH clawed at the ground to mitigate the force of the blow, the pain it sustained was undeniable. With eyes aflame, YNRMEO charged toward YNSH, who retaliated with a torrent of flames in an attempt to thwart the advance. The flames scorched YNRMEO's body, yet it did not falter. It landed a strike upon YNSH's head. The force of the blow caused YNSH to misdirect its fiery breath, and YNRMEO swiftly followed up with another strike to YNSH's abdomen, sending it flying. As YNSH crashed to the ground, a wave of searing pain coursed through its body, rendering it nearly immobile. Although YNRMEO was momentarily disoriented, YNSH was also on the brink of collapse, likely facing imminent defeat. Just as Fang Mo believed victory was assured, YNSH's aura surged dramatically. It felt an inexhaustible power welling within, rising to its feet and unleashing a roar that proclaimed its regal might. By heavens, this YNSH has leveled up at a critical juncture. Surely, it possesses the script of a protagonist. YNSH unleashed another torrent of flames, this time more ferocious than before, brimming with potent fire energy. The explosion sent YNRMEO flying, leaving it with multiple burns as it gradually regained consciousness. YNSH inched closer, gathering fire energy in its maw for an even more devastating flame attack. Terror flickered in YNRMEO's eyes. It yearned to evade, but its injuries forbade escape. A more powerful surge of flames erupted, engulfing YNRMEO and exacerbating its wounds, eliciting a pained cry. This cannot continue. YNRMEO will truly perish. Fang Mo retrieved the Pokeball containing BOLL-ing, preparing to summon it to eliminate YNSH. Suddenly, a dazzling white light radiated from YNRMEO, causing YNSH to halt its fiery assault, instinctively retreating a step in trepidation. Fang Mo, initially intent on releasing BOLL-ing, was struck by the possibility of evolution. YNRMEO's form began to shift, transitioning from quadrupedal to bipedal, as its limbs elongated and thickened, and its facial structure transformed. As the white light dissipated, YNRMO emerged as the more imposing CHYNPOXYOH. Having evolved and reached the elite tier, CHYNPOXYOH flexed its neck, relishing its newfound strength, then fixed its gaze on HUYNSH. Its expression hardening with lethal intent. CHYN, the evolved creature roared, its presence utterly overwhelming HUYNSH. Fang Mo's other Pokémon looked on in awe at the magnificent transformation. Congratulations on your evolution, CHYNPOXYOH, but the battle must continue. I believe you now know that move. Unleash DDJ NGUB. With a fierce cry, CHYNPOXYOH charged at HUYNSH, who frowned and unleashed another fiery attack. CHYNPOXYOH spread its arms wide, spinning rapidly, enveloped in dark energy, transforming into a crimson whirlwind as it executed DDJ NGUB. The flames spewed by HUYNSH were effortlessly deflected, and CHYNPOXYOH continued its assault. The sheer force of the DDJ NGUB sent HUYNSH flying, its pupils constricting in pain from the strike. CHYNPOXYOH soared into the air, its hands forming a cross as it descended upon HUYNSH, delivering a decisive cross slash. The attack struck a vital point, sending HUYNSH plummeting to the ground, creating a large crater upon impact. CHYNPOXYOH landed beside the defeated creature. CHYNPOXYOH, finish it. It executed another cross slash, sealing HUYNSH's fate. The battle of lion and tiger culminated in the triumph of CHYNPOXYOH, the tiger. Jaha, our NWA, and the others had already dealt with the female HUYNSH and the small lion cubs, joining Fang Mo's side. The HUYNSH pack that had intended to hunt them had been utterly vanquished, with none surviving. Fang Mo patted CHYNPOXYOH's robust muscles, chuckling. Well done, CHYNPOXYOH. You evolved at a crucial moment and reached the elite level. CHYNPOXYOH blushed at the compliment, its fierce demeanor from battle dissipating. Fang Mo examined the information on CHYNPOXYOH, noting numerous new moves. Pokémon, CHYNPOXYOH, gender, male. Level, 40. Ability, Intimidate. Known moves, Grasp, Roar, Ember, Lick, Howl, Swords Dance, Protect, Fury Swipes, Bite, Charge Flame Strike, Double Kick, Flame Fang, NLN. SH New York NCHNGFing, Frightening Face, Bluff, Flamethrower, Abyssal Spike, Cross Slash, Bodybuilding, DDJ NGUB. Inherited moves, Slap Surprise, Throwdown, Arrogance. Oh, finally evolved. With the elite CHYNPOXYOH by my side, the strength of my team shall ascend to new heights. Chapter 88. So you have dark attributes too. Having vanquished the HUYNSH pack, YNRMO successfully evolved into CHYNPOXYOH. Fang Mo continued his journey across the grasslands atop DDL, with CHYNPOXYOH now evolved. It would be quite some time before TLMO could evolve into HUNGMO, as it still needed to reach the requisite level of over 10 levels. As for Sulu Y, its evolution level seemed to be 30, and little Sulu Y had just reached level 21, likely needing a few more months. Time indeed flies. It seems I have been traveling for 5 months. With only 19 months remaining until the league competition and having collected just 2 badges, I reassured myself that there was still ample time. Jaha, our NWA. Water and Dark type. CHYNPOXYOH, Fire and Dark type. TNXWing, Ground and Flying type. BOLLing, Water and Flying type. Sulu Y, Dark type. TLMO, Grass type. Why do I possess so many Dark type Pokémon without realizing it? Fang Mo mused. After TLMO evolves into HUNGMO, it will also be a Grass and Dark type. And BOLLing's Mega Evolution will yield a Water and Dark type. Thus, the only Pokémon in my team that lacks any association with Dark types is TNXWing, although even it shares a slight resemblance. Oh, so you all possess Dark attributes as well. Jaha, our NWA, and the others were left speechless, having forgotten about their own attributes after so long. I cannot be blamed. When I think of Jaha, our NWA, the first attribute that comes to mind is undoubtedly Water. Similarly, when considering CHYNPOXYOH, I think of Fire. HUNGMO gives the impression of being purely Grass type. Who would remember that several of them possess malevolent attributes? Specializing in the dark arts? It seems rather intriguing, does it not? For a person as benevolent and filled with love as I am, it seems somewhat inappropriate to delve into the specialization of malevolence. What if I were to become a king in the future? Then I would be known as the King of Darkness. Thus, I shall embrace this dark specialization. I find it quite appealing. To achieve one's goals by any means necessary, cold-hearted and merciless, treating lives as mere trifles. What admirable qualities. I truly wish to learn from them. Having decided on the path of darkness, does this mean I can only capture dark-type Pokémon? Certainly not. If I encounter other types of Pokémon that I fancy, I shall capture them as well. After all, a certain champion of the dragon type has most of his Pokémon as flying types. Yet he is still recognized as the dragon champion. At that moment, a Darubi appeared, glaring fiercely at Fang Mo. However, upon sensing the terrifying pressure from Fang Mo's other Pokémon, it scurried away in defeat. Darubi, how intriguing. Once you arrive, you shan't escape. Gekuga, Blaziken, and Scizor intercept it. Gekuga dashed forward, blocking Darubi's path. Darubi attempted to flee to the right, only to find Blaziken waiting. Turning left, it was met by Scizor. Darubi glanced at them, instinctive fear flooding its mind. Darubi, being a fire and dark-type Pokémon, since I have committed to specializing in darkness, I might as well capture a dark-type Pokémon first. Zorua, go forth. Zorua leapt from Deduli's back, advancing towards Darubi, letting out a roar to bolster its own presence. Darubi, being a fellow dark-type Pokémon, retaliated with a fiery spark attack. Zorua effortlessly dodged the spark, looking provocatively at Darubi, completely disregarding it. Darubi, growing increasingly incensed, charged forward, exposing its sharp teeth, enveloped in dark energy, clearly utilizing Bite. Zorua, unleash Dark Pulse. A purple-black wave of darkness erupted from Zorua's mouth, sending the charging Darubi flying. Darubi, refusing to concede, stood up and charged once more, attempting to use Bite. Foolish. Zorua, once more, unleash Dark Pulse. Zorua gathered dark energy and unleashed another powerful Dark Pulse. Darubi was struck hard, unable to withstand the blow, collapsing with swirling eyes and losing its ability to battle. Alas, this Darubi appears rather dim-witted. At this moment, Fang Mo threw a great ball, successfully capturing Darubi. Zorua returned to Fang Mo's embrace, seeking praise, which Fang Mo readily provided by petting its head. Zorua truly is remarkable, defeating a wild Pokémon in just 2 moves. Zorua delighted in Fang Mo's affection and praise, while Tilly Meow puffed up its cheeks, feeling a tinge of jealousy, vowing to perform admirably next time to earn praise from their master. Fang Mo, eager to examine Darubi's information, wondered how many inherited moves it possessed. Pokémon, Darubi. Gender, male. Level, 16. Ability, Intimidate. Known moves, Glare, Spark, Howl, Smog, Roar, Bite. Inherited moves, none. Alas, it turns out to be a useless creature, all my efforts wasted. With no utility whatsoever, Fang Mo promptly released Darubi. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be only 0.5 meters tall, whereas Darubi's normal stature is 0.6 meters, clearly underdeveloped. This specimen is of no value. Its ability is futile, providing me no assistance in training. It is better to release it early. After being released, Darubi remained in a state of unconsciousness. This creature should be able to summon its comrades with its cries. I shall awaken it and have it call forth more Darubi and Houndoom, so I can select the finest among them. Gekuga, use Water Gun to awaken it. Gekuga sprayed Water Gun onto Darubi's face, the cold water jolting it awake. Injured and unable to stand, Darubi glared at Fang Mo, baring its sharp teeth in an attempt to intimidate him. Quickly summon your companions, or I shall strike you down. Darubi let out a fierce cry at Fang Mo, igniting his temper. Gekuga, give it a couple of slaps. Control your strength, do not kill it. Gekuga lifted Darubi and slapped its face on either side, leaving it red and aggrieved as it looked at Gekuga, too intimidated to retaliate. I shall ask you once more, summon your kin to rescue you, or I shall strike you again. This time, Darubi complied, and after being set down, it called out to the sky several times, its cries reaching its kin. Ha ha. Now I await the arrival of Houndoom and Darubi. Soon, I shall have my 7th Pokémon candidate. As Darubi's cries ceased, Fang Mo sat upon Deduli's back, awaiting patiently. Even the Fire Lion is merely of elite rank. I truly do not believe Houndoom possesses the prowess of a ruler. Observing the Darubi lying on the ground, Fang Mo signaled to Gekuga. Understanding immediately, Gekuga swiftly executed a decisive strike, eliminating Darubi before it could react. Fang Mo nodded approvingly, quite satisfied with Gekuga's actions. Indeed, Gekuga and I share a remarkable rapport. After all, it is my first Pokémon. Gekuga contemplated disposing of Darubi's remains, but Fang Mo gestured for it to refrain. I intend to use this corpse to provoke the Houndoom pack. Disposing of it now would be a waste. After a few minutes, the sounds of footsteps and growls approached, causing the surrounding wild Pokémon to flee in terror, yet Fang Mo remained unmoved, even feeling a thrill of excitement. The Houndoom pack emerged before Fang Mo, comprising 7 or 8 Houndoom and over 10 Darubi, totaling more than 20. One Houndoom, the largest, and evidently the leader, was the only one at the elite level, clearly dominating the pack. The leader glared furiously at the corpse of Darubi, its anger palpable as it fixed its gaze on Fang Mo, teeth clenched in fury. Fang Mo gazed mockingly at the Houndoom leader, meeting its gaze with disdain. Subsequently, Fang Mo summoned his Gyarados. whose massive form and fearsome visage caused the Houndoom to instinctively retreat a step. The Houndoom leader, too, felt a twinge of fear. Gyarados' presence was imposing, even surpassing its own. However, to rally its comrades, the Houndoom leader roared defiantly at Gyarados, inciting the other Houndoom and Darubi to join in a cacophony of barks and howls. Is it a contest of volume? Gyarados, let us see who can roar louder. Gyarados unleashed a thunderous roar, its voice eclipsing that of the Houndoom. Blaziken joined Gyarados, both Pokémon roaring in unison. At that moment, their intimidating abilities activated simultaneously, lowering the attack of all Houndoom and Darubi. From the perspective of the battlefield, Fang Mo's side clearly dominated the atmosphere, having no desire to engage in a mere shouting match. Fang Mo commanded Gekuga and the others. All of you, advance. I want them alive. Gekuga, ensure they do not approach me. In an instant, both sides clashed. Vigilantly monitored the movements of Fang Mo while engaging nearby. The ferocious rampaged across the field, unleashing its devastating to great effect, sweeping its tail towards a group of, many of whom succumbed to unconsciousness. Following Fang Mo's directives, it refrained from lethal force, merely incapacitating them. Executed its DD, spinning gracefully like a tornado, sending anyone who dared approach hurtling away. Meanwhile, unleashed a barrage of, with several sharp pillars erupting from the ground, each striking or with remarkable efficacy. Undeterred, unleashed its, overwhelming the lower tier. The Steadfast deployed, showering seeds that, despite type advantages, effectively sent several lower-level flying due to her superior level. As the leader of the sensed impending doom, it resolved to capture Fang Mo directly. However, as it lunged, it was struck by a from. The water burst forth, propelling the leader backwards, and after several rolls upon landing, it came to a halt. Defiant, the leader glared at, who then appeared before it in an instant. Delivering a swift, the leader was launched into the air, only to be targeted again by 5 flying water shurikens from. As it plummeted, brandished a pure white dagger. Executing a precise. In a desperate counter, the leader expelled a fiery vortex towards. Undeterred, withdrew the dagger and retaliated with a powerful, easily overpowering the flames. Fear flashed in the leader's eyes. It was too late to retract its attack. The water cannon breached the fiery vortex, striking the leader decisively. With a pained cry, it was forcefully sent crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining and faltered, their morale shattered, and they attempted to flee. Fang Mo commanded, do not let them escape, and he encircled the escaping, and, minutes later, all were vanquished. Observing the fallen, Fang Mo felt a sense of satisfaction and began tossing out Pokeballs to capture them. Let us see how many prodigies I can acquire. Capturing a few more would not be unwelcome. Pokémon. Gender male. Level 41. Ability Early Bird. Known moves: Glare, Ember, Mist, Thunder Fang, Howl, Trick, Roar, Bite, Cleanse. Assault, Fire Fang, Provocation, Revenge. Inherited moves: Fire Vortex. Pokémon. Gender male. Level 30. Ability Intimidate. Known moves: Glare, Ember, Mist, Thunder Fang, Howl, Trick, Roar, Bite, Cleanse. Assault, Fire Fang. Inherited moves: Thunder Fang. Pokémon. Gender female. Level 26. Ability Flash Fire. Known moves: Glare, Ember, Mist, Thunder Fang, Howl, Trick, Roar, Bite, Cleanse. Assault. Inherited moves: None. Upon reviewing the information of the Fang Mo's fury reached a boiling point. What a waste. None possess an inherited move above 1. And their abilities are utterly lacking. Not a single one boasts remarkable talent. 30 and not one exceeds a single inherited move? All worthless. In a fit of rage, Fang Mo released all the captured and, shouting, eliminate them all. Thus commenced yet another slaughter, with every one of the 30 falling lifelessly. Even during the carnage, leveled up to 26. The slaughter of these useless creatures could not quell Fang Mo's wrath, but he resigned himself to the outcome. Chapter 90. The Maiden Riding a Flame Horse. Having captured nearly 30 and without acquiring a single one with decent talent, Fang Mo felt no inclination to search further. He had come to believe that wild Pokémon seldom possessed high potential. Sighing, he reflected on, which he had found in the wild, a creature of remarkable talent. Pondering why other wild Pokémon seemed to have talent levels lower than winning the lottery, riding at a leisurely pace on, he left, and on display, aware that other wild Pokémon were not oblivious to the superiority of these elite creatures. Mew suddenly exclaimed, pointing at her mouth, indicating hunger. So soon? You just had a small cake. Mew Mew, she persisted, tugging at Fang Mo's clothing, employing her most endearing demeanor. Unable to resist, he handed her another small cake. Observing relish her treat, mimicked her, expressing hunger. After gently ruffling his head, Fang Mo offered her a small cake as well. Both grew interested, vying for Fang Mo's attention for food. Hold on, you two, please refrain from being adorable. I just ate and don't wish to regurgitate. After this, he presented them with small cakes, and eyed the cakes with disdain. Ah, right, you two do not favor small cakes. promptly snatched the cake from Fang Mo's hand. Resuming her eating, Fang Mo then tossed energy cubes to and who savored them with delight. He also offered some to who caught the cubes with finesse before consuming them. Meanwhile, a group of dark Pokémon gathered ahead. Fang Mo concealed himself behind a large rock, scrutinizing the scene. A pack of, and numbering over 20, encircled something. It seemed they had found their prey. To his astonishment, it was a girl they surrounded. She possessed fair skin, exquisite features, and long, dark hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in a white short-sleeved top and black shorts, a true beauty. Her figure was well-proportioned, curvaceous where it mattered. Fang Mo observed her quietly, not focusing on her looks, but rather on how she might escape. The girl was mounted on a, which was larger and more muscular than the typical specimen, indicative of excellent training. Though her was elite, the pack included 3 elite and several fully matured ones. 1 elite alone would not suffice. Remarkably, the girl appeared unfazed by the pack, her eyes glinting with excitement as she quipped, "You are all so ugly." Not appealing in the slightest. Subsequently, the young girl released 2 Pokémon, both rare and formidable. One was Lucario, approximately level 50, while the other was a Dragonite, nearing the status of a champion. What an illustrious family this young lady hails from. Putting Lucario aside, she also possesses a quasi-divine Dragonite. Fang Mo briefly entertained thoughts of seizing the opportunity to claim a Pokémon for himself, but upon witnessing their overwhelming power, he hesitated, recognizing that his life was paramount. He found himself reluctant to leave, as the spectacle of Lucario and Dragonite engaging in battle against a pack of large hounds and hyenas was a rare sight indeed. The hounds and hyenas, sensing the immense pressure radiating from both Dragonite and Lucario, instinctively retreated a few steps. At this moment, the girl spoke. "It is too late to be afraid now. Dragonite, unleash Draco Meteor. Lucario, employ Bone Rush." Dragonite spread its wings and soared into the sky, enveloped in a swirling blue-violet energy that gradually coalesced into the form of a dragon. With an awe-inspiring momentum, it descended from the heavens, charging towards the pack of large hounds. Dragonite's Draco Meteor struck an elite-level hound, and upon landing, the resulting shockwave sent a multitude of mature hounds and several hyenas flying. The elite hound that was hit lay lifeless, a testament to the ferocity of a quasi-divine Pokémon post-evolution. This Dragonite's Draco Meteor was far more potent than the one previously encountered during the Earthrock Gym, exhibiting a significant increase in power. One mature hound was thrown to Fang Mo's feet, barely clinging to life. Fang Mo waved his hand, and his Greninja understood immediately, executing a precise cut to end its existence before kicking it aside. Fang Mo turned back to witness the ongoing battle. Lucario conjured 2 blue and white bone clubs from its energy, merging them before charging towards the pack of hounds. Each strike was precise, with few of the afflicted hounds and hyenas surviving. An elite hound seized the moment and lunged at the girl, baring its fearsome fangs. Upon noticing, she swiftly tapped her fire horse, whose horn began to radiate a vibrant green light as it gathered energy, and with a powerful thrust, it struck the advancing hound. This super horn attack was devastating. The hound was hit in a critical spot and was sent reeling, unable to rise after hitting the ground. Bug-type moves like the super horn attack were particularly effective against dark-type hounds. Lucario rapidly concentrated its aura, forming a deep blue aura sphere, which it hurled at the hound. Upon impact, the aura sphere detonated, sending dust swirling into the air. Once again, it was a highly effective move, and the hound was now lifeless. The remaining hounds and hyenas had long since lost their fight, systematically defeated by Dragonite and Lucario, with the few survivors beginning to flee. Observing the prowess of Dragonite and Lucario left Fang Mo astonished. He mentally compared his Greninja to them. He concluded that if Greninja faced that Dragonite, it would likely perish within 5 moves. Against Lucario, it might be a 70-30 or 80-20 matchup, as fighting-type Lucario had a distinct advantage over dark-type Greninja. With the battle concluded, Fang Mo's only thought was to leave swiftly. The girl's strength far surpassed his own. Encountering her could only lead to one outcome: death. Suddenly, his Duduo stepped on a sharp stone, letting out a cry of pain, prompting Fang Mo to quickly cover its mouth. "Who goes there?" the girl called. Directing her gaze towards the boulder shielding Fang Mo riding her fire horse, she approached him. Fang Mo cursed his Duduo internally, vowing to roast it once they left the prairie. Frustrated, he realized he had only one option: to flee. He recalled his Greninja and other Pokémon, patted Duduo, and hurriedly ran. "Humph, think you can escape?" At this moment, the girl spotted Fang Mo's attempt to flee, assuming he was a nefarious individual on a dark path. She recalled Dragonite and Lucario, mounting her fire horse to pursue him. Chapter 91. Seeking shelter from the rain, Fang Mo rode Duduo at full speed, with the girl closely trailing on her fire horse. A recently captured Duduo could hardly outpace an elite, well-trained fire horse. In mere minutes, the girl intercepted him, blocking Duduo's path. Faced with the imposing presence of the elite fire horse, Duduo panicked and came to a halt. "Damn it, as soon as she gets close, I'll stab her with my dagger." She appeared to be of similar age and did not seem villainous. Why were you spying on me earlier? The girl demanded, her voice authoritative. As Fang Mo's mind raced, he quickly formulated a response. I saw a pack of large hounds surrounding you, and I intended to come to your aid. However, you summoned such powerful Pokémon that I became curious to witness the grace of a quasi-divine being. His fabricated tale left the girl in a state of ambivalence. Well, regardless of whether your words ring true, you have not acted against me. What is your name? Fang Chu. I am called Fang Chu. It is common knowledge that one must never reveal their true name while traveling, so Fang Mo devised a temporary alias. Fang Chu. Then I shall share my name as well. I am Su Mu Mu. Fang Mo regarded Su Mu Mu, sensing that she was no ordinary individual, and felt an urgent desire to escape. Can I leave now? Of course. If you have not harmed me, I see no reason to detain you. With a sigh of relief, Fang Mo turned Duduo around to depart. Su Mu Mu stretched lazily and then rode her fire horse in the opposite direction. Once at a safe distance, Fang Mo exhaled deeply, relieved to have narrowly escaped with his life. Her Dragonite was truly terrifying. He resolved to acquire a quasi-divine Pokémon of his own one day. As the sun began to set, torrential rain suddenly fell from the sky. Fang Mo hurriedly recalled his Greninja and the others, seeking a place to take shelter. He soon spotted a cave entrance ahead. A cave? Could it possibly be the den of a Pokémon clan? He dismissed the thought, deciding to proceed regardless of what Pokémon might reside there, for he would deal with them as necessary. Fang Mo urged Duduo towards the cave, only to be met by a swarm of Zubat flying out from the entrance. So it was the den of Zubat. Why were they all fleeing? Had his murderous intent frightened them? That seemed unlikely. Could there be an even stronger Pokémon that had ventured inside? Fang Mo released his Greninja and Incineroar as a precaution. Greninja, Incineroar, if danger arises within the cave. Secure the area immediately. With these two Pokémon by his side, Fang Mo felt considerably more at ease. As he stepped cautiously into the cave, he was surprised to discover a campfire and Su Mu Mu. She sat beside the fire, her fire horse standing nearby, with Dragonite and Lucario present as well. Fang Chu. Su Mu Mu noticed Fang Mo's entrance, but was not overly curious, as the heavy rain outside made it clear that he had come to seek shelter. Fang Mo glanced at Su Mu Mu, his gaze inadvertently drifting downward. Her clothes were wet, revealing more than he expected. He quickly averted his eyes, feeling no inclination towards such matters, and even found it somewhat distasteful. Su Mu Mu anticipated that Fang Mo would gaze at her with interest, and as she prepared to cover herself with her hands, she noticed that Fang Mo was preoccupied, drying his hair and seemingly ignoring her entirely. The garments upon his body were thoroughly drenched by the rain, leaving Fang Mo feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Su Mu Mu cast a glance at Fang Mo, uncertain of his intentions. Could you please turn your head away? I need to change my clothes. Su Mu Mu's face flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze, inwardly chastising Fang Mo for his annoyance. Fang Mo changed out of all his garments, including his shoes and socks, placing the discarded items into his spatial ring. Once donned in clean attire, he immediately felt a wave of comfort. All right, you can turn around now. I've finished changing. Su Mu Mu turned her head back, hugging her knees and burying her face within them. Fang Mo contemplated starting a fire, yet this wretched cave lacked even a single piece of wood, rendering him unable to ignite a flame. CHYNHO11OH, he commanded, extending his hand. The CHYNHO11OH, bewildered, extended its paw, unaware of its master's intentions. With a focused effort, it summoned forth a flame in the palm of its hand. Fang Mo nodded in satisfaction and settled down beside the warmth of the fire emanating from the CHYNHO11OH's paw. The creature then comprehended Fang Mo's plan. It had been repurposed as a mere heating tool. Fang Chu, would you like to sit by my fire? No need. Fang Mo replied, genuinely uncomfortable with the proximity of women, feeling a certain distaste regardless of their beauty or charm. After being rebuffed, Su Mu Mu did not press the matter further. Instead, she extended her hand towards the fire, seeking warmth. Fang Mo retrieved a compressed biscuit and began to eat, consuming one piece after another. Hearing the crunch of the biscuit, Su Mu Mu felt a pang of hunger, regretting not having eaten more earlier, which led to her current predicament of having nothing to consume. She took out a basic energy cube, preparing to ingest it. Fang Mo was taken aback at her audacity. Hey, Su Mu Mu, why are you eating an energy cube? I'm hungry. What's wrong with eating? The human body cannot withstand the energy contained within those cubes. Do you wish to perish? Su Mu Mu's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she tossed the energy cube to the side for the nearby Kuai Long, silently regretting her lack of attention during class regarding travel knowledge, feeling utterly humiliated. Fang Mo, too, felt a wave of regret wash over him. Damn, why did I even warn her? If she dies, I could claim Kuai Long, Lucario, and that fiery horse as my own. Yet, he quickly remembered, wait. I don't think I could defeat her 3 Pokémon, after all. As night fell, the two sat in silence, not uttering a single word. Su Mu Mu's stomach could no longer bear the hunger, and she called out several times. Fang Chu, Can I buy some of your food? I don't mind paying 10,000 for a pack of compressed biscuits. Truly, she was a woman of divine potential, reduced to mere money. Fang Mo eventually tossed her 2 packs of compressed biscuits, adding, each pack costs 10. I bought them for 8, so 2 for travel expenses seems fair. Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle at Fang Mo's quip, realizing he wasn't the avaricious type. She retrieved a large stack of red bills from her spatial ring and approached Fang Mo. Fang Chu, please accept this. I don't feel secure with just 2 for travel expenses. After counting the 10,000 she handed him, Fang Mo restrained a laugh, calmly storing the money in his spatial ring. Ah, I truly am a genius. I initially aimed for only 20,000, yet now I've gained an additional 80,000. As Su Mu munched on the biscuits Fang Mo provided, her demeanor softened towards him, creating a more amicable atmosphere between them. Chapter 92, The Phoenix King's Sacred Fruit. Outside, thunder rumbled, fierce winds howled, and torrential rain fell, rendering the grassy expanse devoid of any Pokémon. Suddenly, Su Mu sneezed. Her clothes remained damp, and she was not dressed warmly enough, making her susceptible to illness. Fang Mo glanced at her, but chose not to intervene. Her demise held no consequence for him. Meanwhile, Hurley Y&M, concerned for its master's well-being, intensified the flames of the fire. As the fire blazed brighter, Su Mu felt a surge of warmth, yet soon sneezed thrice in quick succession. Fang Mo continued munching on his biscuits, feigning ignorance. Gritting her teeth, Su Mu broke the silence. Fang Chu, could I borrow a piece of clothing? I can pay for it. Fang Mo turned to regard her, and eventually retrieved a black short-sleeved shirt from his spatial ring. Tossing it to her, no payment is necessary, nor do I require it back. Su Mu caught the black shirt, and, turning away, began to change. Fang Mo retracted his KHRNW and CHYNHO11OH, facing away from her, assuring himself that he would never stoop to such behavior. Suddenly, a sharp scream escaped Su Mu's lips, causing Fang Mo to whirl around, suspecting an ambush from a powerful Pokémon. Instead, he found a lingering Dzu F emerging, their eyes locking momentarily. Oh dear, it's pink. Fang Mo swallowed hard and quickly averted his gaze, while Su Mu hastily donned her attire, her cheeks flushed like a ripe tomato. Cough, I caught a glimpse. The mere hint of it was rather thrilling. No, there was nothing to see. It was merely a pink skeleton, with the storm outside unrelenting. Fang Mo decided to set up a tent within the cave. Upon seeing the tent, Su Mu suddenly recalled her own. She rummaged through her spatial ring, only to realize her tent had been left behind at their previous location. Su Mu felt utterly struck, astonished at her own carelessness. Fang Mo entered the tent, resolute in not relinquishing his sleeping space. Su Mu summoned Hurley Y&M once more. Unable to sleep, she chose to stroke its mane instead. Lying within the tent, Fang Mo found rest elusive, as the sound of the rain was unmistakably loud. He peered out to see if Su Mu had fallen asleep. Of course, she had not, still entertained by petting Hurley Y&M. The creature lifted its head and spotted Fang Mo, prompting Su Mu to follow its gaze. Fang Chu, shall we engage in some conversation? Chat. Fang Mo was taken aback by Su Mu's sudden invitation. She sat by the fire, while Fang Mo positioned himself opposite her. They exchanged glances, silence hanging heavily in the air, creating an awkward atmosphere. Cough, Fang Chu. What motivates your desire to travel? Su Mu broke the silence. The purpose of my journey is to grow stronger, to traverse cities with gyms, challenge them, and ultimately participate in the league competition. Fang Mo's response was rather conventional, akin to that of many trainers embarking on their own adventures. Upon finishing, he turned the question back to her. And you? What drives your travels? As he inquired about her purpose, Su Mu's gaze dimmed. I seek a sacred fruit, one that can cure all ailments and prolong life. It is said to be birthed by the Phoenix King, hence we name it the Phoenix King's Sacred Fruit. The Phoenix King's Sacred Fruit? How remarkable. Has anyone ever found it? Yes, legend has it that 2,000 years ago, a destitute man toiled day and night, gathering herbs to sell in order to heal his ailing mother. One fateful night, while foraging in the rain, he slipped and fell into a deep ravine. Yet when he awoke, he found himself upon a grassy expanse, unharmed. It was then that the legendary Phoenix King appeared before him, having been moved by his devotion, and bestowed upon him the Phoenix King's sacred fruit. Upon returning home, the man fed the fruit to his mother, and she was instantly cured of her ailments. After listening to Su Mu recount her tale, Fang Mo felt a stir within his heart. It was surprising to learn that even the Feng Wang could be swayed by filial piety. Yet, there was something rather implausible about the story, however. It was the only version that had been passed down, known only to the Feng Wang and that man who truly understood what transpired. The Feng Wang Shunghua had only appeared 2,000 years ago, hadn't it? Yes. Fang Mo continued to inquire. Did your family also fall ill? Upon this topic, Su Mu's tears began to well up, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yes, my twin sister is gravely ill. Diagnosed with a terminal condition, she has little more than a year to live. Renowned doctors from across the nation have tried everything. Yet only the Feng Wang Shengwa can save her. She wiped her tears away. My parents are always busy with work, and when I was young, it was only my sister who kept me company. I cannot bear the thought of losing her, so I set out on this journey, hoping to find the Feng Wang Shengwa by chance. As her tears flowed freely, Fang Mo felt compelled to say something, ultimately handing her a tissue. Su Mu dabbed at her eyes and continued, her voice soft and quivering. Fang Chu, could you perhaps look for the Feng Wang Shengwa during your travels? I assure you, it wouldn't be in vain. My father has offered a reward across the country. Should you bring the Feng Wang Shengwa to our family, my father will reward you with a Zhuan Shun, 10 billion yuan, and you may choose any item from our family treasury. Indeed, Su Mu's family was quite prominent, with such grand rewards offered. Yet, the last known sighting of the Feng Wang Shengwa was 2 millennia ago. Whether I could even encounter the Feng Wang was a question in itself. I will do my utmost to assist you. Do you have any description of the Feng Wang Shengwa? It appears to be colorful and resembles a bird. A bird-like form? How peculiar. Su Mu sighed, wiping at her eyes once more. Her eyes were still red-rimmed, and she looked utterly pitiful, evoking sympathy even from a man. Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback, realizing he no longer felt averse to her presence. Once Su Mu composed herself, she resumed conversing with Fang Mo. Fang Chu. Do your family members approve of your travels? What family? They have all passed away. My last relative left this world 5 months ago. Fang Mo's words astonished Su Mu, who had thought her own plight was the worst, only to discover that Fang Mo's circumstances were far more tragic. I am sorry. Fang Chu, it must be incredibly difficult for you. It isn't as arduous as you might think. After inheriting some assets, life has become quite comfortable. They continued to discuss various insights regarding Pokémon. Su Mu was unaware of many Pokémon's base stats and evolution levels, and Fang Mo answered her queries with ease. She inquired about her own Lianma, Quailong, and Lucario, asking what moves they should learn to be effective in battles. Su Mu's numerous questions filled Fang Mo with a sense of pride, much like a scholar aiding a struggling student. This is my first time being the knowledgeable one, he mused, reveling in the experience. Fang Mo found himself conversing with a girl more than he ever had before, and Su Mu began to hold a place in his heart akin to that of a friend. As long as Su Mu did not infringe upon Fang Mo's vital interests, she would remain his good friend. Chapter 93, The Challenge of Lucario. Fang Mo and Su Mu chatted for quite some time, and she soon began to feel tired, while Fang Mo remained full of energy, hardly feeling drowsy. Su Mu, are you feeling sleepy? A little. She rubbed her eyes and yawned, then lay down on the ground, her eyelids heavy. You can sleep in my tent. I do not wish to rest. All right. Without hesitation, Su Mu staggered into Fang Mo's tent and lay down. This girl, she doesn't even close the tent flap. Her sense of vigilance is concerning. Fang Mo approached and secured the tent flap. He noticed Su Mu lying there, only half covered by a blanket. Her sleeping posture quite innocent. With a sigh, he properly tucked her in, catching a glimpse of her long, slender legs. So fair and long. Why do so many men find legs appealing? Is it truly pleasant to touch? Perhaps I should try. No, it's just a pink skeleton. What is there to touch? After ensuring the tent was closed, Fang Mo stepped outside. Come forth, Qian Pao Xiao. Qian, the fiery beast emerged, letting out a roar, prompting Fang Mo to gesture for it to lower its volume. Keep it down. Qian, it replied softly. Fang Mo tossed at the learning machine for Absorb Punch that he had purchased in Yixing City, saying, This is the learning machine I bought for you before. You couldn't learn it back then since you hadn't evolved, but now is your chance. Learn it quickly. Qian Pao Xiao nodded and sat down to comprehend Absorb Punch. All of you, come out. Fang Mo released his other Pokémon, including Frogadier and Tilly Meow, but decided against summoning the massive Baku Long. Let's keep the training quiet. Someone is trying to sleep. Tilly Meow curiously peered over the edge of the tent, wanting to unzip the flap to see who was inside. Fang Mo scooped her back, gently patting her little head. Peeking is not polite. Tilly Meow pouted, displeased, but Fang Mo appeased her with 2 small cakes. By the time Su Mu awoke, it was nearly noon. As the tent flap was pulled back, Fang Mo turned to her. Fang Chu, good morning. Just waking. Su Mu's voice carried a hint of laziness. Her hair tousled, appearing somewhat adorable. It's not early, it's almost noon. Upon seeing the multitude of Pokémon, Su Mu was momentarily startled, prompting Fang Mo to quickly reassure her. These are all my Pokémon, not wild ones. After hearing Fang Mo's explanation, Su Mu sighed in relief and her eyes lit up at the sight of Tilly Meow. Wow, Fang Chu, what Pokémon is this? A light green cat, so cute. Hearing Su Mu praise her cuteness, Tilly Meow lifted her head proudly, filled with delight. This is Tilly Meow, a newly discovered species that evolves from Xianyi Meow. Oh wow, I once saw Xianyi Meow in my family. I had no idea its evolved form was so adorable. Wow. I never noticed before that your Frogadier is actually a shiny variant. So cool and black. Su Mu reached out her hands toward Tilly Meow, her tone slightly pleading. Tilly Meow, may I hold you? Go ahead. Tilly Meow hopped into Su Moo Moo's arms, and the soft texture made her reluctant to let go. Tilly Meow thought, since you are as cute and lovely as I am, and your owner approves, I will allow you to hold me for a while, but any longer, and I charge a fee. Tilly Meow caught a whiff of a delightful scent from Su Moo Moo, becoming increasingly enchanted. After enough cuddling, Su Moo Moo set Tilly Meow down, but Tilly Meow still craved more affection, as Su Moo Moo's embrace was even more comfortable than Fang Mo's. Su Moo Moo tied her hair into a lovely high ponytail, and it was the first time Fang Mo had observed a girl so closely with her hair styled in such a way, filling him with curiosity. Feeling Fang Mo's gaze upon her, Su Moo Moo shifted uncomfortably, and Fang Mo realized he might have been staring too much and turned his attention back to watching Frogadier train. Su Moo Moo approached the entrance of the tent, noticing that the rain outside showed no signs of letting up. Fang Mo found it odd. Could this phenomenon be a sign of a divine beast's presence? I certainly should not venture outside. Encountering a divine beast would be as simple as squashing an ant. Su Moo Moo, since we have plenty of time, how about we engage in some battles? Ah, a battle, is it? My Quilong has already reached level 58. How could I possibly defeat your Quilong? I will utilize my Jiahan Ninja Frog against your Lucario. That may indeed be feasible, but my Lucario's level exceeds that of your Jiahan Ninja Frog, and moreover, fighting-type moves are particularly effective against dark types. Losing is merely a part of the experience. The purpose of battle is not solely to achieve victory. Very well then. Su Moo Moo accepted Fang Mo's challenge and sent forth her Lucario. Fang Mo turned to his Jiahan Ninja Frog and said, do your best. There is no need for a reckless fight. The Jiahan Ninja Frog faced off against Lucario, while the other Pokémon instinctively retreated to a safe distance. Lucario possesses a double resistance to dark types, and I am uncertain of its ability. If it is justified, I can no longer employ dark-type moves against it. The battle commenced. Jiahan Ninja Frog, use Water Shuriken. The water in the hands of Jiahan Ninja Frog swirled and rapidly coalesced into several Water Shuriken, which were promptly launched. Lucario, unleash Aura Sphere. Lucario also formed a deep blue Aura Sphere and hurled it towards the incoming Water Shuriken. The two attacks collided, resulting in an explosion that nullified each other. Jiahan Ninja Frog cannot engage closely with Su Moo Moo's Lucario, as fighting-type moves would have a significant effect. Jiahan Ninja Frog, use Water Cannon. A powerful jet of water surged towards Lucario, who deftly dodged, causing the water cannon to strike a nearby rock wall, splashing water everywhere. Lucario, use Bone Rush. Lucario charged at Jiahan Ninja Frog, manifesting two bone clubs that it wielded against Jiahan Ninja Frog. Jiahan Ninja Frog, use Protect. Jiahan Ninja Frog raised its hand to create a verdant shield, which absorbed the impact of Lucario's strikes. After a flurry of 5 blows, the shield cracked slightly but remained intact. Lucario, use Aura Sphere. Lucario swiftly conjured an Aura Sphere and aimed it at Jiahan Ninja Frog. The Protect shield, already weakened from the Bone Rush, shattered instantly upon impact. However, Jiahan Ninja Frog reacted swiftly, leaping backward just as the Aura Sphere struck the shield. Lucario, use Mind's Eye and then Flying Knee. What? Lucario can also use Mind's Eye? Its eyes gleamed with light as it leapt into the air, raising its knee to strike Jiahan Ninja Frog. Jiahan Ninja Frog, use Water Cannon to block. Jiahan Ninja Frog summoned all its water-type energy to release a more potent water cannon in a bid to intercept Lucario's Flying Knee. The water cannon proved utterly ineffective against Lucario's Flying Knee. For the effect of Mind's Eye made it impossible for Jiahan Ninja Frog to evade the attack. With a resounding crash, Jiahan Ninja Frog was sent flying against the rock wall, which cracked under the force. The powerful Flying Knee struck Jiahan Ninja Frog, and the pain surged through it as it braced against the stones, struggling to maintain its stance. At that moment, water began to flow around Jiahan Ninja Frog, triggering its torrent ability. Now empowered, Jiahan Ninja Frog locked eyes with Lucario, igniting a new round of combat. Jiahan Ninja Frog, use Double Edge. Jiahan Ninja Frog instantly appeared before Lucario, retaliating with double the damage from the earlier Flying Knee. Lucario was propelled backward by the extraordinary force, and since Double Edge is a fighting-type move, it proved exceptionally effective against Lucario, who possesses Steel-type attributes. Lucario dug its claws into the ground, barely managing to halt its momentum, leaving deep scratches in the earth. Su Moo Moo quickly recalled Lucario's moves and commanded, Lucario, use Bullet Punch. Lucario dashed towards Jiahan Ninja Frog, preparing to unleash Bullet Punch. Fang Mo smirked slightly and replied, Jiahan Ninja Frog, use Quick Attack. Before Lucario could execute its move, Jiahan Ninja Frog struck first, delivering a swift blow to Lucario's chest and inducing a flinching state, causing Bullet Punch to fail. Jiahan Ninja Frog, use Blade Cut. Seizing the moment while Lucario was flinching, Jiahan Ninja Frog materialized a pure white dagger and slashed fiercely, sending Lucario crashing against the rock wall. As it slid down, Lucario supported itself with one hand, appearing somewhat disheveled. Lucario, use Bone Rush. Lucario sprang to its feet, conjuring two bone clubs that it connected and charged towards Jiahan Ninja Frog. Fang Mo noticed its speed had notably increased. It was due to the ability Defiant, which enhances speed when flinching rather than justified. Jiahan Ninja Frog, use Water Cannon. With its Torrent ability activated, the power and speed of Jiahan Ninja Frog's Water Cannon surged. Lucario, benefiting from its increased speed due to flinching, evaded the Water Cannon. Jiahan Ninja Frog quickly adjusted its aim and fired another Water Cannon, but this time Lucario could not escape. Facing the powerful Water Cannon, Lucario raised its bone clubs defensively. However, the ground-type energy infused in the clubs could not withstand the might of the water-type move. The bone club shattered, and Lucario was struck once more by the Water Cannon, unable to close the distance to Jiahan Ninja Frog, inevitably facing attrition. Sumumu began to sweat, her excitement for the battle intensifying. Lucario, use Mind's Eye, followed by Aura Sphere. Lucario's eyes glowed, and a surge of aura energy surrounded it. Fang Mo frowned, recognizing the immense power of this forthcoming Aura Sphere. Jiahan Ninja Frog, counter with Water Shuriken. Jiahan Ninja Frog leapt into the air, water swirling around it as it gathered into a massive Water Shuriken, which took shape. Lucario's Aura Sphere was darker in color, its aura power more abundant. The two colossal attacks were unleashed simultaneously, not colliding but rather racing towards one another. The Aura Sphere struck Jiahan Ninja Frog with tremendous force, sending it hurtling against the distant rock wall, which nearly shattered, creating a cloud of dust. Jiahan Ninja Frog's massive Water Shuriken, unrelenting, slammed into Lucario, knocking it heavily to the ground and creating a significant crater where it landed. As the dust settled, both Jiahan Ninja Frog and Lucario lay on the ground. Yet, miraculously, Lucario rose again, clinging to the last vestiges of its health. Fang Mo was perplexed. It was inconceivable that Lucario could withstand such damage and survive. The aura emanating from Lucario became apparent, revealing its remarkable luck. Sumumu playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled. Apologies, but my Lucario is just a tad luckier. Fang Mo sighed in resignation. Indeed, the odds were slim, yet it managed to trigger. Otherwise, we might have achieved a draw. Fang Mo approached Jiahan Ninja Frog, administering a high-grade healing spray. Upon awakening, Jiahan Ninja Frog appeared disheartened, burdened by the weight of its recent defeat. Fang Mo comforted it with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right. You performed admirably. Sumumu's Lucario is far beyond your level, but once you reach parity, you will surely triumph. Fang Chu, may I borrow your healing spray? I have run out." Fang Mo tossed the spray to her, but Sumumu jumped up and missed, inadvertently getting hit on the head by the spray. As Sumumu rubbed her head while spraying the healing potion, she appeared particularly adorable, yet Fang Mo remained focused on comforting Jiahan Ninja Frog, entirely oblivious to her antics. Fang Mo lifted his head and realized that the rain outside had ceased. Just moments ago, both he and Sumumu had been engrossed in battle, completely oblivious to the change in weather. "Sumumu, the rain has stopped." "Oh really? We can ride the Lianma again," Sumumu exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to mount her fiery steed. Fang Mo gazed at the rain-kissed grassland and chuckled. "Just after the rain, are you not afraid of falling?" "Not at all. My Lianma is incredibly steady, and my riding skills are top-notch. Would you care to race with me? You still have your Duduli to ride, don't you?" "No way. Duduli could never match your Lianma. Besides, I just caught this Duduli a few days ago, and I plan to release it once we leave the grassland." Sumumu could hardly contain her excitement as she galloped away on her Lianma, resembling a valiant heroine. Fang Mo stepped out of the cave, followed by his Koga Ninja Frogs. The grass was adorned with glistening droplets, and the invigorating scent of damp earth and fresh grass filled the air. Looking up, he was surprised to see a rainbow arching across the sky. To his astonishment, a small red plane flew past the rainbow. A red plane. Fang Mo rubbed his eyes for clarity and focused on the object, which turned out to be none other than the legendary Latias. Latias paused momentarily, locking eyes with Fang Mo, and after sharing a smile, soared away at remarkable speed. It truly is Latias. But where is Latios? In my memory, these two Pokémon are inseparable. Just as he thought of Latios, another Latios flew in beside the rainbow. Unlike Latias, Latios did not spare Fang Mo a glance, but hastened to catch up with Latias. "Hey, Fang Chu, what are you looking at?" Sumumu returned on her Lianma, puzzled as to why Fang Mo was gazing skyward. Fang Mo snapped back to reality and noticed Sumumu on her Lianma. Just now, Latias and Latios flew past the rainbow. "What? Latias and Latios? The legendary Pokémon. You saw them and didn't call me?" Sumumu feigned a pitiful expression, which was indeed heart-wrenching. Yet it did not tug at Fang Mo's heartstrings. "I was too engrossed in watching, and you rode so far away that you wouldn't have heard me anyway." All right, I just want to see Ho-Oh. I'm not interested in other legendary Pokémon." Sumumu and Fang Mo exchanged glances, and she asked, "Fang Mo, would you like to travel with me? My Pokémon are quite strong and will surely assist you." Sumumu gazed at Fang Mo with hopeful anticipation, believing there was a 98% chance he would agree, though in reality, it was less than 18%. Traveling together is out of the question. I prefer to journey alone. Sumumu pouted, clearly a bit displeased. Being upset won't change anything. I will never travel with anyone else. I can only journey with my Pokémon. Fine, if you are unwilling, then we must part ways for now. Indeed, we shall meet again. Sumumu took a few steps before turning back to hand Fang Mo a note. Here, my contact information. You must not refuse this. Fang Mo smiled and accepted her contact details, placing them into his space ring. Seeing this, Sumumu felt assured and rode away on her Lianma. Fang Mo mounted his Duduli and said to his Koga frogs, "Let us continue our journey." Chapter 95, The Cherished Bagging Beast. As Sumumu departed, Fang Mo resumed his quest to challenge the next gym. Riding his Duduli, he traversed the grassland, with his Koga frogs ever vigilant in their protection. Lei Miao nestled in Fang Mo's embrace, while Su Luoya lay upon his shoulder. The warmth of the grassland intensified. Su Luoya, Lei Miao. Are you not hot squished up so close? Yo, Meow. Both Pokémon shook their heads, unfazed by the heat, yet it was Fang Mo who suffered. I must endure until they evolve. Once Su Luoya becomes Su Luoya Ku, she should no longer cling so tightly. As for the mysterious magic mask cat, I am uncertain, but it likely won't either. Suddenly, a resounding thundering of footsteps echoed nearby, prompting Fang Mo to tap Duduli, signaling it to halt. Once stopped, he scanned the surroundings, seeking the source of the noise. A large brown Pokémon came into view, its abdomen cradling a light purple Pokémon. Bagging Beast. It must be the Bagging Beast. With its pouch on its belly, its young reside within, seldom emerging. Fang Mo retrieved his Pokédex to examine the Bagging Beasts. Bagging Beast, the parent-child Pokémon, nurtures its offspring within its pouch. It will not retreat in the face of any threat to protect its young. A parent-child Pokémon. How intriguing. Once Mega Evolution is fully developed, the Bagging Beast will undoubtedly become a hot commodity. Its Mega Evolution is truly formidable, possessing a unique parent-child love trait that is incredibly powerful. However, the Bagging Beast is already quite rare, even scarcer than the starter Pokémon. Should a Bagging Beast be sold on the black market, its price could reach nearly 10 million. Most Bagging Beasts have been captured by the League, so it is astonishing that I have encountered a few wild ones. My luck is indeed remarkable. Perhaps I should catch one. The strength of a mega-evolved Bagging Beast would surely prove advantageous in competitions. Fang Mo approached the group of Bagging Beasts, noting there were only 4, all exceptionally strong, each above the elite level, with one nearing the dominator level. Had I known, I should have had Sumumu accompany me a bit longer. With her here, capturing these 4 Bagging Beasts would have been a breeze. Given my current strength, I could not possibly contend with them. Survival takes precedence. Just then, a lion's roar shattered the tranquility, and Fang Mo's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look. A group of fire lions had surrounded the 4 Bagging Beasts, all male and above the elite level. The largest among them was undoubtedly a dominator-level Pokémon, exuding a commanding presence. So formidable. This group surpasses the fire lions I encountered before, their roles clearly defined. The absence of female fire lions does not imply they are merely absent. Rather, they are likely tending to their young within their territory. This pack of fire lions seemed to stand atop the grassland's food chain. As Fang Mo and his companions hid behind the grass, they quietly observed the fire lion's hunt. How would the Bagging Beasts retaliate? I am genuinely curious. With so many high-level fire lions, the Bagging Beasts cannot possibly remain passive. The strongest Bagging Beast positioned itself in front of the others, its gaze fierce, one hand protectively over its pouch containing its young. The little Bagging Beast peered out from the pouch, terrified by the fearsome fire lions, burying its head into its parent's embrace, too frightened to face them. As the dominator-level fire lion let out another roar, the other fire lions surged forward, baring their fangs and lunging at the Bagging Beasts. The strongest Bagging Beast swung its fist in an attempt to fend off the attackers, but the fire lion leader pounced, pinning the Bagging Beast to the ground. The remaining Bagging Beasts were also overwhelmed, offering no resistance against the elite-level fire lions. One young Bagging Beast from the pouch was snatched by a fire lion. The Bagging Beast, fueled by desperation, exerted all its strength to claw at the fire lion. The other fire lions quickly subdued it, unleashing a barrage of fiery blasts, leaving it in agony. The small pouch beast, seized by the ferocious fire lion, struggled desperately, alas. It was in vain before the elite predator. The fire lion swiftly crushed the small pouch beast with a single bite and carelessly discarded it aside. Witnessing the tragic fate of her offspring shattered the heart of the pouch beast's mother, who, having lost all strength to resist, was engulfed in flames and perished at the hands of the fire lions. The remaining pouch beasts could no longer endure the pressure. One of them hurled its own baby away, hoping it might find a chance of survival. The small pouch beast was propelled through the air by the immense force, soaring towards Fang Mo's direction, while a fire lion swiftly pursued it. The small pouch beast landed mere meters in front of the thicket where Fang Mo was concealed. Just as it attempted to flee, a fire lion pinned it down with a paw. The young pouch beast was powerless against the fire lion's grip, and it was soon dispatched with a fatal bite. While the other members of its kind engaged in the slaughter of the remaining pouch beasts, this fire lion indulged in the feast of the freshly slain small pouch beast. From his vantage point, Fang Mo could discern every gruesome detail. Although the scene was undeniably bloody, he could not resist the urge to open his eyes and observe. Ti Lei Miao and Sua Luo Ye glanced over, horrified by the gruesomeness, hesitant to watch any longer. Gritting her teeth, Ti Lei Miao widened her eyes, determined to witness the entire ordeal, forcing herself to acclimate to the brutality. The primal instincts within Luo Ye were also stirred, and as she watched the fire lion devour the small pouch beast, she found herself inexplicably tempted to partake as well. The Gekigashira remained indifferent to the spectacle, as the fierce flames of the roaring tiger and the scorpion king had long been recalled by Fang Mo, who feared being detected. After satisfying its hunger, the fire lion tossed the remaining bones aside and returned to continue its assault on the pouch beasts. At that moment, only the highest-ranking pouch beast remained, fiercely guarding the small pouch beast nestled within its pouch, using its own body as a shield to protect its young. The fire lion leader unleashed a pure white beam of destructive energy, sending the pouch beast flying. The small pouch beast was thrown into the air and, upon landing, was swiftly dispatched by the pack of fire lions. The pouch beast, filled with rage, began to channel dragon energy, activating its reverse scale in a fit of fury. It charged forward, breaking through the ranks of the fire lions to check on its progeny. Unfortunately, the small pouch beast had succumbed completely, missing a leg and an arm. Devoured by one of the greedy fire lions, the pouch beast continued to unleash its reverse scale, charging towards the fire lions in a desperate bid for vengeance. Yet, within a minute, this pouch beast too met its demise, leaving 4 pouch beasts and their young without a single survivor. The fire lions, carrying the deceased pouch beast, prepared to return to their territory, where the female fire lions and cubs awaited to partake in the feast. The fire lion leader led the others further into the hunt, disappearing into the distance until their forms were no longer visible. Fang Mo, accompanied by Gekigashira and the others, ventured back to the site of the recent battle. The pungent scent of blood hung thick in the air. Accustomed to it, Fang Mo felt no revulsion, but rather a flicker of exhilaration. He remounted Dudu Li and continued his journey across the grassland.